The gentle patter of rain cascaded from the heavens, enveloping the forest in a shroud of gray clouds that stretched into the distance. This unexpected autumn rain rendered the duration of its downpour uncertain, leaving one to ponder when it might cease. How refreshing, he murmured. The leaves, washed by the relentless rain, exhibited a striking emerald hue, while the droplets that trickled through the foliage were particularly chilling. Not to mention, some of those very droplets landed on the nape of the young boy's neck. The cool sensation on his skin prompted him to bend his elbow swiftly, wiping away the water that had collected there. In this secluded glade, he crouched quietly beneath the grand tree, sharing the name rain with the weather. Although his full name was Uhyou, whether it be the drizzle, the dense forest, or humanity itself, these were commonplace occurrences, scarcely deserving of surprise. Yet in this setting, certain elements were undeniably astonishing. What a ghastly sight! He whispered softly amidst the rain's rhythm. Aside from the sound of rainfall, the forest was silent, punctuated only by Uhyou's hushed voice. The contrast between the rain's gentle murmur and the solitude of his whispers served merely as embellishments in this tranquil environment. Just moments prior, this area had erupted with unimaginable cacophony, scattering the wildlife in fear. The stark contrast between the previous tumult and the current stillness was palpable. They validated each other. This was a battlefield where the clash had subsided, thereby elucidating why a grotesquely lifeless body lay before Uhyou. The rain struggled to wash away the surrounding bloodstains, yet it could not cleanse the scene entirely in such a short span of time. Uhyou felt no fear upon encountering the corpse, not due to courage, but rather because he had grown accustomed to such sights. In a world rife with warfare, death was a frequent visitor. Were the individual alive, Uhyou would never approach someone whose very being screamed danger. But the dead posed no threat, nor did they harbor any semblance of risk. In total, 3 bodies lay in the vicinity, their attire marking them as belonging to 2 opposing factions. The recent skirmish had been a two-known confrontation. The details of the battle remained a mystery, yet the visible outcome was clear. Both sides had met their demise. The corpses were scattered in 3 directions, each approximately 10 meters apart. Uhyou casually sifted through the bodies, seeking anything of value to aid his solitary existence. Recently, he had retrieved a gourd-shaped container and a rather unwieldy broadsword, with the gourd secured on his back and the sword clutched in hand. He made his way toward the 3rd corpse. The weight of his acquisitions slowed his pace considerably. However, the distance was not far, and he soon arrived at the final body. In terms of appearance, this individual seemed to fare better than the previous 2. Though half of his face was a grotesque mash of flesh and dirt, he still retained a semblance of humanity, avoiding descriptors like mush or paste. For Uhyou, this corpse presented a more straightforward opportunity for scavenging. Taking items from a body was far simpler than fishing them out from a pool of viscera. Just as he prepared to lean down and search the remains, the lifeless face suddenly opened its eyes, calm as a still pond, resolute and brimming with malice. Those eyes conveyed volumes about their owner in an instant. The intensity of the gaze left Uhyou momentarily paralyzed, and as he regained his senses, he realized the gravity of the situation. This was precisely the kind of dangerous individual he ought to avoid. A palpable sense of crisis surged within him, and in a split second, he managed to raise his other hand, positioning the broadsword like a shield before him. Yet before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a waterborne arrow shot forth with blinding speed, leaving him no time for further action. The shield he had raised was utterly ineffective. The water arrow shattered it effortlessly, piercing his body before crashing through the gourd behind him. The searing pain, the fierce water arrow, and the splintering shards of his weapon all converged in a single devastating moment. In the depths of those seemingly dead eyes, a flicker of change was perceptible, but Uhyou was too consumed by the overwhelming impact to take notice. He lost consciousness almost immediately. When Uhyou next stirred from his daze, he struggled to open his eyes, greeted by a blanket of darkness overhead. Turning his head, he glimpsed a sliver of light entering his field of vision, revealing that he lay within a vast tree hollow. Outside, the gentle rain continued to fall. A pulsing pain radiated from his shoulder and upper body, a relentless reminder that his recent ordeal had been no Mere illusion. Using the dim light, he assessed his injuries. Numerous minor scrapes adorned his skin, but the most significant wound was a clean puncture through his left shoulder. Grateful that it was merely his shoulder that had been harmed, he realized that had the attack been slightly more off-target, it could have resulted in a far graver injury to his neck. With that thought, his current wounds seemed more tolerable. Someone had tended to his wounds, sparing him from the risk of succumbing to blood loss while unconscious. I must not have been out for long, Uhyou spoke, attempting to keep his tone steady. Yet he was not alone in the hollow. The deceased man sat in the opposite corner, facing the entrance. His blood-stained brown armor and myriad wounds were starkly visible. Moments ago, he had been the one to inflict Uhyou's injuries, and now he was the one providing aid. Yes, it has only been a few hours, came the gravelly reply. Despite having spoken, the man appeared nearly as lifeless as before, his voice low and raspy, his breathing almost imperceptible. The faint sound of rain outside seemed to cloak all else. That's a relief, Uhyou responded. Though the man emanated an aura of danger, the silver lining was that he could communicate. Yet, Uhyou found himself at a loss for words. This entire situation was an unforeseen calamity for Uhyou, yet he understood the man's actions. After emerging from battle, in a state of near death and confusion, anyone would instinctively attack an approaching figure. If blame were to be assigned, it fell upon Uhyou's own lack of caution. Regardless, thank you for tending to my wounds, he expressed, clutching his shoulder as he struggled to sit upright. The simple act sent waves of pain coursing through him, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead, that he offered his gratitude, acknowledging that the man could have easily chosen to ignore him. However, the individual did not respond to his words. After a moment, Uhyou could no longer contain himself and remarked, "Aren't you going to tend to your own wounds?" The injuries on the other person appeared far more severe than Uhyou's. It was nothing short of a miracle that he was still alive. At last, the man spoke again, his words concise yet revealing. "There is no need," as he spoke. He lifted his shoulder, exposing the gaping wound beneath his ribs. It was not merely flesh that had been ravaged, even his internal organs had suffered catastrophic damage, rendering them non-functional. Indeed, the fact that this man had managed to survive until now was miraculous. Yet miracles cannot endure indefinitely. Aware of his impending demise, he saw no point in seeking help. "That if you hadn't startled me, I believe I would have already succumbed," he added. Then, he shook his head with great difficulty, feeling no obligation to elaborate on his own situation. "Yet why does someone of your youth find themselves in such a place?" It is worth noting that this dense forest was devoid of human presence. Even if humans were to appear, it would be unlikely for a child like Uhyou to be among them. To survive, I suppose. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Uhyou, a vagabond. Uhyou replied, in such tumultuous times, the presence of a wanderer is hardly surprising, and their disappearance even less so. All is done merely for the sake of survival. Having said this, Uhyou turned his gaze back to the other man, who swiftly grasped the unspoken meaning behind his look. "Me? Is it my turn?" He felt no compulsion to introduce himself. Indeed, his identity was of considerable significance, and given that they were on enemy territory, he should refrain from revealing it. Nevertheless, he reluctantly managed a faint smile, directing his gaze into the depths of the rain. "I'm Senju Tobarama, a ninja. Do you know me?" As Senju Tobarama uttered his name, he keenly observed the subtle shifts in Uhyou's expression. The latter's reaction to the self-introduction was one of astonishment and surprise, yet within that emotional turmoil lay a hint of acknowledgement. Oh, anyone with even a modicum of awareness regarding the great conflict would undoubtedly recognize the name of the Hokage from the Land of Fire. For ordinary individuals like us, you are indeed one of the principal architects behind our tribulations and misfortunes. Uhyou swiftly masked his emotions, although long-buried memories surged within his mind. He could not afford to display any overt signs of his momentary emotional upheaval. As he spoke, he gestured towards the center of his forehead, indicating the presence of a ninja's insignia. While the ninja profession is shrouded in mystery, it is certainly not beyond the realm of possibility for an ordinary person to recognize the emblem upon another's forehead protector. It belonged to a village known as Konoha in the Land of Fire, the Hidden Leaf Village, and the second Hokage, Uhyou, as a commoner, could reasonably delineate Tobarama's identity after the latter revealed his name. Had it not been for the blood and grime marring Tobarama's visage, Uhyou might have recognized him sooner. Yet, he could not afford to betray any signs of his realization. A figure of such stature, Uhyou could only feign a sense of awe. In his mind, the events began to crystallize with greater clarity. The man before him, on the brink of death, was indeed the second Hokage, and those two felled bodies nearby must surely belong to the infamous Kin and Jin of the Cloud Village. War? Under ordinary circumstances, Uhyou's almost accusatory remarks would prompt a response about how war is never the desire of any single party, that no one wishes to instigate conflict. However, for Senju Tobarama, there was no need to reiterate such sentiments. Although Konoha was indeed the party under siege in this war, their struggle could be characterized as a defensive counteroffensive. Yet, did such nuances truly matter to a vagabond? Tobarama might even concede that he was indeed the villain Uhyou spoke of. "How old are you?" Tobarama inquired, perhaps invigorated by a fleeting surge of energy amidst his waning life. 13. That seems about right. I cannot recall precisely. Is there a problem? Uhyou instinctively responded, aligning his words with Tobarama's inquiry. No, I merely find your demeanor and articulation atypical for one of your age. There is no issue, however. Uhyou's clarity of speech, composed demeanor, and logical behavior belied his years. He exhibited none of the emotional volatility characteristic of children his age. Typically, a child not trained as a ninja would likely react with screams and panic upon confronting a dying figure such as Tobarama, yet here stood Uhyou, engaging in calm discourse. The second Hokage harbored doubts regarding Uhyou's precociousness. However, such traits were hardly worthy of admiration or mention, for despite his youthful appearance, Uhyou was living his second life. Unfortunately, he seemed to have been born into a tumultuous era. The only favorable aspect was that by delving into his memories, Uhyou could uncover information about this chaotic world, or the shinobi realm as it was known. With experience comes maturity, and Uhyou spoke ambiguously, having sorted through the thoughts in his mind and focusing intently on the matters at hand. One was a figure capable of shaking the world, one of the 5 Kage, while the other was merely a vagabond. The disparity in their statuses was immense. Yet, even more significant than their positions was the fact that one was already nearing death, while the other was just beginning his journey in life. "Could you assist me with a task?" For Senju Tobarama, there was little time or need to dwell on trivial matters. He requested, "When the time comes, please take care of my remains. A person like me harbors too many secrets and intelligence. Thus, it is imperative to prevent them from falling into enemy hands. The most effective method is to incinerate my body completely, erasing my existence entirely." Such a grave matter of posthumous affairs was beyond Uhyou's expectations. "I initially possessed the strength and means to do so, but after tending to your injuries, I can no longer care for myself. As you can see, I can hardly stand. Moreover, asking someone to eradicate their own remains is rather inhumane." In this moment, Senju Tobarama exhibited a rare glimpse of dark humor. Indeed, for a ninja tasked with safeguarding secrets, the act of disposing of one's remains during a suicide was not uncommon. Without allowing Uhyou the opportunity to decline, Tobarama continued, "From our conversation, it's evident that you yearn for a tranquil life. In this tumultuous world, there is no place safer than a shinobi village. If you were to return to Konohagakure with news of my demise, they would welcome you. While shinobi villages were relatively stable, it was questionable whether they would readily accept outsiders, especially during wartime." Uhyou felt a flicker of temptation, yet doubt lingered. "They would take you in, provided you are not a spy from another village. Deliver this message to them, and everything will be fine," Tobarama stated with conviction, placing a piece of paper onto his knee. Uhyou, of course, was no spy, but he struggled to comprehend why this esteemed figure, the second Hokage, would place his trust in a stranger. "If you are indeed a prominent figure in Konoha, wouldn't handing you over to other villages yield significant benefits?" "No, you wouldn't. Why do you say that? This place is much closer to the borders of the Land of Fire, and significantly nearer than to other nations. Even if merely for the sake of safety, Uhyou would not seek distant alternatives. Thus, everything regarding my affairs is, at last, arranged." Senju Tobarama let out a deep sigh, uncertain whether it stemmed from regret or solace. After uttering those words, he fell silent. Uhyou remained quietly seated, his mind not occupied with thoughts of the Hokage, but rather focused on suppressing his pain and gradually regaining his strength. "Hey," he attempted to call out after approximately 2 hours, but received no reply. The hollow remained eerily silent. Realizing it was time to take action, Uhyou forced himself to stand and approach Tobarama's side. He first picked up a piece of paper, finding it inscribed with an encrypted language he could not comprehend. Unfazed by its content, Uhyou carefully tucked it into his bosom. He then reached out to check Tobarama's breath and discovered he had indeed ceased to breathe. Given Uhyou's injuries, it was illogical for him to have regained mobility so swiftly. It was evident that the man before him had employed some method to heal him. The hollow was strewn with fallen leaves and small twigs. Uhyou did not disturb Tobarama's body, but instead gathered the debris around him. Afterward, he turned and exited the hollow, braving the gentle rain to search for damp, yet combustible firewood. After tirelessly gathering supplies for most of the day, he finally amassed a substantial pile within the hollow. Starting a fire posed no challenge for one accustomed to wandering like Uhyou. However, before igniting the flames, he paused in contemplation, then returned to Tobarama to remove his forehead protector. Finally, he kindled the fire, and once satisfied with its intensity, he swiftly retreated from the hollow. The smoke quickly spread, and the chill brought by the autumn rain was dispelled by the heat of the flames. Yet, since he was in the rain and only had wood as fuel, Uhyou remained doubtful whether the fire would be sufficient to fulfill Tobarama's requirement of reducing him to ashes. In the next moment, however, his apprehension vanished. With a series of popping sounds emanating from the flames, the fire surged as if ignited by a canister of gasoline, rapidly engulfing not just the firewood but the entire tree in a fierce blaze. It seemed that the flames had ignited something the ninja carried, triggering a chain reaction. To avoid being consumed by the inferno, Uhyou had to retreat once more. The enormous tree before him, which would require decades or even centuries to grow, was transformed into a towering torch in mere moments. Death arrives far more swiftly and violently than life can grow. Under the intense heat, the gentle rain falling from the sky quickly vaporized into a swirling mist, enveloping the surroundings. Whether this would lead to a forest fire was uncertain, but it seemed to matter little to Uhyou. What weighed on his mind was the realization that he could fulfill his agreement with Tobarama. As he pondered, a glance into the flames revealed a sight that sent chills down his spine. The figure of Senju Tobarama flickered within the fire, yet in that moment, Uhyou distinctly perceived a thumb raised in approval. It seemed to commend Uhyou for fulfilling their pact. This indicated that even amidst the searing flames, and at this very moment, Senju Tobarama had not perished. He retained his consciousness. Truly, a testament to the resilience of a ninja. Ninjas seldom place their trust in others, especially not someone as formidable as the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Uhyou found himself at a loss for words to articulate his feelings upon witnessing this scene. Emerging from an era of turmoil, following in the footsteps of his elder brother to quell chaos, renowned for his unmatched intellect and unrelenting use of cunning strategies, Tobarama had always approached his adversaries with the most sinister of intentions. His hands were stained with blood, having engaged in countless battles, both externally and internally, ruling with an iron fist and a somber demeanor. Senju Tobarama's life had been steeped in violence. Yet, even for such a man, bloodshed was merely a means to an end, never the end itself. His decision to spare Uhyou, despite the unintentional injury, stemmed not from benevolence, but rather to convey a simple truth. He was the Hokage of Konoha, not a bloodthirsty criminal or a terrorist. In the 16th year of Konoha's establishment, the First Shinobi World War had reached a stalemate, and Konoha was on the verge of forging a peace and alliance treaty with its principal adversary, the Cloud Village. However, during the alliance ceremony, a rogue ninja from Cloud launched a surprise attack, assassinating both the second Raikage and the second Hokage, rendering their collective efforts throughout the war futile. The silhouette within the flames swiftly vanished, yet the torch continued to burn into the night, while Uhyou had long since departed from the scene. Soon after, dawn approached, and the rain ceased, casting a gentle light upon the azure sky that followed the storm. Uhyou glanced back at the place he had lingered the previous night. The undulating mountains and lush vegetation obscured his view, leaving him unaware of the circumstances there. However, as he gazed outward, he beheld the breathtaking beauty of the post-rain world. Konoha? Compared to a life of wandering, it might indeed be a more favorable choice for Uhyou. As one rain ended here, another was destined to fall beyond the horizon. Troubling signs emerged on the following day. Merely hours after departing from the scene of the incident, Uhyou sensed the precariousness of his situation. Traversing through the forest and crossing borders between nations should have been second nature to him, yet this reliance was contingent upon his physical well-being. The predicament lay in the fact that he had sustained a grievous injury the previous day, compounded by exposure to the rain. Consequently, his condition deteriorated significantly. He was engulfed in a fever, and his mind felt clouded and disoriented. Carrying the news of the demise of the second Hokage back to Konoha presents a rare opportunity for Uhyou. Without delving into profound ambitions, it suffices to say that amidst the chaos of war, Konoha offers him a sanctuary where he can establish his existence. Thus, it is not difficult for him to resolve to undertake this task. Entering Konoha signifies an unpredictable turning point in Uhyou's life. The trajectory may not necessarily improve, yet it cannot be worse than his current predicament. Moreover, the earlier the news of the second Hokage's death is relayed to the village, the more advantageous it is for the ninja community and, consequently, for Uhyou himself. However, the pressing concern lies in the realization that his physical condition may not withstand such an arduous journey. Traversing through the forest, crossing borders, and advancing towards the heart of the land of fire, Uhyou estimates that, under normal circumstances, he would require approximately 2 weeks to reach Konoha. Though Konoha is famously regarded as a hidden village of ninjas, its geographical location is distinctly known. Even if Uhyou were entirely ignorant of its whereabouts, he could still locate Konoha, one of the 5 great ninja villages. Its renown ensures it is not isolated from the world, rendering its location easily discernible, especially within the confines of the land of fire. At this moment, Uhyou's physical state can hardly be summarized as merely unsatisfactory. The damp soil of the forest after the rain, the towering trees, and the lush foliage contribute to a saturated atmosphere, leaving him feeling as though his garments cling tightly to his skin, rendering him breathless. Given the circumstances, Uhyou must rest thoroughly. It would be prudent to wait until his condition improves before proceeding to Konoha. However, he is faced with several challenges. Firstly, due to the recent battles involving formidable figures like the Raikage and Hokage, he fears the presence of other ninjas in the vicinity. Secondly, the scant provisions he carries are insufficient to sustain him during a necessary respite in the forest. And thirdly, he cannot ascertain whether his injuries will improve with mere rest, as he requires medication and further treatment. Thus, under these conditions, he can only muster the resolve to continue onward. Considering the circumstances from the previous day, the second Hokage's assistance to Uhyou was likely quite limited. The Hokage was not renowned for exceptional medical skills, and what could one expect from a person who was utterly exhausted? Uhyou's mind is clouded, and he drags his injured arm forward. Though he can still vaguely discern his direction, he remains unaware that a pair of hawk-like eyes has already fixed upon him after he traverses a certain area. As Uhyou suspected, this seemingly desolate forest is not devoid of reconnaissance ninjas from various factions. An hour later, Uhyou arrives beside a stream, desperately thirsty and ready to drink from its waters when an unfamiliar voice suddenly pierces the air behind him. Do not move. Simultaneously, a sharp kunai presses against his neck. The situation took a sudden turn, yet Uhyou understood that at this moment, regardless of what the other party uttered, he could only listen. Thus, he raised his only movable arm, signaling his unwavering submission. In the reflection of the stream, he glimpsed half of a stranger's face concealed behind him, and simultaneously caught sight of the emblem on the opponent's forehead protector, indicating that the enemy hailed from a Wagakure. However, the forehead protector alone was insufficient as irrefutable evidence. It was conceivable that the individual could be a ninja from another village masquerading as an Wagakure ninja. Positionally, Uhyou found himself in a forest within the borders of the land of rice, a small nation sandwiched between the land of earth, the land of thunder, and the land of fire. Since the onset of war, this area had remained the most tumultuous, with various factions entangled, making the presence of ninjas from the 3 nations entirely plausible. Do not turn back. I will pose a question, and you shall answer how your injuries were inflicted. The cold voice of the opponent resonated once more. Through his observations during their recent journey, this Wagakure ninja had ascertained that the child before him was not a ninja, but merely an ordinary person. However, the contradiction lay in the fact that if he was a mere civilian, what explanation could there be for his presence here? And how to account for his injuries? It was precisely for this reason that Uhyou had become a target, in stark contrast to the demeanor of the second Hokage towards him the previous day. The approach of this ninja was more reflective of how a true ninja would regard an ordinary individual, Should the ninja deem him of no value or a threat, he would be executed without hesitation. In that instant of being apprehended, Uhyou comprehended his dire situation and promptly replied, "I inadvertently stumbled into a battle between ninjas yesterday, and thus was mistakenly injured. Subsequently, the combatants perished together, and one of them, before dying, entrusted me with a message for his village. He revealed everything without reservation, eschewing the term message in favor of the more serious intelligence." To which village is the intelligence directed? Konohagakure. And the intelligence itself? Here. Uhyou cautiously extracted the slip of paper from his bosom and slowly extended it backward. The opponent received the note with one hand, while the other, still gripping a kunai, remained firmly pressed against Uhyou's throat. Yet, in the next moment, he sensed the kunai momentarily withdraw from his neck. The note contained terse-coded language. Only a ninja from Konohagakure, particularly one from the intelligence division, would be able to decipher it within a short span of time. Thus, the Iwagakure ninja remained oblivious to the contents inscribed upon it. Nonetheless, he could glean the sequence of events from this ordinary individual and, in turn, speculate on the intelligence's content. Should the intelligence prove valuable, Uhyou, as its source, would also hold significance, thereby sparing him from immediate execution. Gradually turning his head, the ninja declared, "There are certain matters I must ascertain." Uhyou instinctively turned, only to be met by an overwhelming and irresistible force of will that surged toward him. If he were capable of uttering words at that moment, he would undoubtedly express his thoughts thus. "Are you aware of the identity of the Konoha ninja tasked with relaying information?" With the forthcoming inquiries, the other party no longer needed to be concerned about Uhyou's potential deceit. Utilizing illusionary techniques to extract information proved to be the most effective method for acquiring the most accurate intelligence in the shortest possible time. Just as Senju Tobarama was on the verge of revealing that name, Uhyou's once dazed expression regained its clarity, almost concurrently with the restoration of his awareness. Uhyou's previously injured arm surged upwards, seizing the wrist of the ninja clutching the kunai. A ninja incapable of hand seals is rendered powerless to employ techniques. Thus, by restraining the ninja's wrist, one could physically seal away a significant portion of their abilities. How could this be? How did you escape my illusion? In a moment, you, an ordinary person, underwent an astonishing transformation, leaving the ninja bewildered as to what transpired. By manipulating chakra to interfere with the five senses of the target, one creates an illusion. To dispel said illusion, the afflicted must disrupt their own chakra flow, all based on the foundation of chakra itself. In simpler terms, an ordinary person devoid of chakra should be utterly defenseless against illusions. If throughout the interrogation your companions remain absent, it indicates that you are indeed acting alone. This conclusion, albeit concerning, brought a measure of solace to Uhyou. Such a reaction provoked laughter from the enemy, even if he had escaped the illusion by some inexplicable means. Did this youth truly believe he could contend with a seasoned ninja? Instinctively, the Iwagakure ninja attempted to break free from Uhyou's grasp. Yet the ensuing events astonished him. Regardless of how forcefully he struggled, that hand remained immovable. It was at this juncture that he finally perceived the sudden surge of chakra emanating from Uhyou, following the slender arm upwards. One could witness the gaping wound on his shoulder, darkened and swollen veins resembling roots spreading forth from the injury. Uhyou gritted his teeth, summoning every ounce of strength to thrust the kunai forcefully towards the adversary's heart. He understood that this was his sole opportunity to escape peril. Should he allow the enemy to break free, his chances of triumph would be utterly extinguished. The energy radiating from him was formidable enough to even overwhelm a ninja. And in the next heartbeat, the sharp kunai plunged into the adversary's chest. "Are you a ninja?" The expression on the Iwagakure ninja's face morphed into one of despair and disbelief. Initially, he was not, but perhaps such intentions for employment may arise henceforth. What on earth is happening? Uhyou pondered this silently, refraining from answering the ninja's query as the latter collapsed to the ground, drenched in his own blood. At the moment he succumbed to the illusion, it was as though a peculiar stimulus triggered a surge of extraordinary power within him. A force that not only enabled him to break free from the illusion, but also granted him the capacity to slay a ninja. The force that surged forth was as fleeting as it was potent. In the blink of an eye, his arm once again succumbed to immobility. Uhyou's gaze fell upon his wound, acutely aware of the peculiar anomaly within himself. as if the only power capable of contending with that of a formidable ninja was the very force wielded by the ninjas themselves. Without the luxury of contemplation, he retrieved the note taken by his adversary while simultaneously retracting the kunai. Yet, upon rising anew, he found himself encircled by yet another cohort of ninjas. Was even a fleeting moment of relief after surviving the ordeal to be denied him? A bitter smile crept across Uhyou's face. He had truly reached the limits of his endurance. Were these not ninjas operating alone? Why then, was there a group trailing behind him? Such questions barely had time to surface before he succumbed to exhaustion and fever, lapsing into unconsciousness. However, in that fleeting moment before darkness enveloped him, the one detail his clouded vision failed to capture was that the newly arrived ninjas bore the insignia of the Leaf Village upon their foreheads. The captain discerned this from the boys' belongings. A Leaf Ninja presented to the commander overseeing this operation 2 items retrieved from the unconscious Uhyou: a bloodstained forehead protector and the note of immense significance to Uhyou. Upon merely laying eyes on these 2 objects, the captain's expression turned gravely serious. He promptly commanded his subordinates to terminate the mission and return to the village with the boy at the utmost speed. But Captain, our task is, execute the order. Without delay. Understood. The captain, having surmised a potential significance from Uhyou's possessions, immediately aborted the ongoing mission, hastening back to the village. His directive was unquestioningly followed, and the team, traversing the border back to the Leaf Village, consumed barely over a day in their journey, during which Uhyou remained in a state of unconsciousness. The Leaf Village, a sizable settlement and the stronghold of the Fire Country's ninjas, stood in stark contrast to the imagined military encampments, fortified and strictly guarded with doors barred shut. Instead, its gates remained perpetually open, even amidst the throes of war, as the ninja village continued to engage in external affairs. Welcoming visitors from afar, they accepted various commissions, resolving issues in exchange for remuneration, which constituted a significant portion of the village's economic sustenance. Not far from the entrance, a table was set where several ninjas were stationed, tasked with communicating and receiving visitors from the outside world while scrutinizing those who sought entry into the village. On that fateful morning, the team bearing Uhyou burst into the village at breakneck speed. Hey you! Such an intrusion into the village. The vigilant ninjas at the entrance instantly sensed hostility, but before they could utter a word of admonition, the squad had already surged deep into the heart of the village. Urgent mission. The captain left behind as his only explanation. The gatekeeping ninja was in a state of exasperation, forced to leave only one person to guard the entrance while the others swiftly followed suit. Had they not recognized that these individuals were the ninjas who had embarked on a mission 2 days prior, they would have launched an immediate assault. Just as the group reached the gate, a ninja had already relayed the news upward, following the events of the previous day involving Uhyou. That small team had discreetly communicated with the village. It could be said that the rulers of Konoha were anxiously awaiting their arrival. Lord Sarutobi, the team has arrived at the village and will be here shortly, reported the messenger to the young man before him. At that moment, the higher-ups of Konoha had gathered in the room, primarily consisting of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Gate Kurenai, Tsunade, Shimura Danzo, and other disciples of the second Hokage, who were the de facto leaders of the village. Are they already here? Is everyone all right? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired impatiently. It seems they have sustained serious injuries. Summon the medical ninjas, he commanded upon hearing further details from the messenger. Understood. Just as the ninja was about to turn to leave, he was halted. Wait. Bring Yamashiro along as well. The order came not from Sarutobi, but from the usually reticent Danzo. Yes, Lord Danzo. Sarutobi cast a silent glance at Danzo, but chose not to comment. Soon, their summoned personnel arrived, and Uhyou was subsequently brought in. Can we awaken him? The medical ninja who had arrived early stepped forward and, after a series of urgent treatments, Uhyou slowly opened his eyes. A remarkable silence enveloped the room. Where am I? Uhyou instinctively asked, his vision still hazy, unsure of his surroundings. Yet, as memories of his last moments before fainting resurfaced, he realized he had indeed fallen into the hands of a Wagakure, the hidden leaf village of the Land of Fire. The answer was unexpectedly revealing. Konoha? He vigorously shook his head, finally discerning the features of the person standing before him, somewhat familiar, yet strikingly youthful. A day ago, our ninja found you and retrieved these 2 items from you. Can you tell us how you came by them? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired. Gesturing towards the forehead protector and the secret letter from the second Hokage. Uhyou opened his mouth, ultimately stating, in accordance with an agreement with a certain individual, I came here to deliver a message to your village. 2 days ago, I encountered a ninja from Konoha who identified himself as Senju Tobarama. He entrusted me with the task of relaying a message to someone named Sarutobi Hiruzen. His logic was clear, and he quickly concluded based on Sarutobi's words that his encounter with the second Hokage had occurred 2 days prior. However, even in such a seemingly mundane statement, the information Uhyou conveyed was undeniably impactful. As his words hung in the air, the gaze of every individual present was fixed intently upon him. The news of the Hokage's complete silence had long since permeated the village. However, who could have anticipated that the next piece of information regarding the Hokage would come from an outsider, unconnected to the village? The village's own intelligence network had been tirelessly searching for the second Hokage over the past few days, yet they had yielded nothing. In contrast, this absurdity lent an air of authenticity to the situation. Approximately 5 days ago, the second Hokage had ventured to the Land of Lightning with his disciples, intending to forge an alliance with the Raikage of Kumogakure. Yet, during the alliance ceremony, they were ambushed by rogue ninjas from Kumogakure, resulting in the immediate death of the second Raikage. Although the Hokage and his companions managed to escape at that moment, they soon found themselves pursued by a multitude of elite ninjas. Realizing that a complete retreat was impossible, the Hokage selflessly assumed the role of bait, sacrificing himself to buy time for his subordinates and disciples, entrusting the village's future to the younger generation. Subsequently, the disciples managed to flee, while the Hokage himself vanished without a trace. Now, 5 days later, despite everyone having prepared for the worst concerning the Hokage's fate, the stark reality of the situation was difficult for anyone to accept. The Hokage's disciples, namely Sarutobi and others, stood before Uhyou at this very moment, holding the Hokage's possessions. Young man, do not be anxious. Please recount to us in detail everything you know about the events, said Sarutobi Hizashi. Uhyou had anticipated the grandiosity of the gathering, and he knew he must tread carefully in his forthcoming explanation, for his destiny had become entwined with that of the Konoha ninjas upon his arrival. Falling into the hands of the Konoha ninjas was undeniably fortunate. His intended destination was indeed Konohagakure, and compared to the dire consequences of being captured by Iwagakure ninjas, his current predicament was blissful. Had Iwagakure's team surrounded him when he lost consciousness, the outcome would have been disastrous. One of their ninjas had already perished at his hands, and he would have been unable to justify possessing a confidential document from Konoha. Who could have predicted that it would be the Hokage of Konoha? Uhyou was filled with myriad thoughts yet remained resolute, meticulously recounting his encounter with the Hokage from beginning to end. Yes, that day unfolded as follows. Who could have imagined that the third Hokage would appear before him in such a youthful guise? Sarutobi Hizashi looked no older than his early 20s, an astonishingly youthful visage. From his meeting with the Hokage to his encounter with the Iwagakure ninja, Uhyou narrated his experiences with unhurried precision, ensuring every detail was authentic. Given the gravity of the situation, he refrained from introducing any unnecessary embellishments or fabrications into his account. Can you confirm that you cremated the body of the second Hokage? A voice, laden with sorrow, inquired after Uhyou's explanation. Yes, as per their request, I incinerated his remains, he replied. Uhyou spoke with unwavering certainty. There was no possibility that Konoha would hold him accountable for such matters, as it was, strictly speaking, an act of merit without fault. Upon receiving the secret letter, Sarutobi had already ascertained its authenticity. Both the handwriting and the seal were beyond reproach, and scarcely any time had elapsed before the cryptic message, composed in a unique cipher, was successfully deciphered. The contents, astonishingly straightforward, conveyed 2 pivotal points. Firstly, the appointment of Sarutobi Hiruzen as the successor to the Hokage, and secondly, a solemn emphasis on entrusting the future affairs of the village to the new Hokage. The sentiments of a life devoid of regrets and fervent hopes for the successors were vividly expressed. Once Uhyou concluded his account, Sarutobi Hiruzen bowed his head in silence, deep in contemplation, and it was evident that tears were welling in his eyes, due to his severely weakened state and having been forcibly awakened. Uhyou's earlier exposition had drained his vitality, leaving him on the verge of collapse. Observing this, a medical ninja swiftly approached his side and gently pressed at the nape of his neck, causing Uhyou to fall back into a deep slumber. At this juncture, His role as the narrator was no longer required, and the medical ninja prepared to escort him away, only to be halted by a cold voice. Wait. The matter is not yet resolved, Yamamoto. We must verify the truth of his statements. However, Lord Danzo, given the current condition of the child, the medical ninja hesitated to argue, yet his gaze met the piercing expression of the other. Events had become inexorable. Yamamoto, the ninja, had approached, embodying the belief that only the memories held within the mind could reveal the truth. Yamamoto pressed his palm against Hanyu's forehead, unaware that an unprecedented crisis had quietly enveloped him. Meanwhile, the gathered crowd had shifted their focus away from Hanyu. Danzo's actions were deemed overly cautious and unnecessary, as everyone present considered Hanyu's assertions to be factual. Nevertheless, probing his memories was a predetermined procedure. Currently, Sarutobi and his companions were preoccupied with the matters surrounding the legacy of the second Hokage, having relinquished any extravagant hopes for the future of Konoha. Some circumstances had become irretrievable. The younger brother of the Senju clan leader, who had quelled the chaotic era, a monumental contributor to the establishment of the Hidden Leaf Village, had now passed from this world. As a ninja, Senju Tobarama wielded formidable power, having developed numerous potent jutsu and forbidden techniques. As the ruler of Konoha, his meticulous establishment of the village's systems was impeccable. Yet, in this world, there exists no immortal ninja. For the Hidden Leaf Village, the successive losses of the unrivaled first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, the almost equivalent Uchiha Madara, and the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, had nearly obliterated its once dominant prowess within the shinobi realm. An era had come to a close. The sacrifice of the second Hokage was undoubtedly a sorrowful event. However, in recent days, all had, to some extent, prepared themselves mentally for such an outcome, ensuring that no one descended into madness. After the loss of the Hokage, it is paramount to assess the current state of Konoha, for the war continues unabated. From the perspective of maintaining stability within the village, the last words of the second Hokage, brought back by Uhyou, hold considerable significance. The second Hokage's demise was abrupt. What began as a mere alliance with the Hidden Cloud Village unexpectedly resulted in the simultaneous loss of leaders from two ninja villages. Consequently, the Hokage had not arranged for his succession prior to his departure, let alone designated an heir. It was only moments before his sacrifice that he appointed his disciple, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the new Hokage, a decision that appeared rather hasty to the villagers. Furthermore, only the escort team that accompanied the Hokage at the time could attest to this appointment, rendering it insufficient to convince all. Not everyone was inclined to accept a young man in his early 20s as the village's leader. However, with the second Hokage's written decree now in hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen's claim to the title of Hokage could no longer be disputed. Setting aside the undercurrents of dissent, this was at least the public perception. Although previously supported by Mito, the murmur of rumors and opposition could not be quelled, for we were deemed too young. Yet now, with the second Hokage's final written appointment, Sarutobi, your circumstances are bound to improve. In fact, you are already considered the third Hokage, remarked Mito Kaze. This exemplifies the distinction between oral tradition and written decree. Nonetheless, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, asserting that it was still premature to consider himself the third Hokage. At the very least, he could serve as the acting Hokage. You are correct. Rather than seeking outright dominion over the village, Sarutobi preferred a smooth transition. Regardless, doubts regarding his leadership were inevitable and would persist for quite some time. In comparison to the illustrious first and second Hokages, Sarutobi, as their successor, would inevitably face comparisons. The brilliance of his predecessors cast a long shadow, rendering the achievements of their successor seemingly dim. The ongoing external conflict coupled with the internal turmoil of losing the Hokage left even the typically composed and proactive Sarutobi feeling the weight of the world. Setting aside the complex thoughts of those present, Yamamoto, who was delving into Uhyou's memories, proceeded with utmost caution. Such is the nature of ninjas, particularly those skilled in mental manipulation. Should the individual whose mind they invade be a spy, they could fall into a trap, risking counter-invasion. However, this caution proved to be futile in the case of Uhyou. Within Uhyou's memories, Yamamoto observed the encounter with the second Hokage, a pivotal moment indeed. As for delving further back into Uhyou's childhood, exploring the hardships of his wandering, the turmoil that befell his homeland, and the loss of both parents, all the way back to his birth, These memories bore no signs of alteration or concealment. This exploration was merely superficial, nevertheless. It was sufficient to confirm that Uhyou was indeed of unblemished lineage. Thus, it can be ascertained that Uhyou's account of his encounter with the second Hokage is indeed authentic, dispelling any notion of him being a spy from another village. Subsequently, Yamashiro naturally dispelled his ninjutsu and, albeit somewhat fatigued, reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen and others that there were no issues. Everything he stated regarding the second Hokage was factual, and his identity posed no concern. At this juncture, Uhyou's condition had become irrelevant. The crux lay in the sacrifice of the second Hokage, which had been corroborated. However, in retrospect, Yamashiro's inquiry was somewhat careless. It was not that he undervalued his mission, but rather that he adhered too rigidly to conventional methods, tracing Uhyou's memories linearly from the present back to his birth, which merely illuminated the life Uhyou had led. Yet, this was merely one life. Had Yamashiro ventured beyond Uhyou's point of origin to look further back, he might have unearthed astonishing revelations. Alas, this hypothesis was untenable, for Yamashiro had already fulfilled his task. His conduct did not even amount to a misstep. Who could have anticipated that a seemingly ordinary individual harbored such profound secrets? Thus, it was this twist of fate that allowed Uhyou to truly pass the test. Becoming an inconspicuous and non-threatening foreign civilian to Konoha, one cannot help but acknowledge that a stroke of fortune had befallen him. Furthermore, as he had brought significant news regarding the whereabouts of the second Hokage to the village, it was only logical that he be recognized for his contributions, allowing him to remain in the village and lead a stable and enduring life. Take this child to the hospital. He is no longer needed here. One could discern from his current condition that Uhyou's health was severely compromised. Having completed his mission, he ought to be taken to the hospital, even if only from a humanitarian perspective. Ironically, it was Shimura Danzo who had just prevented him from leaving. And now it was the same Danzo who uttered these words. His preemptive arrangement before the acting Hokage was somewhat conspicuous. After all, given Danzo's character, he had become particularly morose following the second Hokage's incident. It was unlikely he would expend effort on an outsider. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded to the medical ninjas, signifying his approval of Danzo's decision, and thus Uhyou, in a state of unconsciousness, was taken from that place. When Uhyou awoke once more, dusk was approaching. In contrast to the disorienting abruptness of his previous awakening, his current sensations were undeniably more pleasant. His body had recovered from the feverish state, and he found himself reclining on a hospital bed, propped up to a semi-sitting position. Observing his upper body, which was swathed in bandages, it was evident that he was in a medical facility and his wounds had been meticulously treated. However, the dark veins marring his injured arm still lingered, prompting Uhyou to furrow his brow in concern. He casually donned the hospital gown that hung nearby, but as he prepared to rise, a wave of dizziness assailed his weakened frame. It is prudent for you to remain still for the time being. Both physical and mental strain may cause you discomfort. However, fret not, for you shall soon regain your strength. A figure resembling a physician entered the ward just as Uhyou attempted to force himself to stand, offering this caution. Doctor, what has transpired with me? What is my condition? Uhyou inquired, oblivious to the fact that he had undergone a memory probe. Hence he did not fully grasp the implications of the mental strain the doctor mentioned. Otherwise, he would surely be in a state of agitation. What truly concerned Uhyou was the enigma of his condition, and he bluntly asked about the dark marks on his arm. Regarding external injuries, there are no concerns. However, I presume your inquiry pertains to something else, the doctor replied as he approached Uhyou, rolling up his sleeve to reveal the black markings on his arm. If this is what you refer to, it is a typical manifestation of chakra erosion. Chakra specifically refers to the energy utilized by ninjas. Uhyou grasped the essence of the doctor's explanation and, after a moment of contemplation, stated, "The wound on my shoulder resulted from inadvertently falling victim to the second Hokage's jutsu. The Hokage himself is a formidable ninja, and the techniques he employs are equally potent. This must be what you refer to as chakra." The doctor reiterated the term with emphasis. "Oh, so this is the cause of the chakra erosion?" The markings extended from the water-style wound on Uhyou's shoulder, prompting him to deduce such a connection. However, the doctor shook his head, indicating uncertainty. "Not necessarily, or perhaps not entirely. I have heard that prior to your arrival in the village, you dealt with a ninja from an enemy nation. Was it not so that you were merely an ordinary person before that?" Yes, Uhyou acknowledged, gesturing for the doctor to continue. The reason you were able to vanquish your foe lies in the presence of chakra within you. Our examinations confirm this is not a difficult conclusion to reach. The likelihood of chakra erosion causing the host to generate chakra is almost non-existent. Thus, we speculate that during your encounter with the second Hokage, he sealed a portion of his formidable chakra within you, presumably to ensure your safe arrival in Konoha. It is likely that the interplay of these two circumstances has led to your current condition, the doctor explained. Uhyou was skeptical about the notion of the second Hokage, in a near-death state, choosing to seal chakra within himself. Nevertheless, the doctor clarified that he was merely hypothesizing. Uhyou then inquired, "Is it possible to alleviate or eliminate the chakra erosion afflicting me? Might there be any severe repercussions?" "The severity could indeed be fatal," the doctor replied, his words chillingly candid. Fortunately, the doctor merely expressed his concerns with a slight breathlessness, subsequently reassuring, "Your condition is not as dire as it appears. In the brief span of a few hours since your arrival at the hospital, the marks upon your body have noticeably diminished. They will soon vanish entirely." Was the matter truly so simple? Uhyou displayed a look of skepticism. "If you remain apprehensive about your condition, my advice is to swiftly master your chakra, utilizing your own energy to fend off external encroachments. This is the most orthodox approach," the doctor suggested, having discerned Uhyou's worries. "I understand," Uhyou replied, nodding in acknowledgement. The concepts of chakra and ninjas were utterly foreign to him. While he had some knowledge of the world of ninjas and the tales of the Hokage, this knowledge stemmed solely from the comics he perused during his youth in his previous life. Setting aside the accuracy of his memories at this moment, could the content depicted on paper truly compare to the vast reservoir of information found in the real world? Thus, Uhyou recognized that his recollections could only serve as a reference, not as a foundation for comprehending the world. "You may rest assured in the hospital. After all, a rare specimen like you holds considerable research value," the doctor remarked, half-jokingly. Medical ninjas are among the busiest of their kind, and he could not linger in idle conversation with Uhyou. However, before departing, he seemed to recall something, retrieving a small glass vial from his pocket. "Oh, this is the embedded item we extracted from your body. It may serve as a keepsake," he stated, as he exited the room. Uhyou stared blankly at the glass vial, its bottom filled with a layer of fine shards, some as large as a fingernail, while others were no more than the remnants of trimmed nails. Gazing at this object, a sudden realization struck him. During the unexpected assault by the second Hokage, he had been equipped with ninja tools belonging to the rogue ninjas of Kumogakure, known as the Golden Horn and Silver Horn. He could not recall the name of those tools, yet he knew they traced back to the progenitor of the ninja world. Whether it was a gourd or a cleaver, all were crafted and utilized by the Sage of Six Paths. Perhaps due to metal fatigue or the passage of time beyond their warranty, those two items shattered beneath the second Hokage's water break wave. In this world, there exists a law. Anything associated with the Sage of Six Paths is either exceedingly good or utterly disastrous. At that moment, Uhyou had been inundated with the fragments of broken ninja tools. And given that the historical owners of these tools often indulged in reckless acts of hacking and collecting various items, he was no longer concerned about chakra erosion. Instead, his worry shifted to the risk of cross-contamination. With this thought, Uhyou gently peeled back a section of the bandage on his body, revealing a small wound beneath, which bore similar black marks of erosion. Was this indeed the case? Yuzuru was acutely aware that matters would not be so straightforward. However, at this juncture, he could only hope that, as the physician had just indicated, these traces would soon dissipate naturally. His apprehensions were not baseless fears. Rather, they were grounded in reason. The issue lay in the fact that his concerns seemed rather distant. The so-called crisis would not only manifest in the future, but was already unfolding in the present. Shortly after the doctor exited the ward, an unexpected visitor arrived. "Yuzuru Hanyu, is it?" The young visage before him was one he recognized. Yet he suppressed his astonishment and feigned ignorance. It was Shimura Danzo, a shadow beneath the light of Konoha. Admittedly, the youth before him may not have been capable of achieving the level of notoriety he would later attain, yet it must be said that his countenance was somewhat disconcerting. Shimura Danzo, the individual, introduced himself, subsequently clarifying his purpose for being there. "I must say, Yuzuru, your arrival and the news regarding the second Hokage are of considerable significance, both for Konoha and the entire ninja world." "No, it is not of such great importance," Yuzuru attempted to demur, but Danzo interrupted his futile modesty. This is not flattery. I am merely stating a fact. In this era of impending ninja war, significant events capable of altering the course of the conflict have transpired. Be it the alliance between Cloud and Leaf, or the deteriorating relations following the deaths of the Hokage and Reikage. These are pivotal occurrences that could sway the balance of power. And now, aside from you, no one else knows what transpired at the alliance ceremony. It is not just the news of the Hokage. There is also the matter of the Reikage and the attackers, the traitorous ninjas, Kin and Jin. This information is coveted by all ninja villages, and it rests in your hands. Yuzuru felt increasingly uneasy, his brow furrowing. Wait, aside from the whereabouts of the Hokage, I am entirely ignorant of the other matters you mentioned. While Yuzuru's assertion was indeed true, it fell on deaf ears for Danzo, who continued, no. As long as Konoha believes you possess all the knowledge, in the eyes of the other ninja villages, you are indeed in the know. Once you carry back the news of the Hokage, the course of events will no longer be in your control. I am merely an inconsequential figure, Yuzuru remarked. Cloud Mist, Sand, and others, whether in war or peace, Konoha will invariably dispatch spies to adversarial and potentially adversarial villages. Likewise, other villages will send spies to Konoha, no matter how diligently one guards against it. Such occurrences cannot be entirely averted. Are you suggesting that I have unwittingly become a bait? Yuzuru inquired. At this point, Danzo's intentions had become transparently clear. To ascertain what transpired during the alliance ceremony, to evaluate the future relations between Konoha and Cloud, and to further speculate on the trajectory of the impending war, spies from other villages would inevitably target me, the informed one, correct? The unfolding situation had ultimately exceeded Yuzuru's expectations. Shimura Danzo did not directly address his question. Instead, he remarked that spies had no reason to overlook such significant intelligence, even when faced with the peril of exposure. Correspondingly, when they began to concentrate their activities, it coincided perfectly with Konoha's opportune moment to eliminate them. A peculiar glimmer flickered in his eyes, and his tone was not one of discussion, but rather an announcement of a predetermined plan. Hanyu was a pivotal component of this espionage eradication initiative. Thus, he was compelled to be a first-hand witness to the alliance between Konoha and the Hidden Cloud. On the surface, Hanyu was aware only of the whereabouts of the Hokage following the alliance incident. However, the intelligence he possessed had been significantly exaggerated, rendering his value as an intelligence source immeasurable. Nevertheless, from the moment he arrived in Konoha, no more than 12 hours had elapsed, yet based on Danzo's tone, it seemed this news had already spread throughout the entire village. Most of Konoha's inhabitants were aware that critical intelligence had been retrieved, and consequently, all spies were also cognizant of Hanyu's existence as an invaluable source of information. As corroboration, a ninja squad had intrusively stormed into the village this morning, hastily making their way to the Hokage's building, which prompted an extensive emergency meeting among Konoha's upper echelons. Regardless, the speed at which this information disseminated was undeniably peculiar, indicating that someone was fanning the flames. Unsurprisingly, that orchestrator was none other than the very Danzo standing before Hanyu. Acquiring such intelligence from Konoha's higher-ups would be far more challenging than extracting it from me. After all, to the spies, I represent the most vital and trustworthy first-hand information. If you comprehend this, then it is all the better, Danzo asserted. His plan, while not extraordinary, possessed a high degree of feasibility. The only dilemma was that Hanyu had no means of self-defense against the encroaching spies. Utilizing Hanyu to eliminate spies from other villages aligned perfectly with Konoha's interests. It is worth noting that even the most orthodox citizens of Konoha would be sacrificed when necessary, as safeguarding the village's interests takes precedence, a fundamental principle of the higher-ups' decision-making. Astute spies would undoubtedly recognize Konoha's intentions. However, they would still proceed with their actions, as Danzo's scheme was nearly an open conspiracy. The bait was too enticing. It was unlikely that the fish would resist the hook. Hanyu smirked. Did he truly have a choice? Whether he understood or not, whether he agreed or disagreed, his stance on this plan was of no consequence. Danzo had come merely to impart this information to Hanyu. I consent to the village's arrangements. However, prior to the execution of the plan, I have a trifling request. Hanyu spoke before Danzo could take his leave. The other party paused, adopting a posture of attentive listening. At this moment, Shimura Danzo appeared less extreme than he would later become. Otherwise, he would not have ventured to Hanyu to convey his intentions. Simultaneously, He harbored no desire to confront the acting Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, nor did he possess the capacity to do so. Thus, even though he did not seek the acting Hokage's consent at the outset, he recognized the necessity of explaining his actions to Hiruzen before the plan was fully set in motion. Upon learning of this matter, Hiruzen, aware of the potential sacrifices involved, found himself at odds with such a strategy. Despite his intrinsic reluctance to involve innocent parties in chaos, stemming from his own character, he could not oppose Danzo's plan from the perspective of the village's interests, standing as Hokage. Given the circumstances, he could only allocate additional personnel to ensure Hanyu's safety. Upon Danzo's return from the hospital, Hiruzen could do little more than make such arrangements. As the individual responsible for bringing back news of the second Hokage and for managing the affairs of the Hokage with due diligence, Hiruzen, as a student of the second Hokage, could not allow someone as meritorious as Hanyu to perish so easily. What is it? Is there any issue? Seeing Danzo, rarely at a loss for words, struggling to speak, Hiruzen inquired further. Upon learning that he was about to be ensnared in peril, "Do you know what Hanyu said?" "What did he say? Is it worth considering?" Hiruzen expressed his skepticism. "Fear, pleas for mercy, cries for help? It is likely nothing beyond that." Danzo recounted Hanyu's exact words. He asked if I could provide him with a blade. Even a kunai would suffice. This was by no means an outrageous request. However, it revealed the fundamental attitude of a person caught in dire straits. Indeed, in the end, upon realizing the inevitability of the situation, Hanyu neither wallowed in self-pity nor feigned vulnerability. He made the most prudent and rightful choice, to fight for his life. Trust is a fragile construct, and a third party cannot guarantee absolute protection. Thus, holding the weapon in one's own hands serves as the final assurance. Though he may be somewhat older, he is indeed a commendable prospect for a ninja, Hiruzen remarked after a brief silence. Indeed, Danzo conceded, acknowledging Hiruzen's perspective. Following this exchange, the two men, who had always held a mutual disdain for one another, suddenly realized the unimaginable nature of their agreement, rendering the atmosphere awkward. They simultaneously turned their gazes toward the window. Outside the Hokage office, the night quietly descended upon the entirety of the Hidden Leaf Village. Meanwhile, in a hospital room on the third floor, Hanyu awaited the unfolding events. If the intelligence he represented was sufficiently significant and worthy of attention, the enemy's actions would grow increasingly urgent. Therefore, should anyone prepare to strike against him, the incident would likely transpire after nightfall. Conversely, if nothing occurred that day, it was improbable that anything would follow. Though the bait is enticing, it is but a solitary piece, attracting movement from all directions. Consequently, those poised to act are more concerned about their own timeliness than the risk of premature action. This unsettling anticipation of imminent danger is truly unbearable, even for Uhyou, who prides himself on his patience. Yet, he finds himself increasingly anxious as he waits. He does not detest peril itself, but rather the sense of powerlessness that accompanies it. The myriad experiences he has endured and is about to encounter in these past few days have been overwhelmingly abundant. As the night deepens, Yuxing's tension escalates. In that moment, amidst the profound silence of the night, a sharp metallic clink abruptly reverberates. The trap is indeed set. For a covert operative within a shinobi village, exposure often heralds immense peril, with the probability of death soaring above 90%. However, when the intelligence sought is of considerable significance, sacrifice becomes an accepted inevitability. Regrettably, this entire affair is but a hastily concocted scheme. The so-called intelligence is nothing but a fabrication, and the spy's actions and sacrifices yield naught. This night is destined to devolve into chaos, not merely a clash between spies and the ninjas of Konoha, but even among spies of differing affiliations. They shall turn against one another in brutal conflict. Who plays the mantis and who the cicada? Who resembles the clam and who the fisherman? In the eye of the storm, how can one discern their true role, aside from Uhyou? He stands as the most exquisite ornament in this turmoil, the most anxious spectator. From the night, subtle whispers emerge. The number of arrivals is rather excessive. Have all the spies hidden in this village mobilized? Could this be a trap? Regardless of Konohagakure's intentions, we are now committed and must act. Even if Konohagakure has something specific in mind tonight, at least the source of intelligence can be deemed authentic. Something significant must have transpired in Konohagakure today, for the atmosphere of the entire village has shifted. Amidst the chaos, there exists a semblance of stability. They must have acquired reliable information concerning the second Hokage. What good is further discourse? What good is further discourse? The low murmurs swiftly dissipate, succeeded by a crescendo of clashing weapons. It seems those who were conversing have finally rushed into battle. Uhyou reclines against his pillow, half lying on the sickbed, intently listening to the sounds outside. The noises transition from absent to abundant, then diminish again, all within a mere span of 10 minutes, illustrating the ferocity of the conflict. They are beginning to clear the area. After all, this is Konohagakure. If the fighting begins to subside, it will surely indicate that the village's ninjas have regained control of the situation. One can only hope that Konohagakure achieves its intended objectives, for they have already spread such rumors. The cleaner the spies are swept away, the better it will be for Uhyou. In the pitch-black hospital room, darker than the surroundings are Uhyou's eyes, illuminated only by the moonlight streaming through the window, casting light upon a small corner. It is in this very spot that Uhyou has been fixated upon, and at last, a figure emerges. The figure clad in a form-fitting black attire had his entire visage shrouded by a mask. As he appeared at the window, his upper body was stained crimson with blood, and an aura of sanguinity permeated the room. From the physical characteristics that were discernible, it was impossible to ascertain whether he was a ninja from Konoha or an adversary. However, Uhyou instinctively recognized him as an enemy. Thus, he extended a single hand, waved at the figure, and greeted him with a smile. "Good evening. And thank you for your efforts." Uhyou felt neither anxiety nor trepidation, despite the presence of an enemy before him. He was acutely aware that he was in possession of a weapon borrowed from Danzo, firmly grasped in his other hand, yet he deemed it unnecessary. At this juncture, the enemy could no longer inflict harm upon him. After all, this was the village of Konoha, where countless ninjas were engaged in battle outside. They would never allow the remnants of an enemy to wreak havoc. Unless, of course, Konoha harbored intentions to eliminate Uhyou, employing a treacherous strategy. Yet, would Konoha resort to such measures? Uhyou believed he could only wait and see. The enemy outside cast a gaze filled with malice towards Uhyou, fully aware that his mission was doomed to fail. This night was but a trap laid by Konoha, and as he found himself cornered, he would likely not hesitate to take someone down with him. But could he truly accomplish that? A shimmering arrow crackling with lightning suddenly pierced his neck, delivering a swift and fatal blow. The flickering remnants of electric sparks, coupled with the quivering shaft of the arrow and the gushing blood, marked a sanguine conclusion to the events of that night. Uhyou slowly closed his eyes, cognizant that he could finally enjoy a peaceful slumber. This was not merely due to the resolution of the night's tumult, but also because Konoha posed no threat to him. It seemed the village had no intention of eliminating him, an outsider, for possessing too much knowledge. Morning arrived. While battles within a ninja village were not particularly frequent, they were certainly not rare, and thus the inhabitants of Konoha did not overly concern themselves with the skirmish that had erupted the previous night. However, the elimination of spies held significant strategic importance for Konoha at that moment, signifying that the village had secured a measure of intelligence safety for an extended period. The signs of battle on the streets had been meticulously cleared away. Aside from the faint scent of blood lingering in the air and the marks left by weapons on walls and roads, there was little to suggest that dozens of vibrant lives had perished here the night before. Yet, be it strategic decisions or tactical arrangements, none of it pertained to Uhyou at present. What mattered to him was the news he received that morning. He could no longer remain in the hospital, as the village had made specific arrangements for him, and soon someone would escort him away from this place. Although he harbored concerns regarding his health, Uhyou initially wished to stay in the hospital a while longer. However, the medical ninjas seemed to believe that his injuries and the issue of chakra erosion were not significant enough to warrant extended care. Thus, he was granted permission to be discharged. He departed from the hospital sooner than anticipated. Within 2 hours of receiving the notification, those who would escort him away had already arrived at the ward. "Koharu, child, come with me." The visitor was a woman, appearing to be in her 30s, with a gentle countenance and a warm, approachable smile that exuded an inviting charm. She seemed to possess an innate understanding of Koharu's name and identity. "Yes," Koharu replied, following her closely, and it must be said that she made a splendid first impression. Alone, Koharu had little to gather, thus they soon left the hospital, one following the other. As they walked through the streets of Konoha, the diverse crowd and the lively sounds blended with the midday sun, which, although not particularly brilliant, cast a gentle, cool light across the clear sky, creating an atmosphere of warmth. "The weather is quite pleasant, isn't it?" Yes," Uhyou responded, momentarily taken aback, realizing she was addressing him. "I heard you brought back news of the second Hokage." "Indeed. What was he like at the end?" She hesitated briefly before finally voicing the question. Uhyou recalled that moment. The image of a figure engulfed in roaring flames surfaced in his mind. The Hokage's final moments resembled those of a ninja. Although Senju Tobarama himself was a ninja, Uhyou felt compelled to describe him in that manner. Like a ninja, perhaps. Such a description seems fitting for him. She paused, a smile gracing her lips. Interestingly, she appeared somewhat pleased with this characterization. As they continued their journey, Uhyou noticed that the woman he was following held a rather distinguished status, as many people along the way nodded in her direction. However, the topic of the second Hokage was swiftly concluded. She seemed reluctant to delve deeper into such matters. The entire village of Konoha was enveloped in mourning for the loss of the Hokage, and Uhyou did not dwell on her reaction. The air grew cooler, and she lightly coughed, covering her mouth with her clenched fist. It was unclear whether she was awkwardly shifting the subject or if the temperature had truly dropped. Nonetheless, Uhyou followed her lead. "Yes, it is already Kamizuki. It seems you will need some clothing," she noted. Uhyou felt an unusual sense of embarrassment as he realized he was still clad in the hospital gown and slippers. "By the way, you may not know who I am. My name cannot be disclosed for the time being. I am the head of the Konoha Rehabilitation Center. You may call me Teacher Mitsukasa." She introduced herself. Since revealing her name was inconvenient, it seemed that Mitsukasa was indeed a code name, implying that she was also a ninja. Konoha Village, established over a decade ago, had developed through the efforts of the first and second Hokage into a well-structured institution, complete with a variety of agencies responsible for intelligence, administration, combat, and welfare. The Rehabilitation Center was one among many within Konoha. No matter how one puts it, being a ninja is inherently a perilous profession, with the specter of sacrifice looming at every turn, particularly during the tumultuous times of the Ninja World War. Thus, it is only natural that orphanages were established to care for the fallen ninjas and the bereaved civilian children. However, given Uhyou's age, he was actually more than capable of self-sufficiency, making him more suited to leave an orphanage rather than enter one. Yet, for reasons unknown, he found himself in the hands of the orphanage director. "This will be your room from now on. You have undoubtedly experienced much in the past few days, so take some time to rest today. We will discuss the specifics tomorrow. By the way, I will arrange for meals to be delivered to you," said Mitsushina, as she settled Uhyou into a private room within the orphanage. "Understood," Uhyou replied, harboring no discontent towards such arrangements. The room, though somewhat cramped, was remarkably tidy. Furnished with simple yet sufficient amenities, a living environment Uhyou had scarcely dared to dream of after years of wandering. He remained uncertain of what lay ahead in terms of arrangements. Yet this modest room signified a promising beginning. The orphanage itself was expansive, housing around 100 orphans. However, Uhyou's solitary room was devoid of other children, indicating that he, as an outsider, was treated distinctly. Thus, while the village imposed no restrictions on his freedom, Uhyou resolved to confine his movements within the room, avoiding unnecessary interactions with the villagers unless explicitly instructed. This self-awareness, choosing solitude over the risk of confinement due to misbehavior, was a prudent choice. In Uhyou's mind, ninjas were not solely preoccupied with vanquishing enemies. They also sometimes turned against their own. Setting aside Uhyou's chaotic contemplations, Mitsushina swiftly departed the orphanage. At that moment, Konoha was undergoing a transition of power, and due to the hasty nature of this change, someone like Mitsushina found herself exceedingly busy, unable to afford much time to Uhyou. Next, Mitsushina had crucial matters to address with one of the higher-ups in Konoha, striving to earn their understanding and approval. The individual in question was none other than Uzumaki Kushina, the revered wife of the first Hokage, a figure of utmost respect within Konoha. In terms of status, Uzumaki Kushina was the most esteemed person in the village, her endorsement essential even in the transition of Hokage. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen required Kushina's support for his Hokage ambitions, Mitsushina too sought her backing for her endeavors. Uzumaki Kushina, appearing to be in her 50s, had seen her once vibrant crimson hair lose its former luster. Upon Mitsushina's arrival, before she could convey her purpose, Kushina spoke, her tone tinged with gravity. "Mitsushina, have you truly made the decision to proceed with this?" Evidently, the Lady Hokage had previously discerned, through some means, the intentions of Sanshou. Indeed, it had become an established matter. It was high time for the Senju clan to gracefully withdraw. Sanshou articulated, deliberately pausing to observe the lack of discernible change in her interlocutor's expression before continuing. Since the onset of the Ninja World War, the pride of the Senju clan, as well as the sense of duty stemming from their lineage as Hokage, had driven its members to take the lead in battle excessively. The valiant warriors oftentimes met their demise. The casualty rate among Senju ninjas had tragically eclipsed that of the tumultuous era preceding the founding of Konohagakure. Moreover, this staggering loss had led to the premature deaths of numerous gifted clan members before they could truly mature, resulting in the absence of any figures of brilliance and unrivaled strength akin to their forebears, the first and second Hokage, since their time. Thus, I believe the moment has arrived to conceal the name of the Senju of the forest. It is a judicious decision for both the clan and Konohagakure. The rationale is simple. The Senju clan cannot perpetually hold the title of Hokage. Otherwise, we might as well continue as our own Senju, rendering the formation of Konohagakure meaningless. Given that the Senju cannot eternally serve as Hokage, we need not bear responsibilities that exceed those of ordinary ninjas. This does not imply a prohibition against our clan members becoming ninjas, but rather that they should no longer carry the weighty name of Senju. As Sanshou articulated this sentiment, her voice was imbued with profound sorrow. The name Senju of the forest had become an unbearable burden upon their lives. To relinquish the name of Senju is undoubtedly a decision fraught with deep lamentation, yet conversely, the ability for a clan of such stature to abandon their title speaks volumes of the toll they have endured in the preceding wars. Do all members of the Senju share this sentiment? Uzumaki Mito pondered for a long while before inquiring anew. Indeed, during the previous clan meeting, although all expressed great sorrow over this decision, the vast majority chose to acquiesce. Is that so? Has the Senju clan finally reached the juncture where they must forsake their illustrious lineage? I had anticipated considerable opposition to such a resolution. However, perhaps it is for the best. At this stage, even if Hashirama were to be resurrected, I would have fulfilled my obligations to my husband, and he would have no grounds for reproach, Mito reflected. Though she hailed from the Uzumaki clan and was married to the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, she was not a true Senju. Some decisions could only be made by those of the purest Senju blood. The most fervent advocates against such a decision had long since perished on the battlefield, and while Sanshou yearned to voice this truth, she ultimately remained silent. For this reality was understood not only by her, but also by the one seated across from her, who had shared a life with the first Hokage. In summary, the death of the second Hokage served as the catalyst for the Senju clan's decision to obscure their ancestral surname. The war had reached its midpoint. Konoha had successfully repelled the invasion from the Hidden Cloud, and peace and alliance treaties were on the verge of being established. This achievement, however, came at the cost of countless lives from the Senju clan. All of this was abruptly shattered by the untimely death of the second Hokage. Peace, which had seemed so attainable, vanished without a trace, leaving the Senju clan in a state of profound disillusionment. They began to question whether their sacrifices had any true significance. The answer, of course, is that it did. Yet, the magnitude of their sacrifices was disproportionate to the value of the results achieved. Thus, when the suggestion to obscure the Senju name was proposed by Sanshou, the initial reaction among the clan members was one of astonishment, but soon the majority accepted this proposition, which ultimately evolved into a definitive decision. The sacrifices made by the Senju were understood not only by themselves, but also by the entirety of Konoha. Given the weight of the price they had paid, no one held the right to demand further sacrifices from them. Therefore, once the Senju clan reached such a decision, the village had neither the authority nor the means to intervene. From this day forth, the illustrious Senju clan, renowned as the most significant ninja lineage in the Hidden Leaf village, would gradually fade into obscurity. The surname Senju would soon exist only in the annals of history. Though there would no longer be any Senju ninjas, this was merely because all Senju warriors had become part of Konoha's ninja forces. They had not abandoned their responsibilities nor shunned the duties expected of a Konoha ninja. However, for the sake of the clan's long-term survival, they deemed this course of action necessary. Any honor associated with their name paled in comparison to the vibrant lives of their kin. Thus, henceforth, the Senju name would only be borne by Konoha ninjas, who would fight and even perish under the banner of Konoha. The sense of identity and belonging to Konoha would never be surpassed by any other ninja clan, making Sancho's words worthy of trust. Nevertheless, after such a decision was made, to prevent speculation within the village, I shall once again journey to the land of lightning to undertake the mission to the hidden cloud. She added that attitude is one matter, while action is another. She needed to demonstrate through her deeds that the Senju's commitment to Konoha would remain unwavering. To the hidden cloud? You must understand, given your physical condition, you are incapable of executing high-intensity tasks. You should not remain silent regarding this decision, Uzumaki Mido. However, my identity serves as the most suitable representation of Konoha's sincerity towards peace. Symbolically speaking, no one else is more fitting for this mission than I. The deaths of the Hokage and Reikage were merely unfortunate accidents. The desire for peace from both sides will not be altered by this. Personally, I harbor no reluctance in expressing my animosity towards the hidden cloud, yet hatred is the simplest and most effortless of emotions. The true challenge lies in fulfilling the uncompleted legacy of the second Hokage. This ongoing war in the ninja world was presided over by the second Hokage, and thus, it is the Senju's duty to bring it to an end. This will be the final act performed in the name of the Senju clan. The determination reflected in Sancho's words is unyielding and impervious to alteration by any external influence. This compelled the Vortex Water household into silence once more. After a prolonged contemplation, she ultimately declared, "If that is your conviction, then proceed with your endeavors, whether related to the Senju or the Yunin. Just remember, if you are resolute in your intentions, success will inevitably follow." The esteemed elder ultimately endorsed Sancho's plan. "Undoubtedly, I shall not falter." Sancho possesses an unwavering confidence in her success. For the Senju clan, Konoha represents a vast and encompassing forest. In the aftermath of the second Hokage's sacrifice, this establishment of the Hidden Leaf Village adopted a more thorough and extreme approach to assimilating into its community. The formidable Senju made such a choice, which, in a certain sense, indicates that the current clan leader embodies a disposition that is overly conservative, lacking in ambition, devoid of glory, and marked by extraordinary patience. Following the death of the second Hokage, the Senju underwent such a transformation, prompting an observer, who revels in the unfolding drama, to lament, truly, each generation is weaker than the last. Yet, who could fathom the inner turmoil and anguish of the leader who made this decision? She had prepared herself to endure countless pressures, criticisms, and reproaches. Regardless, those capable of making such choices are far from timid or feeble at heart. Although she may appear entirely unlike the first and second Hokages, akin to her ancestors, she possesses an equally steadfast and formidable spirit. Outside the doors of Uhyou, a gentle knock resonated. The rhythm of the knocking was unhurried yet insistent, urging the occupant within to hasten and open the door. Having rested well the previous night, Uhyou was already awake, and upon the first sound of knocking, he moved towards the entrance. Upon opening the door, he discovered that the person standing outside was none other than the director of the care facility, Sancho. "Change into the garments within and follow me," she instructed, not waiting for Uhyou to greet her as she swiftly handed him a bundle and promptly closed the door behind him. Uhyou was perplexed, not by Sancho's delivery of clothing, but rather by her demeanor in the early hour, which made her appear somewhat impatient. He unwrapped the package to find a complete outfit, from top to shoes. After removing his patient attire, he donned the new clothing. The fabric was considerate of the season and warmth, being dense yet elastic. Regardless of the style, the attire was quite comfortable. The only drawback was the absence of a distinctive vest, rendering it akin to a ninja's combat uniform. In truth, it was not merely a matter of appearance. After removing his clothing and shoes, Uhyou discovered two smaller pouches within the package. Upon opening them, he found a long pouch containing 4 shuriken, while the other, resembling a waist bag, was filled with an array of throwing stars and various pills meticulously categorized in several compartments. It was evident that these items were intended for a ninja's use. Mimicking the appearance of a ninja from his recollections, Uhyou strapped the 2 pouches onto his body. After hastily preparing himself, he exited his room once more. Mikasa appraised his new attire from head to toe, merely nodding in acknowledgement without offering any commentary. She gestured for Uhyou to follow her and swiftly made her way outside. Clearly, the situation was somewhat urgent, and Uhyou was unaware of where he was being taken next, yet he was not afforded the opportunity to ask questions, compelling him to obediently follow. Soon, Mikasa led Uhyou to a large circular building, which he recognized as the administrative center of Konoha, the residence of the Hokage. After navigating through the corridors, they arrived at a particular office within an agency. The personnel there busied themselves with various tasks before handing Uhyou a document bearing his name and the designation 001050. Sarutobi was currently reorganizing the forces of Konoha, re-registering and numbering all the ninjas, a measure that had only recently begun. Given the current scarcity of ninjas in the village, most being on missions, and their early arrival, Uhyou had received a relatively early number. However, he was almost fortunate. Had circumstances been slightly different, he might have been assigned a number below 1,000. Noticing Uhyou's perplexed expression as he clutched the paper, Mikasa explained, "The Hokage's reform initiative even extends to you, an outsider. Are you implying that I have been registered as an official ninja?" he inquired, mustering the courage to ask. Upon realizing that he possessed chakra, Uhyou was indifferent to becoming a ninja, yet the haste of it all seemed rather abrupt. Lacking the skills of a ninja yet being labeled as one, if he were to find himself on the battlefield, what should such a person be called? The answer was cannon fodder. Uhyou did not mind becoming a ninja, but he was concerned about being reduced to mere fodder. Indeed, and shortly, "You will accompany me on a mission." Mikasa's explanation revealed that matters were progressing in the most unfavorable direction Uhyou had imagined. It was evident that this was an urgent task, as their conversation continued while they walked without pause. Despite the early hour, Konoha was bustling, and soon Mikasa and Uhyou arrived at the village's gates, where a team awaited them. "Is this the entirety of the team?" Mikasa inquired as she brought Uhyou before the gathered individuals. Before receiving a response, Uhyou gazed at the faces of the two individuals before him, gradually recalling their identities, Midogate In and Uchiha Q. He felt a surge of astonishment. The composition of this team was undeniably exceptional. However, in addition to these two prominent figures, there stood another child behind them, no older than 10, clad entirely in black, with only a pair of eyes visible. This meticulous attire reminded Uhyou of the spy who had appeared outside his hospital window the previous night. "Indeed, Lord Sanshao," Midogate In replied. "This is a reasonable assembly. I represent the village's sincerity. The matter at hand will be discussed by the two of you. While the presence of this young shinobi signifies our lack of intent for combat, he embodies our goodwill." Sanshao surveyed the members participating in this mission and spoke accordingly. Although it was not uncommon for young ninjas to enter the battlefield, one might wonder who would bring a child along for a high-stakes operation. Thus, her reasoning held some merit. Then am I not rather superfluous? Surely, my involvement is unnecessary, Uhyou thought to himself, wishing to voice this query. Excluding him, this small team constituted the quintessential four-person ninja squad. Thus, why include someone like him, who could hardly fend for himself in battle? Yet, he found himself unable to speak up. This was not a conversation in which he could interject. "Now that we are prepared, we may depart," Sanshao declared. "Lord Sanshao, you truly need not take such risks," Uchiha Q urged, unable to suppress his concern, still hoping she might reconsider. However, Sanshao resolutely shook her head, stating, "We are not heading into battle, and at this point, how could we possibly alter the mission roster?" Just as Uchiha Q wished to say more, his words were abruptly cut short by the firm command of "Let us go," Sanshao proclaimed, leading the way out of the village. Uchiha Q and Midogate In exchanged glances, both recognizing the wry smiles that played upon their faces, and reluctantly followed her lead. Behind them, Konoha buzzed with unrest, not merely due to the perilous nature of their journey, but because it was the day designated for the funeral of the second Hokage, who had passed away, leaving no remains behind. In any case, Sanshao ought to remain within the village. It had only been a mere 2 or 3 days since Uhyou first learned the term chakra, and he could not fathom why Sanshao would choose to bring along someone as burdensome as himself. Though he was unaware of the critical nature of this mission, it was evident that it carried significant weight. Uhyou was certainly resistant to such arrangements. However, within this 5-person team, 3 held authority while 2 did not. One could easily guess how Uhyou would be categorized. After departing from Konoha, this ninja squad moved towards the northwest. However, soon after, Uhyou sensed that their pace was not merely slow, but excessively so. Typically, someone in his condition would struggle to keep up with the speed of the ninjas. Yet despite his considerable fatigue, he managed to maintain their rhythm. Could it be that they deliberately slowed their pace for his sake? Such a thought seemed rather presumptuous. "Lord Masao, we can take a break now," After 2 hours of leaving the village, the group arrived at the banks of a river flowing east to west. And to Yuhan's surprise, Mito's decision to rest was announced. Wasn't this an urgent mission? Was it truly wise to travel so leisurely? As Yuhan's puzzled gaze shifted to Misao's face, her pallid complexion spoke volumes. Even the most stoic of ninjas were not devoid of humanistic compassion, though it depended on the recipient. Misao was not a particularly formidable ninja. On the contrary, her frail condition appeared rather concerning. She did not refuse the suggestion to rest, offering a look of apology to Mito before settling onto a stone by the riverbank. Yuhan found a spot to sit as well, feeling considerably more exhausted and disheveled compared to the 3 composed and adept ninjas in the group. Seizing this rare opportunity to rest, he rolled up his sleeves and unwrapped a bandage from his arm. Upon closely examining the small wound, he noted that the black marks had indeed diminished significantly. Just as the medical ninja had informed him, the chakra corrosion on his body was not as severe as he had feared. With the passage of time, the injury would heal naturally. The anxiety regarding his physical condition seemed to be subsiding, and this realization naturally brightened his spirits, alleviating much of his fatigue. "Yuhan, come here," Misao called to him after catching her breath. "Yes, Sensei Misao," Yuhan responded promptly, rising to join her. "Is your previous injury all right now?" she inquired upon catching sight of his exposed arm. "It's fine now. It won't hinder my movements," Yuhan replied. Although the most serious wound on his shoulder still caused a twinge of pain, he deemed this mere external injury inconsequential compared to his earlier concerns about chakra corrosion. Thanks to the treatment received at the Konoha hospital, he was indeed able to move freely. "Is that so? That's wonderful," Misao said as she gestured for Yuhan to raise his arm. She proceeded to rebandage the wound. "In these past few days, much has transpired for you. After such experiences, you must understand that in times of turmoil, no place is absolutely safe. Though one may not necessarily head to the battlefield, danger is ever present. In such circumstances, one can only rely on oneself for protection. Do you comprehend what I mean?" Her hands were deft, and in the time it took to speak, she had already bandaged Yuxing's wound. "I understood." Of course, Yuxing comprehended the words exchanged. As someone who had long teetered on the brink of subsistence, he had previously harbored no surplus thoughts beyond the concerns of food and shelter. However, circumstances had shifted. If he had indeed acquired a certain power, then learning to harness that power was an inevitable choice. What Sanshao spoke of was precisely this matter. Yet, did she genuinely wish to assist him? With this thought, Yuxing gazed into her eyes. The energy that the human body derives from cellular absorption represents the yang aspect. Conversely, the spiritual energy cultivated through training and experience embodies the yin aspect. The harmonious amalgamation of these 2 energies is known as chakra, the foundation upon which ninjas execute ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu. A ninja's very essence is rooted in chakra. The answer was affirmative. Sanshao appeared eager to impart knowledge about ninjas to Yuxing. Otherwise, she would not have included him in the current task. His presence was not imperative. It was solely due to Sanxiao's decision to involve him that he was granted the opportunity to accompany her. Of course, possessing chakra did not equate to the ability to perform ninjutsu. A series of hand seals was necessary to transform pure energy into techniques with lethal effects. For those aspiring to become ninjas, the initial step was both the most crucial and the most challenging. This was because, while the concept of chakra could be articulated simply, the extraction of bodily energy was far from straightforward, and the notion of spiritual energy remained elusive. Fortunately, you had already surpassed the most arduous hurdle that novices face. What lay ahead was the creation of more chakra and guiding it through predetermined pathways within your body. Sanshao then extended a finger, tapping Yuxing's torso and limbs in a specific sequence, and wherever her finger made contact, a sensation of warmth surged forth. "You should be able to feel the power within you. Now, the task is to guide it through the points I have indicated, and to continue this cycle," she instructed. The insights Sanshao shared were invaluable to Yuxing, causing him to listen with rapt attention. "As for the art of escape, considering your initiation into the ninja world, I believe you possess the potential to wield water release. It is a natural affinity. Calm your mind and attune yourself carefully. I trust you can transform your chakra into another state as long as you have an impression of water," she continued. An impression of water? Yuxing had plenty. Not everyone had experienced the chilling sensation of being thoroughly drenched by water release. Following her guidance, he closed his eyes, focusing intently and recalling the feeling of being submerged. Gradually, he grasped the essence of what Sanshao meant by the transformation of chakra. Is this water release? He inquired. More accurately, it was chakra of the water attribute. Sanshao gently corrected him, stating that she would soon teach him the art of water release ninjutsu. The next step would be to practice the circulation of chakra within his body, as well as the efficient and instantaneous transformation of water-based chakra. Unlike the conventional flow of chakra through the body's meridians, she instructed him to concentrate on several specific points. As she spoke, Sanshao lightly tapped on Uhyou's body a few times before inquiring if he had noted everything down. I have, Teacher Sanshao, Uhyou replied. He was somewhat perplexed by the notion of the instantaneous and efficient transformation of water-based chakra, as he had not encountered any hindrance while attempting the transformation moments ago, feeling as though he could effortlessly achieve this high efficiency at that very moment. At this time, Uhyou still struggled to comprehend what the second Hokage had left within him. Yet, Sanshao insisted that he circulate the transformed water-based chakra through specific meridians in his body. Was she preparing for something? Lady Sanshao, the time is nearly upon us. Watergate Flame approached to remind her, depriving Uhyou of the chance to ask further questions. We shall pause here for now. The mission takes precedence. Uhyou, you must practice diligently. Remember, the journey ahead may erupt into battle at any moment, and even I may be drawn into the fray. I trust you do not wish to lose your life easily, so strive to become a true ninja without delay. With a reassuring pat on Uhyou's shoulder, she rose to her feet. Unbeknownst to him, either Watergate Flame or Uchiha Q had summoned a colossal white wolf, and Sanshao approached the summoning beast, mounting its back. It seemed the ninjas were now ready to hasten their journey. Regardless of the practice, Uhyou sensed that he was about to endure considerable hardship. After all, he could not outrun a quadrupedal creature, nor could he compete with bipedal ninjas. When the urgency of the journey truly set in, neither would likely accommodate his pace. The chakra known as energy flowed through his body. Initially, Uhyou needed to consciously sense and guide it to follow a predetermined path. However, after several hours, it began to circulate as naturally as blood within veins. Even with the most rudimentary control over his chakra, Uhyou felt profound changes within himself. It was not merely heightened awareness or strengthened limbs. The abundant energy invigorated every cell in his body, even leading him to believe he was stepping into a new echelon of life. The gulf between a ninja capable of wielding chakra and an ordinary human was indeed ineffable, which explained why Uhyou felt such a stark contrast after merely shifting from one side to the other. Traveling from the Hidden Leaf Village to the borders of the Land of Fire was something the previous Uhyou could never have accomplished. Yet now he was barely able to keep pace. Despite their initial rest, the group had taken another break along the way, and by the time they prepared to set up camp in the evening, he felt utterly exhausted. Nevertheless, he had not fallen behind, largely due to the consideration his companions showed for his pace. After all, they were part of the same team. Even disregarding Koharu, one must still consider the attitude and physical condition of Sanshao. During the subsequent respite, Sanshao imparted to him the fundamental 12 hand signs utilized by ninjas. As he moved along with the team, he diligently committed them to memory. Fortunately, when confronted with such invaluable knowledge, Koharu's memory proved to be astonishingly sharp. As night fell, a bonfire was ignited at the temporary encampment of the ninja squad. Although they were already near the borders of the Land of Fire, they remained within its territory, thus under the actual control of Konoha. In the profound darkness ahead, a defensive line composed of countless Konoha ninjas stood vigilant. It was their presence that ensured war would not erupt on this side of the line. Therefore, the flames dancing in the night were not a sign of carelessness on Sanshao and his companions' part. Rather, they symbolized trust in the valiant Konoha ninjas. Moreover, even if sporadic enemies were to infiltrate this area, they would have to reckon with the prowess of the ninjas within this squad. Uchiha Kagami and Mito Gaiden, to say nothing of the former's esteemed Uchiha name, were both disciples of the second Hokage, underscoring their exceptional capabilities. Let us take turns keeping watch tonight. Lord Sanshao is quite fatigued, and it seems the younger ones cannot inspire such trust, Mito Gaiden remarked to Uchiha Kagami. In terms of combat reliability, they were indeed the only dependable members of the squad. To be precise, one was too young, while the other, slightly older, was hardly of any use. Uchiha Kagami shook his head, reflecting that had it not been for Sanshiao's insistence, Koharu would not have been included in this operation. However, his actions were understandable. Gazing at Uhyou, who lay motionless on the ground, Uchiha Kagami's memories drifted back over a decade to when he first followed the second Hokage, at an age remarkably similar to Uhyou's. Noticing Uchiha lost in reminiscence, Mito Gate-in refrained from further conversation and withdrew to keep watch. Despite being disciples of the same master, their exchanges had been few and far between, or perhaps they had never truly engaged in dialogue. This was not due to any discord between them, but rather, it reflected the nature of their teacher. The brooding and scheming second Hokage was unlikely to foster a loquacious pupil. Every disciple of Senju Tobirama, without exception, embodied a serious demeanor, rarely indulging in laughter. Furthermore, as time progressed, apart from the third Hokage, who maintained a modicum of social grace, the others inevitably transformed into stoic figures. As the night deepened and the bonfire dwindled to mere embers, Uhyou finally awoke from his slumber, roused by hunger. It was at this moment he realized that he had not consumed a morsel since the morning. Firstly, Uhyou sat up and retrieved a small vial from his pouch. He then poured out a large pill, resembling a sizable booger, and placed it into his mouth. This was the infamous military ration pill, an essential compressed sustenance for ninjas during their journeys, whether for mundane travel or perilous missions. As the pill slid down his esophagus, Uhyou immediately felt a wave of satiety envelop his stomach, akin to a stimulating elixir rather than mere sustenance. Just as he was stealthily indulging, the night watchman, Mito Munin, abruptly sprang to his feet. "My lady, there is a situation," he reported. The drowsy Sanshao, resting against a grand tree, quickly opened her eyes upon hearing the alert. Noticing that the three ninjas in their ranks had entered a state of heightened vigilance, she wasted no time and directly inquired, "What is the number?" Mito Munin glanced at Uchiha Kyo, who opened his crimson eyes and responded, "Only one team. Is their number comparable to ours?" Sanjiao's expression remained as composed as ever. She first cast a glance at the distant night, then turned to the bewildered Uhyou, beckoning him over. "Uhyou, to make a long story short, you heard it just now. Someone is approaching our camp, and according to our assessment, they are likely foes. Therefore, prepare for battle. Listen closely, I shall teach you a ninjutsu. You are already familiar with the chakra flow of this technique. It is the same one I mentioned earlier. The remaining task is merely to guide the chakra energy through the hand seals to manifest the technique. The sequence of the seals is Cho, Shun, Mao, Zi, Haiyu. The crux of the technique lies in activating the chakra as you begin the seals and releasing it upon their completion. Do you understand? Wait, my lady. What you are teaching is a high-level ninjutsu. It may be too advanced for him at this stage," Uchiha Kyo interjected, initially oblivious to Sanjiao's intentions until she mentioned the seals, prompting him to voice his concerns. However, Sanjiao raised her hand to silence him, asserting that Uhyou had already acquainted himself with the chakra flow of this technique. Now, it was merely a matter of whether he could summon an adequate amount of water-type chakra during the execution. She turned back to Uhyou and asked, "Did you hear me clearly?" He had indeed comprehended the seals and memorized the sequence, yet regarding the technique itself, was that truly all there was to it? He had not even mastered the most fundamental ninjutsu. Although he grasped the concept of chakra nature transformation, it seemed implausible for someone who had just begun to understand basic arithmetic to tackle advanced mathematics. It's not as daunting as you presume. Have a little faith in yourself. After all, didn't you overcome a ninja when you knew nothing? Sanshao encouraged him, rising with the support of the tree trunk and giving him a gentle push from behind. Caught off guard by this nudge, Uhyou stumbled forward a few steps, positioning himself at the forefront of the group, as if to declare to the approaching adversaries that he was indeed the centerpiece of this team. The endless night enveloped him like a black hole, threatening to draw Uhyou into its depths, akin to a relentless tide pressing upon him from all directions, suffocating him. Standing alone at the forefront of the group, Uhyou felt not loneliness, but an overwhelming tension. Yet, despite the anxiety coursing through him, it did not signify a loss of composure. On the contrary, his forthcoming actions would be devoid of any hint of panic. If anxiety were to lead to disarray, then undoubtedly, chaos would herald demise. Uhyou firmly recalled the technique that Sanshao had entrusted to him. At this moment, he had no reliance other than the knowledge imparted by Sanshao. His sole option was to trust, thus he could only choose to place his faith in it. As the enemy stepped forth from the shadows, Uhyou's hands began to move, forming the first seal. Although his movements were somewhat clumsy and unrefined, he maintained a steady pace. executing one seal before proceeding to the next. Ordinarily, one would assess whether the approaching figure posed a threat before deciding to act. However, Uhyou was far from calm enough to indulge in such deliberation. Determining the identity of the intruder was a task for those behind him. As long as they did not call for a halt, he would not relinquish the opportunity to strike first. The actions of the approaching adversary confirmed the correctness of his approach, for they showed no signs of hesitation or words of explanation, instead charging forward with a swift ferocity. At that moment, unbeknownst to Uhyou, behind him, Sanshou and Uchiha Kagami exchanged fleeting glances, with Sanshou imperceptibly nodding. The latter two understood what was to follow. Uchiha Kagami's right hand reached for the tool pouch at his waist, intently observing Uhyou and the advancing foe, prepared to intervene and rescue the young man at a moment's notice. Yet for Uhyou, amidst such a trial, could he expect assistance? He had no way of knowing. Thus he could only rely on himself. As the enemy surged forward, Uhyou had completed half of the seal. When the adversary closed in to approximately 30 meters, he had finalized the formation. It was at this point that Uhyou recognized the dilemma at hand. This distance likely exceeded the optimal lethality range for ninjutsu. Regardless of the technique he intended to employ, achieving a fatal impact from such a distance was exceedingly challenging. His fears were proven to be not only valid but somewhat superfluous, as the technique had not succeeded in being unleashed. Failed to cast the technique. Once more, Uhyou gritted his teeth and attempted to form the seals anew, yet success eluded him again. At this juncture, the foremost enemy was now a mere 10 meters away. The sound of their thundering footsteps resonated like a frantic drumbeat, the tempo quickening. An indescribable malice surged forth, and in the blink of an eye, a pair of bloodthirsty eyes loomed just inches from Uhyou. The adversary extended a kunai towards Uhyou with a single hand, the motion seemingly unintentional, yet leaving Uhyou with no avenue for evasion. A mere glance would reveal to anyone that Uhyou was a novice in the art of ninjutsu, easily susceptible to being dispatched with a casual flick of the wrist. The enemy had no desire to linger. He needed to breach the ranks of the Konoha ninjas and eliminate the most valuable target, the woman they safeguarded at the rear. As the icy tip of the kunai grazed the skin of his neck, Uhyou felt time around him slow to a crawl. This sensation was somewhat familiar, as if in the final moments of life, humanity experiences a similar phenomenon. Perhaps it could be dubbed a running lantern, as countless scenes and memories flickered through Uhyou's mind. Ironically, the recollections that surfaced were far from joyous. After a few scattered fragments, his thoughts settled on a recent encounter in which he faced a similar predicament, mere days prior, when the assailant had been the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. As his memories converged, the sensations from his injured shoulder resurfaced, the rush of chakra coursing through his body magnified within this temporal stasis. So this was the essence of water release ninjutsu? At that moment, he truly grasped the technique that Misa had just imparted to him, realizing that its successful execution hinged upon a substantial amount of water chakra. Such an advanced jutsu demanded a considerable chakra expenditure. Having genuinely felt the most potent water chakra, Uhyou pondered whether he could replicate it. He stood on the precipice of death, yet his previously bewildered gaze sharpened with newfound clarity. A surge of fierce chakra erupted from beneath him, propelling his body an inch to the right. The sharp kunai grazed his cheek, leaving a slender trail of crimson. In that instant, instead of retreating, Uhyou advanced, lunging forward as he stepped boldly into the enemy's embrace, his frail shoulder colliding forcefully with the opponent. This unexpected maneuver caught the adversary off guard, causing him to stagger back. Simultaneously, Uhyou completed the third hand seal. Dense mist coalesced around him, rapidly transforming into a tumultuous torrent, its ferocity reminiscent of an avalanche. Resembling a massive lance that struck the enemy squarely, it was the water dragon bullet. As the technique was unleashed, Uhyou instinctively recognized its name. The sudden deluge sent the enemy hurtling backward, crashing into the ground over 10 meters away. While it did not result in death, it certainly fractured several ribs. A direct hit potent enough to incapacitate a seasoned ninja for a considerable duration. Having narrowly escaped death, Uhyou's emotions surged within him. He savored the exhilaration of executing ninjutsu for the first time. In that moment, he felt as magnificent as a wave in the vast ocean. As he stumbled, his foot twisted beneath him, and he fell sharply to the ground, landing in the shallow water created by his own technique. What had happened? Hadn't he just secured a victory? The overwhelming sense of fatigue soon illuminated Uhyou to the realization that the recent ninjutsu had drained his chakra. Although one adversary lay defeated, the second, third, and fourth foes surged toward the incapacitated Uhyou across the watery expanse, leaving him utterly powerless to resist. Suddenly, a diminutive figure darted swiftly above Uhyou's head, charging directly at the towering enemies. From the silhouette, Uhyou discerned that this audacious individual was the youngest child in their group. Given the child's age, how much power could they possibly possess? Was such reckless aggression not tantamount to offering oneself as a sacrifice? Just as Uhyou entertained these doubts, a cascade of silvery light descended upon the advancing foes, followed by a deluge of crimson that stained the ground, blood belonging to the enemy. Initially, Uhyou had perceived two liabilities within their ninja team, himself and the significantly younger child. As for their instructor, Senju, her demeanor clearly indicated that she was not a combat-oriented ninja, and thus no one harbored expectations of her prowess in battle. Previously, Senju had pushed Uhyou to the forefront of the team, not to have him confront the enemies, an endeavor that was not only daunting for a novice against veterans, but also a mismatch in numbers. Evidently, Senju's intention was to observe whether Uhyou could execute that technique. In retrospect, whether it was talent, sheer luck, or perhaps the benevolence of the second Hokage watching over him, Uhyou's successful deployment of the water dragon bullet signified the conclusion of his trial. The spectators no longer had justification to allow him to fight alone, potentially facing death at the hands of his adversaries. Under the pressure of hasty learning, Uhyou had successfully executed a B-rank high-level water ninjutsu, proving something of considerable significance in that moment. As the moment arrived for the Konoha ninjas to intervene, Uhyou was taken aback when, before Uchiha Kagami and Mito Kanzuya could act, it was that unassuming little ninja who thwarted the enemy's assault. At that moment, the child faced two opponents, clearly gaining the upper hand. Their petite frame darted with agility, wielding a short blade that danced effortlessly in the air. The ferocity of their onslaught left the enemies with no opportunity to employ ninjutsu, creating an atmosphere of battle that felt almost casual, as if they were merely slicing through vegetables. In the brief span of that encounter, the child's performance far surpassed that of Uhyou, who had faltered after casting a single jutsu. Such remarkable combat prowess could hardly belong to an unknown entity. Yet, despite such exceptional displays, a ninja of that age would find it challenging to deliver a decisive blow on the battlefield. Thus, the primary combat strength of the team still relied on the contributions of the more seasoned members. As the time allotted for the novices to hone their skills had been more than adequate, they could not allow the struggle to prolong indefinitely. Uchiha Kagami stepped forward, opening his eyes, and in an instant, the once tumultuous battlefield fell into an eerie silence. It is not every member of the Uchiha clan that possesses the Sharingan, nor does every pair of Sharingan wield formidable Jinjutsu. However, at Kagami's level, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan and its potent illusions are nearly standard abilities. The adversaries ensnared by the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan had become mere prey. Yet, Uchiha Kagami did not hasten to execute his foes. Instead, he intended to drag them behind the woods where a professional interrogation awaited. It was imperative for everyone to ascertain the origins of this group and their motives for intruding into the land of fire. Such secrets seldom elude the gaze of the Sharingan. Johanna splashed about in the puddle for a moment before struggling to regain his footing. Glancing around, he noticed a young ninja assisting Uchiha Kagami in transporting the captives, while Mito Gate Inazuma remained vigilant at his post. He shook off the mud clinging to him and slowly made his way back to Sanxiao's side. "How do you feel?" Sanxiao inquired of Johanna, who had just descended from the battlefield. Her expression revealed a satisfaction with his performance, tinged with a complexity of emotions only she could fully comprehend. "A bit exhilarating," Johanna replied, though the sensation of facing death could scarcely be encapsulated by the mere word exhilarating. Nevertheless, it was indeed quite thrilling. "Remember, the jutsu you just employed is called the water dragon bullet technique. Extend your hand," Sanxiao instructed. Johanna thought to himself that he was well aware it was the water dragon bullet, and he complied, extending his hands. Sanxiao then reached out, grasping his palms gently. "If I am not mistaken, you are naturally ambidextrous, which indeed makes you well suited for a ninja's life." Her keen observation was impressive. Johanna was indeed ambidextrous. Neither hand was dominant, a convenience for the average person, but a remarkable talent for a ninja. When the enemy charged at him, Johanna executed the hand seals with increasing speed, each faster than the last, a testament to the responsiveness and coordination of his dual hands. Releasing his hands, Sanshao continued. Our mission this time is to journey to the land of lightning and re-establish an alliance with the Cloud Village. You must be curious as to why such a significant task includes you. You are not yet a fully fledged ninja, and more importantly, you remain an outsider to Konoha. Johanna nodded, indeed puzzled as to why he had been chosen for such an important endeavor. Previously, you encountered the second Hokage's jutsu, which, if I am not mistaken, should be an advanced water release technique known as the water break wave. Under normal circumstances, even elite ninjas would not survive a direct hit from such an attack. Yet you did. This cannot merely be attributed to luck. It is destiny, Sanshao elaborated. Hanyu pondered the concept of fate, dismissing it as mere coincidence. He had simply happened to possess a suitable shield at that moment. Sanshao, upon noticing Hanyu's expression, understood his indifference to such notions. Yet she remained unfazed and continued. It is precisely because of this ninjutsu that you are experiencing the phenomenon of chakra erosion. This has become the very catalyst for your journey as a ninja. In retrospect, it transcends mere opportunity. Hanyu remained perplexed. You will understand in due time, Sanshao replied, refraining from elaborating further on her words. Regardless, the fact that you were able to employ this water-style ninjutsu signifies a tangible connection between you and the second Hokage. Now, it can also be regarded as a bond between us, she asserted. This elucidated her willingness to impart ninja knowledge to Hanyu, for she perceived the events linking him to the second Hokage as a form of legacy. She hoped that Hanyu possessed talent. Otherwise, why would she place such significance on him? From a results-oriented perspective, her expectations had proven accurate. Hanyu had previously sensed a certain intimacy between Sanshao and the second Hokage, or perhaps the Senju clan, and her words now acknowledged this connection. Although Hanyu felt that Sanshao's interpretation of his relationship with the second Hokage was somewhat skewed, after all, they were merely strangers with a fleeting acquaintance. This explanation was far easier for him to accept than unfounded goodwill. The exhilarating sensation you just described. Make sure to remember it always. Earlier, the young people in the village spoke highly of your performance, considering you mature. I, however, beg to differ. Despite your experiences, true maturity that transcends age does not exist. What is often deemed maturity is merely a form of numbness. A person cannot remain numb indefinitely. Hanyu opened his mouth, but no retort emerged. Was he mature? Undoubtedly. But was he numb? Far more so than Sanshao had accused. In this unfamiliar world, Hanyu could only shield himself with a thick veneer. His worldview, values, and methods of dealing with matters, though not entirely incompatible with the world, were distinctly different. He soon realized that the young people Sanshao referred to likely included the third Hokage and others. Her words plunged Hanyu into deep contemplation. A simple truth that he had long resisted acknowledging surfaced. As an outsider, if he felt out of place in this world, the only course of action was to change himself to adapt and integrate, rather than demanding the world to conform to his existence. How could that ever be feasible? His unwillingness to alter himself for the sake of fitting in revealed a conservative facet of his character. Yet, he recognized that perhaps it was time for change. At the very least, he should embody a bit more of the youthful vitality inherent to his age. Lord Sanshao, the adversary consists of the individuals from Iwagakure, and their current mission entails the usual operations of infiltration and sabotage. This includes, but is not limited to, harassing the rear, disrupting supply lines, and executing targeted stealth operations, conventional tasks of warfare devoid of any particular objective. Soon, Uhyou completed the interrogation of the captives, from whom he gleaned no intelligence of significant concern. In a sense, this is a favorable revelation, indicating that Iwagakure currently harbors no extraordinary ambitions towards the land of fire. No one inquired about the fate of the four enemies, for all were acutely aware of their inevitable outcome. Following the severe losses sustained by Konoha and Kumogakure, Iwagakure has seemingly become increasingly active. Upon hearing Uchihas's report, Sanshao remarked that such activity from Iwagakure is, in fact, an expected response. In the ebb and flow of warfare, when I am weak and the enemy is strong, it is only natural for them to seize the opportunity to act more frequently. Especially with Konoha and Kumogakure bereft of their leaders. As eternal rivals, Iwagakure would undoubtedly seek to gain the upper hand in this conflict. Recently, The skirmishes along our defensive lines have predominantly involved Iwagakure, and it must be conceded that they have now acquired both battlefield and strategic initiative. Mito Gate expressed visible concern regarding the current state of the war upon his countenance. Thus, our purpose here is to minimize the number of our enemies and alleviate some of our lingering worries, Sanchao stated. In the present context of warfare, Iwagakure's primary offensive focus is directed towards Kumogakure and Konoha, adopting a defensive posture against Sunagakure. Sunagakure, in turn, is primarily targeting Konoha and Iwagakure, the central land of fire. Konohagakure has commenced a comprehensive strategic withdrawal, having repelled the incursion from Kumogakure and subsequently fortifying its defenses. Originally, Kumogakure's assault was aimed at Iwagakure and Konoha, but having recently lost their rakeage, they too are compelled to emulate Konoha's strategy of contraction. The isolated Kirigakure, situated overseas, is contending with Kumogakure and the more distant Iwagakure. During this ninja world war, they presently harbor no intentions of launching a significant offensive against Konoha. Furthermore, the small ninja villages nestled among the great powers have contributed to a state of disarray across the entire world, resulting in numerous individuals like Uhyou, whose homes have been ravaged by conflict. Naturally, Uhyou felt ill-equipped to contribute to discussions regarding the global situation, especially after the recent events, leaving him with little inclination to speak. However, sleep eluded him, prompting him to rekindle the fire in hopes of drying his damp clothing before dawn. The night was illuminated by the flickering flames, and soon, the younger ninja approached the campfire, removing the hood from atop his head and casually tossing it into the blaze, revealing his striking white hair that stood out vividly against the darkness. Noticing Uhyou's astonishment, he offered an explanation, stating that the hood, now stained with blood, was no longer of use, as it would easily attract the attention of enemy reconnaissance ninjas. Yet, he remained unaware that the source of Uhyou's surprise lay elsewhere. Ahem. I must express my gratitude for your timely intervention earlier. May I inquire your name? Uhyou redirected his gaze, seemingly asking out of mere courtesy. Hataki. And your full name? Hataki Tsukumo. Ah, I see. What? Nothing. Yuzuru certainly could not fathom why someone so young possessed such exceptional skills in combat. However, it seems that geniuses truly do emerge at a tender age. There exists a term for this phenomenon, doesn't there? Ah, yes. It is called emerging brilliance. A question lingered. How could such physical prowess be demonstrated at such a young age? Perhaps, in an attempt to mask his inquisitive nature, Yuzuru pressed on with his questioning. The techniques showcased by Tsukumo Hataki were evidently honed through countless life and death battles. Yet how could one of his youth possess such combat experience? Tsukumo appeared somewhat unaccustomed to the praise, bashfully scratching the back of his head. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "There's nothing extraordinary about it. I just practiced until I could do it." Retracting his earlier statement, Yuzuru perceived that this individual seemed rather untroubled by humility. Practice until you can do it? He thought. Is that truly a sufficient explanation? And what of you? Tsukumo countered. How did you suddenly master water release techniques, particularly an advanced B-rank ninjutsu? I heard you've only recently awakened your chakra. Yuzuru opened his mouth to respond, but found himself at a loss for words. After a brief pause, he managed to utter, "I also practiced until I could do it." This response elicited applause from Tsukumo, who regarded Yuzuru with a look that seemed to say, "Isn't that just how it is?" Yet, could their experiences truly be compared? Whether in becoming a ninja or executing water release, Yuzuru owed his abilities to the second Hokage, a factor of nurture, whereas Tsukumo was a prodigy of innate talent. Perhaps I, too, will quickly learn ninjutsu through practice, the young boy remarked, blissfully unaware of his fortune. Yuzuru cast a sidelong glance at him, subtly shaking his head. Youth is indeed characterized by a certain naivety. After all, Tsukumo was not yet the legendary Konoha White Fang. Yuzuru found himself pondering the purpose of learning ninjutsu. Would even the most flamboyant techniques be able to withstand his lethal strike? As the elder contemplated the gravity of the situation, the youth remained oblivious to the world's complexities. The night swiftly passed, and with the dawn's arrival, the well-rested ninja team set forth once more. Yet, the weariness that burdened Yuzuru lingered. Since the previous day, his chakra had been in a state of constant depletion, especially after unleashing a B-rank water release technique. His chakra had not recovered significantly, yet he had no choice but to grit his teeth and follow the others. This time, their mission was not one of combat, but rather of greater diplomatic and political significance. Thus, as they crossed the border. The ninja team deliberately avoided contact with Konoha's frontline forces, opting instead for a discreet route devoid of allies or enemies. Was this the land of rice? Upon departing the land of fire, the geography and scenery felt oddly familiar to Uhyou, for he had once resided here for an extended period. Their current path closely resembled the route Uhyou had taken after his encounter with the second Hokage, to the point that it could almost be deemed identical. Does this seem somewhat familiar to you? On this occasion, we chose not to take the most direct route through the Iron Country from the south, instead opting to pass through this area. Now, it is your turn to lead. The remains of the second Hokage have been properly placed by you, but I trust you have not disturbed the bodies of our enemies? I hope they remain there still. As the forest before us began to thicken, Michino addressed Uhyou. Finding them would serve as our most advantageous bargaining chip in negotiations with Kumogakure. Uhyou still remembered this path, albeit vaguely. As long as he could locate the grand charred tree, all other positions would become clear. Thus, he repositioned himself at the forefront of the group. Within the jungle, Uhyou exhibited a remarkable prowess, demonstrating skills in vigilance, navigation, and movement that rivaled those of seasoned shinobi, even without the various applications of chakra. Soon, he rediscovered the traces he had previously left behind. Following them back to the site where the second Hokage was cremated, no signs of others were present. Upon witnessing the scene, Uhyou swiftly made a judgment. He had never anticipated returning to this place. The enormous hollow tree, along with the remains of the second Hokage, had been reduced to ash, mingling with the autumn rain that had fallen from the sky days prior, forming a grayish paste that blanketed the ground. Had anyone approached this site before, they would undoubtedly have left footprints upon it. However, his assessment did not draw any attention from the others. To be precise, it elicited no response whatsoever from Michino, Midoan, and Uchiha Kagami, who stood there in silent acquiescence. This nameless primordial forest was the final resting place of the second Hokage, and his incinerated remains were now blended with the ashes of the surrounding flora, rendering any accidental disturbance a mark of disrespect and desecration. None wished to disturb the eternal slumber of the second Hokage. Reflecting on the legacy of Senju Tobarama, who had echoed throughout the shinobi world since the tumultuous era, it was indeed poignant that he met his end in such an inconspicuous place, with his remains unrecoverable, accompanied only by a stranger, a mere youth. While this manner of death may not have been devoid of fulfillment for the Hokage himself, it was indeed a sorrowful affair for his family and disciples. Uhyou quickly discerned the emotional state of his companions from their expressions and turned to Kakashi, saying, "Kakashi, come with me. We shall search for the bodies of Kin and Jin." However, Kakashi hesitated, questioning whether it was appropriate to act independently. In this ninja squad, it was not Uhyou who held the authority to issue commands. "Let us go," Uhyou replied, disregarding Kakashi's uncertainty, and firmly pulled him away from the site. In such moments, it was perhaps best to allow the other three to remain in quiet contemplation for a while longer. Previously, Uhyou was transported to that hollow tree by the second Hokage while in a state of unconsciousness. Thus, with the tree hollow as a reference point, he was unaware of the precise location of the corpses of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn, yet they must have been nearby. After all, given the condition of the second Hokage at that time, it would have been impossible for him to carry the unconscious Uhyou over a long distance. Consequently, centered around the site of the second Hokage's sacrifice, Uhyou and Kakashi Hitaki searched outward in a fan-like formation, and soon thereafter, they discovered the two corpses. Judging by the state of decomposition, it was evident that these bodies did not appear to belong to individuals who had perished nearly a week prior. They quickly approached the corpses and examined them, after which Kakashi remarked that, although it was now impossible to distinguish which was the Golden Horn and which was the Silver Horn, the emitted odor was not particularly offensive. The imagined scene of their remains being reduced to mere bones by the forest's insects and vermin had not come to pass. After a moment's contemplation, Uhyou suggested that perhaps they had ingested some preservatives during their lifetime. He recalled that these two seemed to have absorbed a portion of the Nine Tails chakra, which likely possessed significant antibacterial properties. Would ninjas engage in preserving their bodies while alive? Kakashi expressed serious skepticism regarding Uhyou's conjecture. Yet the fact that the remains of these two had persisted until now was undoubtedly connected to their physiology, though the specifics remained elusive. Kakashi continued, "You stay here. I will summon Captain Mitarashi and the others." The nominal leader of this small team was Enko Mitarashi, yet in reality, decisions were made collectively by the trio. At this point, they ought to pay their respects to the second Hokage, so Kakashi's departure to fetch them was certainly warranted. Meanwhile, Uhyou remained behind, meticulously searching for various items. The formidable combat capabilities of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn were attributed, in part, to their absorption of a portion of the Nine-Tails chakra, and in part, to their possession of multiple powerful ninja tools. Among the items shattered by the second Hokage were a sword and a gourd, and Uhyou was the first to collect the remnants of these two objects. However, as they had been utterly destroyed, these items had long since lost their original function. Reduced to mere scraps of metal, it was uncertain whether the Cloud Village would still accept such memorabilia. Kakashi returned quickly, leading the three individuals back to the site. And at that moment, the demeanor of the trio had settled into a calm state, as their expressions revealed no sign of distress. Is this truly the Golden Horn and Silver Horn? Can we ascertain their identities? Upon arriving and observing the disfigured corpses, Sanzo furrowed his brow and inquired. Under such circumstances, confirming their identities based solely on appearance and physical characteristics proved exceedingly challenging. Indeed, it is them, Enko Mitarashi stated after inspecting the ninja tool fragments that Uhyou had gathered, affirming, these are the tools utilized by the Golden Horn and Silver Horn, known respectively as the Seven-Star Sword and the Red Gourd. Continuing onward, he approached a lifeless body and raised one of its arms, revealing a faintly golden rope entwined around it. This was indeed the body of Kinkaku. To their astonishment, they had not been preemptively discovered by the ninjas of Kumogakure or any other villages. Their pace of action had been rather sluggish. Prior to encountering the corpse, they had been apprehensive about being outpaced by other ninja factions. Specifically, 6 days had elapsed since the assault during the alliance ceremony, and at least 3 days since the demise of Kinkaku and Ginkaku alongside the second Hokage. Thus, it was indeed fortuitous that these two remains had not been uncovered by others until now. It must be acknowledged that this delay was significantly influenced by the second Hokage's actions. The location of the alliance ceremony was within the borders of the Land of Lightning, where Kinkaku and Ginkaku launched their ambush, resulting in the immediate death of the Reikage. The second Hokage, taking his disciples and serving as bait, executed a strategic retreat, ultimately perishing in the Land of Rice after 3 days of solitary combat. This illustrated his relentless struggle against overwhelming odds. The rain that had previously fallen had proven to be beneficial. It not only concealed the battle route of the second Hokage, but also obscured the flames of his pyre from being detected in the low visibility. However, who could have imagined their demise would occur so far from the battlefield, if not witnessed firsthand? This was the explanation provided by Misa. Traces of the recent rain were evident throughout the forest, significantly shrouding the conflict between the second Hokage and the brothers Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Yet, this was merely one aspect. As Misa pointed out, who could have foreseen that the second Hokage could prolong the battle all the way to the Land of Rice under such dire circumstances? It was indeed a solitary and arduous struggle devoid of reinforcements, filled with despair, yet imbued with hope. The ninja tools possessed by Kinkaku and Ginkaku represented the most vital assets of Kumogakure, some of which were utilized for controlling the two-tailed beasts of the village. Therefore, returning these items in full would place Konoha in a more advantageous position during subsequent negotiations. Despite recognizing the formidable power of these ninja tools, Misa and her companions had no intention of bringing them back to Konoha. However, that being said, they also refrained from directly transporting these items to Kumogakure, opting instead to conceal the ninja tools along with the bodies of Kinkaku and Ginkaku in situ. Subsequently, the group continued their journey toward the Land of Lightning. Teacher Misa, I have a question, Yushin pondered during their travels. Although the rebellion at the alliance ceremony was not Kumogakure's intent, fundamentally, this incident still represents a breach of trust on their part towards Konoha. Therefore, even if both parties need to mend their relationship, should not Kumogakure, as the party at fault, take the initiative to approach Konoha, rather than us going to them? In principle, Yunin should take the initiative. However, this is not the time for such considerations. In the previous incident, Konoha's losses were limited to the loss of the second Hokage, while Yunin suffered far greater devastation. The rebellion was incited by the elite ninja led by Kin and Jin, the very backbone of the village. When the renegade ninjas acted, they brutally slaughtered their fellow villagers. And in the aftermath, Yunin had to make considerable sacrifices to quell the insurrection. In fact, due to this rebellion, the operations of Yunin have been severely hampered. Thus, for the third Raikage to secure his position is undoubtedly more challenging than it is for our third Hokage. Under such circumstances, we must once again dispatch a liaison from our side, Sanjiao remarked. This explanation was reasonable. However, Uhyou felt a certain bitterness in Sanjiao's words when he mentioned that Konoha's sacrifices were limited to the second Hokage. The situation in Yunin was indeed more precarious than in Konoha. Overall, compared to the prosperous nation and village of the Land of Fire, the Land of Lightning and Yunin represent a typical military powerhouse. For such a resolute nation to fail to ensure the safety of its allies, who have come to form an alliance, would undoubtedly tarnish their reputation and national credibility. The tasks assigned to Sanjiao and the others had an air of bearing humiliation for the sake of duty. Not to mention that the two nations had already reached a consensus on forming an alliance. Even if only considering the mutual losses both countries suffered and the internal turmoil within their ninja villages, Konoha and Yunin both had a vested interest in stabilizing their internal situations. Coupled with the threat posed by enemies like a Wagakure lurking nearby, it was imperative that both parties refrain from further friction and the depletion of their forces. With the leverage we possess, we should be able to assist the third Raikage in stabilizing the situation within Yunin, thus renewing the alliance should pose no significant issues. Sanjiao believed that Uhyou was concerned about the impending security challenges, prompting her further explanation. Within this team, there is a Uchiha. Considering the group's stay in the Land of Rice, Uhyou surmised how they might assist the Raikage in stabilizing Yunin. After some contemplation, he continued. Due to the prior breach of trust, Yunin is heavily indebted to Konoha in terms of national integrity. Furthermore, if we were to use our assistance in stabilizing the village as a bargaining chip, our demands should not merely revolve around a simple alliance, correct? What do you mean? Uhyou bit his lip and ultimately voiced his suggestion, proposing that Yunin dismantle its defensive lines facing Konoha and instruct their ninjas to infiltrate the Land of Frost, the Land of Waterfalls, the Land of Grass, and the Land of Rain. As his words fell, the swiftly advancing team suddenly halted, and the gazes of Sanjiao, Mito Gaidon, and Uchiha Kagami simultaneously shot toward Uhyou. The lands of Frost, Waterfalls, Grass, and Rain are small nations nestled between the Land of Earth and the Land of Fire. According to Uhyou's assertion, if Yunin's ninjas were to infiltrate the Land of Rain, they would stand in direct opposition to a Wagakure while simultaneously isolating Konoha from a Wagakure. After the Leaf Village re-established its alliance with the Hidden Cloud, the only remaining adversary in the ongoing Ninja World War was the Hidden Sand. This transformed their situation from a 1-to-3 confrontation into a direct conflict solely against the Sand, thus clarifying the entire war strategy for the Leaf. Remarkably, this strategic proposition came from a mere child, Uhyou, who had yet to fully mature. It was a classic case of being too close to the issue to see clearly. While the Leaf had been anxious to restore relations with the Cloud, they had not anticipated this unexpected turn of events. However, under the sharp gazes of the gathered crowd, Uhyou found himself regretting his words. Yet, having initiated the discussion, he felt compelled to continue. If our presence holds significant importance for the Hidden Cloud, then these conditions are not particularly difficult to fulfill. The Hidden Cloud and the Hidden Stone have always been archrivals, and such tactical arrangements would not incur any losses for them. Their previous reluctance to adopt a confrontational stance stemmed merely from a desire to prevent the Leaf from reaping the benefits. Moreover, this arrangement would alleviate the Cloud's concerns about the Leaf severing their lengthy supply lines at any moment. Such worries would dissipate with an alliance. Naturally, to bolster mutual trust, the Leaf should reduce the number of ninjas deployed towards the Cloud, perhaps even ceding control of the front line adjacent to the Earth country to the Cloud, provided their ninjas do not encroach upon the Land of Fire. In exchange, the Leaf could assist the Cloud in monitoring the movements of the Hidden Mist, and the two factions could establish a new joint intelligence system regarding the Water Country, sharing insights in that direction. It is unrealistic to expect a complete withdrawal of military forces between the Leaf and the Cloud, even post-alliance. They could not trust each other to that extent. However, as Uhyou suggested, both sides could maintain a small number of reconnaissance ninjas along the border for mutual surveillance to prevent any breaches of trust. While this was entirely reasonable, it was not how their mission had been arranged, and deviating from the plan was inadvisable. Nevertheless, Uhyou's strategy left Mito Munin in a state of considerable distress. His current demeanor was far more astonishing than his previous use of water techniques, as such matters were traditionally the responsibility of the Hokage to contemplate and resolve. Uhyou's considerations transcended ninjutsu and tactics. They delved into genuine strategy. After some internal struggle, the eldest among them, Senju, ultimately resolved to pursue negotiations as Uhyou had proposed. Though this would introduce a degree of risk to their original mission, it paled in comparison to the potential rewards. The strategy capable of overturning the current war situation for the Leaf was irresistible to all present. Thus, before entering the Land of Lightning, a new negotiation and mission objective was put forth. The group halted momentarily, racing against time to refine their specific negotiation strategies. After a half-day, they resumed their journey. As they approached the border of the Land of Lightning, a hidden cloud ninja appeared before them, designated to welcome the Leaf delegation. "You have one more person than previously reported," he stated. The ninja swept through the ranks of the Leaf village, instantly discerning the anomaly. This small team was supposed to consist of only 4 members, yet it had inexplicably expanded to 5. The additional member was my disciple, a talented young man whose skills would contribute to our mission. Hence, he had been included in this confidential undertaking. There was nothing particularly amiss about this, for our commitment to dialogue and alliance remained unwavering. In the face of such accusations, Misao stepped forward to elucidate the situation to the ninja. Receiving praise should generally be a positive experience, yet this commendation was directed towards an adversary, causing an unsettling pallor to wash over Uhyou's countenance. He found himself regretting his earlier indiscretion. Who could foresee whether the hidden cloud would become overly fixated on him due to Misao's explanation? Noticing the subtle shift in Uhyou's expression, Misao recognized the pressure he was under. This was precisely what she intended. Any rapprochement between 2 ninja villages is inherently transient. Animosity and warfare are the perennial themes that define their relations. Thus, even if the Leaf and the Cloud temporarily allied, it did not alter the underlying reality that they were potential strategic rivals in the long run. When a nation sends envoys to another it perceives as an enemy, would it introduce its members in such a manner? Consequently, Uhyou found himself in an unusual predicament. Misao's introduction served as a means of elevating his status before an enemy, which was far from advantageous. It is crucial to understand that in this world, a ninja with a reputation but lacking strength is far more likely to meet an untimely demise than one without either. In extreme circumstances, such an introduction could place Uhyou on the assassination list of the Hidden Cloud. However, this was not the immediate concern. Not only because the Leaf team included formidable individuals like Mido Gate and Uhyou, but also because their mission was to negotiate a renewed alliance with the Hidden Cloud. Despite being within the territorial domain of the Hidden Cloud, where they held a distinct advantage, should a second Leaf envoy perish, the Hidden Cloud would irreparably tarnish its national credibility. Therefore, for the time being, Uhyou was unlikely to encounter significant issues. Misao's introduction would merely induce discomfort for him and the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud. Indeed, the Hidden Cloud ninja cast a penetrating glance at Uhyou, seemingly committing his visage to memory before turning to lead the way. "Esteemed envoys of the Leaf, please follow me. The 3rd raikage awaits you just ahead," he announced. Misao and her companions complied, trailing behind him. Yet, as they proceeded, their vigilance heightened, given the current tumultuous state of the Hidden Cloud. It was uncertain whether this individual was a proponent of peace, representing the new raikage, or a dissenter intent on undermining the alliance between the Hidden Cloud and the Leaf. Combat could erupt at any moment. However, this anxiety did not linger for long. After traversing several miles to the north, a grand welcoming party from the Hidden Cloud appeared, including the newly appointed 3rd raikage himself. The 3rd raikage is a robust man with a dark complexion, exuding a powerful visual impact reminiscent more of a berserker than a ninja. Upon encountering the raikage, the demeanor of the Leaf Village members visibly relaxed. Uchiha Kagami and Mido Gate and could confirm each other's identities from previous battles, having been elite ninjas belonging to Konoha and Kumogakure respectively. However, now that one of them had succeeded the position of raikage, he must have relinquished his original name and should now be referred to as a. All raikages share this singular name, which, in Uhyou's view, signifies AC, representing the strongest ninja of the village. Uchiha and Mido, I express my gratitude for Konoha's renewed trust and welcome you to the Land of Lightning. Contrary to his rugged appearance, The third Reikage spoke with a demeanor that was far from merely harsh. He seemed well aware of his responsibilities as a village leader. While he could exhibit a certain roughness, one could not become a leader solely through brute force. For instance, characters like Kinya and Jinya, no matter how powerful, merely served as the village's enforcers. Ultimately, everything is for the greater good of peace. Mito gate and stepped forward to respond, his expression understandably sour. As Kumogakure bore responsibility for the death of the second Hokage. Peace is our shared objective, is it not? This place is not suitable for discussions. Let us proceed to our village first. The Reikage deftly sidestepped the implicit blame in Mito's words. With that, he directed the ninjas accompanying him to move ahead, personally guiding the Konoha group toward Kumogakure. After a brief encounter, Uhyou discerned that this new Reikage was a man of intellect. The Reikage had brought over 20 ninjas to welcome the Konoha delegation, certainly not for the superficial purpose of intimidation. On one hand, the recent insurrection in Kumogakure had only just been quelled, and not all rogue ninjas had been eradicated, making it difficult for him to refuse the village's decision to send guards. On the other hand, the Konoha group equally required a substantial number of Kumogakure ninjas to ensure their safety. Under such a display of strength and preparation, no one dared to attack the Konoha envoys, allowing Uhyou and his companions to arrive smoothly at Kumogakure. Within this village, perched upon high cliffs and ridges, signs of recent destruction were evident everywhere. The Reikage seemed disinclined to conceal the losses Kumogakure had suffered during the recent rebellion. Subsequently, without any pleasantries or respite, they proceeded directly to the negotiations core in a concealed basement within Kumogakure, embarking on discussions regarding peace and alliance. In such a serious negotiation, Uhyou and Kakashi found it impossible to interject. The initial discussions progressed remarkably well, as the restoration of the alliance with Konoha was something Kumogakure was eager to implement. In fact, on this point alone, both parties could immediately sign the agreement. However, the supplementary provisions proposed by Konoha caused the Reikage to feel an overwhelming sense of discontent, due to the mention of previous remarks by Yuzuru in the context of the Mito Gate. He urged Yunin to relinquish its focus on the Konoha defense line and redirect its strength towards the IWA direction. The subsequent war arrangements made by Yunin are not matters that should concern the esteemed members of Konoha, while we certainly welcome and anticipate an alliance. If this is to be leveraged as a threat to compel us to alter our strategy, then I must express my apologies, the Reikage stated grimly, having seen through Konoha's intentions at a glance. To take a step back, reducing the number of ninjas targeting Konoha is not entirely unacceptable, as there would be no justification for amassing heavy troops at the border once a treaty of alliance is signed. However, redirecting efforts towards IWA would essentially place the burden of pressure from that direction upon Yunin, benefiting others at our own expense. How could that be feasible? Konoha's calculations are indeed quite audacious. At the onset of this war, Yunin would have dared to strike directly at IWA, but now, the village lacks both the rationale and the resolve to undertake such actions. Due to the Reikage's stern refusal, the negotiations were faltering when suddenly, Mitsu opened her mouth to speak. Reikage, your current situation bears a striking resemblance to that of our Konoha. As one who has been thrust into the role of leader due to unforeseen circumstances, I trust there are numerous dissenting voices within your village. The younger generation, lacking the prestige of their ancestors, often struggles to command respect. Unlike Konoha, Yunin has recently endured a rebellion, thus your predicament is even more pressing. To unify your village, you must cultivate a reputation that silences opposition. Personal strength alone is insufficient. If you seek to gain such prestige in the short term, you must either orchestrate a large-scale offensive against other villages, guaranteeing overwhelming victory. Yet who can ensure success in such invasions? The irony lies in your current inability to command the Yunin ninjas effectively. Alternatively, the solution could be much simpler. Eliminate the instigators of the rebellion, the culprits behind the demise of the second Reikage, Kin and Jin. Indeed, by vanquishing Kin and Jin, the Reikage's reputation would swell rapidly, solidifying his position with undeniable legitimacy, an offer difficult to refuse. Upon hearing this, the third Reikage abruptly stood, gazing intently at the delegation from Konoha. Do you know the whereabouts of Kin and Jin? If our negotiations are to progress, such intelligence would be invaluable. Mitsu replied nonchalantly, implying that if negotiations were to stall, even knowledge of Kin and Jin's whereabouts would remain elusive. Please, continue, the third Reikage conceded, unable to simply depart. The information regarding Kin and Jin had caught him off guard, compelling him to maintain his composure and await further elucidation from Mitsu. On the surface, it appears that Yunin's battle lines would require substantial alteration. However, in reality, it is quite straightforward. You merely need to redirect the forces stationed in the land of rice and the land of sound towards the land of grass. Once our two nations forge an alliance, the need for such a heavy military presence in those areas would diminish significantly. Such words seem deceptively simple. Yet Mitsu demonstrated a profound understanding of the essence of political negotiation, skillfully weaving her rhetoric. Originally, Uhyou had established a defensive line in the land of waterfalls and the land of frost. By extending this line into the land of grass, they could effectively isolate Konoha from Uhyou. Such a seemingly minor maneuver, who could have anticipated its significant benefit for Konoha? However, within Sanxiao's discourse, a notable alteration emerged compared to Uhyou's initial proposal. She refrained from excessively demanding Uhyou's forces to infiltrate the land of rain. On one hand, this would stretch Uhyou's front too thin, complicating supply logistics. On the other, the land of rain differs from other smaller nations, particularly in recent years, as it has subtly begun to rise. Though the rain-hidden village cannot compare to the 5 great shinobi villages, its strength surpasses that of ordinary small ninja villages. Currently, this village is engaged in combat with both Uhyou and Konoha, making it impossible for Uhyou to infiltrate the fire country through the land of rain. After some contemplation, the Reikage remarked, "If we truly rearrange our defensive line according to your suggestions, what shall we do about supply issues? Will Konoha provide us with supplies free of charge, or allow our supply convoy to traverse the fire country? How could that be possible?" This time, it was Sanxiao who interjected, allowing Uhyou's supply convoy to pass through the fire country? What if they intend to undertake something there? Not to mention, what if Uhyou inadvertently sends the 8 tails or the 2 tails Jinchuriki into the fire country? Suppose the Jinchuriki suddenly decides to relax while passing through the fire country. What could you possibly blame them for? Even in such an event, for the sake of the larger picture, Konoha would be compelled to endure, swallowing all losses. Especially considering that Konoha Hidden Village no longer has Senju Hashirama. However, in an urgent situation, we could sell supplies to your front lines at cost price. Or even arrange for home delivery, Sanxiao offered, taking a step back. The Reikage shook his head, jesting, "Concerning supplies, I merely mentioned it to temper Konoha's negotiation fervor. Not to mention cost-price supplies. Would Konoha dare deliver free supplies right to Uhyou's doorstep? Who would take responsibility if they were poisoned? Let us not discuss the intrigues and deceptions, nor should we accuse the Reikage of being narrow-minded or sinister. If such a supply exchange were to occur, Konoha might indeed poison the supplies, for a village would act as such. Given the opportunity, would they hesitate to poison a few Uhyou shinobi? If you are concerned about the movements of the Mist Hidden, in exchange, we could assist you in monitoring them. We could even establish a joint surveillance agency to facilitate intelligence sharing regarding the Mist Hidden," Sanxiao quickly added, sensing the Reikage's intent to speak further. The Reikage's excuses were effectively silenced. At this moment, he finally realized that Konoha's proposal was not a mere whim, but a calculated strategy aimed at encouraging Uhyou to tilt its forces towards Uhyou. They had even devised a strategy to assist Uhyou in alleviating concerns regarding the Mist Hidden. If, at this juncture, the Reikage continued to evade, it would easily cast doubt on his sincerity in forming an alliance, especially since Konoha's suggestion, while advantageous to themselves, posed no harm to Uhyou. The Reikage could only proceed with caution, stating that, in principle, they could adopt the battle line arrangement suggested by them. However, the specifics of the judgment would have to wait until they provided clarification regarding the matters of Kinkan and Jinkan before any decisions could be made. Sanzo cast a sidelong glance at Muidaman and Uchiha Kagami, and upon observing their slow nods, prepared to disclose the information concerning the 2 rogue ninjas, a matter of utmost confidentiality that should ideally be communicated solely to the Reikage. This request led the Reikage to realize that the situation surrounding Kinkan and Jinkan appeared rather complicated. Consequently, he retained only one person at his side, dismissing the other cloud ninjas from the room. Being in the land of lightning, he felt no concern that the leaf ninjas would pose a threat to him. Before the demise of the second Hokage, the treacherous ninjas Kinkan and Jinkan had already been successfully eliminated. Once most had departed, Sanzo spoke. The Cloud Ninjas had anticipated the Hokage's death, for it was nearly impossible to escape the relentless pursuit of the elite Cloud Ninjas led by Kinkan and Jinkan. However, what astonished the Raikage was the revelation of the demise of Kinkan and Jinkan as well. Enraged, the third Raikage realized that the seemingly serious negotiations with the Leaf had merely been a mockery. What he sought were living rogue ninjas. The death of those two held no significance. What was there left to discuss? His gaze sharpened with a predatory ferocity. Kinkan and Jinkan must be slain by his own hand to secure his position as Raikage and stabilize the power of the Cloud. Yet now he was informed that these two pawns had already fallen at the hands of the second Hokage, rendering the negotiations with the Leaf utterly pointless. Wait. Sanzo swiftly reached out to halt the Raikage, who was about to turn away, while Uchiha Kagami also rose, his crimson Sharingan flaring open. The guards surrounding the Raikage swiftly positioned themselves in front of him, their eyes filled with murderous intent directed at Kagami. However, Uchiha did not reveal his eyes with the intention of inciting battle. Rather, he aimed to demonstrate that the Leaf possessed the capability to achieve certain objectives. He addressed the Raikage, stating that Kinkan and Jinkan were already dead, and deliberating on the manner of their demise would yield no benefit. Yet, if it could be proven that they had perished at his hands, then they had indeed died at his hands. As long as their corpses and the powerful ninja tools were returned to the village, no one would doubt the authenticity of his retribution against the rogue ninjas. Consequently, both his concerns and those of the Cloud could be resolved. Although Kinkan and Jinkan had met their end at the hands of the second Hokage, there were methods to convince others that they had been slain by the third Raikage, such as the Sharingan and Uchiha's Genjutsu. Finally, unable to restrain his fury, the Raikage began to radiate intense lightning chakra. How dare these outsiders from the Leaf compel him to claim the accomplishments of the second Hokage? Any self-respecting warrior would refuse to allow such indignities to befall him. Raikage, just as he was about to act, a guard placed a hand on his shoulder, and the clarity in his companion's eyes extinguished the Raikage's raging wrath in an instant. The thunderous sound awakened the third Raikage to the realization of his true identity. He was neither a warrior who revered glory nor merely a ninja, but rather the shadow that bore the weight of his village's rise and fall. As the military leader of a nation, he inherently embodied a significant political figure, often needing to endure humiliation for the sake of his village's interests. Now, it seemed it was his turn to bear the burden of disgrace. He despondently sank back into his chair and addressed the trio, stating that today's negotiations would conclude here, assuring them that he would thoroughly contemplate their suggestions. He had never anticipated being coerced to such an extent by Konoha's negotiating team. "Do you believe I should acquiesce to Konoha's terms?" he inquired of those beside him, and subsequently confront a Wagakure with full force. After the representatives of Konoha exited the negotiation room, he posed this question to his companions. "Given our current circumstances, we must forge an alliance with Konoha. That is fundamental. As for further developments, it will depend on your resolve as Raikage to swiftly restore order in Kumogakure." Despite Konoha's assertive display today, it was unlikely they would forcibly bind our alliance agreement to alterations in our frontline strategy, one of his associates thoughtfully replied. According to the traditions upheld by Kumogakure for 3 generations, the name of the Raikage would forever be A, accompanied by a partner known as B. From the response of this partner, it was evident that he leaned towards accepting the conditions proposed by Konoha. At this juncture, Kumogakure had no choice but to collaborate with Konoha. Otherwise, would they ally with the Wagakure instead? In light of the fate of the village, the personal sentiments of the Raikage were of little consequence. While misattributing the accomplishments of slaying the Gold and Silver Brothers could tarnish his prestige, he must consider that relinquishing such achievements would also be a humiliation for the second Hokage and Konoha. Everything must serve the greater good. Meanwhile, after a day of rigorous negotiations in Kumogakure, the Konoha delegation finally welcomed a moment of respite. At their behest, Kumogakure had arranged for them to share a single room. To prevent any underhanded tactics from the opposition, the 5 members of Konoha were required to remain together at all times. "Will Kumogakure accept our proposals?" In the resting chamber, once it was confirmed that no surveillance measures had been left behind, Mitarashi Anko spoke up. "In any case, we hope for a swift decision. The longer it takes, the less value our leverage holds. We can stay in Kumogakure for a maximum of 3 days. If they do not reach a decision by then, we will merely seek an alliance agreement and withdraw," said Mitsuki. As time passed, Kumogakure would inevitably quell the rebellion and gradually restore stability. At which point the leverage of the Gold and Silver brothers would hold no value. Although the Raikage's demeanor had softened by the end of the negotiations, no one could ascertain what final decision he would ultimately arrive at. Hence, Mitsuki allocated only 3 days. In truth, this deadline was somewhat lenient. If by the following morning the Raikage had not consented to Konoha's terms, it was likely that he would never agree at all. On the opposite side of the room, Uhyou was elucidating the plans of Konoha to Shikamaru Nara. Since midday, the child had found himself struggling to comprehend the discussions of the adults, topics such as battlefield logistics. The trajectory of war and future circumstances were far beyond the grasp of one so young. Uhyou resorted to sketching a rudimentary map, pointing out the distribution of forces to explain the strategic intentions of Konoha. Although Shikamaru Nara may have been a naturally gifted ninja, his understanding of the broader situation was limited by his age. It was only upon seeing the map's representation of the Cloud Village's encirclement of the Land of Fire that he finally grasped why they had requested the Cloud to redirect its troops from the Land of Rice to the Land of Grass. "Uhyou, you possess a wealth of knowledge," he remarked, having come to a basic understanding of it all. While he could not quite express admiration, he began to realize that this novice ninja before him was indeed different. Such strategy, reliant as it is on a deep understanding of the circumstances, could not have been conceived overnight. Ordinarily, a starving vagabond would be preoccupied merely with counting monkeys in the woods, yet Uhyou was concerned about the state of the world, not to mention that he could effortlessly draw a world map. "I do know quite a bit, from DDF to AOA, but these matters are too intense for a child. I shall explain further when the opportunity arises." After imparting Konoha's intentions, Uhyou retreated to a corner of the room, seated himself in a meditative posture, and began to refine his chakra. Once he felt his chakra sufficiently abundant, he formed the water release hand seal, which is distinctly characterized by the final sign of the sequence. As he completed the formation, Uhyou's chakra began to transform into the water element, enveloping him in a misty aura. Given the previous introductions made by Misaki regarding the Cloud Village's ninjas, Uhyou now felt the urgency to enhance his skills as a ninja. Even though Misaki's comments had been rather casual, he could not afford to be overly optimistic. One must always prepare for the worst. To speak frankly, aspiring to begin with water release was indeed a commendable goal, with the second Hokage serving as an admirable benchmark. Should Uhyou voice this ambition to others, he would surely be reprimanded for his audacity, for the second Hokage was an extraordinarily powerful ninja. Yet, within Uhyou's mind, this figure was merely a reasonable target. Considering Uhyou's points of comparison, his perspective was not misguided. The second Hokage was undeniably strong, but not to the exaggerated and monstrous extent of his brother or the later ninjas of Konoha. Excluding the forbidden techniques and the unimaginably complex space-time ninjutsu pioneered by the second Hokage, he was not an unattainable aspiration for Uhyou, despite the distance that remained between them. Considering the tumultuous era in which Uhyou is destined to live, it is imperative for him to become a formidable force, if only for the sake of self-preservation. However, given the timeline of his active years as a ninja, he need not attain the pinnacle of strength since he is considerably older than the legendary Sannin. By the time the age of celestial beings arrives, he will have long since faded into obscurity, perhaps reduced to mere bones beneath the earth. The tumultuous specters of the Uchiha and the formidable Otsutsuki are not the concerns that weigh upon Uhyou's mind. Rather, he is focused solely on surviving the 3 great ninja wars. He believes that even the most formidable adversaries will not surpass the third Raikage he has encountered in the light of day. Thus, having embraced the path of a ninja, it is only fitting that he sets his sights on the illustrious second Hokage as a worthy aspiration. Though he may appear to be drifting along with the currents of fate, Uhyou has been contemplating his future meticulously. After this arduous journey, he has realized that he feels no discomfort in the life of a ninja, and it is time for him to commit to his resolve. Henceforth, Uhyou's aim is to strive towards the formidable legacy of the second Hokage. In this contemplative state, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Sanshao, who was engaged in conversation with 2 others. Indeed, as she had previously alluded, there exists a fateful connection between them. Now, Uhyou understands the importance of cherishing this bond. Sanshao belongs to the Senju clan and holds a position of considerable esteem within it. Thus, if she is willing to impart her ninjutsu knowledge, it would be an invaluable opportunity for an outsider like Uhyou. In this moment, Johanna acknowledges the fortuitous nature of encountering the late second Hokage and the timely arrival in Konoha. He should feel immense gratitude towards Senju Tobarama. The following day, negotiations between Konoha and Kumogakure recommenced. After careful deliberation, we have decided to accept your terms. In exchange for the elimination of the Gold and Silver Brothers, we agree to shift our defensive line towards the Land of Grass. This decisive resolution came shortly after the negotiations had barely resumed, initiated by the Reikage. Mito Gatehan and Uchiha Kagami exchanged glances, both recognizing the delight reflected in each other's eyes. Upon entering the chamber and discovering that only the Reikage and his guard from the previous day were present, they had already sensed that events might unfold in their favor. However, they did not anticipate the Reikage's swift decision. In their imagination, even if the Reikage were to accept such terms, there would likely be prolonged discussions. Yet, true to his character, the Reikage may have hesitated before making a decision, but once resolved, he would disdain becoming mired in trivialities. This decisiveness is certainly commendable, and Konoha's expedition to Kumogakure has yielded significant gains. During this negotiation, both sides have achieved their desired outcomes, liberating both nations from the cycle of conflict, and clarifying the future dynamics between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Fire. Mito Gatehan could not help but voice his hope. Let us hope so. The Reikage expressed that, while the negotiations appeared beneficial for both parties on the surface, he harbored a lingering suspicion that the hidden cloud was the one ultimately at a disadvantage. Soon, the two sides formalized an alliance agreement, which was signed by the third Reikage, and the full representative of the third Hokage, Mito Kazan. Thus, the alliance between Konoha and the hidden cloud was promptly established. Subsequently, a secret pact was drafted, ensuring that the hidden cloud would redirect its defenses towards the Land of Grass, among other clandestine arrangements, the fulfillment of which would not be reflected on paper. However, the validity of this pact was beyond doubt. With the negotiations documented, the matter of the rogue ninjas, Kin and Jin, became urgent. News of the renewed alliance with Konoha was swiftly disseminated throughout the hidden cloud village. The Konoha envoy, having accomplished their mission, hurriedly departed from the hidden cloud by noon, seemingly eager to relay the news back to Konoha. Not long after their departure, the intelligence system of the hidden cloud suddenly detected traces of the rogue ninjas, Kin and Jin. In a flurry, the third Reikage, led 3 elite ninjas, disregarding the village's opposition, and launched a hasty offensive. The Reikage's quartet rapidly infiltrated the Land of Rice. Everyone, take heed. We may be quite close to the whereabouts of Kin and Jin. Their strength is not to be underestimated, so we must exercise utmost caution in our forthcoming actions. Upon reaching a designated location within the Land of Rice, the Reikage uttered these words while discreetly nodding towards his companion. By continued, indeed, after continuous battles, it is likely that the 2 rogue ninjas are not in perfect condition, so we need not overly concern ourselves. Wait, what is happening over there? During his speech, he abruptly turned his face towards another direction, his voice tinged with alarm and anger. This sudden outburst prompted the other 2 members of the team to react swiftly, instinctively redirecting their gazes to where Bai was looking, only to be met with the sight of 2 crimson Sharingan eyes before them. As blood tears streamed down Uchiha Kagami's cheek, the 2 ninjas stood frozen in silence. You have arrived later than agreed, Uchiha Kagami remarked slowly, closing one eye as he addressed the Reikage. I was delayed due to the village elder's interference, replied the third Reikage. The burden of being the leader of a village meant that he could no longer move about freely. Enough of this idle chatter. Take me to Kin and Jin. They won't awaken, will they? The Reikage insisted, pointing toward his 2 companions. The customized Jinjutsu of the Sharingan is not easily broken, in their minds. You are currently engaged in a fierce battle with Kin and Jin, Uchiha Kagami stated, turning his attention towards the Konoha group. The Reikage temporarily left his companions ensnared in the Jinjutsu behind, following closely behind Bai and Uchiha Kagami. Within 5 minutes, the Reikage beheld the long-awaited sight of Kin and Jin, alongside several crucial pieces of ninja equipment lying next to their lifeless forms. It is them, he declared. Upon arrival, Bai immediately confirmed the identities of the Gold and Silver brothers. What of the barrier? Reikage inquired. It has been opened, Mitomon-in answered. Reikage nodded, then crouched beside the corpses of the brothers. We will return their possessions. However, the Red Gourd and the 7-star sword were destroyed in the battle against the second Hokage. We had previously made this clear, and we hope for your understanding, explained Sanshao, noticing Reikich's intense gaze fixed upon the fragments of ninja tools. Uhyou subtly shifted his position to diminish his presence, reflecting that the destruction of those items was solely the doing of the second Hokage and had no connection to him. Reikich, however, deemed it unnecessary to dwell on such trivial matters. He gestured for Bai to collect the ninja tools and their remnants, then placed his hands on the bodies of the gold and silver brothers. A surge of powerful lightning chakra coursed through their remains. This act, while appearing to desecrate the dead, served a different purpose: to obscure the traces left by the second Hokage and to blur the timeline of the brothers' demise. It was not until their flesh had begun to char that Reikich withdrew his technique. Everyone, lend me your assistance. Once the corpses were dealt with, Reikich addressed the group. They nodded in agreement and unleashed various ninjutsu to wreak havoc upon the surrounding environment, creating the illusion of an intense battle. Thanks to the pre-established barrier, even if a lone ninja were drawn to the commotion, they would be unable to breach the barrier to discern the true events unfolding within. The destruction extended to the location where Uchiha Kagami had cast his genjutsu, leading Reikich to the side of his comrades still ensnared in the illusion. "My apologies," he said, before delivering a swift punch to each of the two cloud ninjas, sending them crashing to the ground as though they had been felled the moment they encountered the gold and silver brothers. This accounted for their detached observation during the fierce confrontation. After a brief display of skills, there would be no further involvement from the Leaf Ninjas. Uhyou and his companions then exited the barrier, retreating towards the Land of Fire, marking the successful completion of their mission. We may proceed." Once the Leaf Ninjas had departed, Reikich instructed those beside him. He perceived that the battlefield lacked authenticity, and since they had resolved to fabricate the scene, it must appear as genuine as possible. Bai nodded, releasing a torrent of powerful and tumultuous chakra from his being, as the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. This information was to be kept from the Leaf. Yet, with the departure of their adversaries, Bai began to unleash the power of the tailed beast. Regrettably, he was not a perfect Jinchuriki, and as the seal of the Eight Tails loosened and chakra overflowed, he gradually spiraled out of control. The rampaging beast clashed violently with the third Reikich, as Reikich resumed the arduous task of reintegrating the tailed beasts within himself. He found himself in a state of utter disarray, while Belay barely conscious. Though the golden and silver horns had the potential to undergo tailed beast transformation, the battlefield was now saturated with the chakra of the Eight Tails. Who could possibly discern whether this chakra belonged to the Eight Tails or the Nine Tails? "Are you all right?" Reikich inquired of his companion. "I'm fine, nothing serious," came the reply. "It's just that I was thoroughly beaten, nearly to death." "Awaken those two, dispel the barrier, and summon the villagers," Reikich instructed, casting a glance toward the direction of Kumogakure. This operation had strayed from his original intent, yet it undeniably bore significant benefits for Kumogakure. Meanwhile, the group from Konohagakure remained oblivious to the fact that Reikich continued to grapple with the situation long after their departure. After fulfilling all agreements, trades, and exchanges, they passed through the front lines, returning to the hidden Leaf Village bearing tidings of peace. Ultimately, peace between Konohagakure and Kumogakure had been realized. Although the complete cessation of war remained a distant aspiration given the current state of the ninja world, the peace with Kumogakure was undeniably a momentous boon for Konohagakure. This news, while not elevating the morale of the frontline ninjas to soaring heights, at least alleviated the despondency that had lingered since the sacrifice of the second Hokage. With the concerns of Kumogakure addressed, Konohagakure's strategic focus began to shift towards Sunagakure. Internally, the success of the allied mission bolstered the authority of the acting Hokage, Sarutobi Hisashi, who had successfully completed the preliminary integration of Konohagakure. The village now operated under his oversight, with Mito Gates in, Nara Shikaku managing logistics, Shimura Danzo overseeing domestic intelligence, and Uchiha Kagami and Akimichi Torayuki directing military affairs, with the Senju clan choosing to recede from the limelight while providing steadfast support. The political legacy of the second Hokage had been thoroughly inherited by his disciples. Of course, such high-level changes, power struggles, and strategic decisions bore no relevance to Uhyou, who was returning to Konohagakure. From a personal standpoint, the most valuable aspect of this mission for him was the connection he established with Hitaki Kakashi, with whom he hoped to exchange martial arts techniques and progress together in the future. In many respects, Kakashi's abilities were among the most enviable for a ninja. As for other matters, Uhyou was determined not to thrust himself into the fray again or offer any suggestions in the near term. His experience in Kumogakure had already revealed the consequences of speaking out. Despite his recommendations leading to fruitful outcomes for the Allied mission, he had personally endured considerable repercussions. The notion of registering with other ninja villages was hardly a favorable scenario. Upon reflection, Uhyou realized that he had only recently arrived at Konoha, yet he seemed to have been involved in every significant event pertaining to the village's domestic and diplomatic affairs within this brief span. For an outsider with little power, such prominence felt excessive. Uhyou resolved to adopt a more cautious approach, choosing to diligently learn from his mentor, teacher Mitsukasa, rather than seek the spotlight. Thus, he commenced a tranquil existence within the Konoha Rehabilitation Center. However, Konoha was undergoing significant transformations, with numerous events demanding resolution and various decisions requiring careful planning. It was not until 3 days later that Uhyou encountered his teacher once more. In Sanxiao's office, she provided an update regarding her circumstances. She had been preoccupied with clan matters and had not been able to attend to this side of things. Yet, those issues had now been resolved. As she spoke, her gaze drifted towards the window. Perhaps you have already discerned this. I am the type of ninja who cannot engage in battle, to be more precise. I lack the capacity for combat. Despite possessing knowledge about ninjas and ninjutsu that is beyond the imagination of most, it is ironically tragic that I am unable to translate this esoteric knowledge into direct combat prowess. From the moment of my birth, I have been an exceedingly frail individual, so weak that I cannot even wield ninjutsu. Some congenital deficiencies are beyond the remedy of any acquired means. I have made earnest efforts, yet ultimately, I have concluded that medical ninjutsu is not a panacea. Of course, I am not one to shy away from reality. Sanxiao's tone remained calm. Yet she spoke of a rather sorrowful truth. Had she been a significant figure within the Senju clan, she would naturally have been endowed with superior conditions than most ninjas. Under the full cultivation of the Senju, she should have, under normal circumstances, emerged as an exceptional ninja and even become a pillar of Konoha. However, due to her frail physique, these expectations existed only in the realm of illusion. Thus, she sought a disciple capable of harnessing the latent power of her knowledge to thrive on the battlefield. From Uhyou's expression, Sanxiao discerned his thoughts, and she shook her head, saying, "You need not overthink this. I will impart my knowledge to you without any conditions attached. What you choose to do with the power you acquire, and what kind of ninja you aspire to become, is a matter only you can determine." Uhyou was a person of strong opinions, a fact Sanxiao was certain of, so she did not impose any demands. Yet, this statement left Uhyou perplexed, just as he had struggled to comprehend why the second Hokage had placed his trust in a stranger like him. He found himself unable to grasp why Sanxiao adopted such a permissive attitude towards him. What if, after mastering numerous ninjutsu, he posed a threat to Konoha? Such a possibility was not negligible. Very well, let us leave this topic behind. Sanxiao's introduction to her situation ended abruptly, and she shifted her focus back to Uhyou's education. In summary, by our standards, you have commenced your journey as a ninja rather late. From a mentor's perspective, I hope to compensate for this temporal discrepancy. Compensate. Yuzuru could comprehend the implications behind Sanxiao's statement regarding the notion of being late. Typically, the training and cultivation of a ninja begins before the age of 6. However, Yuzuru's physical age had already surpassed 13. He had, in essence, perfectly missed the optimal window for laying the foundational skills of a ninja. Yet, what exactly did Sanxiao mean by making up for it? Was such a thing even feasible? Amidst Yuzuru's confusion, Sanxiao gestured towards a large glass jar positioned beside her desk. Through its transparent exterior, he discerned that it was filled with black pills the size of longan fruit. In that moment, Yuzuru began to understand. Oh, the pills referenced in the title were indeed genuine medicinal pills. It is well known that the titles associated with certain individuals often bear little relevance to the actual content, frequently leading to deception. Are you aware of the secret medicine of the Senju clan? Throughout a ninja's developmental journey, the use of secret medicine is indispensable, whether for enhancing physical strength, increasing chakra, or other expansions. Among the various secret medicines crafted by different ninja clans, the Senju clan's concoction is the most precious and effective. For ages, the Senju of the forest has remained resilient and dominant within the ninja realm, largely due to the efficacy of this secret medicine. When mentioning the Senju, Sanshao deliberately lowered her head, concealing her expression. What I present to you is an augmented supply of Senju's secret medicine. Therefore, even if your start is belated, it will undoubtedly propel you to catch up with those before you. This is a week's worth. Teacher Sanshao, are you certain that this supply is merely for 1 week? Yuzuru questioned incredulously as he gazed at the seemingly extravagant glass jar. The contents appeared not too scant, but rather excessive. If rationed, it could easily suffice for a week's meals. No matter how exceptional the Senju's secret medicine may be, Yuzuru found it difficult to dismiss the possibility of side effects. Consuming too many pills could indeed lead to dire consequences. Of course, if you find the taste agreeable, you are welcome to finish it sooner, Sanshao replied with a smile. Encouraged by the prospect that it might indeed be palatable, Yuzuru popped a pill into his mouth. The moment it touched his tongue, he was met with an indescribable flavor that surged through his nostrils, throat, and forehead. Marvelous. Truly, it was worthy of being called the Senju's secret medicine. The instant it adhered to his lips, it rendered his entire mouth numb. He couldn't help but extend a thumb in admiration. Indeed, this is the Senju. The flavor sounds exquisite and tastes even better. Ah, what a masterful creation. The ranking of ninjutsu signifies the complexity of its training. And this complexity often correlates with the technique's power. The higher the difficulty of the ninjutsu, the greater its potency and threat. However, this is not an absolute truth, particularly for water and fire ninjas. The efficacy of these two elemental techniques is less about the level of training and more about the output of chakra. A quintessential example is the Uchiha's Great Fireball technique, which, despite being classified as a mere C-rank ninjutsu, can yield vastly different destructive effects depending on the wielder, ranging from a mere wave of heat to incinerating a person to ashes. Regardless, the potential for chakra growth serves as the foundation for a ninja's overall development. The quality of Uhyou's chakra growth cannot be discerned in the short term. It will only manifest when he reaches the age of 30 and matures into a seasoned ninja. However, one certainty remains. He cannot be compared to the likes of Senju and Uzumaki, who have inherited the sage body. Thus, the precious secret medicine that Sanshao provided him is undoubtedly beneficial. It will assist Uhyou in enhancing his physical attributes and expanding his chakra capacity. While innate constitution cannot be altered, it is precisely for this reason that diligent effort becomes paramount. The second Hokage's fervent pursuit of forbidden techniques can, to some extent, be attributed to the pressure exerted by his prodigious elder brother. The second Hokage, known for his penchant for devising cunning strategies and manipulative tactics, stands in stark contrast to the first, who would straightforwardly confront challenges with his would-release and sage techniques, often leaving his adversaries reeling. Personal valor may not resolve every issue, yet one as formidable as Hashirama Senju can rectify at least 99% of them. It is this prowess that established a harmonious world within the ninja realm. Though he may appear lighthearted, the systems he established were not easily accepted throughout the ninja world. Those who acknowledged his system were often individuals he had bested, while those who steadfastly opposed it ultimately met their demise. What recourse is there? In the face of absolute strength, even the toughest of bones can be shattered. The disparity between the first and second Hokage epitomizes the difference between innate genius and a lifetime of dedicated effort. Nevertheless, Uhyou does not aspire to be a genius. He recognizes that striving for excellence is a worthy pursuit in itself. Bloodlines are an inescapable topic when discussing a ninja's potential. Despite the first and second Hokage being siblings, the gap between them is perplexing. Thus, in his quest to become a competent ninja, Uhyou embarked on a grueling regimen of daily pill ingestion, beginning with a course of the secret medicine to assess its efficacy. Merely a week later, a peculiar aroma, reminiscent of rare herbs, began to emanate from Uhyou's body, coinciding with the remarkable changes he felt within himself. How to articulate it? He was imbued with an overwhelming sensation akin to the discomfort of an erupting wisdom tooth, pressing against his other teeth, causing his once tightly packed gums to feel as though they were bursting with teeth. Yet, at this moment, Uhyou felt as if he were teeming with teeth all over his body, an amplified version of that sensation. During this period, he found himself unable to function without engaging in several water dragon jutsu daily. Upon recognizing the transformative effects of the secret medicine, Uhyou resolved to maintain his course of treatment without interruption. In addition to the elixirs, Uhyou was also engaged in training for chakra control. He swiftly completed the foundational courses on vertical climbing and movement across water surfaces. His meticulous and detail-oriented nature, combined with a mature psychological age and a youthful, vigorous physique, ensured that with proper training, these fundamental topics posed no challenges for him. Moreover, Mitsushina would occasionally provide Uhyou with water-style ninjutsu scrolls, allowing him to practice independently after explaining the characteristics of the techniques. Although her instructions were sparse and she was unable to perform the jutsu herself, Uhyou found her to be an exceptional mentor based on his own experiences. Mitsushina provided numerous ninjutsu scrolls, yet she was far from reckless. The Water Dragon Bullet technique could be considered the pinnacle of B-rank water-style ninjutsu. Thus, the techniques Mitsushina currently taught Uhyou were all below B-rank difficulty, leaving him with no reason to fail in his learning. In terms of chakra control, elemental transformation, and ninjutsu acquisition, Mitsushina's teachings were commendable. However, she was unable to assist with physical training. Physical techniques, in a sense, rely on the accumulation of bodily experience and muscle memory, and the most effective training method is through actual combat. Merely discussing physical techniques holds little value. Hence, Mitsushina found herself somewhat powerless in this area. Physical prowess is a vital component of a ninja's combat capability. Relying solely on ninjutsu without corresponding physical abilities does not define a true ninja. Rather, it resembles that of a mage, who in the agile and close-quarters battlefield of ninjas would be rendered ineffective in less than a minute. If Uhyou could not attain a passing level of physical technique, it would become a critical flaw for him. With his mentor unable to assist, he could only strive to improve through his own efforts. Fortunately, during previous missions, he had met an excellent sparring partner, Kakashi Shikaku. At the tender age of 9 years and 2 months, wielded sharp physical techniques and a unique swordsmanship that left most Chunin unable to contend with him. Responding to Uhyou's request, their sparring sessions occurred almost daily. Within mere seconds of each training bout, the chakra short blade in Kakashi's hand would be aimed at Uhyou's throat from various angles. In a training ground not far from the Konoha nursing home, the scene froze at the moment of Uhyou's defeat. Though the blade's tip hovered just outside his skin, the chilling aura emanated, seeping into every fiber of his being. The sharpness of Kakashi's moves made the duels feel akin to life and death struggles. Each day, Uhyou felt as though he had faced death dozens of times. Kakashi's swordsmanship and physical techniques were entirely practical, and at his age, he knew nothing of holding back. The training sessions between Uhyou and Kakashi closely simulated the sensations of the battlefield. Over the course of these days, Uhyou had indeed gained invaluable experience, while Kakashi, in contrast, had little to show for it, as he participated merely out of a spirit of internationalism. Uhyou, you must perform the hand seals. Engaging in physical combat with you is utterly impractical at this juncture, so why not utilize ninjutsu? After the day's training, Shikaku couldn't help but voice his grievances. While Uhyou felt he had gleaned considerable insights, Shikaku perceived no tangible progress. Even if I wished to perform the seals, there is scarcely an opportunity to do so amidst your relentless assaults. Furthermore, my primary objective is to hone my physical skills. Resorting to ninjutsu seems somewhat counterproductive, Uhyou retorted. Shikaku's assumption that other ninjas could attain his level after merely a few training sessions was profoundly misguided. He perhaps lacked self-awareness, failing to grasp the true essence of his own capabilities as a ninja. In any case, let us conclude today's session. I shall be unable to return here for the next few days, as I have received new mission directives. A mission? Uhyou nodded, acknowledging his understanding. He refrained from inquiring about the specifics of Shikaku's task, for ninja missions invariably entail varying degrees of confidentiality. Nevertheless, the very fact that a ninja of Shikaku's age was being dispatched on a mission indicated that Konoha still grappled with a deficiency in combat strength. It might not be long before ninjas like Uhyou, too, were assigned missions. Do you have any advice regarding my combat skills? Before departing, Shikaku posed this question to Uhyou. I possess no insights on combat. You have far more experience than I. However, if we were to discuss life in general, I could offer some thoughts, Uhyou said, placing a hand on Shikaku's shoulder, his demeanor somewhat whimsical. In the future, you might consider having a son named Shunzhandong. And remember, it's best not to entertain thoughts of self-harm, for one must understand that suicide leads to death. Uhyou did not perceive any imminent danger in Shikaku's forthcoming mission, hence his jest, which Shikaku himself found neither clear nor amusing. Unbeknownst to Uhyou, However, every utterance in the preceding training had been overheard by another individual, who bore witness to it all. After Shikaku departed from the training ground, Uhyou remained, recuperating his energy and chakra while quietly reflecting on the lessons gleaned from the day's exercises. Simultaneously, his hands instinctively engaged in repetitive practice of the hand seals. The hands are an essential weapon for a ninja. Although the practice of hand seals is not a formal curriculum, it must be continuously executed and refined, especially for novices, who must not allow even a moment's lapse in diligence. While Uhyou's speed and proficiency in hand seals fell short of elite ninjas, considering the time frame since he became a ninja and the duration of his practice, he could be regarded as relatively swift. Indeed, the rapidity of hand seals is paramount, as it forms the foundation of a ninja's techniques. Thus, minimizing the number of seals required for jutsu, and even striving towards the advanced practice of non-hand seal ninjutsu, remains an aspiration cherished by all ninjas. A single seal less during the execution of a technique can significantly expedite a ninja's offensive capabilities. This seemingly trivial difference in time can greatly influence the outcome of a battle. However, whether it involves the simplification of high-level ninjutsu through a reduction in hand seals or the development of unmarked techniques, both endeavors prove to be exceptionally challenging, existing only within the realm of an ordinary ninja's imagination. All these are water release techniques. Just as Uhyou was weaving together a series of finger movements in a predetermined sequence, a voice suddenly resonated in his ear. Having not sensed anyone approaching, Uhyou's initial reaction to the sound was one of heightened vigilance. Yet, upon recognizing the voice that sounded somewhat familiar, his wariness swiftly dissipated. It was the third Hokage. Uhyou quickly rose to his feet, respectfully lowering his hands. The figure that appeared behind him was none other than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Have these ninjutsu been taught to you by the Sannin over the past few days? Sarutobi inquired, hands clasped behind his back. Yes, Lord Hokage, Uhyou replied, pondering why the acting Hokage was not preoccupied with pressing matters at this time, and why he had appeared alone. However, the Hokage did not address Uhyou's internal confusion, but continued, I observed your practice just now. As a newly minted ninja, your rate of progress is quite extraordinary. You indeed possess a remarkable talent in ninjutsu. Uhyou was about to express humility in response to such praise, only to hear Sarutobi continue, however, at your age, I was already proficient in 5 types of elemental ninjutsu. He chuckled. Truly, the third Hokage lived up to his reputation. Uhyou attempted to feign respect, but could not suppress a wry smile. Was Sarutobi here to commend him or to boast of his own accomplishments? Moreover, what had he just said? Was Sarutobi present during his training sessions with Kakashi all along? This habit of wandering around the village, indulging in voyeurism, had begun at such a young age, it seemed. Such irreverent thoughts surfaced in Uhyou's mind. Nonetheless, based on Uhyou's understanding, the third Hokage's repertoire of ninjutsu was unparalleled in the ninja world, even surpassing that of the first and second Hokage. Hence, Uhyou held no doubts regarding Sarutobi's claim of mastering 5 elemental techniques in his teenage years. Aside from the corroborating memories, it was evident that Sarutobi was a direct descendant of the esteemed Sarutobi clan, blessed with an exceptionally talented father capable of wielding ninjutsu across 5 elemental chakras. Furthermore, as one of the first generation raised following the founding of Konoha, he was a disciple nurtured by both the first and second Hokage, having been meticulously groomed to shoulder the village's expectations from an early age. Yet, Uhyou couldn't help but think that entrusting the reins of power to the youth was not necessarily a prudent choice. Even someone like Sarutobi could exhibit a lively and somewhat frivolous demeanor. At this moment, the third Hokage was merely 24 years of age. Fortunately, the village was graced by the presence of esteemed elders like Uzumaki Mido. Soon, however, Sarutobi Hiruzen recognized that such self-praise was unbecoming of his position as acting Hokage, and thus continued, Have you assessed your chakra nature? No, replied Uhyou. Sensei Sanshou informed me that I should focus on practicing water release for now. Despite his eagerness to swiftly enhance his abilities, he understood the wisdom in not overextending oneself. That said, upon reaching the Chunin level, nearly every ninja was expected to master 2 chakra nature transformations. Normally, at your age, you should be approaching Chunin status, so it wouldn't hurt to explore other nature transformations earlier on. As he spoke, the third Hokage handed Uhyou a piece of chakra testing paper. Let us see if you possess any other innate potential. Uhyou remained uncertain of the Hokage's intentions but complied, placing his most primal chakra, unaltered by any nature transformation, onto the paper. The surface of the test paper began to react. First, it scorched, then became damp, indicating that fire release was indeed your most innate chakra nature transformation. The water release you have mastered may merely stem from external stimuli. Upon witnessing the paper's reaction, the third Hokage reached this conclusion. Fire release. If my fundamental nature is fire, would it not be more prudent to begin learning fire release instead of water release? The Hokage's assertion momentarily left Uhyou in doubt. Do not dwell too much on this, the Hokage reassured him. This merely suggests that under normal circumstances, should you pursue chakra nature transformation training, you are most likely to succeed first with fire. Consequently, mastering fire release techniques would be somewhat easier. However, since your training in water release is progressing smoothly, there is no need for concern. As a token of gratitude for your significant contributions to the village recently, I would be willing to teach you a fire release technique. The third Hokage's words indicated that he had not forgotten Uhyou's achievements during the recent mission to the Land of Clouds. So, would you like to learn? Uhyou did not respond directly. Instead, he gazed intently at the third Hokage. Such was the nature of ninjas. While they spoke of the perils of overextending oneself, their hearts often yearned for everything. You have already learned the water release, water dragon bullet. So I shall teach you a technique of equivalent rank, fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. I hope you can master this technique with the same ease as you did with water release, the third Hokage stated. Both the previous Hatake Tsukumo and the current Sarutobi Hiruzen had a penchant for simplifying matters. It is a common trait among geniuses to assume that what is easily learned by them can also be swiftly grasped by others. Yet, one must ponder how someone who has never even studied chakra nature transformation related to fire could possibly learn fire release techniques directly. Would it require employing the advanced methods of the second Hokage to create a hole in Uhyou with fire release? Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. A B-rank advanced fire ninjutsu was demonstrated by the third Hokage to Uhyou, showcasing the formidable power of this technique. Following an explanation of the hand seals and the chakra flow involved in its execution, he gracefully turned and departed. After witnessing this new ninjutsu, the water-style ninja Uhyou resolved to transform into a water-fire hybrid ninja. He concentrated his chakra, performed the hand seals, and attempted to cast the technique, only to fail. This was, of course, the expected outcome. To wield fire ninjutsu, one must first cultivate a sufficient amount of fire attribute chakra within one's body. Without this prerequisite, relying solely on hand seals to master fire techniques was a futile endeavor. After several unsuccessful attempts, Uhyou finally understood that he had to start from the basics. Clenching the chakra test paper in his hand, images of heat, flames, and explosions flooded his mind as he directed chakra toward his fingertips. He endeavored to transform his chakra into the fire attribute, but only through personal experience did he realize that altering chakra properties was no simple task. Initially, he was driven by anticipation and curiosity regarding the new technique, but soon he became fixated on the challenge, much like a gamer who cannot abandon a difficult level. Some players might give up after facing obstacles, but others persist until they conquer the challenge, unable to rest until they succeed. Uhyou's repeated attempts and failures led him into a mindset of impatience, which is often counterproductive, yet those ensnared in such a state are usually unaware of it. From this perspective, the third Hokage did not aid his training, but rather disrupted it. As time passed into the night, Uhyou's training persisted. He consumed several secret medicines, which helped restore his chakra. Determined to succeed, he resolved to remain at the training ground throughout the night, refusing to return home until he had achieved his goal. Ultimately, diligence yields rewards. Even hard-earned efforts can result in modest successes. By the early hours of dawn, Uhyou's fingertips finally ignited with a faint flame, strikingly visible against the darkness. The following morning, upon learning that Uhyou had not returned, Sanxiao hurried to the training ground, where she discovered Uhyou lying on the cold ground, looking utterly disheveled. The desolate morning air enveloped the empty space, and the sight of the disoriented youth raised alarm. Uhyou, are you all right? Sanxiao rushed over and knelt beside him. Hearing his name called, Uhyou stirred awake. Upon opening his eyes and seeing Sanxiao's concerned expression, he quickly sprang to his feet. Teacher Sanxiao, there's a major problem. Well, I'm fine, but I have a significant issue. Sen Xiao was at a loss for words. This was rather incoherent, wasn't it? I understand that Sarutobi has taught you other techniques, and I have sternly warned him against such practices. He shall not dare to engage in such behavior again. Any teacher detests the presence of those who impart irrelevant knowledge to their students, even if that individual is a Hokage. The third Hokage imparted to me a fire-style ninjutsu. And although my dilemma arose from that particular technique, the issue itself does not lie in the ninjutsu's complexity. Allow me to demonstrate directly. The signs for the water dragon bullet are represented by the symbols of the ox, rabbit, and pig, while the fire release, fire dragon flame bullet is signified by the symbols of the rat, tiger, and snake, which the Hokage taught me yesterday. Uhyou merely formed the hand seals without channeling chakra, yet he was about to commence the technique. The sequence of hand seals was as follows: rat, tiger, snake, and then the ox, for fire release and water release. As this sequence was completed, a surge of vapor and a violent wave of air converged on either side of Uhyou's body. Combining the swirling waters of the water release with the cyclone of the fire release, culminating in an instantaneous release. The water dragon bullet and the fire dragon flame bullet were unleashed simultaneously. These two jutsus, opposing in nature, soared towards the air a dozen meters away before colliding, enveloping the entire training ground in a dense mist. What is this? San Xiao gazed incredulously at this scene that defied common sense. This must be quite a serious issue. Uhyou remarked. The situation was far more complex than merely releasing two ninjutsu simultaneously. Firstly, he had intertwined the hand signs for both fire and water release. Utilizing a common sign, the ox, which was present in both the water dragon bullet and fire dragon flame bullet. Thus, he executed what would typically require 13 hand signs with only 12. The more critical aspect was that he simultaneously employed two chakra natures without utilizing shadow clones to distribute chakra. Under normal circumstances, a ninja can only perform one nature transformation at a time to release a single ninjutsu. Even with combination ninjutsu, one must complete the first technique before executing the next. In another scenario, take Uhyou as an example. If he were to use the water clone technique and then have the water clone perform fire release, it would still not exceed this theoretical limit, as the process is as follows. The original transforms water chakra to create the water clone, which then possesses the attributes of a human, becoming a vessel. The original then allocates a portion of its non-attributive chakra to the water clone, which ultimately transforms this chakra into fire attributes to release fire release. Generating multiple chakra natures within oneself is not impossible, but would it not equate to a bloodline limit? San Xiao immediately formed this conjecture, only to swiftly dismiss it. No, if it were a bloodline limit, what was just unleashed would not have been fire and water release, but rather steam release. Water release and fire release, in terms of the intensity of chakra's essence and the lethality following the technique's execution, pale in comparison to boil release. However, what Uhyou is currently engaged in is, in a certain sense, even rarer and far more astonishing than boil release. Setting aside the simultaneous generation of water and fire chakra, one might ponder why these two elemental chakras do not merge into boil release when produced concurrently. If we consider water release, fire release, boil release, and the combinations thereof, it stands to reason that if the two chakra types do not amalgamate within him, then after he performs water release and fire release, boil release will likewise not manifest. Can this method of hand seals be applied to jutsu of the same elemental nature? Without delving into the nuances of chakra properties, San Xiao inquired further. Indeed, Uhyou replied, the hand seals common to jutsu of the same nature are more extensive, rendering them somewhat more convenient. After discovering this phenomenon within himself, he had experimented with it the previous night. His sealing method is perplexing. For instance, if there are 3 jutsu seals represented as dragon, serpent, horse, goat, and horse, goat, monkey, releasing these 3 jutsu would typically require 9 seals. However, by Uhyou's approach, only 5 seals, dragon, serpent, horse, goat, monkey, are necessary. Consequently, his efficiency in sealing is nearly doubled, and this efficiency can be directly translated into combat prowess. How is this possible? San Xiao mused, struggling to comprehend how Uhyou could achieve such a feat. This transcends the common knowledge of a ninja. In response to her inquiry, Uhyou offered a rather nonsensical yet amusing answer learned from elsewhere. Who knows? I just practiced and figured it out. He too was unaware of how he managed this. But he recognized that, akin to the first Hokage's would release, the second Hokage's flying thunder god technique, the Uchiha Sharingan, and Kakashi's swordsmanship, he had discovered his own foothold as a ninja. Given the uniqueness of his situation, devoid of any reference, Uhyou could only speculate the cause of these occurrences in a metaphysical manner, by arranging different jutsu seals in conjunction and achieving the ability to repeatedly utilize the common seals. This is something no other ninja has previously attempted, nor is it likely that Uhyou would have realized he could do so had it not been for sheer happenstance. After a night of intense training, Uhyou astonishingly managed to execute the Fire Dragon Flame bullet just before dawn. In his excitement, he recalled that the third Hokage had once employed a combination technique of Earth and Fire Dragon Flame bullets. With this memory as a reference, Uhyou pondered what might transpire if he combined Water Dragon Bullet with Fire Dragon Bullet. However, at the moment he prepared to execute this plan, exhaustion had already set in, resulting in a lapse of clarity during the hand signs, his movements becoming somewhat erratic. Consequently, the ninjutsu did not coalesce as intended, yet it was unleashed simultaneously. This was far beyond mere serendipity. Despite having recently embarked on his journey as a ninja, Uchiha had benefited greatly from his teacher's instruction, acquiring a solid foundation of knowledge. After a brief interval, he discerned precisely what he had accomplished. He then began to experiment with this hand sign technique to release various water-style jutsu, ultimately achieving success. The hand signs serve as a bridge connecting the manifestation of ninjutsu and the energy of chakra. In a sense, they are the corporeal embodiment of mental control, a signal. Uchiha was capable of processing this signal on a deeper level, suggesting the potency of his mental faculties. Within the worldview of the ninja realm, the scientific interpretation posits a robust mental power, while the metaphysical explanation speaks of a powerful soul. After all, Uchiha had descended into this world in an extraordinary manner. Upon acquiring his new body, there was no manifestation of the spiritual diminishment often associated with reincarnation. On the contrary, it seemed that if a person typically enters existence with a mental capacity of 1, Uchiha might very well have been born with a capacity of 2. Thus, his base mental power was double that of an ordinary individual, and as this doubled capacity grew exponentially through rigorous training, it created a noticeable, perhaps immeasurable, disparity compared to typical ninjas. After much contemplation, Uchiha could only marvel at the wonders of nature. On another note, regarding his ability to simultaneously harness and utilize different elemental chakras, which did not stem from a bloodline limit, the reasoning behind this phenomenon remained elusive. Uchiha quietly covered one shoulder with his hand, contemplating that this singular, unpredictable occurrence was the root cause of the dilemma. At the very least, he could ascertain that the previous chakra erosion he experienced was not merely a result of the second Hokage's ninjutsu. The various phenomena occurring within him might pose an unknown threat, but the benefits were undeniably apparent. His combat style would transcend conventional bounds, and his fighting capabilities would witness a dramatic enhancement. However, due to the swift and efficient release of ninjutsu, the quantity of chakra became the primary constraint on Uchiha's combat prowess. This was natural, as every DPS faces challenges regarding their energy reserves. The transformations brought about by this novel combat approach were palpable, yet whether he could truly achieve the anticipated outcomes remained to be seen through practical application. Thus, noticing the changes in Uchiha, teacher Misao, unable to ascertain the cause immediately, shifted her focus to tangible issues. To validate Uchiha's combat efficacy, she swiftly arranged for a set of sparring partners. At this moment, the companions were en route. "Hey, what mission do you think this is? Did you not hear that just now? What we are about to engage in is not merely a task, but rather a practical training exercise." "Practical training? Why have we been specifically chosen for this? We have already undergone ample practical training, whether with our instructors or amongst ourselves. Nonetheless, practical training is indeed preferable. It far exceeds the monotony of patrolling the village or accompanying our teachers to inspect significant locations within the leaf. Those tasks are less like missions and more akin to children playing house. Are those insufferable ninjas who assign us tasks looking down upon our youth? One day, I shall make that individual see me in a new light." The first speaker continued, expressing discontent. Tedious tasks hold little allure for any ninja, yet they are obligations we must fulfill. However, if we perceive these tasks as mere play, then there lies a flaw in our thinking. If our instructor were to hear such picky remarks, she would surely be displeased, We must not let our missteps implicate us when it comes to punishment. Personally, I am quite eager for this training, as I have heard that our opponent recently played a significant role in a diplomatic mission to the Hidden Cloud, suggesting they are no ordinary individual. Another chimed in, yet the knowledge he displayed about the Hidden Cloud mission was far beyond what one of our age should possess. Details regarding the members, objectives, and ultimate outcomes should be highly classified intelligence, yet it was divulged with such ease. Is there only one opponent? 3 against 1. Is this not a sign of their disdain for us? One individual remained cool and rational, while another grumbled incessantly. Their exchange finally provoked a response from the previously silent third party. Jiraiya, you talk too much. I tell you, in this training, we must give it our all. If you dare to create any chaos, know that this time, we absolutely must emerge victorious. If you perform well, I shall return all the books I confiscated from you. Really? You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? At this promise, Jiraiya instantly felt invigorated for this practical training. Indeed, he was truly Jiraiya, one of the legendary trio of Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. Of course, it's true. Would I deceive you in such matters? The answer is yes, she indeed would lie. Is there any fate for Jiraiya's books other than being burned? Should they be preserved instead? So it is settled then. Orochimaru, you too. Tsunade then admonished Orochimaru likewise. Given Jiraiya's current state, merely hoping he won't hinder us is a blessing, but Orochimaru is different. He possesses formidable combat prowess. Orochimaru nodded thoughtfully, understanding the source of Tsunade's competitive spirit at this moment. It pertains not to the opponent, but to the instructor who issued the training directive. Lord Sanshou, is it truly necessary for me to oversee such practical training? Uchiha Kagami gazed at the training ground before him, where the two opposing sides stood in formation, unable to restrain himself from voicing his complaint to Sanshou. Given his character, it was exceedingly difficult for him to utter such words. However, he had now ascended to the position of the commander of the Western Front of Konoha. In light of the formidable offensive from Sunagakure, he was about to head to the front lines. Yet, amidst this extraordinary busyness, he was conscripted by Sanshou to assist in overseeing a practical training exercise for genin. Was this not a trivial matter? Battles between genin often lead to unintentional injuries due to their inability to gauge the appropriate level of force. Surely, a mere chunin could have been summoned to prevent any accidents. It was perplexing that someone as occupied as Uchiha Kagami was approached for this task. Nevertheless, since Sanshou had sought him out, he could neither evade nor refuse, though some grumbling was inevitable. Sanshou cast a glance at Uchiha without a hint of remorse for imposing upon him, disregarding his complaints. I hear you are soon to journey to the land of rivers? The battlefield is fraught with peril, and the conditions can change in an instant. Your presence here serves not only as a referee, but also to broaden your horizons. Her tone was remarkably composed, as if she had not been taken aback by Uhyou's earlier performance at all. The land of rivers lies nestled between the land of fire and the land of wind. Before Uchiha Kagami could embark on his journey there, Sanshou had deliberately summoned him to allow his Sharingan to witness such incomprehensible circumstances. Unbeknownst to Uchiha Kagami, he pondered Sanshou's reasoning as he turned his gaze towards the training ground, hoping for the exercise to conclude swiftly so he could return to his own affairs. Uhyou, one of the participants in the practical training, was far more startled by the presence of such esteemed opponents than by Uchiha Kagami's arrival. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade, later renowned as the legendary Sannin of Konoha, needed no introduction for Uhyou to recognize their identities, and it was undoubtedly easier for him to identify them than to have recognized Hatake Tsukumo. However, instead of feeling daunted or honored in the presence of these three, Uhyou found himself in a state of bemusement. Indeed, the future Sannin were undoubtedly exceptionally powerful ninjas, yet the trio before him seemed rather too diminutive for combat. What sort of practical training could it be to pummel children? At this juncture, Jiraiya and his companions had barely graduated from the Ninja Academy. Their age is not unlike that of the new entrants to the academy, meaning they were undoubtedly under the age of 7. Tsunade had inherited her grandfather's gambling addiction by the age of 3. Jiraiya was already fond of patrolling the red light district, and Orochimaru had recently become an orphan, beginning to tread a path toward extremism. These traits foreshadowed their future selves, yet the fundamental issue remained. They were simply too young, even appearing somewhat adorable. In truth, their ages need not differ significantly. Even if they were merely akin to Kakashi Hatake, Uhyou would not harbor the same thoughts. Unlike the Sannin, At this moment, White Fang had emerged from the crucible of life and death battles as a seasoned ninja. Among the Sannin, the strongest was now the weakest. Orochimaru was self-centered and extreme. Tsunade lacked the resolve and was nearly timid, and perhaps tragically or fortuitously, only Jiraiya steadfastly embodied the teachings he had received. Representing the quintessential leaf ninja everyone hoped he would become, yet now he was merely a jester. Uhyou shifted his gaze toward Sanshou, silently seeking confirmation that the opponents for the combat trial were indeed these young children. It would be unfortunate if they were to sustain any injuries. This was not due to Uhyou's confidence or self-aggrandizement. Rather, the newly discovered method of combat was utterly beyond his control regarding the potency of his attacks. Sanshou nodded, indicating that there was no turning back for them. Ladies and gentlemen, my little test subjects, I shall unleash my full power. The battle will likely conclude in an instant. With no other choice, Uhyou turned to the three and announced. At this moment, the two sides stood approximately 20 meters apart, under normal circumstances. This distance was typical for a ninja confrontation, excluding assassination. Of course, this was merely training, not actual combat. Otherwise, Uhyou would never resort to the forthcoming method of attack on a genuine battlefield, as such an approach would be tantamount to suicide. Did you hear that? He said he would unleash his full power. He might be a fire-style ninja, Jiraiya deduced from Uhyou's words. This prompted Orochimaru to discreetly step aside, wary of having his intellect diminished. There was no superfluous exchange between the two sides. Uhyou flexed his fingers, awaiting the command to commence the training. Prepare yourselves, came the voice of Uchiha Kagami from the sidelines. Begin. Almost simultaneously with the command, Jiraiya and his companions instantly transformed from their previous relaxed demeanor into a flurry of movement, charging towards Uhyou with remarkable speed, dividing into three paths. Orochimaru took the center, Jiraiya on the left and Tsunade on the right. Their speed and coordination were hard to believe for mere children freshly emerged from the Ninja Academy. Truly, they were deserving of being called the esteemed disciples of the third Hokage. Upon hearing the signal to begin, Uhyou swiftly retreated. Despite the opponents being significantly younger, he was far from complacent as the battle commenced. Engaging three opponents simultaneously was a perilous gamble. Otherwise, he would swiftly find himself in a position of overwhelming disadvantage. Consider the ramifications if Orochimaru and Jiraiya ensnared him while Tsunade delivered a powerful strike. Who could fathom the strength of her current wrist? Thus, close combat was the least desirable option. As Uhyou's feet moved backward, his hands were already in motion for an attack, before the trio could close the distance significantly. He had completed his hand seals. Disperse. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Upon witnessing the tumultuous torrent of the water dragon barreling towards him with reckless abandon, Orochimaru swiftly deduced that no rational mind would dare to confront such a formidable ninjutsu head-on. The water dragon's immediate target was none other than Orochimaru himself, prompting him to deftly evade to the right side, where Tsunade stood, just as the water dragon struck the very spot he had vacated. The opposing formation was cleaved asunder, accompanied by a thunderous roar and violent tremors, as the water dragon collided with the ground, losing its form and dispersing into a myriad of water streams that scattered in all directions. Having narrowly escaped this assault, the trio prepared to reposition for another charge when an unforeseen event unfolded. From the torrents of the water dragon, three of Yuhiko's shadow clones erupted forth. The water clone technique was well known, yet the question lingered. How could the water clones conceal themselves within the water dragon? When had the seals been formed? The trio had no time to ponder these intricacies, forced instead to hurriedly defend against the sudden onslaught. The sharp clinks of kunai clashing filled the air, and the exploding water transformed into a veil of mist, shrouding the training ground and severing the visual connection among Jiraiya's group. Was this the mist technique? No, it was fire style. As the wave of heat enveloped them, realization dawned that the mist was a result of the water being vaporized by the fire style technique. Amidst the tense battle, while Jiraiya and his companions were engrossed in their struggle, Uchiha Kagami, observing from the sidelines, felt a sinking sensation. His Sharingan, with its three tomo, was wide open, fixating intently on Yuhiko's hands as he formed the seals. Yet, the renowned insight and replication abilities of the Sharingan failed to decipher the chaotic array of hand signs Yuhiko was executing. What kind of technique is this? He murmured to himself. Had Yuhiko been able to hear his inquiry, he would surely have elucidated that this tactical approach, which unleashed all of one's capabilities within an increasingly compressed time frame, was termed a saturation ninjutsu attack, an entity subjected to a wide-ranging ninjutsu assault, even if able to evade the initial wave of direct impact, could not escape the secondary damage or the subsequent effects of the technique unless they possessed the spatial ninjutsu to extricate themselves from such a battlefield. The training ground, transformed into a watery expanse following Uhyou's water style, provided an environment where his abilities could be maximally harnessed. Despite his capability to utilize fire style, it remained merely one technique among many, while the vast majority of ninjutsu he had mastered were still water style. Coupled with the mist generated by the scorching heat of fire style, this effectively isolated Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade from one another within this aquatic domain. The prospect of executing a coordinated attack seemed nearly impossible. Just as Uhyou contemplated this, he was abruptly confronted with a sharp reminder. Let us not forget that despite their youth, his adversaries were among the most talented ninjas, and the ability to wield area ninjutsu was not exclusive to Uhyou alone. A piercing shriek sliced through the air, heralding the arrival of sharp blades, swiftly followed by a swarm of attackers. As Uhyou gazed upwards, he beheld the shurikens, obscuring the sky, descending upon his position, an execution of Sarutobi's shadow shuriken technique, a formidable A-rank jutsu. The malevolent third Hokage had audaciously imparted such an advanced technique to a mere child. Did he not fear the possibility of failure? Nonetheless, it was evident that Orochimaru would master it effortlessly. To evade being transformed into a porcupine, Uhyou swiftly retreated, stepping lightly upon the water's surface until he distanced himself from the thickest mists, where visibility improved. His evasion was timely, yet just as he regained his footing, he sensed the water beneath him stirring violently, and suddenly, a pair of hands erupted from half a meter below the surface. It was the earth release, decapitation technique. The precision of the attack was remarkable, theoretically ensnaring Uhyou's feet. However, the assailant seemed to have overlooked the layer of water covering the ground. Even if he extended his short arms, the brief moment had already robbed the technique of its surprise element. Upon detecting Jiraiya's assault, Uhyou nimbly leaped backward to evade. But at that instant, a flurry of strikes ensued. The mist before him roiled violently as a figure darted across the water's surface like a swift swallow. Jiraiya had merely feigned an attack. Tsunade had hurled his comrade, Orochimaru, as a projectile. Suspended in midair, Uhyou appeared helplessly poised for impact. Yet, appearances were deceiving. Even in such an unexpected predicament, his hands remained clasped together. With a swift motion, he completed another hand seal, drawing the water around him toward his descent point. In an instant, a vast surge of water erupted from the ground, resembling a colossal spring. If the previous water dragon bullet was akin to a fierce and rapid jab, this technique was a swinging hammer, seemingly slow yet utterly unstoppable. Water release, exploding water colliding wave. Uhyou executed his final technique. The water colliding wave, B, exploding water colliding wave, B, and great exploding water colliding wave, A, represented three tiers of the same jutsu's potency. Given Uhyou's chakra reserves, even the great exploding water colliding wave was out of reach. And the exploding water colliding wave, combined with his earlier techniques, had already depleted the majority of his chakra, over 70% consumed by this single jutsu alone. Objectively speaking, unless in a large-scale battle, such a technique was unnecessary in one-on-one or small group confrontations. The torrential and heavy wave of water surged forth, rendering Jiraiya buried in the earth, unable to escape. He had effectively dug his own grave. Orochimaru fared slightly better, but still collided with the wall-like wave. Tsunade, positioned at a distance, was soon swept into the maelstrom as well. In the final moments of the battle, Yoharu's last jutsu plunged the trio into dire straits. Yet, despite having depleted his chakra, did he still possess the capacity for a finishing blow? The answer is affirmative. Previously, his three water clones had merely engaged the three opponents in a fleeting entanglement, retreating into the depths of the water. Now, however, they moved with an extraordinary swiftness through the aquatic realm, dragging Tsunade and Orochimaru, ensnared by the explosive water waves, into the abyssal depths. The second Hokage was not only the most formidable water-style ninja, but was also renowned as the swiftest of all. This man had an enduring passion for speed throughout his life. Besides the flying thunder god technique, he wielded the water-style technique, water wave strike. enabling him to traverse through water currents with remarkable velocity. Uhyou barely maintained his stance atop the water's surface, as the once tumultuous sounds of the training ground's flowing waters gradually subsided into tranquility. Ultimately, the bay was left with only the faint sound of droplets cascading from his form, akin to fleeting ripples dancing upon the water's surface. The combat training had concluded. Uhyou's clones extracted the trio, who were on the verge of suffocation, from the depths. This was merely a training exercise. There was no intention of allowing them to drown. Well, wasn't that quite impressive? On the side, Mitsukasa inquired of Uchiha Kagami, who had been a spectator throughout the ordeal. At Mitsukasa's prompting, Uchiha Kagami snapped back to reality. His demeanor appeared unchanged, yet his voice betrayed a sense of agitation. It was not merely a question of strength. Rather, it was the peculiar manner in which Uhyou fused different techniques and seals. How was he able to accomplish such a feat? Uchiha Kagami could discern what Uhyou had done. Yet, even with the Sharingan's insight, he could not fathom the methodology behind Uhyou's execution. Each technique employed by Uhyou was recognizable to Kagami. Yet the manner in which he arranged and combined the seals left him utterly bewildered. Kagami pondered how he would fare on the battlefield against such an opponent. Attempting to replicate Uhyou's techniques would likely render him a fool, yielding no fruitful outcome. As Uchiha Kagami sank deeper into self-doubt, Uhyou approached, carrying the unconscious trio. Mitsukasa-sensei, I think I may have gone a bit overboard, Uhyou confessed, a hint of awkwardness in his tone. He realized that perhaps he should not have bullied the younger ones, even if there was a fleeting moment in the scuffle when they could have bested him. At that moment, Jiraiya and the others appeared somewhat worse for wear. Even Tsunade, with her beauty, was hardly a sight to behold, given her current state of rolling her eyes and frothing at the mouth. Not to worry. I anticipated this outcome when we called them over. A little hardship will serve them well, came the reassuring response. Sanshao seemed intent on allowing Jiraiya and the others to encounter some setbacks, thereby preventing them from harboring an inflated sense of self-importance. After taking Tsunade into her arms and conducting a brief examination, she continued, "The efficacy of your tactics in real combat is beyond question. They can be overwhelming for those encountering them for the first time. Hence, your subsequent training focus has been established. First, the issue of chakra volume, which must be sufficient to sustain your battles. Second, it is not enough to rely solely on fire release. You must swiftly master a third nature transformation. Merely combining two types of ninjutsu is insufficient to fully harness the unique qualities of Uhyou. To truly catch the enemy off guard, you must master at least 3 forms of ninjutsu." The essence of Sanjiao's message was quite straightforward. If one seeks excitement, one must pursue it to the fullest. The reason the legendary 3 ninjas are so esteemed is rooted in their youthful triumph over the formidable Hanzo of the Salamander during the Second Shinobi World War, a feat that garnered them widespread acclaim throughout the ninja world. Since Uhyou has triumphed over the 3 ninjas, it follows that he has also surpassed Hanzo, thus positioning him as a shadow-level powerhouse, though such logic is perhaps better left unspoken. Regardless, emerging victorious in battle is ultimately a commendable achievement, as it validates Uhyou's flowing combat strategy. However, following this accomplishment, the magnitude of what he must learn and the intensity of his training have evidently doubled. Uhyou does not find this change difficult to accept. He understands that the more he trains, the more his strength will grow. After all, a ninja must ultimately face the battlefield, and given the current state of the ninja world, time is not a luxury Uhyou can afford. 17 years have passed since the founding of Konoha, and at this juncture, both the earliest inhabitants and the newer generations have gradually developed a sense of identity as Konoha citizens. In many respects, this is a positive development, indicative of the success of the system established by the first Hokage. However, this also signifies that the village has lost the initial openness and inclusivity that characterized its inception. With the emergence of a Konoha identity comes an inherent exclusivity and a tendency to reject outsiders. For someone like you, an unexpected newcomer to the village, even with my support and trust, the path to establishing yourself and finding stability here is singular. Uhyou, do you comprehend this? There is little need to elaborate extensively on such matters. Yet Sanshao still hopes he can grasp the entirety of this situation. Had Uhyou been merely an ordinary individual, upon bringing back news of the second Hokage, he would undoubtedly have gained the privilege to reside within the village. However, the crux of the issue lies in his status as a ninja. Therefore, he must tread the path toward the battlefield and engage in warfare. I understand, Sensei, Uhyou replied, fully grasping the implications of this reality. Even if he were a born and bred Konohagakure ninja, the choices before him would still remain limited. While there might be options for medical ninjas who stay behind, the overwhelming majority are destined to confront the trials of the battlefield. In both Konoha and other villages, only ninjas possess the authority to speak, and the means by which a ninja acquires power and status is through combat. This is not merely a question of ambition for Uhyou. As a ninja, the desire to survive inherently entails engaging in battle, to the extent that combat becomes synonymous with the very essence of a ninja's existence. Misasa's expressions of regret were utterly unwarranted. Uhyou would never reject the notion of going to the battlefield, nor could he. However, since Misasa had already articulated her thoughts, it signified that Uhyou would soon be dispatched to the front lines, a duty of every ninja, one that cannot be evaded. Nonetheless, Teacher Misasa, if it is at all feasible, I would like to make a modest request. Should I be assigned to a regular squad, I hope to attain command. Uhyou expressed further. Regardless of the number of ninja forces at the front, a squad remains the fundamental unit of command structure. If he were to be placed in an elite team under skilled leadership, that would be one thing. However, if not, Uhyou aspired to become the squad leader. Rather than risk his life under the orders of strangers, he would undoubtedly place greater trust in his own judgment, even as a novice on the battlefield. I understand. I will do my utmost to support your request. After a moment's contemplation, Misasa acquiesced. She fully grasped Uhyou's intent. Recognizing that he did not wish to be integrated into another team, but rather sought the autonomy to determine his own actions at a tactical level. Uhyou was aware that his request was somewhat audacious, as a genin typically does not qualify to lead a squad. Nevertheless, in this instance, he could only place his faith in Misasa, the sole individual in Konoha he was willing to trust. In the midst of such a brutal ninja world war, despite the regulations stating that only Chunin may assume the role of squad leader, it was not uncommon for genin to take on leadership roles due to casualty rates. Uhyou's predicament lay not in his rank or age, but rather in his lack of battlefield experience. This dialogue took place 3 months after the conclusion of combat training, a period during which many children entered the ninja academy and graduated hastily in wartime. Thus Uhyou had gained a measure of confidence to face the battlefield. As time progressed into the 17th year of Konoha, the third Hokage finally completed the internal consolidation of the village, and the new Hokage administration stabilized. Subsequently, even Sarutobi Hiruzen prepared to head to the battlefield, let alone ninjas like Uhyou. 3 days later, Misasa ultimately assisted her disciple in realizing his aspiration. Women, after all, possess their own emotional depth. She handed Uhyou a file. This contains the information about your squad members and your intended destination. Time is of the essence. The third Hokage will arrive at the front lines in a week, and you must act before his departure. Remember, the timing of the Hokage's mobilization is classified. Do not disclose this to anyone, including your squad members. Logically, Misasa should not have revealed information regarding the Hokage, yet she chose to confide in Uhyou. Uhyou silently accepted the document pouch, and it was evident that in the past few days, Sanshou had been diligently attending to his modest requests, leaving him to harbor his gratitude quietly within. From the perspective of time, there was little left for Uhyou and his team members to familiarize themselves with one another, and he hoped to foster a deeper understanding and rapport among them before their departure to the front lines. Along with the document pouch, Uhyou received a forehead protector, a selection of ninja tools and medicines, a gray chest armor designed for frontline use, and 2 forearm guards. Once adorned with these items, Uhyou transformed into a striking office worker, with his aspirations now centered on a simple, tranquil life. He took the document pouch back to his room, opened it, and began to examine the profiles of his team members. As the captain, it was imperative for him to understand each member's abilities and specialties. To present this information in a more concise and clear manner, he created a chart that illustrated the characteristics of the 3 members: destructive power, speed, precision, growth potential, endurance, and range. These were the metrics that defined a ninja's 6-dimensional attributes. Well, that seems to be the case, Uhyou murmured to himself. In truth, he should have questioned whether a ninja's abilities could indeed be articulated in 6 dimensions. Upon viewing the completed chart, Uhyou reached a conclusion. They were all merely novice panels. This was not difficult to comprehend. If Uhyou was the captain, then his team members could only be genin. Konoha had no reason to assign chunin or higher-ranked ninjas under the command of genin. Ninjas are a combat profession that places immense emphasis on agility and speed, as well as a pronounced focus on offensive attributes. This one-sidedness can be glimpsed through the evolution of their battle attire. For instance, during the tumultuous early days of the village's establishment, including the times of the first and second Hokage, ninjas were heavily armored. However, after the second Hokage, ninja armor became increasingly streamlined, and by the mid to late era of the third Hokage, it was rare to see any substantial protective gear on ninjas. They would merely bind arm guards to their forearms. This evolution may also correlate with the overall quality of ninjas, despite the occasional emergence of exceptional individuals. The general caliber of ninjas has diminished across generations. Nonetheless, after the establishment of the ninja village system, the living conditions for ninjas improved significantly compared to the chaotic war-torn era. Slaughter became less frequent and brutal, resulting in ninjas becoming less formidable. For Uhyou, the new attire and armor were not particularly difficult to adapt to. If war could merely add a slight weight to his burden, it would be most welcome. However, war would never be so simple. The day after acquiring the member profiles, Uhyou gathered his team members at the training ground where he had previously spent most of his time. When he arrived at the designated time, he noticed 3 figures waiting in the distance. It was customary for team members to arrive ahead of the captain, which suddenly made Uhyou realize that he might indeed be considered a leader in some capacity. However, as the Hokage could merely be likened to a village chief, Uhyou, being a subordinate of a subordinate of a subordinate, could hardly claim any significant leadership role. He hastened his steps and approached the 3 individuals, greeting them with a cheerful, "Good morning, everyone." To his slight embarrassment, no one engaged in conversation. The trio merely nodded in acknowledgement. These 3 appeared to be of similar age to Uhyou, perhaps differing by only a year or 2. Their silence in response to his greeting was not due to any particular disdain for him as their captain, but rather a reflection of the rarity of amiable exchanges among ninjas upon first meeting. Most ninjas were primarily warriors, lacking in conversational prowess, while a minority, who were also inept in combat, were equally poor at dialogue. It seemed that building rapport would require time. Upon meeting these individuals, Uhyou realized he had been somewhat presumptuous in his earlier thoughts. Consequently, he promptly adjusted his approach, discarding any unnecessary pleasantries, and stated directly, "The purpose of gathering you all today is twofold. Firstly, as teammates within the same squad, we should at least be acquainted. Secondly, I must inform you that we will depart for the front lines of the Land of Rivers in 3 days. It is imperative that everyone prepares accordingly, as any delays will not be tolerated. This directive comes from the higher echelons of the Konoha Command Center, so please heed it carefully. I have gathered some basic information about each of you from various documents, though it is likely that you know little about me. However, you should at least be aware of my name. To elaborate further, I am a ninjutsu practitioner skilled in various elemental techniques, with average taijutsu abilities and a complete lack of proficiency in jinjutsu. My strength lies in composite ninjutsu, although I still struggle with chakra endurance. I have undertaken high-ranking A-level missions and achieved results that exceeded expectations, despite my minimal involvement during the recent excursion to the Land of Clouds. I have also had the honor of being received by the second Hokage, who expressed his commendation before his demise. Uhyou's self-introduction was somewhat ambiguous, blending modesty with exaggeration, seemingly aimed at reassuring his 3 teammates while simultaneously establishing his authority. In summary, my time as a ninja has been relatively brief, and my abilities are limited. However, first impressions indicate that we are not a team of formidable strength, but rather a common group of mediocrity, merely a squad of expendable warriors amidst the chaos of war. Therefore, I shall strive to ensure that we do not transform into mere fodder. How do you determine a team's strength based on first impressions? Someone could not help but inquire. What can be said? Indeed, the ensemble of formidable warriors presents a striking visual tableau, characterized by a distinctive palette of hair colors. Generally speaking, a quintessential strong team comprises a member with golden hair, another with snowy tresses, one adorned with raven locks, along with an optional member who serves merely to fulfill numbers. In contrast, our humble squad appears rather plain, lacking any semblance of visual impact. This observation left the 3 members of the team exchanging bewildered glances, as they presumed Uhyou was indulging in some untimely jest. Yet, only Uhyou was privy to the truth of his words, which were grounded in empirical validation. Compared to those visually striking teams, their own assembly of uniformly dark-haired individuals could indeed be regarded as a quintessential ragtag group. In any case, introductions have been made, and I must reiterate the importance of not forgetting the departure time. With that, Uhyou declared the brief assembly of the team concluded. He shook his head, noting the palpable lack of synergy among the newly formed group. A truly harmonious team should possess an intrinsic understanding, where, for instance, a call for Aura would be met with a chorus of muda from the others, a shout for Wodu would elicit a response of 4 for $1, and a declaration of 1-6 would provoke an admonition of fool, though the latter might seem rather unsophisticated. Uhyou recognized that for his nascent squad to achieve seamless coordination, time and practice would be imperative. Unfortunately, the luxury of time was not on their side, and they would have to resort to the battlefield for their training. Beyond the rudimentary data, Uhyou felt a sense of satisfaction regarding the composition of his team. If their abilities could be harmonized, this squad's combat prowess and operational effectiveness on the battlefield would certainly defy the label of being mere cannon fodder. The names of the 3 members of Uhyou's squad are Renjiro, Nara Nagisa, and Chikage. In terms of gender, they constitute 2 males and 1 female, and their abilities complement one another, each possessing unique characteristics. Nara, without further elaboration, belongs to the esteemed Nara clan of Konoha, known for wielding the shadow binding technique, a capacity that holds significant potential on the battlefield. The second male ninja, Renjiro, is a reconnaissance specialist, endowed with a certain degree of long-range perception. While his abilities may not rival the near-superhuman range of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, having a member capable of amplifying the team's scouting capabilities is indeed a rare asset, as increased intelligence translates to enhanced security on the battlefield. Lastly, Chikage is a ninja with formidable long-range attack capabilities. In the classification of combat distances, close range is defined as within 5 meters, mid-range as 5 to 10 meters, and long range as anything beyond 10 meters. Chikage's prowess extends even further, allowing her to launch attacks from as far as 50 meters away. Thus, within this small team, the presence of output, control, and reconnaissance is evident. Aside from the absence of a medical unit, Uhyou found little to lament. In the current era, medical ninjas are not typically assigned to squad-level formations, but rather centralized for broader deployment, promoting a revolutionary advancement in Konoha's medical technology. The esteemed ninja advocated for the deployment of medical ninjas at the squad level. Just months prior, he had been thoroughly drenched in a chilling downpour. 3 days later, he left a note for Mikasa, then, without alerting anyone, gathered his squad and set forth toward the front lines of the ninja world war, adhering to the predetermined plan. In the early morning, as the first light of dawn broke the horizon, the sky bore a crisp chill. Uhyou and his squad had assembled at the gates of Konoha. With everyone present, they were ready to embark, their destination set for the front lines of the Land of Rivers, with a time limit of 3 days for their mission. After surveying all squad members, Uhyou issued the command to depart. At such a moment, no one would dare to stray from their path. Even the slightest delay in their mission would be deemed an unforgivable transgression for a ninja. Apart from the vigilant sentinels at the village gate, there were no others to bid them farewell, and the sentimentality of parting was non-existent in Konoha, as such small expeditions occurred incessantly. The uncertainty of life and death on the battlefield naturally stirred concerns, yet it had long since become a commonplace reality. Would anyone genuinely worry for Uhyou? Perhaps a few would. After leaving the village that morning, Uhyou's squad maintained a steady pace, neither rushed nor sluggish. This was not due to Uhyou's indolence, but rather because, upon reaching the Land of Rivers, they would likely be thrust into battle immediately. Hurrying recklessly would lead to exhaustion, significantly increasing the likelihood of failure in combat. Thus, given ample time, rushing was hardly a wise approach. The squad continued at a consistent speed, and after 7 hours, they paused for a brief respite before pressing on until nightfall. Having accomplished their travel itinerary for the day, they halted at a designated location to recuperate and replenish their energy. Nara Nagisa distributed bowls filled with hot soup to the other 3, suggesting, "Let us enjoy something warm. Should we venture further, we may not have the opportunity to savor such nourishment again." The food rations for the ninjas at the front consist solely of soldier pills. Due to the weather, warm sustenance was far more appealing than cold fare. Soldier pills? Well, they were acceptable. I find their taste rather agreeable, Uhyou remarked as he accepted the bowl, his words sounding somewhat like a playful contradiction. "Captain, are you certain your taste buds are functioning properly?" Nara Nagisa responded, somewhat incredulous, as did the other two, unable to fathom how anyone could find soldier pills palatable. Though they were indeed edible, the flavor was hardly worth mentioning. Uhyou shook his head, offering no further explanation. He genuinely believed the soldier pills were quite decent. This did not imply any defect in his palate. If someone endured 3 months of the augmented version of the Senju secret medicine, they too might come to regard soldier pills as a delicacy, finding them enjoyable enough to consume without growing weary, even after months of repetition. The three subordinates exchanged glances, and at that moment, they finally realized that their captain possessed a uniqueness that could only be described as extraordinary. Indeed, his palate seemed somewhat compromised. For instance, the bowl of soup in his hands, visually appealing and aromatic, lacked the essence he sought. He could not recall the original flavor of the legendary thousand-hand elixir, but the sensation he experienced while consuming it was undeniably invigorating. More significantly, he had now entered the second phase of treatment. The positive aspect was that the dosage had drastically reduced from the excessive amounts previously required. Now, a single pill sufficed each day. Conversely, the drawback was that San Xiao was clearly a pragmatist. The elixirs she crafted prioritized efficacy over taste, and the better the effect, the more unpleasant the flavor. The sole cause for celebration was that Uhyou's efforts had yielded tangible results. Despite his brief tenure as a ninja, he could confidently assert that his chakra reserves now surpassed those of his companions. After consuming the golden fertilizer, he thrived. And if the only price to pay was a severely diminished taste, resulting in merely a temporary issue with his sense of taste, then such an exchange was undoubtedly worthwhile. Next, Qianqian and Renjilong, make sure to rest. For the first half of the night, Nara and I will stand guard, and you shall take over in the latter half, Uhyou declared hurriedly after a swift meal. Compared to his previous nocturnal excursions, this time was undoubtedly safer, as they were deep within the Fire Nation rather than on the border. However, due to the previous encounter, Uhyou's approach had become more cautious. In any case, it was entirely customary for ninjas on the march to establish sentries at night. The group had no objections to this arrangement. Upon receiving the order, Qianqian shifted her position, leaning against a large tree, covering herself with a thin blanket, and resting fully clothed, her weapon conveniently within reach. Renjilong simply reclined on the arid grass nearby. The physical prowess of ninjas truly differed from that of ordinary individuals. Had civilians attempted to camp in such a wintry wilderness, they would likely have frozen into rigid corpses. Quite an unusual weapon, isn't it? Nara Nagisa remarked as Uhyou's gaze drifted towards Qianqian. Indeed, somewhat vintage, Uhyou replied, calmly retracting his gaze without the slightest hint of embarrassment at being caught observing. Rather than scrutinizing her weapon, he found himself studying her face. There was no particular intent behind it. He merely noted that, apart from lacking a hint of charm, Qianqian bore a resemblance to a girl from his childhood who had left a profound impression on him, a beauty named Fuji, whose smile was enchanting. I believe I may have encountered her before, he mused aloud. However, it was not a matter from a past life he referred to. Rather, he believed that on that fateful night a few months prior at the Konoha hospital, he had indeed crossed paths with Qianqian, not for any peculiar reason, but simply because the weapon resting beside her was somewhat distinctive. It was a bow. The bow and arrow as a weapon should have long ceased to be a primary tool for ninjas. It has been noted previously that ninjas are a profession exceptionally focused on agility, which objectively results in a remarkably low lethality for projectiles such as shurikens, thrown kunai, or even arrows. Unless one is executing a surprise attack, it is quite easy to evade such ranged weapons. If a favorable opportunity for a stealthy strike presents itself, why resort to flying projectiles? Not to mention that even certain individuals wielding the advanced technique of Kagetsuchi may not achieve a significant hit rate. Thus, the bow has long since exited the battlefield of the ninja, and the evaluation of Chichiwa's weapon by Hayabusa is quite accurate in its retro perspective. Ninjas are assassins, not marksmen. However, as Hayabusa shifted his gaze towards Nara Nagisa, he pondered that despite the bow's awkwardness, if a member of the Nara clan were present in the team, Chichiwa's potential would undoubtedly differ from the norm. Ninjas are agile, and archers face accuracy issues, but if one possesses strong crowd control, the circumstances change entirely. Were you previously in the same team as Chichiwa? Hayabusa inquired, although the information he had indicated that they were not comrades before. Nara indeed shook his head and replied, "No, we were not part of the same team, but we were acquainted, and I have collaborated with Chichewa on certain missions. In fact, upon returning to the village, we were supposed to be promoted to Chunin, but were informed at the last moment that we had been assigned to a new squad. This was something Hayabusa had never known. He had assumed they were all Jinin, only to discover that the other party had been forcibly demoted. Teacher Misato really has her privileges. This probably relates to me. Had it not been for my presence, you would have become Chunin by now," Hayabusa finally confessed. "Although you are the captain, the formation of the new squad is beyond your control," Nara replied, acknowledging the validity of his statement. However, unbeknownst to Nara, while Hayabusa lacked authority over this matter, Misato indeed held the reins. Nara continued, "Moreover, even if the delay in our promotion to Chunin is due to you, it is of little consequence. On the battlefield, there is no distinction between Chunin and Jinin. There are only surviving ninjas and those who fall in battle." Nara seemed indifferent to the timely attainment of Chunin status, compared to the later scenario where Jinin clamored to ascend to Chunin. The Konoha ninjas descending from the battlefield at this moment were not particularly concerned with such matters. The reason was simple. The horrors of war and slaughter had rendered them numb. What difference does being a Chunin make? Does the survival rate on the battlefield significantly exceed that of a Jinin? Indeed, it matters little if one does not ascend to Chunin. The situation in Konoha is somewhat unique. Abilities and ranks often exist in inverse correlation. It is easier for Jonin to find themselves in equal measure, while Jinin frequently exhibit the greatest strength. Hayabusa stifled a chuckle at this irony. "Moreover, I now believe you may make for a commendable captain. You possess the lightning release. Do you not?" Nara remarked that he observed the occasional flicker of electricity around Uhyou. Even amidst casual conversation, Uhyou remained devoted to his training. "The new ninjutsu is more challenging than I had anticipated, so I must seize the time," Uhyou expressed. The lightning release was the third type of ninjutsu Uhyou was endeavoring to master. However, his implication was not that lightning was more difficult than fire or water release, but rather that this third type was significantly more arduous to cultivate. If one were to say that mastering dual-element ninjutsu was a feasible goal achievable by many diligent ninjas, then the mastery of three elemental types requires inherent talent. Currently, Uhyou had attained fluency in both water and fire release. Yet he found himself still grappling with the transformation of chakra necessary for lightning release. His progress lagged behind the training regimen set forth by Sanshao, compelling him to hasten his efforts to catch up. "Captain," as Uhyou pondered his training, he momentarily lost focus, prompting Nara to gently remind him. "I apologize. I was lost in thought," Uhyou replied, "but no need for formality. We are all of similar age, so feel free to call me by my name." "Nevertheless, Nara, once we arrive at the battlefield in a few days, do exercise utmost caution." This admonition left Nara somewhat perplexed. Yet, Uhyou was acutely aware that in various narratives, characters imbued with amiable traits within a team often meet their demise in perilous missions. Nara inadvertently established an ominous flag for himself. After a night of tranquility, Uhyou's team swiftly concluded their brief respite the following morning and continued their journey. After a steady day and a half, they arrived at the frontline command post ahead of schedule. The tolerance exhibited by powerful nations towards weaker states and small ninja villages stems from a combination of historical and geopolitical influences on territorial boundaries, as well as a deliberate strategy by the great powers to create a buffer zone between themselves. Otherwise, upon the establishment of the village and nation system, the fate of those smaller entities would be reduced to being overwhelmed and consumed by the larger powers. Thus far, maintaining the existence of smaller nations along the borders has proven to be a judicious decision, as the primary battleground of the ongoing Ninja World War has consistently been situated within these buffer zones and the territories of the smaller nations. Historically, during both the First Ninja World War and subsequent conflicts, the main theaters of war have invariably been in these regions, with villages like Konoha suffering grievous losses. But the devastation faced by the smaller nations caught between the land of fire, the land of wind, and the land of earth has been even more profound. This is not to accuse Konoha of willfully exploiting the weak. The rationale is simple. When given the choice between waging war on one's own soil or on foreign lands, anyone would choose the latter. Even though the military losses among the ninja are quite severe, the production and other facilities within the great nations have not suffered irreparable destruction. Consequently, the war can endure for a longer duration, allowing the great nations and major ninja villages to swiftly regain their vitality post-conflict. In contrast to nations like the Land of Whirlpools and the Land of Rice, the Land of Rivers, where Uhyou and his companions currently reside, is not insignificant in size. However, during the Ninja World War, it exhibited no capacity for resistance whatsoever, primarily because it lacks any ninja villages. Presently, Konoha has approximately 4,000 ninjas stationed within the Land of Rivers, and to establish a balance with Konoha, the number of Suna ninjas must at least match that of Konoha, resulting in this nation being densely populated with ninjas. In truth, Uhyou has always found the clustering of ninjas rather foolish. The hallmark of a ninja is their ability to engage in agile team-based combat. It is the samurai, not the ninjas, who should be orchestrating large-scale assaults through organized formations. Should ninjas really be marching in unison, shouting slogans to initiate attacks? Yet, in the current state of warfare, such deployments and combat strategies are not determined by a single village or nation. At this juncture of conflict, both sides are compelled to concentrate their forces for decisive strikes. The style of warfare Uhyou envisions, where small-scale battles dictate victory or defeat, existed only in the chaotic times before the establishment of ninja villages. Once ninjas formed villages, their collective strength far surpassed that of the clan wars, leading to an uncontrollable expansion of battle scales. Of course, even with such a dense arrangement of personnel, the essence of ninja combat remains intact. Both major ninja villages have deployed heavy troops in the Land of Rivers, yet unless it is a strategic showdown, neither side would dare to commit all their forces in one fell swoop. Currently, most clashes between Suna and Konoha consist of sporadic skirmishes, with both sides patiently attempting to wear down each other's strength. In simpler terms, the war has now entered a phase of strategic stalemate. Upon arriving at their location and reporting to the frontline command, Uhyou's earlier predictions came to fruition. Just a few hours later, they were dispatched. Prior to the arrival of the Hokage, the overall commander of Konoha was Uchiha Kagami. While back in the village, Sanshou could command Uchiha Kagami with ease. Uhyou had the opportunity to see him often, yet such circumstances were unimaginable here. In fact, Uhyou presently lacked even the qualification to meet him. After completing the report, Uhyou returned to his team members with the mission at hand, unfolding the newly acquired mission map and pointing to a small area. He explained that the reconnaissance team previously dispatched to this region had completely lost contact, and the command post speculated that they had perished. Now, it was imperative for them to take their place. Despite the use of the term speculated, both the command post and Uhyou were certain that the team of ninjas was indeed dead. In such situations, if a ninja's scheduled communication does not reach the command post on time, their fate is deemed fatal. As for the time elapsed, Nara Nagisa inquired about when that team had gone missing. It had been 7 hours. Yohara conveyed the intelligence he received from the command center to the group. Generally, frontline ninjas maintain regular communication every 6 hours, and in emergencies, they send special signals. However, the team they were to replace had neither signaled nor established routine contact, indicating that they had likely been silently eliminated by the enemy. What is our mission, attack or defense? Nara inquired. Defense. Our task is to secure that area. Should small squads of Sunagakure ninjas infiltrate, we will annihilate them. If a larger force invades, we must promptly alert the command center, Yohara replied. During the briefing, he had specifically asked whether they were to investigate the whereabouts of the missing ninja squad or the circumstances of their demise, but this query was swiftly dismissed. Each day, ninjas fall, and the command center lacks the resources to investigate their deaths, let alone recover their remains. The time frame is 5 days. After that, we will be relieved. If we do not receive orders for a rotation within a week, we are permitted to withdraw. Are there any questions regarding the mission? None. The 3 members replied in unison, as Yohara's explanation of the task was sufficiently clear. Well then, let us proceed to arrange our battle formation. Given that this is a defensive mission, to ensure a broad field of vision and avoid being caught off guard, I propose a dispersed positioning. The basic formation will be a T-shape, with Nara and I at the forefront to counter the initial assault. 10 meters behind us will be Renjiro, responsible for reconnaissance and relaying information both forward and backward. 20 meters further back will be Chika, who must maintain sufficient elevation and visibility and remain vigilant in supporting us. Due to the open nature of our position, you must conceal yourself well. Otherwise, should we face a sudden attack from the rear, our ability to respond will be severely compromised. Do you have any objections to the formation? The group shook their heads once more. It was hard to believe that those orchestrating and adhering to the tactical arrangements were merely 14-year-old children. They exhibited a remarkable calmness and an unsettling coldness. Ninjas are not mere instruments of slaughter, a fact well known, yet they relentlessly push themselves to evolve towards that very notion. Even as they approached the battlefield, Uhyou's thoughts remained lucid, and his language precise and succinct. The first formation would not psychologically overwhelm him. Uhyou fully understood the mission at hand. They could perish, but they must relay any intelligence upon their demise, which informed his decision to adopt a dispersed formation. In this arrangement, Chika was the most vulnerable. She had effectively become detached from the front lines. Should they encounter an insurmountable enemy ahead, she would be the last bastion for conveying information. Yet if the enemy struck from the rear or flanks, her life would be forfeit. Very well, check your gear and supplies. All good. Let us move. Uhyou and his team members meticulously reviewed their equipment, including ninja tools, armor, rations, medicines, and the scrolls and special signal flares used for communication. Once they confirmed everything was in order, they raced towards their mission objective. Within the borders of the Land of Rivers, the territories of the hidden sand and the hidden leaf intertwine like the sharp edges of a knife, where battles and deaths occur incessantly along the protracted boundary of their respective forces. As the Hanyu squad traversed from their controlled side into their defensive area, they encountered no adversaries. However, they did have a few amusing encounters with their comrades. The humorous aspect lay in the fact that they were required to verify each other's identities, a testament to the commendable state of vigilance within the ranks of the Leaf. In this environment, the alertness of all ninjas was commendable. Subsequently, the squad delved into a dense thicket, and after a brief reconnaissance, the four regrouped. From a strategic standpoint, this location offered the finest vantage point within the grove, elevated and expansive, with relatively sparse foliage. Yet, the very excellence of its position precluded the establishment of a lookout there. Hanyu pointed to a spot on the map and explained, the rationale is self-evident. In a sniper engagement, marksmen never conceal themselves in the most optimal positions, for such conspicuous sites are known not only to oneself, but also to the adversary, thereby exposing one's location directly to the enemy. Besides this, several alternative positions remained, which Hanyu circled on the map with a pen, numbering them accordingly. I believe Point 5 offers the most advantageous location. The visibility is excellent, sufficient for monitoring surrounding movements, while the dense vegetation provides ample cover, facilitating flexible combat or retreat, thus preventing us from falling into a dire situation, remarked Renjiro, indicating Point 5 on the map. The insights of the reconnaissance ninja were duly respected, and the remaining two nodded in agreement. The chosen position allowed for comprehensive observation while also offering a convenient escape route back to the Leaf's controlled territory in the event of danger. Since we are all in accord, let us proceed in that direction, Hanyu concurred, solidifying the decision regarding the lookout post. The group then cautiously advanced towards the designated location. During their journey, they encountered neither enemy presence nor any traces left by the prior squad. Upon reaching Point 5, the reconnaissance ninja Renjiro began inscribing unique chakra seals upon the surrounding trees. Once this arrangement was complete, he would be able to swiftly detect the presence of any unfamiliar chakra approaching those seals. This particular method of reconnaissance was not unfamiliar to Hanyu. In fact, it evoked a sense of familiarity, as he could broadly refer to it as eye insertion. Once Renjiro was prepared, Hanyu addressed the group. Aside from retaining a few as backups, let us deploy the remaining explosive tags around the perimeter. All of them, Hanyu. You must understand that resources at the front line are exceedingly scarce. We should strive to conserve whenever possible, Nara Nagisa interjected, expressing concerns regarding Hanyu's seemingly extravagant approach. In entirety, Uhyou reiterated his stance, subsequently elucidating that while one's thoughts may be commendable, they ultimately lack significance. If only we conserve resources. It bears no weight on the overarching conflict. However, if everyone engages in resource conservation, our minor excesses would pose no considerable issue. Therefore, let us proceed with the placement of explosive tags, for at the very least, such traps could enhance our survival probabilities and the likelihood of mission success. Logistics are matters for the Hokage to deliberate, irrelevant to the lower-ranked shinobi. There are benefits to being a lower-ranked shinobi, as one need not bear excessive burdens. One merely utilizes the resources allocated without undue concern. Undoubtedly, Konoha's state assets have diminished under the stewardship of individuals like Uhyou. Yet, it is fortunate that he has directed materials toward public use, refraining from personal gain. To others in the group, Uhyou's assertions bore a semblance of reason, though there lingered an unsettling dissonance. Reluctantly, under their captain's command, the explosive tags were laid out, and once their preparations reached completion, the tension that had been taut as a drawn bowstring began to ease slightly. Subsequently, the reconnaissance formation of the team unfurled, establishing itself at this designated point 5. Uhyou and Nara Nagisa concealed themselves within the canopy of a tree, their vigilant gazes surveying the surroundings. Not far behind them, Renjiro remained with closed eyes, meticulously attuning to the vicinity of each technique he had deployed. Qianqian had fully concealed herself atop a towering tree trunk, lying in wait at a distance. This frontline mission was fraught with tension and monotony, demanding utmost vigilance, rendering Uhyou and his companions seemingly inactive yet mentally drained. As they maintained their unwavering focus, the first night gradually descended, seemingly devoid of incident. However, hastily reaching such a conclusion proved unwise. The natural sounds of birdsong, devoid of any anomaly, reached Uhyou's ears, prompting heightened alertness. This was a signal from Renjiro. The birdsong repeated, conveying the intelligence he had discerned. Enemy spotted, quantity 1, direction 22:15, through the layers of foliage. Uhyou shifted his gaze toward the coordinates reported by Renjiro, and indeed, he beheld a lone sand ninja. All members received Renjiro's information, despite their brief acquaintance. They had established several methods of communication. What shall we do? Nara, standing nearby, silently inquired using hand signs. After contemplation, Uhyou responded, "We must wait, at least until the adversary's companions emerge before deciding on our course of action. It is imperative that we strike all foes with lethal precision, ensuring they possess no opportunity for counterattack." Uhyou harbored doubts regarding the likelihood of a solitary sand ninja infiltrating this area. He surmised that the individual was likely part of a larger squad, with this initial appearance serving merely as bait to provoke their engagement. Yet, that ninja was already encroaching upon the trap-laden zone we had meticulously prepared. It is merely a matter of selling, yet his intentions are glaringly apparent. We must refrain from underestimating the cunning of the Senju ninja. He approached the explosive tag, 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step, before he unwittingly stepped into the trap, poised to trigger the explosion. Nara keenly observed the enemy's movements, but soon he could no longer bear to watch. Goodness, this Senju ninja appears rather foolish. As it was only upon stepping on the explosive tag that he realized, with incredulity, that he had fallen into a trap. A tremendous explosion reverberated through the forest, startling the wildlife, while the unfortunate Senju ninja was propelled into the air. Witnessing this outcome, Nara ceased signaling and fixed his gaze directly upon Uhyou, his expression seemingly conveying a challenge. Uhyou pondered for a moment before continuing in hushed tones, cautioning against complacency. "Look, even the blood mist from the explosion takes the shape of a lure. What could such a lure possibly resemble?" Uhyou remained steadfast in his assessment, asserting that no ninja would act alone on such a battlefield. Even the formidable Hokage, when attempting to advance or navigate through the chaos, would have a protective squad accompanying them, unless they possessed the unparalleled abilities of the 4th Hokage, who could traverse space and time at will, thus evading such constraints. This raises a pertinent question. Could the enemy, toppled by an explosive tag, possess the prowess of the 4th Hokage? To be frank, such a comparison seems rather unjust to both parties involved. The traps laid by Uhyou and his companions were not particularly intricate. If the enemy could stumble into them so carelessly, it merely indicates their profound ignorance of the battlefield. From a distance, one could surmise that the enemy was no older than 16, likely a novice on the battlefield, and his youth and inexperience had exacted a heavy toll. Do not act rashly, do not deliver the final blow, and exercise patience. Uhyou conveyed this message once more to his comrades with a whistle reminiscent of birdsong. The enemy, struck by the explosive tag, did not perish immediately but writhed on the ground in agony, struggling for survival. However, based on the volume of blood and the locations of his injuries, it was evident that his chances of survival were negligible. Even his desperate struggles would not last long. Uhyou was concerned that some in their ranks might succumb to the urge to deliver a merciful end to the enemy's suffering, yet his orders were somewhat superfluous. Though this squad was youthful, They were all professional ninjas, unwilling to expose their positions for the sake of a fleeting sympathy towards the enemy. Such a foolish act would be unthinkable for any competent ninja. In fact, they harbored no such compassion. If anyone were to feel a pang of pity in this scenario, it would be the enemy's comrades, not the shinobi of Konoha. Therefore, if the enemy's allies refrained from ending his suffering and chose instead to observe, Konoha had even less reason to intervene. It may seem cold, yet it is entirely rational. In the theater of war, slaughter is devoid of responsibility, and thus, the cycle of death knows no end. Perched at a vantage point, Chihiro held her bow with utmost care, meticulously observing the anomalies surrounding her adversary, ensuring she would be ready to strike should additional foes appear. Yet, her arrows were never aimed directly at the clumsy opponent. She understood that allowing the enemy to bleed out was the most prudent course for both parties. Do not be overly cautious. For now, we possess the numerical advantage. Once I signal, we must seize the moment and launch a bold assault to swiftly eliminate the remaining enemies, Hayabusa continued, addressing Nara Nagisa beside him. The foes they encountered were unlikely to be a large battalion. Otherwise, a search and hunt of this area would have commenced long ago. Thus, the likelihood of encountering a quartet or a pair was significantly higher. Regardless of whether it was a duo or a quartet, the loss of even a single member would place the opposing side at a disadvantage. This was a known reality on the battlefield. The aggressor often faced perilous traps, many of which could only be traversed at the cost of life. Considering the incompetence displayed by the critically wounded enemy, it was plausible that the enemy squad was a newly formed group lacking battlefield experience. Although Hayabusa's team was similarly inexperienced, such reasoning could at least afford them a psychological balance, if not an advantage. Both sides were aware of this fact. It was even possible that the enemy might opt to retreat. If an opportunity arose, they would strike decisively. Should the enemy withdraw without hesitation, Hayabusa would never recklessly issue a pursuit order. The risks were too great, and their mission was one of defense, not offense. The sounds of explosions had long since faded into the distance, and soon the forest fell silent once more, even the enemy ceasing their struggles, presumably deceased. However, apart from this solitary foe, Hayabusa had yet to identify a second adversary. Their reconnaissance ninja, Renjuro, also failed to relay any useful intelligence. The enemy's corpse grew cold, and soon Hayabusa found himself wavering, questioning his earlier judgments. Could it truly be that there was only this one enemy? Just as he pondered this, a sudden flash of lightning struck. An arrow pierced the tree trunk at his feet with a resounding thud, causing the very ground to erupt. Hayabusa and Nara Nagisa instinctively leapt from the treetops, revealing their positions. The attacker was Chihiro, employing arrows crafted from a special metal capable of channeling chakra, a detail that remained vividly etched in Hayabusa's mind. Yet, Chihiro would never target her comrades. So the fourth one was hiding there. A hoarse voice drifted from the very spot where Hayabusa and Nagisa had just concealed themselves. Had it not been for Chihiro's warning, the two might have been silently assassinated. The enemy atop the tree murmured this single phrase before abandoning Hayabusa and Nagisa, charging toward Chihiro with an unimaginable speed. Johanna and Nara had scarcely had the time to reflect on the recent terror when they resolutely pursued their foe. Simultaneously, Shichio began to retreat. Observing the opposing speed and realizing that with her physical skills, she stood no chance against this adversary, she needed to create distance. However, the enemy's velocity was astonishingly swift, and in the blink of an eye, the gap between them had diminished significantly. Fortunately, Johanna remained closely behind, his hands forming a seal, fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Flames surged forth like a swarm of locusts towards the adversary, who, charging in a straight line, was compelled to alter course repeatedly, consequently reducing his speed. Ultimately, Johanna and his companions managed to close in on him. It appeared they had to deal with this foe first. The enemy halted, turning his face towards them, and it was only then that Johanna caught a clear glimpse of his aged visage. Simultaneously, without uttering a word, Nara launched a crimson signal flare into the sky, signifying an emergency. This was the reason why the previous Konoha team had vanished without a trace. At least Nara had come to understand the cause. Johanna was taken aback by Nara's reaction. It seemed excessively drastic. He was still mindful of their numerical advantage. The enemy was but one, and even if he were a jonin, the four of them should be capable of putting up a fight. Nara took a deep breath and spoke in an unusually grave tone. It is Monzawaman of Sunagakure. Who? Johanna was momentarily bewildered. He had never encountered that name. He was not an author of fan fiction. How could he possibly know the names of every formidable ninja? Especially in this era? He is an elite jonin of Sunagakure, a puppeteer. Nara hastily introduced their adversary's identity. A puppeteer? Johanna pondered in silence, recalling that he could only name 3 puppeteers from Sunagakure. The first 2 were a grandfather and grandson, while he could not remember the name of the last. Do the young ones of Konoha maintain their composure like you do? Showing no interest in the bait I cast? Well, I understand. Perhaps it has to do with that fool's foolishness, Monzawaman remarked, as he retrieved a scroll from within his robes and unfurled it. Indeed, as Nara had asserted, he was a puppeteer, and the scroll contained the puppets he employed. It became evident that the seemingly clumsy Sunagakure ninja earlier had been merely a decoy, though he likely had not anticipated that his companion would carelessly step on an explosive tag. Thus, Johanna's assessment was validated. Fortunately, they had refrained from engaging with that bait. The enemy's casual abandonment of his comrade was hardly surprising. Not every ninja team operates with mutual assistance, nor do all seniors exhibit compassion towards their juniors. People differ. Perhaps in the eyes of this individual, if sacrificing a comrade could lead to the demise of an enemy, then the cost was justified. The loss of one fool on their side in exchange for 4 Konoha ninjas hardly seemed an unfavorable trade-off. Qianqian and her companions maintained a distance sufficient for launching an attack, while the remaining 3 from Uhyou subtly encircled Menzaman. However, due to Nara's heightened vigilance towards this adversary, Uhyou refrained from hastily initiating an assault. Menzaman unfurled his scroll and, with a series of hand seals, released the puppets sealed within. The renowned Jinmatsu 10 warriors emerged, clad in white. Upon witnessing the 10 puppets, Uhyou immediately recognized them, not only for their distinct quantity, but also for their strikingly memorable design. While he may not have known Menzaman by name, he had no reason to be unaware of the Jinmatsu 10 warriors, the most illustrious puppets of their kind. Their flamboyant appearance earned their manipulation techniques the moniker of white secret arts. In the evolution of puppet techniques, an exceptional form of ninjutsu, 2 pivotal figures stand out, the second Kazekage, Menza, and Menzaman, who now stands before Uhyou. In a certain sense, puppet techniques are a unique innovation of Sunagakure, with puppet masters being a distinct class of ninja exclusive to this village. Originally designed to minimize the casualties of allied ninjas and to compensate for Sunagakure's military deficiencies, a competent puppet master is often expected to control multiple puppets. Yet, a ninja like Menzaman, capable of deftly maneuvering 10 intricately crafted puppets simultaneously, can truly be deemed a prodigy. Upon hearing Uhyou's murmured words, Nara cast a surprised glance at his leader. It was understandable that Uhyou, newly arrived at the front lines, was unfamiliar with the circumstances of Sunagakure. Yet why did he utter the name of the Jinmatsu 10 warriors without recognizing Menzaman? Is that old man still alive? Uhyou inquired, recalling that the Jinmatsu 10 warriors were weapons used by Uhyou, their creator belonging to a much earlier era. Indeed, Menzaman appeared quite aged, yet he was very much alive, for they were in an age-long past. Do you think we might stand a chance against him? Uhyou asked softly, realizing that his previous question was somewhat futile. In a 4-to-1 scenario, Nara wished to say it was worth a try. However, amidst the distinct clattering sounds of the puppets surrounding them, he could only shake his head. Even against an ordinary jonin, such an attempt would be worthwhile, but Menzaman was different. Despite his advanced age, he was resilient, experienced in combat, and possessed formidable strength, coupled with ruthless tactics. More importantly, in his presence, Uhyou's earlier assertion of numerical superiority became a mere jest. Indeed, while the puppet master was but one, he commanded 10 puppets. Acknowledging Nara's dissent, Uhyou nodded and began to convey a silent signal to his team. Attempt to entangle him. If unable, retreat immediately. Simultaneously, Uhyou addressed Menzaman with a tone tinged with a hint of arrogance, expressing disbelief at encountering such a venerable figure from the shinobi world in this unexpected locale. However, it was disheartening to realize that someone of his stature resorted to clandestinely hunting the young generation of Konoha like a mere rodent, a fact that evoked reflections on the relentless passage of time. His reproach was utterly unfounded, merely an act of provocation, a quintessential display of contrarian behavior. Should not a ninja engage in the covert elimination of foes? What bearing does age have on such matters? Nevertheless, it mattered little, as fate would have it. He had fallen into our grasp, signifying that today marked your demise. Allow me, the prodigious fire release talent known as the Flames of Naruto, to conclude your tale. To perish on the battlefield, is that not the fitting fate for one of your advanced years? Uhyou endeavored to ensnare his opponent with words, having already employed fire release, thus lending credibility to his claim as a fire ninja. However, to assert the title of Flames of Naruto, he ought to wield a ninja scythe in his right hand and a kunai in his left. Moreover, why does the name Naruto resonate with sorrow? In response to this theatrical display, Monzaemon chuckled hoarsely. It mattered not whether Uhyou's performance was professional or amateurish. A ninja of Monzaemon's age, seasoned by countless battles, could hardly be deceived by such trivial ruses. He comprehended the intentions of these youthful Konoha ninjas, having already signaled for assistance. Their sole aim was to buy time while awaiting reinforcements. Unlike previous encounters where they were silently eliminated, this misstep was Monzaemon's own. It must be acknowledged that Uhyou's prior battle arrangements were commendable. By placing Shishiri at a distant point disconnected from the team, she remained undetected by the enemy, thus rescuing Uhyou from assassination. However, Monzaemon was now rectifying this error by deploying the Hunin of Chikuzen, not for any other reason than to swiftly conclude the battle and evacuate before Konoha's reinforcements arrived. Should they be encircled by a multitude of Konoha ninjas, an adversary of Monzaemon's caliber would undoubtedly be dealt with ruthlessly. Yet, what took him by surprise was that as Uhyou uttered his final word, the Konoha ninja squad abruptly launched their assault. Monzaemon had not anticipated such audacity from his opponents. Did his reputation carry no weight of deterrence? And when had they agreed upon a signal? This query required no answer, for just as Monzaemon would not be swayed by Uhyou's theatrics, Uhyou understood he could not delay the inevitable with mere words. Although time was of the essence, it did not imply that Uhyou would shy away from combat. In the face of a ninja like Monzaemon, fleeing would only hasten his demise. Thus, Uhyou chose to act contrary to expectation, seizing the initiative to strike at the enemy. His verbal deception was not aimed at prolonging the battle by 10 minutes, but rather to gain that precious moment of first strike. In this confrontation, Uhyou had no intention of showcasing his unpredictable technique speed, not from lack of desire, but from inability. If it were merely a matter of combat training, then his chakra could be squandered without a care. However, when confronted by a ninja like Monzo, depleting chakra equated to death. Scattered across the grass, on tree trunks, and among the evergreens, 10 puppets stood vigil, either crouched or upright, forming a distinct and layered perimeter around Monzo. There was no more loyal guardian than these puppets. With a deft movement of his 10 fingers, Monzo commanded the 10 puppets to spring into action. Despite momentarily being taken aback by the enemy's unexpected assault, his response was remarkably swift. Amidst the cacophony of the puppets' creaking sounds, 3 of them advanced directly toward the rushing Hane. Yet, Hane paid them no heed. His hands danced as he rapidly formed one hand seal after another, simultaneously calling out to his companion, Nara. In such a moment, Nara instinctively understood his role. The dark shadow beneath his feet sprang to life, morphing into tendrils that extended forward, swiftly surpassing Hane and intertwining with the feet of the 3 puppets. The blades raised by the puppets came to an abrupt halt, and Monzo's 3 fingers faltered, clearly sensing that he could no longer control those puppets. Isn't it inevitable for the elderly to experience waning chakra? Hane mused, passing by the 3 puppets. Although the Nara clan's shadow binding technique was undeniably convenient and highly effective, Nara Shika was still a young ninja, lacking the seasoned expertise and formidable chakra necessary to contest Monzo's control over the puppets. One would expect a ninja of Monzo's caliber to break free from such restraints without delay. However, at first glance, Monzo appeared to be in his late 70s. Regardless of his cruel demeanor, he was merely an aging ninja fighting for his village, and how potent could his chakra truly be? In truth, Monzo had long since become a ninja who relied on experience rather than chakra in battle. His reputation was formidable, and his threat significant. Yet his strength was no longer what it once was. Even 5 years prior, he would not have been bested by a mere chunin like Narashika. These fleeting thoughts in Hane's mind would undoubtedly incite a furious retort from Nara if he were aware of them. How naive, he might exclaim. It is not so simple. Meanwhile, for Nara, who was struggling to control the 3 puppets, It felt as though he were perched atop a volcano, restless, and on the verge of losing control himself. Nara was oblivious to the extent of Monzo's diminished chakra due to age, and as he grappled with the puppets, he found himself rooted in place, unable to assist Hain any further. After overcoming the puppets, Uhyou completed the seal in his hand. He took a deep breath, the invigorating and fresh air flooding his lungs. And then he exhaled sharply. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet. The searing fireball stood out vividly in the now dim forest. An overwhelming wave of heat radiating from Uhyou as it surged outward, the blazing inferno aimed directly at Monzawaman, who was more than 10 meters away. This exaggerated and unabashed ninjutsu, powerful yet lacking in speed, seemed unlikely to achieve a direct hit. Without a moment's hesitation, Monzawaman positioned 3 other puppets as a shield before him. Boom! The fireball collided with the puppets, erupting into scattered sparks. The result of such a formidable technique was disappointingly minimal. Puppets are unique ninja tools, typically crafted to endure extreme conditions including fire resistance, pressure tolerance, abrasion resistance, and tests in desert, aquatic, high-temperature, and freezing environments. Particularly, the elite puppets of the Nara clan are designed to exceed these standards. If they could not withstand both fire and water techniques, their utility would be exceedingly limited. Thus, Uhyou's fire release merely inflicted superficial damage upon the puppets. However, at that moment, a shuriken, trailing a transparent thread, discreetly slipped through the gap left by the 3 puppets, leveraging the bright flash caused by the fire technique to strike Monzawaman's arm at an unforeseen angle. Concealed within the fire release was another technique, fire release, dragon fire technique. Uhyou initiated the 2 fire techniques in rapid succession, with scarcely a pause. This too was an area of effect ninjutsu, but unlike the fire dragon flame bullet, the dragon fire technique, which relied on the guiding thread, was, in a sense, directed. The searing wave of fire surged once more toward Monzawaman. Having already been struck by the shuriken, he found himself unable to evade this technique. Furthermore, the intense heat generated by the earlier fireball allowed this C-rank technique to unleash a power far beyond its classification. Consequently, Monzawaman became engulfed in flames. The assailant of the elderly gentleman was thus revealed. Yet, despite achieving a hit, Uhyou furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss. Though this successive assault was of his own design, the exaggerated outcome seemed incredulous. No matter how intricate, a mere trick could hardly yield significant effects against a ninja like Monzawaman, raising doubts in Uhyou's mind, especially given that his trick was not particularly sophisticated. A more direct indication of something being wrong was that Monzawaman continued to burn quietly, standing motionless amidst the flames without struggle or cries of anguish. The members of the Nara clan also ceased their actions. Uhyou raised a hand, signaling his companions to remain still, his gaze fixed intently upon the burning Monzawaman. Truly remarkable, to have so swiftly struck my decoy. Yet, the more this transpired, the more resolute I became in ensuring your demise here today. I shall not grant you the opportunity to grow. As a sand ninja, such an attitude is indeed warranted. Threats must be eradicated in their infancy, whenever the opportunity arises. The flames of the dragon fire technique gradually dimmed, yet the voice of Monzaman did not emanate from there. Uhyou and his companions abruptly shifted their gaze to the treetop, where they had initially concealed themselves, only to find another Monzaman standing there. No, it should be said that Monzaman had been there all along. He delicately flicked his index finger, and the finger of the figure that had just emerged from the flames mirrored the movement. Subsequently, a puppet from the Chikamatsu 10 puppets sprang to life, assuming an aggressive stance. Clearly, Uhyou's recent strike had merely hit a decoy, a puppet that Monzaman had crafted as a substitute. It is not uncommon for puppeteers to modify their own bodies or create puppets resembling themselves as decoys. However, the act of controlling one's own substitute puppet, and then utilizing that puppet to command a multitude of others, is simply unprecedented. No wonder the movements of the Chikamatsu 10 puppets earlier had lacked finesse. They were effectively being maneuvered by a single finger. What extraordinary prowess it requires to control 11 puppets with just one finger. Senior, you seem to be growing more obstinate with age, Uhyou thought, his eyes darkening. What had been promised as a full-scale battle now felt like mere play. Although such a cautious concealment of one's true form is logically sound, after all, it ensures Monzaman's invulnerability. This was undeniably a game. As an initial opponent, Monzaman was exceedingly formidable. or were the minor foes meant to provide experience? Monzaman severed the chakra threads connecting him to his substitute puppet, with his true self now revealed. The decoy had lost its purpose. He then spread his arms wide, finally commencing direct control over the Chikamatsu 10 puppets. The puppets, which had previously exhibited some clumsiness and rigidity, transformed into embodiments of fluidity under Monzaman's direct command. The 10 pairs of vacant eyes fixated on Uhyou and his companions, sending chills down their spines. Retreat, I will cover you. Uhyou inhaled deeply, realizing that this adversary was far beyond his capabilities. Reluctantly, he chose to withdraw. Though he felt a pang of disappointment at the prospect of his first mission ending in failure, it was a necessary decision. Moreover, such a retreat would leave no grounds for reprimand from the command center. After all, Konoha could not expect its lower-ranked ninjas to contend with a ninja of Monzaman's caliber. Furthermore, Uhyou's team had been tasked with obstructing the enemy and relaying information. Strictly speaking, they could not deem their mission a failure, having indeed identified Monzaman. Uhyou, I find this futile. You cannot hold him off for long, Nara Nagisa remarked. Although Uhyou's orders aligned with his responsibilities as captain, they bore little significance. How could the enemy possibly allow their escape so easily? Retreat. Uhyou resolutely reiterated his command, just as he brought his hands together to form the necessary seals. The Chikamatsu 10 puppets surged toward him with an unimaginable swiftness. Yet, regardless of how swift these toys may be, Uhyou's initial technique was executed with remarkable alacrity, compelling him to incessantly enhance his hand seal speed during this extraordinary moment of urgency. Once Uhyou had completed his first technique, the subsequent techniques would follow in rapid succession without pause. Water release, water barrier. The first technique manifested as a semicircular wall of water, forcefully dispersing the oncoming puppets directed at Uhyou. As those entities prepared to circumvent from both flanks, the water barrier suddenly collapsed, and then surged forth with an even more formidable torrent. Old fool, do you believe your position is secure? With this thought, Uhyou's hands remained in motion. Water release, exploding water colliding wave. In an instant, a vast ocean materialized within the forest, the scale of Uhyou's technique far surpassing his previous endeavors. At this juncture, he could no longer afford to contemplate the conservation of chakra. Thus, one could say his technique had reversed the tides of fate itself. Yet, Uhyou's seals did not cease until the next technique was completed, water release, hidden mist technique. Before the turbulent waters had a chance to settle, a thick mist ascended from the surface, swiftly enveloping Uhyou and his comrades, rendering them utterly concealed. The hidden mist technique is emblematic of the Mist Village's water release ninjutsu, yet it is not particularly difficult or secretive. To call it an ordinary water technique would not be an exaggeration. The true challenge lies in its synergy with the silent killing technique. Only by combining the two can their respective values be realized. Uhyou was evidently unfamiliar with the silent killing technique, and the hidden mist technique sufficed for his needs. His eyes may not have accurately captured the movements of the puppeteer and his myriad puppets, but with the hidden mist technique, the situation transformed. This jutsu, which obscures vision, significantly enhances the likelihood of escape for his allies. Furthermore, the mist was infused with Uhyou's abundant chakra, which extended his perception. In this state, he could at least ascertain the positions and movements of Monzaman and the 10 puppets. Is it so? It appears that the so-called fire release ninja is merely a distraction. Clearly, you are more adept at water release. It is commendable that you could make such a decision in this scenario, yet what purpose does it serve? Monzaman's voice emerged from the thick fog. The hidden mist technique had undoubtedly proven effective. Otherwise, how could the adversary utter such meaningless words? However, Uhyou felt a surge of anxiety as he sensed that his team members had not directly evacuated the battlefield, but remained motionless within the mist. Yet now, Uhyou could afford no concern for them. Undeniably, he himself was the most perilous target, and there was no question that he was the primary objective of the enemy. Beneath Uhyou's steady breaths lies a mind taut with concentration. At this moment, he has fully awakened his 5 senses. Suddenly, he launches a kick into the mist to his side, and a shadowy figure is sent hurtling backward. He can perceive the puppet's movements, and the distinct sounds it produces during its activity are impossible to conceal. However, Uhyou has no time to dwell on the expelled puppet. He swiftly pivots and raises his arm. With a resounding clang, a pair of sharp, barbed claws strike his forearm. The art of diverting an opponent's attention with words is a trick not solely employed by Uhyou. Menzomen also wields it, yet neither has achieved significant success. Those puppets clad in white appear graceful from afar, but upon closer inspection, they reveal a grotesque visage. So unsightly that Uhyou cannot help but voice his thoughts. If one claims to be the finest puppeteer, at the very least, one ought to craft toys that resemble a mercury lamp. Only then could I indulge in such endeavors with a heart inclined towards sadism. As he speaks, he twists his forearm, using his guard to shatter the puppet's claws. He then places his palm upon the puppet's shoulder, leveraging his body to propel himself upward, delivering a knee strike to the puppet's neck. With a sharp crack, the puppet's head twists back. Yet, Uhyou's target is merely a puppet, not a human. Thus, this assault yields no effect beyond a painful knee. The puppet's body jerks upward, realigning its head. From every joint and segment of its frame, lethal crossbows and flames emerge, and it charges forth with an even greater ferocity than before. Given Uhyou's physique and speed, he is utterly incapable of withstanding such an onslaught. Fortunately, he has no need to resist. As the chakra beneath his feet dissipates, he sinks beneath the water's surface. Previously, he had employed the explosive water wave to submerge his enemies. This time, however, he seeks to submerge himself. The puppet's movements are indeed astonishingly swift, and while it is not impossible for it to follow Uhyou into the water, he firmly believes that under the weight of deep water, the puppet cannot maintain its speed as it does on land. Moreover, once submerged, Uhyou experiences a significant enhancement in his own velocity with the aid of water-style techniques. He moves with the grace of a fish. In this shifting balance, Menzomen finds himself increasingly unable to contend with him. Perhaps Menzomen could evaporate the entire body of water. But can he accomplish such a feat? More accurately, can he afford the time to do so? Following the prolonged struggle among Uhyou and his companions, reinforcements from Konoha have finally arrived. They may not be swift, but their timing is indeed fortuitous. For Menzomen, this battle has dragged on longer than anticipated. Theoretically, he should have concluded everything within 10 seconds. However, faced with Uhyou, a ninja capable of employing wide-ranging offensive ninjutsu, the puppet master Menzomen, no matter how formidable, finds his capabilities inherently limited. When encountering adversaries outside his expertise, any ninja struggles to contend with a ninjutsu specialist effectively. The most prudent course of action is to engage similarly with a ninjutsu practitioner. Moreover, compared to ordinary ninjas, Uhyou's speed and casting techniques is astonishingly rapid, leaving no opportunity for the puppets to attack. This situation transcends the mere speed of hand seals, as even the swiftest seals have their limits. Yet Uhyou's casting speed seems to have surpassed this theoretically insurmountable boundary. Could it be that he is using one-handed seals? No, that is utterly impossible. Such speculation fleetingly crossed Menzomen's mind, for he had indeed observed Uhyou performing seals with both hands. Fortunately, during this confrontation, Uhyou refrained from demonstrating his unique ability to blend two types of elemental techniques, or else Menzomen would have been driven to madness. Once submerged, Uhyou lost all perception of the water's surface, remaining unaware that a team of leaf ninjas had arrived. At this moment, he was fishing at the bottom of the water. Naruto swiftly appeared beside that team of ninjas and succinctly briefed them on the situation. There was only one enemy, Menzomen of the Sand Village, who had likely been active in the area for some time, while their captain was currently engaging him. Upon hearing this, the leader of the team nodded and inquired about the mist enveloping them. "It is our captain's water release technique." The leader nodded again, recognizing it as the mist concealment technique, but it was crucial to ascertain whether the caster was friend or foe. He then turned to one of his comrades behind him and asked, "Can you see what lies within?" Uhyou's fog, a defensive technique, posed a significant obstacle to the reinforcements. The ninja standing behind the captain scanned the mist and remarked, "One enemy and 10 puppets. Thus, it is highly probable that the opponent is Menzomen, while our comrades are concealed beneath the water and face no immediate danger." In an instant, the battlefield's dynamics were comprehended. The report prompted Naruto to shift his gaze towards the ninja, whereupon he beheld a pair of eyes with pure white irises and pale pupils. It was the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Indeed, possessing such eyes rendered the mist inconsequential. After receiving the Hyuga ninja's report, the captain addressed his subordinates, saying, "Be aware. The enemy is Menzomen. Our objective now is to eliminate him here. Should he escape, a measured pursuit is permitted." while the rest of you remain here to assist the incoming ninjas. The latter statement was directed at Nara Nagisa, as the young ninjas had performed admirably, and the ensuing battle did not require their involvement. Nara nodded in full acceptance of the arrangement proposed by his companions. He understood that this quartet was composed entirely of elite jonin, who traversed the battlefield daily, intent on eliminating formidable enemies like Manzawaman, a target that necessitated immediate action. True to his seasoned ninja experience, Manzawaman sensed a shift in the winds of battle and instinctively withdrew without hesitation. The elite team from Konoha promptly initiated their pursuit. Meanwhile, Uhyou remained submerged, having held his breath to the limit. Fearing that surfacing for air might result in a sudden and fatal encounter, he persevered in his underwater concealment. Soon, a faint chirping reached him from beneath the surface, a signal from his comrades indicating that reinforcements had arrived, the enemy had fled, and the team was safe. The signal resonated 3 times with unmistakable clarity, and Uhyou, realizing the danger had indeed passed, began to ascend slowly, first surfacing his eyes, followed by his entire body. Coughing gently, Uhyou emerged at the water's edge, expelling the water that had filled his mouth and nostrils. His companions swiftly gathered around him, crouching in a protective circle while simultaneously assessing his condition. After all, during the skirmish, he had borne the brunt of the pressure and assaults. As Uhyou gasped for breath, the suffocating sensation in his chest began to subside. "Friends, I believe I might require artificial respiration," he jested, relieved to be out of danger and even in the mood for humor. However, to his surprise, his jest received an unexpected response. "I'll do it," came the voice of Chikika. Uhyou and the other 2 members of the team paused, momentarily taken aback, and then leaned back in shock as they comprehended what Chikika had just said. "Wait, that was a joke," Uhyou stammered, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Who would have imagined his words would elicit such a reply? The female ninja in their midst was exceedingly bold. Indeed, Chikika's audacity was profound. Yet it diverged entirely from Uhyou's assumptions, and he found himself feeling a tad overconfident. "Do not move," she instructed, kneeling by the water's edge and gently lifting one of Uhyou's arms. She then unfastened the protective guard from his arm and rolled up his sleeve, revealing 2 faint but significant lacerations. Previously, during his defense against the puppet's assault, the blade had barely pierced his guard, too shallow for him to notice at the time. Now, however, his arm was marred with dark bruises. A puppeteer who did not employ poison was hardly a true puppeteer. Chikika, steadying Uhyou's arm, infused it with a refreshing coolness that brought a sense of relief until her other hand produced a kunai. "Should we proceed? I believe the sooner we act, the better. The poison has already begun to spread." In the brief span of time, Uhyou's entire arm had turned a deep shade of black. Yet, observing Qianqian's calm demeanor, he couldn't shake the feeling that she possessed an eager anticipation. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Thus, Uhyou confidently declared, "I believe I can still salvage this." In a moment where life and death hung in the balance, Uhyou was not particularly attached to losing an arm, although a part of him did feel reluctant. For a ninja, the significance of an arm equates to that of a 3rd leg. The greater dilemma lay in the fact that even if Uhyou resolved to swiftly sever his arm, he had already delayed too long. After all, it would take merely a few seconds for the toxins to spread throughout his bloodstream. Consequently, the amputation would not eradicate the source of the poison. The sole piece of good news was that Uhyou's wound was quite shallow, and the overall level of poisoning was negligible. Additionally, he had engaged in a brief immersion, inadvertently allowing most of the toxins to diffuse into the water. Thus, while Uhyou felt a degree of anxiety regarding his poisoning, it was not excessive. He retrieved a small vial from his ninja tool pouch and promptly swallowed a few pills. This was a commonly used antidote, distributed among the frontline Konoha ninjas during battles in Sunigakure, intended to guard against poison-wielding adversaries. While Uhyou consumed the medication, Qianqian respected his judgment. She refrained from any drastic measures, instead using a kunai to carve a large cross incision on Uhyou's poisoned arm. She then pressed around the incision repeatedly, attempting to expel the congealed blood and residual toxins from his body. Without a medical ninja in their ranks, the emergency measures could only extend to this point. Purple blood dripped steadily onto the water's surface, and by this time, Uhyou's arm had lost all sensation. "We need to get him back to the frontline hospital immediately. Lianjiu and I will remain here. Qianqian, you take Uhyou back," Nara decisively concluded. In the absence of clarity regarding the toxin's impact on Uhyou, They could only speculate towards the worst-case scenario. Professional treatment was imperative. Qianqian nodded in understanding, exhibiting no hesitation as she draped Yuheng's arm over her shoulder and hoisted him onto her back. Nara and Lianjiu stayed behind to assist subsequent ninjas, while Qianqian swiftly transported Yuhyou towards the Konoha headquarters. The toxin's encroachment had stripped Yuhyou of his ability to move independently. Thus, despite the awkwardness of being carried by a woman, he found no inclination to dwell on such matters. After all, in the world of ninjas, one must adapt to circumstances. At least Qianqian wasn't rushing him toward the camp, was she? This experience served as a lesson for Yuhyou. When confronting an enemy like a puppeteer, one must either deny them close combat opportunities or possess agility and speed that surpasses theirs. Otherwise, while one may evade an open attack, a hidden strike is far more challenging to defend against. The puppeteers, at any moment, resort to poisoning, which severely tarnishes the honor of the ninja. The actions of Monzoman align perfectly with the principles governing the conduct of a ninja. What is upright and aboveboard is merely a jest. Are not ninjas inherently treacherous, employing every means at their disposal? The former point is more credible, yet exceedingly challenging to attain, as ninjas inevitably find themselves engaged in close combat. As for the latter, it necessitates a ninja elevating their physical prowess, a feat that, frankly, seems unattainable in a mere day. Nevertheless, as a genin, Uhyou has reached the limits of his capabilities. One wonders whether the elite Jonin squad from Konoha can indeed neutralize Monzoman. In such moments, Uhyou even finds the mental space to ponder these matters. For it is not he who bears the burden, but rather he is the one being carried. Qianqian, disregarding her own stamina, hastens to return Uhyou to the Konoha camp, promptly placing him within the frontline hospital. This hospital, situated at the heart of the Konoha encampment, serves as the second most crucial unit after the command center. What is happening? Upon witnessing Qianqian burst into the hospital with Uhyou on her back, the medical ninjas immediately inquired, their pace swift, as they preferred to be direct and avoid superfluous dialogue. Poisoning, inflicted by the Sans puppeteer Monzoman. The dosage is minimal, and he has already received rudimentary emergency treatment. Qianqian swiftly conveyed Uhyou's condition. At this juncture, Uhyou's mind was remarkably alert, yet he found himself unable to articulate a word. Were there a mirror before him, he would undoubtedly grasp the essence of the phrase of face as dark as thunder. Upon hearing the name Monzoman, the medical ninja without hesitation took charge of Uhyou and swiftly directed him towards a tent at the rear. Qianqian attempted to follow, but was halted by a hand. We will do our utmost to save him. Your presence here would offer no assistance. Remain at ease. We will inform you promptly of any developments. Uhyou couldn't shake the ominous feeling that lingered in those words. Before long, he felt a rush of air near his ears, followed by being placed onto a hospital bed. Koga-sensei, a victim of Monzoman's poison. After laying Uhyou down, the medical ninja addressed another healer within the tent, seemingly an expert in detoxification. Upon the summons, Uhyou observed another individual hasten to his side. He was certain he did not recognize the person, yet the healer, upon their first glance, uttered his name. Uhyou? Koga-sensei. Do you know him? The initial medical ninja inquired, surprised that this young man was a familiar face. No, this is my first encounter with him. However, I have often heard Sanshao speak of this child. Monzoman's poison, you say? Please proceed with the standard detoxification procedures. I will analyze the composition of the toxin. As he spoke, the medical ninja, known as Koga, extracted a blood sample from Uhyou's arm, swiftly darting to a table laden with various vials and jars on the opposite side of the tent. Though the surroundings appeared rather rudimentary, the medical ninjas moved with a calm precision, methodically attending to their tasks. At that moment, Uhyou felt a sense of relief, not due to faith in the medical ninjas' diligence or a belief in the advanced medical techniques of Konoha, but because he had come to a profound realization. He was, after all, a person of connections. Thanks to Sanxiao's influence, he knew that these two medical ninjas would not treat him with indifference or disregard for human life. A refreshing and invigorating sensation emanated from his arm, gradually replacing the numbness with an unbearable burning sensation, which then began to compete with the cooling feeling induced by the medical ninja's techniques. He understood that the burning sensation was a manifestation of the poison's effect on his body, while the cooling sensation was the result of the medical ninja's healing ninjutsu. The fact that they could alleviate his numbness and attempt to suppress the toxin's invasion confirmed the efficacy of their skills. Having discerned this, it was evident that Manzo had remained on the front lines for some time and had not returned to Sunagakure, implying that the poison currently affecting him was only slightly altered from the last sample they had obtained. This young man was indeed fortunate. Although he had been poisoned, a suitable antidote could soon be prepared. In a short while, Koga completed his analysis of the toxin and brought forth some encouraging news. The toxins employed by the puppet master were not only cruel, but also possessed a formula that was ever-changing. Thus, without extensive research, obtaining an antidote was virtually impossible. However, even if an antidote were acquired, the enemy would likely employ a different poison in the next encounter. For this reason, Koga remarked upon Uhyou's fortune. His consciousness seemed quite clear, which suggested that the remedy would undoubtedly be effective. As he continued speaking, Koga administered a vial of potent antidote into Uhyou's body, and soon after, the pallor on his face began to regain its color. One should not assume that the medical ninja's handling of the situation was overly swift. Typically, a ninja who is poisoned faces one of two outcomes: immediate resolution or an irreversible condition. Next, Uhyou realized that he needed to consume ample amounts of warm water. Having regained his bodily awareness, he accurately anticipated the medical ninja's forthcoming advice. Koga smiled and confirmed that the essence of his guidance was indeed to hydrate and nourish himself, as accelerating his metabolism would facilitate a quicker recovery. Naturally, it would not be as simple as merely drinking warm water, although Uhyou was no longer in grave danger. Completely eliminating the residual toxins from his body would require a combination of medicinal treatment and dietary therapy. Overall, he was fortunate, having only encountered Manzo, who, while being one of the oldest puppet masters of Sunagakure, was not the most formidable. The poisons of the latter would not be so easily countered. Uhyou was momentarily taken aback before realizing that the strongest puppeteer referenced by the other party must be Uhyou. Although Uhyou was severely constrained by Konoha's Princess of Slugs during the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars, creating an impression of contemporaneous rivals, in truth, she belonged to the same generation as the third Hokage. Even when viewed through a contemporary lens, Uhyou remains the most formidable puppeteer. Admittedly, at this present moment, her mastery of poison might not have reached the pinnacle it would later attain, yet she still wielded techniques that Konoha struggled to counteract. On this battlefield, she was Suna's most lethal weapon. Regardless of who he faced, for Uhyou, the distinction was negligible. It was merely a matter of life and death. To succumb to poison must be one of the most humiliating ways for a ninja to perish, Uhyou mused, whereby a mere trifle from the enemy can lead to a silent demise. Rather than meet such an end, I would prefer to fight with all my might. Even if it means being torn asunder by a puppet, at least that would be a valiant death, imbued with a sense of grandeur. He resolved to remain here for a few days, not to be overly harsh on himself. After all, numerous ninjas had found themselves in hospitals after their first foray into battle, and many newcomers never even had the chance to return to a hospital. Kakashi's words, whether they were intended to comfort Uhyou or merely to present the stark reality, remained ambiguous. Uhyou did not dwell in self-reproach. After all, what could he have done against a ninja of Manzo's caliber? It was only upon Kakashi's reminder that he recalled the sequence of events. He had arrived at the front lines today, ventured towards the battlefield at noon, and by nightfall, he found himself in a hospital, an exceedingly swift transition indeed. After completing the detoxification process, Uhyou was subsequently transferred to a standard ward. On the front lines, the conditions were far from those of Konoha's hospitals. The so-called wards were merely large tents filled with beds. To his surprise, he encountered a familiar face there. Kakashi, what brings you here? Are you injured as well? Lying on the adjacent bed was none other than Hatake Kakashi, whom Uhyou had not seen in quite some time. Uhyou, you've been deployed to the front lines too? Kakashi raised his head with great effort upon hearing his name, revealing a look of surprise upon seeing Uhyou. Currently, Kakashi was receiving in 4 drip, and his frame appeared alarmingly gaunt, his voice exceedingly frail. Nutritional deficiency? Uhyou inquired, perplexed as to how a ninja on the front lines could suffer such an unusual ailment, one far rarer than his own poisoning. Judging by Kakashi's appearance, it seemed less a matter of malnutrition and more an issue of extreme starvation. Yes, Kakashi nodded, offering a brief explanation of his current predicament. A month prior, he had participated in an offensive operation against Suna, but amidst the chaos, he had become separated from the main force of Konoha. Consequently, after the operation concluded, he lost the opportunity to retreat with the bulk of the troops, effectively becoming trapped within Suna's controlled territory. Surrounded by the ninjas of the Sand Village, Kakashi found himself compelled to remain hidden while seeking an opportunity to navigate back to the territory of Konohagakure. However, the vigilance of his enemies was exceedingly stringent, and thus he lay in wait for an entire month, during which his supplies dwindled to nothing. Trapped within enemy lines, he was forced to maintain silence, refraining from any actions that might attract attention in his desperate quest for sustenance, leading him to suffer from malnutrition. It was only a month later that he finally discovered a chance to return to Konoha, resulting in a poignant and heroic return reminiscent of a fabled tale. To speak candidly, Kakashi's plight was profoundly tragic. Enduring hunger is one of the most harrowing experiences of humanity. Those who have faced such adversity deserve admiration for their resilience and empathy for their suffering. Yet, Uchi could not contain his laughter, which grew increasingly boisterous. It was simply too much to bear. The image of the serious and stoic Konoha White Fang, a figure of immense strength who later rose to prominence in the ninja world, nearly succumbing to starvation, contrasted starkly with the innocent and pitiful expression of Kakashi lying in bed, vividly illustrating the absurdity and irony of war. My laughter is not meant to belittle you. I do not derive true joy from it. My mirth is merely a facade, despite Uchi's attempts to deny it. Witnessing someone stronger than himself in an even more dire predicament inexplicably lifted his spirits. The laughter vexed Kakashi, but it did not incite anger. Uchi's mirth was not mocking, but rather a light-hearted jest amid the grim realities of war. It was a means to relieve the tension of a friend, especially since Kakashi's current condition rendered him unable to take direct action. What about you, Uchi? Kakashi inquired once Uchi's laughter subsided. Me? I just arrived at the front lines today and promptly found myself poisoned, almost meeting an untimely end, fighting in the morning and being cremated by night, Uchi replied, raising his injured arm to display his wounds. After this exchange, a long silence enveloped them. Their experiences were but a trivial fraction of the vast tapestry of suffering wrought by war. While Uchi harbored an aversion to conflict, he unexpectedly realized that he did not entirely detest war. It was a strange sentiment. He had narrowly escaped death on the battlefield, yet his conclusion was one of indifference. It was only when seated at the gambling table that the psychology of a gambler became clear to him. At his core, Uchi possessed a certain apathy towards life. Before long, Chika and Nara Nagisa along with Rinjiro arrived in Uchi's hospital room. Uchi, are you alright? Nara inquired. Yes, the poison has been neutralized, Uchi replied, assuring them of his well-being. He then turned to Chika, expressing gratitude. Chika, thank you for your timely warning and for bringing me back. In a certain sense, Chika played a pivotal role during this brief skirmish. Upon hearing Yaharu's expression of gratitude, she merely nodded, refraining from further comment. My health is relatively stable. I simply need to remain in the ward for a few more days, which is beneficial for everyone, as it allows you to rest for a while, Uhyou remarked, albeit with an ill-timed jest. Without his presence, the small squad was undoubtedly incapacitated, unless the command center intended to disband them entirely. By the way, how is the situation on the battlefield? Has Monzaemon been dealt with? Uhyou inquired again. We had not received any updates at the time of our withdrawal, Nara replied. Is that so? In truth, everyone understood that this was merely a euphemism. The lack of news implied that Monzaemon likely managed to escape, signifying the failure of the Upper Ninja Team's mission. Uhyou felt a tinge of regret over Monzaemon's potential escape, but could not place blame. It was only logical. Had the adversary been so easily dispatched, he would have been eliminated long ago, and there would be no possibility of him still being alive. Since the opportunity was missed, there was little to be done about it, and Uhyou did not dwell on the matter, sleeping peacefully that night. Upon awakening the following morning, he indeed felt significantly revitalized. Despite a lingering discomfort, it was now negligible. Rising from his hospital bed, he stepped outside the tent, the crisp morning air, imbued with the chill of winter, invigorating him. However, before he could stretch his limbs, he turned to find Chika and Tada guarding the entrance of the tent. Chika? Uhyou was puzzled as to why she would be here at such a time. We three agreed to take turns watching over you during your hospitalization yesterday. My condition was the best, so I took priority, Chika explained her presence. Uhyou understood his comrade's intentions, yet her actions, while expressive of concern, served little practical purpose. They were largely symbolic. It is important to note that the frontline hospital is situated at the very heart of the Konoha camp, where it is highly unlikely for enemies to infiltrate. Should an incursion occur, the presence of just 1 or 2 guards would be of little consequence, as such a scenario would only arise from a complete collapse of the Konoha front. Nonetheless, in light of his teammates' goodwill, Uhyou, though aware of the redundancy, refrained from voicing his thoughts. Their relationship was one of mere professional camaraderie, not friendship, and he felt it inappropriate to dismiss their kindness, as it would imply a lack of gratitude. Despite his somewhat blunt demeanor, Uhyou was not devoid of emotional intelligence. In fact, it is we who should express our gratitude. Without you, we would surely not have escaped from Monzaemon, Chika added. When faced with Monzaemon, she had lost hope, never expecting Uhyou to exhibit such prowess. Frankly speaking, it astonished her that within this small team, only Qianqian and Uhyou, who had previously executed espionage elimination tasks, were aware that merely 3 months ago, Uhyou was an ordinary individual. Yet, who could have anticipated that in such a brief span, he would evolve into a skilled ninja proficient in various evasion techniques? To transform from an unremarkable civilian to someone capable of withstanding the likes of Monzaemon in such a short time was nothing short of genius. As a member of the same team, Uhyou humbly asserted that he had merely accomplished what was within his capacity, deeming it unworthy of praise or boastfulness. He shook his head, recognizing that even for his own survival, he would have exerted himself in yesterday's battle. Furthermore, having voluntarily accepted the role of team captain, he was now obligated to shoulder a sense of responsibility alongside the authority he had gained. The thought of leading his team members to their demise was, quite frankly, an unthinkable notion for Uhyou, no matter how inept he might perceive himself to be. Perhaps due to their conversation, Shikaku emerged from the tent. "What are you discussing? Have you reflected on yesterday's battle already?" Uhyou inquired of Shikaku, noting that while their performance had been satisfactory, it did not erase the fact that they had failed their inaugural mission. "Aside from feeling a bit hungry, I have no significant issues," Shikaku replied. Uhyou mused that a persistent hunger was, in itself, a considerable concern. He wondered if the previous events had left this fellow with a psychological scar. Were a survey to be conducted across the entire Konoha frontline, inquiring who found the military rations palatable, at least 2 individuals would nod affirmatively, Uhyou and Shikaku. "What about your reflections on the battle?" Shikaku, unaware of their shared culinary sentiments, redirected the conversation back to combat. "To put it simply, I require a bit of speed," Uhyou stated. Ultimately, what he sought was the pinnacle of a ninja's velocity. He was not oblivious to the means of remedying his speed deficiency. The solution lay clearly before him: lightning release techniques. After sunrise, Nara came to relieve Qianqian, and shortly thereafter, Koga arrived to conduct a thorough examination of Uhyou's condition. The issue of poisoning had been resolved, yet, this remark left Uhyou feeling somewhat anxious. Was there another problem with his body? No, nothing at all. However, Koga swallowed the words that had nearly escaped his lips. Unbeknownst to Uhyou, due to his close ties with Misesa, Koga understood him far more than he realized. It was precisely this understanding that led Koga to feel that Uhyou's chakra growth had been rather rapid. Honestly, it seemed rather unusual. Even with the enhancement of the Senju secret medicine, it was difficult for an ordinary person's chakra to reach Uhyou's current level in just 3 months. However, this is merely the perspective of Koga. Perhaps he is simply being overly suspicious, for the rapid growth of chakra is ultimately a beneficial occurrence. Are you still practicing lightning release? A moderate stimulation is conducive to the metabolic processes at the cellular level, yet one must exercise caution against excess. The chaotic and violent nature of lightning release invariably imposes a significant burden on the body. In conclusion, Koga remarked that, according to his assertions, the stimulation from lightning release appears to assist Uhyou in expelling residual toxins from within, albeit in moderation. Chaotic, you say? His words prompted Uhyou to ponder deeply. Whether it be pure chakra or elemental chakra, both are unique energies stored within the body. However, ninjutsu differs. For instance, water release and earth release possess tangible, material characteristics, while fire release, wind release, and lightning release transform chakra into lethal specialized energy. Elemental chakra and ninjutsu are fundamentally distinct. To illustrate simply, lightning attribute chakra flows quietly within the body along meridians, controllable and gentle, yet lightning release is entirely different. Once unleashed, it careens wildly within, stimulating and damaging every cell. In a certain sense, it embodies a technique that harms both the enemy and the user. Those who wield lightning release must endure the ravages of their own power, gradually building resilience to it through persistent training. Nevertheless, side effects remain inevitable. Take the Chidori technique, for instance. It imposes an immense burden on every bodily cell, easily leading to an electrolyte imbalance, which may further result in various complications, leaving the user neurotic, embittered, resentful, and afflicted with psychological issues such as darkness of mind, extremism, and antisocial tendencies. Yet, what if one could resolve the chaotic harm wrought by lightning release? Would everything not transform? What do you need the meridian map for? Before departing the infirmary, Koga was taken aback by Uhyou's sudden request. Oh, nothing much. I merely wish to study it. After all, I have little else to occupy my time here, so consider it a means to pass the hours. My time as a ninja has been short, and as an ambitious individual, I should seize the opportunity to supplement my foundational knowledge regarding ninjas. Uhyou responded, inspired by a casual remark from Koga, which sparked a particularly bold idea concerning the application of lightning release. Uhyou's idea was audacious, yet its success remained uncertain. Experimentation was unavoidable, and for the first step, he required a deeper understanding of the ninja's physique. The medical ninjas must possess such resources, surely? A meridian map is hardly a rare item requiring confidentiality. However, Koga had never before heard of anyone seeking to pass time by studying the human meridian map. He regarded Uhyou with skepticism and continued, I can indeed procure a meridian map, but you won't cause any trouble, will you? Of course not. I merely wish to gain further insight into the flow of chakra, Uhyou hastily clarified. However, what he truly wished to convey was a degree of confidence in his mastery of mixed ninjutsu, tempered by a fear that such a declaration might cause the other party to turn away. There will be no issue, shortly. I shall arrange for someone to deliver the items to you. Upon hearing this from Uhyou, Koga felt a sense of relief, especially as his eager and diligent demeanor was commendable. By nature, Uhyou was not one to engage in hasty or reckless antics. Yet unbeknownst to Koga, those who typically refrain from such folly may, when provoked, transform into something unrecognizable. As Koga turned to depart, it was not long before the desired chakra meridian chart was delivered to Uhyou, accompanied by a handwritten compilation of research notes concerning the flow of chakra. A delightful surprise indeed. Uhyou had not anticipated receiving such a bonus. He first hung the meridian chart by his bedside, delaying any further study, instead opting to peruse the notes. This material likely stemmed from foundational research conducted by medical ninjas, and it was quite probable that it originated from Koga himself. In fact, he was correct. Part of this material was indeed Koga's research, though what Uhyou received was merely a copy, not the original. To Uhyou's astonishment, after merely glancing at a few pages, he became deeply engrossed in the knowledge, meticulously reading through the content. Meanwhile, Shikamaru, who had begun administering nutrient IVs, observed Uhyou's intense focus and, out of curiosity, leaned in for a glimpse. Yet, within mere minutes, he found himself utterly dissuaded. After all, Shikamaru still bore the traits typical of a youth, contrasting sharply with the temperament of Orochimaru. He lacked the patience to wade through the tedious research material that Uhyou was examining. This research document was not particularly lengthy. Uhyou completed it in under an hour. Contrary to its modest thickness, the insights it contained were profound, elucidating the principles of chakra refinement and its fundamental operation with remarkable clarity. This revelation left Uhyou with a sensation akin to enlightenment. It was indeed a resource of great worth. Strictly speaking, only a portion of it held significant value. The document was divided into two sections, the first titled The Flow of Chakra in Meridians and Acupoints, and the second The Nature of Chakra, Transformations, Interactions, and Principles of Cultivation and Application. Uhyou found immense benefit in the first half, while he regarded the latter as rather mediocre, filled with what he deemed superfluous chatter. Setting aside the latter portion of the research, Uhyou revisited the first half several times, committing the knowledge to memory with unwavering accuracy. Only after he had ensured that he had thoroughly internalized the teachings did he lift his gaze to the meridian chart he had requested. In contrast to the unexpected value of the research notes, the chart merely served as a reference. Did you know, he mused softly to himself, there are over 300 acupoints within the human body? He was not addressing anyone in particular, Rather, he was simply expressing his thoughts aloud, inspired by the intricate web of acupoints illustrated on the chart before him. However, beside him, Hatake Tsukumo mistakenly believed that Uhyou was engaging him in conversation and thus responded. Indeed, that is the case. Hence the Hinata clan's gentle fist technique stands unparalleled in the ninja realm. Unparalleled in the ninja realm, Uhyou murmured, glancing at Hatake for a fleeting moment before turning his attention back to the seemingly mundane meridian chart before him. Yet, the brilliance in his eyes startled Hatake Tsukumo. Although he had known Uhyou for a considerable length of time, he had never witnessed such a novel expression on his face. It could be described as composed. Though less charitably, one might call it somewhat listless. In contrast, Uhyou now appeared entirely transformed. Could it be that a mere meridian chart held such allure? Unlike blood vessels, which are tangible entities, meridians represent energy pathways that do not exist on a physical plane. Since the Sage of the Six Paths established the ninja sect, the chakra within every ninja has flowed along these pathways. Ninjas guide the chakra's movement through hand seals, either altering its nature to release ninjutsu or concentrating it within their bodies to enhance physical techniques. Acupoints, on the other hand, serve as special nodes along the meridians. Just like the meridians themselves, acupoints are not physically present, yet they possess relatively precise locations unique to each individual. While meridians are elusive, acupoints, though non-existent in the physical sense, can indeed be located. By stimulating these energy nodes in specific ways, one can even manifest powerful physical techniques akin to the 8 gates. Although meridians are depicted in diagrams, they are difficult to perceive. Acupoints, conversely, possess a more pronounced presence in terms of chakra. It is precisely this unique attribute that gives rise to specialized physical techniques such as the gentle fist, which targets acupoints. Uhyou gradually closed his eyes, meticulously sensing the acupoints within his body, those points imbued with a strong chakra presence. He then allowed the impressions of these points to sink deeper into his consciousness. Subsequently, he began to form the hand seal for water release, but this time, his intention was not to project ninjutsu outward. Rather, he aimed to generate subtle, materialized water release within his own body, seeking to connect those deeper points. At this juncture, Uhyou's ambitions became fully manifest. Although his ultimate goal was to maximize the use of lightning release, what he attempted was far more audacious and grand in scope than his initial objective. The ninja realm has endured through countless ages, and the techniques employed by ninjas are innumerable. Yet, the fundamental operation of chakra and the basis of technique application have remained unchanged. Uhyou's endeavors sought to redefine this foundation, not to overturn it. As that term might suggest an overstatement, after all, he did not transcend that foundation. Rather, he aimed to refresh it. Nonetheless, even this ambition was unprecedented. He was using his own meridians as a model, employing the mirror of acupoints as markers, and utilizing water release as a means to attempt the creation of a second, pseudo-meridian system beneath the existing one. The Sharingan is merely a deceptive imitation. Confined to the realm of technique, the true replication lies in the foundational essence of a ninja. Suddenly, Uhyou's expression contorted as he opened his eyes. His initial attempt, unsurprisingly, ended in failure. Yet, Uhyou did not succumb to despair. Rather, his gaze shone with fervor. For once his experiment succeeds, he shall become a singular entity in the world. An unparalleled dual-threaded ninja within the realm of shinobi. Uhyou, are you certain you are all right? Hiki Tsukumo inquired, concern lacing his voice. Over the past 3 days, he had observed Uhyou's physique expanding. The term expanding did not refer to any issues in Uhyou's demeanor, but was to be taken in its literal sense, pertaining to his physical form. No, I'm fine, just a bit of edema, Uhyou replied, his speech somewhat disjointed. He had yet to conquer the 7-nanometer process, and it was increasingly likely that he would never master it in this lifetime. The swelling he experienced was far beyond mere mild edema, compared to a few days prior. He had ballooned significantly, every inch of his skin taut and glistening, akin to the belly of a woman in the final months of pregnancy. Uhyou's experiment encountered hurdles right from the outset. First, chakra could only circulate smoothly within the meridians, rendering him unable to utilize water-type chakra to create pseudo-meridians. Second, while generating water release within his body might align with his physical concept, the outcome was that, resembling a piece of pork, he could not continuously infuse it with water. What exactly are you doing? Hiki Tsukumo pressed, clearly dissatisfied with Uhyou's explanation. How could a normal ninja allow their body to swell to such an extent? Kiki began to suspect Uhyou was deliberately tormenting himself to remain in the hospital, thus avoiding the battlefield once more. It was understandable for Kiki to harbor such thoughts, for on the surface, Uhyou's actions did appear suspect. I am conducting an experiment with a particular ninjutsu. Rest assured, I have grasped the key. The issue of edema will soon be resolved, Uhyou asserted. In this regard, he spoke no falsehood, for he had indeed reached a certain threshold. If there were no hope, how could Uhyou persist in this manner? After all, if he continued for another 2 or 3 days, he might very well face a metaphorical childbirth. At that moment, Uhyou was attempting to navigate the equilibrium point between water-type chakra and water release, striving to harness the shared attributes of energy and elemental nature found in the intermediate state. It was at this juncture that Uhyou finally recognized his exceptional talent in water release, regardless of whether it stemmed from the second Hokage. His abilities in this domain would not pale in comparison to those of the Hokage. It was precisely due to this innate talent that he gradually uncovered the coveted key. However, despite having found a pathway, the time consumed in this process exceeded Uhyou's expectations. 5 days later, he had not given birth, but had finally begun to reduce the swelling. 12 days later, he had finally regained the physique he possessed prior to hospitalization. By this time, he had been at the front for over half a month, yet had only spent half a day on the battlefield. The remainder of his time spent languishing in the frontline hospital. Logically, under such circumstances, he should have been forcibly removed by the medical ninjas. However, due to Koga's willingness to vouch for him, he was able to continue his delay in the hospital. Of course, Koga was not an unprincipled ninja. He was merely aware that Uhyou was engaged in some profound research on chakra. Although the young man's studies were mostly impulsive and the results rather unreliable, Koga was willing to extend some leniency upon witnessing Uhyou's dedication. Not everyone could endure the excruciating pain of forcefully inflating oneself to the point of becoming a mere caricature. And no one understood the internal devastation caused to the body's mechanisms better than the medical ninjas. Yet, Uhyou never complained, despite his self-inflicted predicament, at the very least. His perseverance and spirit of inquiry were commendable. Perhaps, aside from the initial pains, the severe swelling had dulled his senses over time. Ahem. It seems that even ninjas value human sentiment. Within the borders of the Land of Rivers, east of the Konoha frontline camp, there lay a sizable lake. An area under Konoha's effective control, deemed a safe rear. Uhyou, along with his 3 squad members, Koga and Kakashi Hitaki, found themselves gathered here. I merely wish to conduct the final test of my ninjutsu. There is no need for all of you to come along. If I were to fail, it would be public knowledge. Uhyou had not intended for them to accompany him to this secluded spot. He had chosen a location far from the camp simply to avoid drawing attention. However, now that they had followed him here, all he could do was voice a mild complaint. At the very least, we ought to ascertain what you have been engaged in during this time, Koga remarked, echoing the curiosity of everyone present except Uhyou himself. They were eager to uncover the secrets of Uhyou's clandestine research. Then you may observe from here. I hope it won't be a disappointment. With that, Uhyou left them by the lakeside while he stepped onto the water's surface, moving slightly away from the shore. He felt a twinge of apprehension, opting to maintain his distance, so that should he fail, the consequences would not extend to his onlookers. Uhyou did not mind exposing his ninjutsu, for the others would not be able to comprehend what he was attempting. Standing on the surface of the lake, he paused, closed his eyes to calm his mind, and shortly thereafter, the semi-transformed water-type chakra began to circulate within his body. The operation of his pseudo-meridians was remarkably smooth, marking Uhyou's greatest achievement during this period. He then began to form hand seals. His movements neither rushed nor slow. It was the seal for lightning release. Is that the seal for lightning release? Has Uhyou mastered the art of lightning release? Kenkichi from Koga pondered over the seal on Uhyou's hand, issuing such a query. Yet, his question received no response. In the blink of an eye, the seal on Uhyou's hand was completed, and the formidable lightning release manifested around him, not in chaotic frenzy, but rather circulating through his pseudo-meridians, the optimal conduits for this elemental energy. These pseudo-meridians, specially crafted for the lightning release, gathered the wild energy as intended by their design. Subsequently, like a major artery, the energy coursed through Uhyou's body. Simultaneously, during this circulation, The energy of lightning release permeated outward towards the pseudo-meridians in the gentlest of manners, suitably and harmlessly enhancing each of his cells. By the time the lightning release emerged from his skin, only faint azure arcs remained, devoid of the piercing sounds typically associated with its powerful manifestation. This lightning release seems rather feeble, thought Kakashi, frowning at the notion that Uhyou had labored for so long to produce such an outcome. Just then, Uhyou took a simple step forward on one leg and abruptly vanished from sight, leaving only ripples on the lake's surface. Was that the body flicker technique? No. This speed, could it be a space-time ninjutsu? Clearly, Uhyou was not utilizing space-time ninjutsu, yet he was undeniably swift. The next instant, when Uhyou reappeared, he found himself in the center of the lake. He had truly succeeded, Uhyou mused silently. How could one describe the exhilaration of such rapid movement? The water's surface gently quivered, the breeze stirred ripples, and the moment his fingertips touched, blue sparks erupted. Their gazes met. This solitary acceleration shattered the clouds in an instant, as if riding a cosmic meteor, racing to any individual's side. Alas, if only Uhyou had green hair, this moment could have heralded his debut as a transcendent idol. How does it feel? In the next moment, Uhyou suddenly appeared before the onlookers, inquiring about their impressions of this new jutsu. What is this technique? Kakashi could not help but ask. At that moment, Uhyou stood directly before Kakashi, yet he felt as if he were facing an immense, tranquil expanse, ablaze with unyielding flames. A name? How about lightning release? Kira? Firstly, Kakashi's inquiry was not limited to just the name of the technique. Secondly, no one reacted to Uhyou's nomenclature. Uhyou discreetly chastised himself. Very well then, lightning release. Mikage, I had already envisioned this name. What he had just demonstrated was not merely solitary acceleration. It was akin to orphan haste, if one were to categorize it. The technique Uhyou currently employed could be classified as a high-speed body technique under the framework of composite ninjutsu, aptly termed the body flicker technique. After all, any ninjutsu capable of achieving significant displacement in a brief span could be referred to in such a manner, yet it was certainly not equivalent to space-time ninjutsu. His speed, regardless of how swift, merely traverses continuous space over a span of time. It does not resemble the instantaneous leaps of the flying thunder god technique, which allows for movement across points in time and space. Furthermore, although Uhyou claims to be employing a technique known as Raiji no Gyu, this is a mere facade. The essence of this technique lies not in its superficial designation of lightning release, but rather in the concealed water release pseudomeridians, which form the crucial foundation. These pseudomeridians are not true meridians. Hence Uhyou refers to this ninjutsu that constructs pseudomeridians as the great compendium of water release. His unique state of lightning release is, in fact, a product of the fusion of two different elemental techniques. Thus, the appropriate nomenclature for the technique he is currently utilizing should be the great compendium of lightning and water release. Undoubtedly, this technique ranks as an S-class ninjutsu in terms of difficulty. However, such classifications hold little significance, for regardless of the level of challenge, this composite ninjutsu is solely within Uhyou's capability. Ultimately, this circles back to the fundamental issue regarding the dualistic nature of chakra within the singular life structure of ninjas, whether it can merge or coexist. Presently, Uhyou stands as a singular exception capable of transcending this constraint. Therefore, even if the entire training process of this technique were meticulously documented and taught step by step, no one else would be able to master it. Should anyone achieve some measure of success in this discipline, what they would have learned would be the bloodline limit of storm release, rather than the great compendium of Gyu. In comparison, storm release undoubtedly possesses greater lethality and efficiency, yet it sacrifices the high-speed capabilities afforded by the amplification of lightning release. Thus, if given the choice, even Uhyou would opt for his own Gyu over storm release. Although lightning release may be deemed weaker, it is by no means deficient in destructive power. When confronting ninjas, a lethality equivalent to 5 million tons of TNT and one of 50 million tons often yield negligible differences in destructive effect. Both result in instant annihilation. However, the distinction between a ninja with speed and one without is stark, rendering them entirely different entities. Lightning release embodies a wild energy that, more often than not, requires the ninja to exert brute control over it. While it delivers immense destructive capacity, it also imposes significant physical strain on the user. Techniques such as Raikiri and Chidori, which bear a strong resemblance to Uhyou's Gyu, exhibit similar traits. In comparison, Uhyou's Gyu presents clear advantages. Firstly, the lightning release Uhyou employs drastically reduces the physical burden typically associated with lightning techniques, rendering its negative effects nearly non-existent. Secondly, Gyu is essentially a cyclical form of lightning release, as opposed to the divergent nature of Raikiri, which results in an exceptionally high efficiency of chakra utilization. Coupled with the aforementioned characteristic of being free from physical burdens, Uhyou's technique can be sustained over extended periods, embodying not only the attribute of a single decisive strike, but also serving as a high-speed taijutsu in prolonged combat scenarios. Once again, due to the controllable and cyclical nature of Uhyou's lightning release, which possesses a gentle side beneath its ferocious attributes, he can further modulate his output rate through overclocking or downscaling, thereby adjusting the power and speed of his techniques. He can maintain incredible swiftness while exhibiting enhanced flexibility. Consequently, Uhyou does not rely on the simplistic linear assaults characteristic of Kakashi's initial use of Raikiri. The advantages of speed would be significantly diminished. After all, no matter how swift one is, if an adversary accurately predicts their path, how much can that speed truly accomplish? Moreover, when employing the Great Shadow technique, the chakra within Uhyou's body undergoes an orderly double cycle. This amplified chakra circulation efficiency further elevates his physical capabilities. With both strength and attack potency far exceeding previous levels, this is the advantage brought forth by a mere dual-threaded approach. Based on this, Uhyou has even resolved to maintain his secondary pseudo-meridian system in his everyday life. Of course, the common shortcomings associated with high-speed physical techniques are also present in Uhyou's Great Shadow technique. The most notable issue lies in the necessity for acute insight while utilizing this technique. Lacking both the Byakugan and Sharingan, even with exceptional dynamic vision, Uhyou's perception remains within ordinary bounds. When actions occur too swiftly, not only do spectators struggle to keep pace, but Uhyou's own eyes also find it challenging to keep up. Fortunately, the Great Shadow technique is merely a foundation yet to be fully developed. The success of the first phase of experimentation seems promising. Thus, further trials are warranted. As he mused this, Uhyou stepped back from the Konoha ninjas, moving towards a more distant locale. There's a second phase? Shikaku was even more astonished. What he had witnessed in Uhyou's so-called training over the past few days was merely the transformation of himself into a bloated pig, followed by efforts to restore his form. Can such a process truly lead a ninja to enlightenment and the development of such formidable ninjutsu? Is a pig truly of such high value? Shikaku, clearly unaware of the soaring pork prices across the land of fire due to swine fever, could only answer affirmatively. Yes, pigs do possess such value. Uhyou paid little heed to Shikaku's incredulous remarks, pondering whether all his efforts were merely to insert a lightning conduit within himself. Was that truly sufficient? Once more, standing upon the lake's surface, Uhyou began to mobilize the special water release within his pseudo-meridians. Previously confined within his body, he now sought to disperse this water release within a 10-meter radius around him. The Great Shadow technique was developed as a unique form of water release, boasting exceptionally high conductivity and remarkable perceptive agility. Subsequently, the blue arcs of electricity emanating from Uhyou became more frequent and luminous. Although the dispersed water release lacked the density found within his pseudo-meridians, making it nearly invisible to the naked eye, the lightning release he emitted filled the 10-meter expanse surrounding him, following this meticulous arrangement. After completing these actions, Uhyou attempted to move once more in the same manner, achieving an even greater velocity than before. This remarkable feat was imperceptible to the naked eye of the onlookers, as their gaze had long since failed to keep pace. However, Uhyou felt the difference acutely. What he had just executed appeared deceptively simple, yet it yielded astonishing results. Through such arrangements, Uhyou had preemptively established a faint electric field infused with subtle lightning chakra around his body. It was this preheating and environmental assimilation that allowed him to surpass the limits of speed once again while moving within this electric field. Undoubtedly, this would increase Uhyou's chakra consumption. Nevertheless, the benefits extended far beyond merely enhancing his speed. The dispersed chakra significantly augmented Uhyou's sensory capabilities, while utilizing high-speed lightning techniques. The deficiencies in his visual acuity could be entirely compensated for by his refined dynamic perception. This insight was inspired by his previous experience with the mist concealment technique, and his water release grand technique possessed far greater sensitivity and potency in terms of perception. Thus, in the blink of an eye, Uhyou no longer had to navigate as a blind man. Compared to the lightning release techniques of Raikiri and Chidori, Uhyou's technique, going, lacked the former's extraordinary paralyzing effects. Going did not entail control, yet Uhyou had no need for the incapacitating qualities of lightning techniques, which necessitated prior allocation of resistance skills to oneself, a rather desperate means of inflicting harm at a personal cost. It was precisely because others could not evade the debilitating effects of lightning that they were compelled to employ it as a weapon. However, Uhyou was different. He could circumvent the negative side effects of lightning, extracting its essence while discarding the dross. All he required was the unparalleled speed that lightning offered. Thus, if one were to inquire, who is swifter, you or Kakashi? The answer would be unequivocal. You are swift. Kakashi cannot hope to match your pace. The lightning release water release going grand technique was far superior to the lightning release Raikiri. Upon witnessing the speed enhancement that Uhyou's lightning technique conferred, the few spectators present naturally recognized the strength of this technique, leading them to spontaneously applaud Uhyou's innovative creation. While their intentions were well-meaning, it did carry a hint of irony. It is essential to understand that what Uhyou was performing was not mere entertainment. He was developing a technique that would enable a ninja to kill with greater efficiency. Well done, Uhyou. Who would have thought you could develop such a powerful lightning technique in such a short time? Koga did not conceal his admiration for Uhyou. This technique had been born right under his nose, and it was precisely for this reason that he felt a deeper sense of astonishment. This is merely a special ninjutsu developed from my inherent uniqueness, and it is thanks to the notes you provided earlier that I was able to find clarity so swiftly. Uhyou replied earnestly. Although he felt elated at the success of the technique, he did not regard his accomplishments as extraordinary, nor did he believe that the time spent developing this technique was particularly short. It may seem brief, but that is only because the people before him are unaware of the countless hours someone has devoted to mastering the art of ninjutsu. Koga shook his head, not wishing to take credit for anything. The materials he had previously shown to Koharu were merely fundamental concepts. Countless individuals had perused those same documents. Yet, why had others failed to develop such sophisticated ninjutsu after their review? Ultimately, it hinges on an individual's own insight and the effort they are willing to invest. Such formidable lightning techniques, with diligent practice, I am confident they will become an adept weapon for you, remarked Kakashi. Given the brevity of his time as a ninja, Koharu's physical prowess was not yet exquisite. However, possessing exceptional speed, if he were to enhance his coordination and reflexes, he would swiftly ascend to the ranks of elite ninjas. From being consistently on the receiving end of blows to this point, Kakashi had to concede that Koharu would soon surpass him, perhaps even already had. He secretly motivated himself to intensify his training after today's lunch. Koharu nodded, acknowledging Kakashi's valid assessment. Although he had resolved his speed issues, his movements remained somewhat rudimentary in combat due to a lack of experience. This could only be rectified through relentless training and continuous engagement in battles. However, placing a hand on Kakashi's shoulder, he gestured with his thumb to his nose and declared, "You are mistaken about one thing, Kakashi. My true strength does not lie in lightning techniques, but in water techniques. Water is the strongest element. Therefore, be water, my friend. Possessing the ability is one matter. Mastering its application is quite another, and the two are not to be conflated. To unleash his full potential, Koharu must certainly intensify his training." He recalled a ninja who had suddenly gained extraordinary speed, only to lose control and crash into a wall, injuring his foot. There was also a warrior who, having learned transformation techniques, inadvertently unleashed his overwhelming power and harmed his wife. These serve as cautionary tales from which Koharu had to learn. Regardless, the successful development of his new ninjutsu brought Koharu immense joy. No, it was more than mere joy. In such moments, he found himself understanding those fervently engaged in the pursuit of forbidden techniques, such as the second Hokage or Orochimaru. Their fervor stemmed not solely from the exhilaration and sense of achievement following the successful development of ninjutsu, but also from the profound enhancement it could bestow upon a ninja's abilities, creating an illusion of transcending one's own existence. Thus, the deeper they delved, the more enticing it became. Simultaneously, Koharu suddenly comprehended why his perspective on war was not one of aversion. The reason was simple. it was novel. War was an experience he had never encountered in either of his past lives. Thus, embarking on the battlefield was an unprecedented adventure for him. It was precisely this novelty that allowed Uhyou to transcend the various influences imposed upon him by his previous existence, enabling him to truly recognize that he was indeed a young man. Consequently, upon arriving at the front lines of Konoha, he became noticeably more vivacious and energetic. As the war progressed, perhaps this feeling would gradually wane, but for the time being, the conflict was fostering a positive transformation in his mindset. After completing the ninjutsu experiment, the group returned to the Konoha camp from the lakeside. While each individual harbored their own thoughts, Uhyou understood that he must depart from the frontline hospital, as he no longer had a reason to linger. Upon entering the Konoha camp, they parted ways. However, instead of returning to the hospital to organize his belongings and prepare for discharge, Uhyou first visited the logistics and equipment section of the Konoha front lines, seeking more suitable weaponry. Setting aside his previous training in Konoha, Uhyou realized that he was quite unaccustomed to using kunai as a weapon once on the battlefield. The agile movements and close combat nature of ninjas dictated a preference for smaller, sharp instruments. Yet, with kunai being bladeless and lacking a hilt, while they were adequate for offensive strikes, they posed a risk in defensive maneuvers. A careless moment could lead to an enemy's weapon gliding along the edge and severing his fingers. Furthermore, the four-sided, tapered design of the kunai, despite its commendable strength and potential to create diamond-shaped wounds upon impact, ultimately lacked the penetrative capability of flatter blades. Thus, Uhyou approached the logistics section and conveyed his requests to the ninja responsible for managing weapons and tools. I understand your point. In that case, how about a short sword? Would that be suitable? The ninja replied, presenting several short swords of varying lengths upon a table. Uhyou examined them carefully and selected a short sword that appeared to be approximately 45 centimeters in length. After weighing it in his hand, he nodded in satisfaction. I would like 2 of this type of short sword, and do you have sheaths for them? I fear I might cut myself otherwise, Uhyou remarked. The weapons available to him here were, of course, standard mass-produced items, but as long as they were functional, that sufficed. Despite being mass-produced, Konoha maintained rigorous quality control over their weaponry, ensuring no significant issues arose. The ninja cast a glance at Uhyou, pondering the increased production costs and time that would be incurred by providing sheaths for each short sword. Fortunately, recognizing Uhyou as merely a young ninja, he refrained from outright rejecting the request. After a considerable search, the ninja finally located 2 matching sheaths. Uhyou inserted the short sword into one sheath, discovering that the blade was securely held in place by the spring at the sheath's opening, preventing it from falling out even when inverted. He then hung one short sword horizontally at his waist and slung the other diagonally across his back, with the hilt facing downward. The hilt of the sword across his back protruded just enough to rest comfortably beneath his armpit, positioned alongside his ribs. In such a moment, he could swiftly unsheath his dual swords. Additionally, were their weapons comparable in length to a kunai? A dagger would suffice as well. Subsequently, Uhyou presented a second request to his counterpart. Although he expressed dissatisfaction with the piercing capability of the kunai, this did not imply a lack of need for weapons of that length. In certain situations, the length of a short sword proved to be somewhat excessive. Thus, Uhyou sought a weapon akin to a kunai, yet distinct from it, something akin to a dagger. However, the logistical ninja began to exhibit signs of impatience. Are you aware of the production costs associated with kunai and daggers? Given that both are consumables produced on a large scale, what is the disparity in their costs? Do you understand cost management? Nevertheless, Uhyou's youthful exterior once again played a deceptive role, as the ninja refrained from unleashing his anger upon him. Wait. He uttered this phrase before turning back towards the tent behind him, from which the sounds of clinking and clanking soon emerged. When he reappeared, half an hour had elapsed. Here you go, fully meeting your requirements. A weapon of kunai-like length, possessing excellent piercing capability, yet not a kunai. He laid 10 new weapons before Uhyou, adopting a menacing demeanor as though to imply dire consequences should Uhyou refuse. Uhyou found himself in a blend of amusement and exasperation, yet succumbing to the pressure. He ultimately accepted the items. Indeed, what was presented to him met his demands entirely. However, those weapons were merely kunai, forcibly altered into double-edged blades. It was no wonder the ninja could modify them on the spot. When stripped of embellishments, they remained kunai at their core. Observing the ninja's demeanor, Uhyou recognized he could no longer persist in his entanglement, and having nearly acquired what he desired, he expressed his gratitude before departing. Everything seemed to be progressing in a favorable direction, did it not? Because Uhyou's affliction had been thoroughly cured, the comrades who had previously kept vigil at his hospital door ceased their watch. Upon arriving at the frontline hospital with his newly acquired weapons, he was informed that he must vacate the premises by the next day, otherwise, he would face forced removal. With the medical ninjas noting in his records a comment on cowardice and avoidance of battle, Uhyou had no intention of bearing such a notorious reputation. More importantly, there was no longer a need for him to remain in the frontline hospital. Thus, he was determined to depart before dawn. Following this, his squad would likely receive a new mission and head to the battlefield for their next engagement. Similarly, Tsukumo Hatake, having regained his strength after a period of recuperation from his emaciated state due to hunger, would also be leaving the hospital alongside Uhyou. Regrettably, the two did not belong to the same squad, and thus it was likely they would not see each other for a considerable time thereafter. It is to be hoped that neither of the two shall perish on the battlefield. Yet, within the tales known to Uhyou, it is understood that at this tender age, Hatake shall remain active in the fray. However, who can truly assure that no unforeseen mishap will occur? As one of the first to engage with him in Konoha, their relationship may now be aptly characterized by the term friends. Nevertheless, Hatake does not ponder as deeply as Uhyou might expect. Though he is slightly younger, he is far more acclimated to the rigors of war. To him, conflict is merely a succession of assignments, one after another. What is it to him if he must endure hunger in some distant place for a month? This is undeniably a commendable attitude, and from this seasoned warrior, Uhyou has gleaned a wealth of experience. With his emotions steadied, he resumed his study of lightning release. Uhyou formed hand seals, and once more, a faint arc of electricity flickered around him. He concentrated chakra in his palm, and in the blink of an eye, a vibrant dance of lightning surged within his grasp, defying the limitations of his fingers. In many respects, one might even deem it worthy of the name Raikiri. However, having mastered the lightning release technique, Uhyou understood this merely as a means to modulate the intensity of lightning throughout different parts of his body. If he wished, he could even unleash Raikiri with his feet. After a brief experimentation, he swiftly dissipated the lightning in his hand, for he had no intention of testing its might within the confines of a sick room. Such an endeavor would be reckless. Next, Uhyou drew forth a short sword from behind him. As he revealed the blade, it instantly became enveloped in brilliant lightning. A chakra blade? Where did you acquire that? Hatake could not contain his curiosity upon witnessing the intensity of the lightning upon the sword. Was it possible that Uhyou had ventured out and stumbled upon a chakra blade? Did Konoha belong to his family? Lightning release is a technique that readily conducts through metal. However, given the intensity of lightning on Uhyou's short sword, it was evident that ordinary metal could not achieve such a feat. Thus, upon first glance, Hatake mistakenly assumed it to be a chakra blade. Yet, metal capable of conducting high-intensity chakra is not easily obtained. Uhyou, being a novice ninja without any notable background, would typically have no access to such an item. In response to Hatake's inquiry, Uhyou simply smiled and replied, "As long as I choose to, any weapon in my hands can transform into a chakra blade." While chakra blades may be rare, they hold little significance for Uhyou, for as he stated, he can transmute ordinary weapons into chakra blades with relative ease, merely a further application of Dado and Mikage. Just as now, he was simply laying a foundation of water release upon the sword, allowing the lightning release to course through. Upon grasping Uhyou's method, Hatake could not help but express a tinge of envy, saying, "What a convenient ability you possess." Uhyou thought to himself, "Perhaps you should attempt to practice wielding two elemental techniques simultaneously. You might just succeed." As one continued to manipulate lightning release and the other indulged in an unceasing feast, the day swiftly passed by. In the case of Yuzuru, such occurrences often transpire, despite being thoroughly prepared for battle, both mentally and materially. The conflict invariably arrives sooner than anticipated. One cannot ascertain whether this is merely a stroke of misfortune or an inherent trait of war to disrupt the meticulously laid plans of every participant. As the hour grew late, Yuzuru was roused from his slumber by a cacophony of sounds, shattering the previously silent and orderly Konoha camp. Exchanging a glance with Shikamaru, he sprang to his feet without a moment's hesitation, hastily donning his footwear, followed by his armor, weapons, and ninja tools, before rushing out of the tent. In the shroud of night, the slaughter had commenced. Was it espionage, rebellion, or an invasion? Outside the tent, chaos had erupted, and almost instinctively, Yuzuru and Shikamaru directed their gaze toward the frontline command center, where an astonishing scene unfolded before them. What was that? Undoubtedly, the young Shikamaru was an excellent foil. Almost simultaneously with the sight before him, he prepared to dash toward the command center, but Yuzuru seized him by the arm. It was the Susanoo of the Uchiha clan, a towering blue giant, familiar to Yuzuru. However, witnessing it from such close proximity was an oppressive experience that few could endure. As he restrained Shikamaru, he spoke rapidly. If I am not mistaken, it must be Uchiha Kagami, since he chose to unleash his ultimate technique at the onset. The situation we face is evident. We are either dealing with a small, elite infiltration unit or a large-scale assault. The identity of our adversaries is unmistakable. Only Sunagakure possesses the capability to execute such maneuvers. It is highly probable that Konoha's command system has been compromised at the first opportunity. If we recklessly charge in without precise orders, we shall only exacerbate the chaos within the camp. Moreover, there is no need for haste. The enemy will inevitably approach us soon, Yuzuru asserted. It is crucial to note that Yuzuru and Shikamaru were stationed at Konoha's frontline hospital, a prime target for enemy attacks. As he spoke, Yuzuru shifted his gaze back toward the command center, and an even more astonishing event transpired, regardless of friend or foe. The most conspicuous target on the battlefield was undoubtedly Uchiha Kagami's Susanoo. Yet, rather than engaging in immediate combat, the chakra-infused giant raised one arm high and began to signal Konoha's code with a single hand. Indeed, while Konoha's command system could be destroyed in the blink of an eye, no one could prevent Uchiha Kagami from restoring it just as swiftly. This is the essence of the ninja's combat approach. Each ninja squad, each ninja possesses a corresponding combat unit characterized by adaptability. They are certainly not as fragile as one might assume. However, amidst the uncertainty of this night, the greater fear for Konoha lies not in solitary battles, but in the potential for the ninjas to descend into chaotic unrest, thereby exacerbating the current turmoil and leading to the collapse of the entire camp. In the absence of a command system, such a situation is not beyond the realm of possibility. Yet, at this critical juncture, Susanoo manifested promptly. The towering figure instilled immense dread in both allies and foes alike. For the Uchiha and other Konoha ninjas, Susanoo is an exceedingly rare and exceptional ninjutsu, leading some to momentarily struggle in discerning whether this technique originated from friend or foe. However, once it conveyed Konoha's coded signals, its identity became unmistakably clear. At this moment, the command relayed by Uchiha Kagami was straightforward: hold the position and repel the enemy. Yet, this simple directive effectively steered Konoha's ninjas away from the brink of chaos. The significance lay not in the brilliance of his command, but in his demonstration that Konoha's leadership capabilities remained intact. Aware that he could not issue more detailed orders, Uchiha Kagami opted to delegate authority down to the fundamental combat units. Perhaps, in his judgment, the appropriate approach at this time was to engage in small-scale, cohesive combat. Or perhaps he felt compelled to issue such an order. Regardless, at this moment, Uhyou and Hatake refrained from recklessly advancing toward the command center. Engaging in solitary combat might indeed be a sound judgment. Yet, Uhyou ascended to the pinnacle of a pillar, gazing toward the battlefield surrounding the command center. However, the night obscured the situation there. Nevertheless, Uhyou knew that although the incomplete form of Susanoo was awe-inspiring, it was not invincible, and the technique would consume immense amounts of chakra while severely depleting the ocular power of the Sharingan, thereby taxing the user's body and imposing an undeniable psychological burden. Uchiha Kagami was evidently not among those endowed with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Did the command center truly require assistance? This question, however, did not warrant Uhyou's contemplation. For even if support were indeed necessary, the ninjas in his vicinity would refrain from acting recklessly. The most intense fighting tonight would undoubtedly occur at Konoha's command center, while the next most heated clashes would unfold at the Konoha hospital where Uhyou was situated. It is easy to foresee that the battles ahead would become increasingly arduous. Striking at the enemy's effective combat force is one of the most fundamental and crucial objectives in warfare. The presence of medical units ensures that ninjas do not become mere disposable assets. Thus, should Konoha's frontline medical system be compromised, their sustained combat capability would be severely curtailed. At that point, As long as the minds of Sunagakure strategists are sound, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to launch a large-scale offensive, aiming for a complete collapse of Konoha's defenses. It is precisely because of an understanding of their strategic value that the frontline hospital had already begun mobilizing upon realizing the outbreak of conflict that night. All the injured individuals, under the command of the medical ninjas, are converging towards a designated point at the frontline hospital, regardless of whether they are patients or medical ninjas. Their safety is of utmost priority, while other medical resources and equipment have been relegated to a secondary status. Hinata. Upon hearing his name, Hinata turned to see Koga, accompanied by a dozen or more ninjas trailing behind him. He promptly leaped down from his elevated position to join them, listening as Koga continued. Next, the injured and non-combatant medical ninjas will gather at the center of the hospital, where we will establish a protective barrier, while the combat-capable ninjas will secure the perimeter. I understand. I shall remain outside. How many of us are there? Without waiting for Koga to elaborate, Hinata decisively chose to stay beyond the barrier. The protective barrier was evidently a precautionary measure implemented by Konoha for such emergencies. Theoretically, Hinata was still a patient at the hospital. He could, if he wished, insist on taking refuge within the barrier, yet he was in good health. Thus, he opted for battle. One may retreat, yet in such a moment, to do so would be an act of cowardice. Hinata could allow himself to feel fear, trepidation, and the instinct for self-preservation, but he would not permit himself to falter. Moreover, witnessing the group of ninjas behind Koga, each bearing injuries yet resolute to remain outside the barrier to fight, further solidified his resolve. Very well. There are approximately 100 combat-ready individuals here at the hospital. This should suffice to defend this area, Koga stated with a nod. Hinata wished to urge Koga to seek refuge within the barrier, for he understood that Koga was a rather innocent medical ninja, lacking the combat skills required for life and death struggles. It is essential to acknowledge that not every medical ninja possesses exceptional medical prowess, combat skills, and striking looks. To be proficient in medical arts is sufficient for them to uphold their duties. However, Hinata refrained from expressing his concerns. He could not interfere with the conviction and determination that had already taken root in Koga. Subsequently, Koga assigned positions to the combat-capable ninjas, and almost simultaneously, a dark red barrier unfurled at the heart of the hospital, safeguarding a multitude of individuals within. This massive barrier, akin to Uchiha Kageme's Susanoo, stood as a beacon in the night, guiding the encroaching enemies towards these 2 points. Should Sunagakure have failed to specify the location of the command center or hospital prior to the invasion, Hinata and Shikamaru remained together, vigilantly guarding one direction in the darkness. They are coming, 2 of them, one behind the other, Hinata whispered to Shikamaru. As the enemies emerged within range, his sensory ninjutsu immediately provided feedback. At that moment, blue arcs of electricity began to flicker around Hinata's form. Hold on, you have inadvertently revealed our position. Before Kazuki could utter a word, Uhyou's figure abruptly vanished from sight, only to be replaced by a flickering line of lightning in the night. This unpredictable and godlike speed transported Uhyou instantaneously to the rear of an adversary. At that moment, perhaps Uhyou should have uttered a menacing proclamation to intimidate this foe, something akin to those who offend me shall be punished. However, what surfaced in his mind was merely a flippant remark. What are you looking at? Go ahead and try. While this phrase carried a certain audacity, it lacked the necessary gravitas and required nuance for effective intimidation. Fortunately, he soon recalled another phrase. He softly uttered to the enemy behind him, "Is your melon ripe for the picking?" The adversary did not comprehend Uhyou's words. However, the chilling and menacing tone instantly sent a shiver down his spine. Before he could turn around to ascertain who stood behind him, he felt a warm sensation enveloping his abdomen, followed by the faint scent of blood that permeated the air. It was only then that he beheld a young ninja standing behind him, wreathed in faint lightning, firmly grasping a short sword that had already pierced through his left kidney and penetrated his abdomen. Ah, now he understood. The phrase about the melon meant a fatal intent, a promise of swift demise. Uhyou pressed his elbow against the enemy's back and gently pushed him forward. As he withdrew the short sword, the enemy's body, deprived of support, collapsed onto the ground. You see, death can be so effortlessly bestowed upon a person. Ninjas like the second Hokage, who could still display mischief even in the throes of cremation, are indeed a rarity. At that moment, the first enemy charging ahead finally recognized that someone had flanked them. His gaze, delayed in response, trailed the residual lightning left in Uhyou's wake before landing on his fallen comrade. With a mere glance, he deduced that his companion was beyond saving. A lightning-style ninja. The enemy's pupils contracted slightly. He did not mourn the loss of his ally, for their mission that night was a gamble with life and death. What astonished him was the manner of his companion's demise. It had occurred so swiftly that there was no time to react. This meant that the lightning-style ninja before him possessed extraordinary speed, rendering him a formidable opponent not to be underestimated. Intense lightning chakra coursed through Uhyou's hand, enveloping the short sword he held. In the darkness, such a blade gleamed ominously. The gruesome sight of his fallen companion laid bare before him, and the remaining enemy was resolute in his determination to avoid being similarly dispatched by such a lethal weapon. Uhyou's gaze was fixed intently upon his adversary. Although he had dispatched the first foe with a surprise attack, it was merely a tactic of unexpectedness. If his instincts were correct, the sand-hidden ninjas involved in the assault on the Konoha encampment this night were formidable warriors, each a pillar of strength on the battlefield, at least elite chunin or higher. Thus, Uhyou remained exceedingly cautious. The enemy, too, shared this sentiment. In an instant, he discerned that Uhyou's speed far surpassed his own. When contending with such a speedster, even a moment's carelessness could result in dire consequences. Hence the enemy was equally on high alert. Yet, it was precisely this need to confront a swifter opponent head-on that compelled him to strike first. Though the psychological shifts of both combatants were intricate, the essence of their battle judgments was made instantaneously. The enemy turned, catching a glimpse of Uhyou's silhouette, noted his fallen comrade on the ground, and abruptly halted his advance towards the hospital's barrier, redirecting his charge toward Uhyou. Simultaneously, he began to form hand seals. Witnessing his decisive actions, Uhyou did not hesitate. Almost in tandem, he surged towards his opponent with a speed that was nearly untraceable. In the blink of an eye, the distance between them narrowed to a point where it could almost be described as a gaze locked in mutual recognition. At that moment, the enemy's technique reached completion, unleashing a vast array of ninjutsu that surged toward Uhyou. The fortuitous alignment of time and distance was clearly a calculated maneuver. Wind release, thousand-blade net. Dense blades of wind converged into a net, descending upon Uhyou with ferocity. The frequency and intensity of this wind release attack were such that, even with Uhyou's swiftness, he risked being rendered to mere shreds. Setting aside the matter of the enemy's technique's range, the choice to employ wind release against Utatane was indeed a classically sound strategy. After all, it is common knowledge that wind release counters lightning release. Unless this enemy was unfamiliar with wind release, he would surely prioritize its use in such circumstances. Thus, Uhyou's technique and the enemy's wind release were unleashed simultaneously. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. A surging wave of heat met the countless wind blades head-on, the crimson trajectory cutting through the inky night sky. Subsequently, the wind blades shattered the fire dragon, scattering embers like fireworks, while the dragon's intense heat and rising currents rendered the wind blade's assault intangible. Uhyou did not recognize this wind release ninjutsu, but as long as it was not a bloodline technique, he had no reason to falter. As the fire dragon flame bullet erupted like a blossoming firework, expanding rapidly, and the wind blades mingled with the heat wave, Uhyou did not cease his forward momentum. On the contrary, his body, now imbued with lightning, surged even faster. Thus, amidst the crimson flames, another hue of light intertwined, and as long as he took advantage of the chaos, Uhyou could burst forth through the heart of the inferno. Hanyu's swift movements stirred the surrounding currents of air, and under the influence of fluid pressure, flames coalesced along his path. Thunder roared around him, while sparks flickered, illuminating his trajectory. In that moment, the enemy was indeed taken aback. How could it be? How could this ninja wield both lightning and fire techniques? By the sage of the six paths, this defied the very laws of their world. A short sword, gleaming with lightning, lunged towards the enemy's neck. Yet at the last moment, reflexes honed through countless battles saved his life. Although his vision struggled to keep pace with Hanyu's movements, instinctively, he sidestepped, allowing Hanyu's blade to effortlessly pierce his shoulder like a hot knife through butter. Hanyu was somewhat surprised by the evasion but quickly retaliated with a knee strike to the opponent's abdomen, sending him flying. The enemy's reaction speed was commendable. But it was the end of the line, for Hanyu was not fighting alone. It was, in fact, a 2v2 confrontation. Caught off guard and airborne, The enemy had no chance to regain his form, and at that moment, Shikamaru appeared behind him. This ally wielded his blade with far greater skill than Hanyu. In terms of swordsmanship, they were not even in the same league. Shikamaru's short sword danced through the air, severing the enemy's limbs with astonishing precision. As the foe collapsed to the ground like a discarded sack, Shikamaru pressed his blade against the man's neck and coldly inquired, "Numbers, objectives, your commander?" Such a straightforward interrogation seemed unlikely to yield results. Just as the enemy prepared to express his unwavering resolve, he felt the icy edge of the blade glide across his throat, silencing him forever. Hanyu silently approached the fallen enemy, withdrawing the short sword embedded in his shoulder. He regarded Shikamaru with a puzzled expression, contemplating whether he truly intended to extract information. Seemingly reading Hanyu's gaze, Shikamaru scratched his head and replied, "Konoha has regulations to obtain intelligence from the enemy whenever possible, which is why I asked. Yet, I doubted he would divulge anything, so I opted to eliminate him instead." Impressive, indeed. This approach left no room for criticism. However, as Hanyu sheathed his short sword, he cast a peculiar glance at Shikamaru. At that moment, he couldn't help but ponder two thoughts. Firstly, if you are so ruthless, why resort to suicide? Secondly, it appears you are also one who collects heads. The chaotic battle raged on throughout the night, until the dawn brought tranquility back to the Konoha camp. During that night, Hanyu and Shikamaru encountered 3 waves of enemies, 2 pairs, and a quartet. Leveraging their knowledge of the terrain, their familiarity with the environment, and their superior speed and agility, they dispatched the 8 foes with minimal injury sustained. It can be said that for the pair known as Uhyou, although the peril of the night's skirmish hung by a thread of life and death, the frequency of combat was not as relentless as one might have imagined. The number of ninjas tasked with guarding this region was ample, thus the barrier surrounding the frontline hospital remained unbreached until the conclusion of the conflict. The objectives of Senju in this regard were not fulfilled, yet before dawn, they chose not to linger on the battlefield, hastily retreating after leaving behind a sea of corpses. Not only did Konoha suffer significant casualties from the surprise attack, but Senju, as the aggressors, also fared poorly. In fact, the casualty rates and exchange ratios for both sides were not dissimilar. This was largely due to the command relayed by Uchiha Kagami after the disruption of Konoha's command system. A simple order that stabilized the morale and situation within the Konoha encampment. The following morning, Uhyou, appearing somewhat fatigued, found himself seated on the ground, resting dryly, with an enemy corpse lying not far from him, a sight he deemed unworthy of his concern. A bit further away, Hatake Tsukumo lay resting, his exhaustion visibly greater due to his advanced age. Utilizing the light of dawn, Uhyou surveyed his surroundings. It seemed that although Konoha had faced an assault, the damage incurred did not reach an untenable level, and such losses were entirely bearable. Might Senju's plan have faltered? Uhyou pondered. Intelligence regarding the battle could not possibly reach a ninja of his rank so swiftly. Indeed, many details of the previous night's conflict would remain forever beyond his grasp, as he was merely a foot soldier. However, unexpectedly, just as he felt compelled to rise and assist in clearing the battlefield, Kagaha reappeared before him. Due to the delegation of command the previous night, Kagaha remained the highest authority on this side and Uhyou's direct superior. "Dr. Kagaha, are you alright?" Uhyou inquired, noticing his disheveled appearance. At that moment, one of Kagaha's arms was slung around his neck, clearly indicating he had sustained injuries during the night's skirmish. Kagaha shook his head, unconcerned with his own wounds, and addressed Uhyou. "Uhyou, there's an emergency. You must return to the village immediately." Back to Konoha? Uhyou was taken aback, hastily rising to his feet, struggling to comprehend the order. After all, Konoha had just endured an assault, in such a weakened state. Should they not hold their ground in anticipation of reinforcements? Why return to Konoha? It seemed utterly peculiar. "Am I to go alone?" he then asked. Having been assigned to different sectors the previous night, Uhyou was unaware of the status of his remaining teammates, and he could not even ascertain whether the 3 of them were still alive. Yet Kagaha once again refuted his assumption. "No, just you. Your team remains here. You must return to the village. There, you and your skills can truly make a difference." Uhyou was taken aback, and then speculated. Could it be that something has happened to Teacher Masao? At present, the relationship between Uhyou and Konoha remains rather superficial. Aside from the matter concerning Sanshou, he truly struggles to conceive a reason to return to the village. having been on the front lines for only a short duration and having engaged in but a few legitimate battles. No, it has nothing to do with Sanshou. Yet it is indeed an urgent situation. Once you arrive at the village, everything will become clear, Kakashi remarked. Given his reluctance to elaborate, Uhyou understood that no matter how he pondered the reasons for returning, he would not receive an answer. He continued to inquire, should we set off immediately? At once, Kakashi emphasized. Uhyou grasped the gravity of the situation. Regardless of the specifics of the task, it was undeniably urgent. I understand. I shall prepare at once. However, just as Uhyou turned to depart, Kakashi seized him with the hand that still retained mobility, gripping Uhyou's arm tightly, and leaned in to whisper solemnly. When the moment of crisis arrives, you must ensure Sanshou's safety. Observing the seriousness etched on Kakashi's face, Uhyou could only nod earnestly, though his mind was increasingly tumultuous. What on earth was happening in Konoha? Regrettably, his recollections of the Great Ninja War were scant. The urgency of the mission left Uhyou no time for rest or recuperation, and he swiftly regrouped with 3 unfamiliar ninjas. Is everyone assembled? Then we shall depart. Following the gathering, the leading ninja issued the command to set off without hesitation. Prior to their departure, several other squads had already left, indicating that Konoha was mobilizing substantial forces back to the village. Could it be that Senju had launched an assault on Konoha's frontline encampment while simultaneously attacking the village? Such a feat seemed implausible. Yet, if that were not the case, why would so many ninjas be withdrawn from the front lines? Everything became incomprehensible. Uhyou had no qualms regarding the combat mission, but he merely hoped to remain uninvolved in any conspiracies. His thoughts swirled chaotically, yet his feet did not waver. He followed the team away from the encampment, embarking on the journey back to Konoha. However, just before departing the camp, Uhyou suddenly hesitated. What is it? The team leader immediately noticed his unusual behavior. Nothing. I merely spotted an acquaintance, Uhyou replied. An acquaintance who was deceased. As he passed a group of ninjas collecting bodies, he beheld the corpse of the logistics ninja who had selected weapons for him the previous day. The leader expressed discontent with Uhyou's reaction, furrowing his brow as he admonished. Do not lose focus. Concentrate on the mission. The group departed from the Konoha encampment, abruptly quickening their pace, and soon they traversed the border of the land of rivers, returning to the land of fire. At this juncture, the atmosphere within the team appeared to relax somewhat, allowing Uhyou to overhear a conversation between 2 ninjas. Had it not been for the 3rd Hokage's indecisiveness, the events of last night would never have transpired. Indeed, he remains insufficiently decisive, lacking the responsibility and experience befitting a Hokage. If it were the 2nd Hokage, listening to the discourse between these 2 individuals, it appears they have attributed the events of last night to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Such a notion elicited a disdainful smirk from Uhyou. He scoffed at the 3rd Hokage's deficiency not in experience or responsibility, but in authority and stature. What relevance does the surprise attack from Senju hold against Hiruzen? Furthermore, if it were the 2nd Hokage, why not envision the situation more optimistically? What if it were the 1st Hokage? Yet, one cannot entirely fault these ninjas for their simplistic understanding. After all, most of them possess only a rudimentary education, having graduated from elementary school, and are primarily versed in combat rather than strategy. Currently, the 3rd Hokage finds himself on the front lines, yet amidst a stalemate where the forces are evenly matched. He refrained from leading his ninja squad directly into battle. Instead, he opted to establish a new encampment at the borders of the Land of Fire. To recklessly merge the 2 forces would not necessarily tilt the balance in favor of Konoha. The reasoning is straightforward. Does not Senju also comprehend the concept of reinforcements as well as Konoha? Hence, the 3rd Hokage strategically divided the forces into 2 camps, providing mutual support to guard against unforeseen circumstances, a decision that is entirely sensible from a strategic perspective. However, it now appears that due to issues arising at the frontline encampment, doubts about the 3rd Hokage's decisions have begun to surface. It is essential to recognize that Sarutobi is merely acting as Hokage at this juncture. For a leader lacking in credibility, the missteps of subordinates invariably fall under the leader's purview. After a day and half a night, Uhyou returned to Konoha with that small squad. They navigated the labyrinthine structures of the village until, nearly dizzy from the twists and turns, they ultimately entered a concealed passage that led them to a vast subterranean expanse. Indeed, it was not merely a basement, but an expansive underground realm. As a ninja village, Konoha boasts extensive subterranean construction, which serves as a refuge during emergencies, and simultaneously houses clandestine items or individuals, or simply sensitive information. The underground world is shadowy, enclosed, and expansive. After descending through layers of stairs into an unfathomable depth, the group entered a spacious hall where Mitsukawa awaited them. The other three ninjas in the party nodded in acknowledgement to Mitsukawa before proceeding deeper into the pitch-black recesses of the hall, while Uhyou paused momentarily by her side. Uhyou, you must be curious as to why you were summoned back to the village at such a time. Mitsukawa addressed her pupil, noting in just half a month's absence. He seemed to have grown slightly taller. Upon encountering Mitsukawa, Uhyou understood that answers were imminent. However, another suspicion crept into his mind. Could it be that Mitsukawa's summoning was connected to Shimura Danzo? In Konoha, should a malevolent act be occurring or imminent, and if the perpetrator remains unidentified, it is invariably attributed to Danzo. Why bring up Shimizu at this moment? Do you harbor some misunderstanding towards him? It must be noted that while Shimizu may possess a wicked nature, he is also rather unattractive. Uhyou cast a deep glance at Sanshou, inquiring if she was aware of her recent utterance. Characterization: one must be mindful of characterization. Ahem, as Uhyou unexpectedly mentioned Shimizu Danzo, Sanshou inadvertently revealed her candid thoughts. Her indiscretion in speaking ill of others causing her cheeks to flush, particularly in the presence of her junior. Thus, she sought to swiftly amend her statement, asserting that good and evil are merely relative concepts. Each individual holds their own perspective and stance. What one may perceive as malevolent, others might view as benevolent. Do you understand, my disciple? She even employed the term my disciple, clearly attempting to elevate her own stature to mask her previous embarrassment. Although Uhyou found the situation somewhat amusing, he felt compelled to engage further. I comprehend, Sanshou-sensei, I am well versed in dialectics. Moreover, while the same phenomenon may be interpreted as good or evil from differing perspectives, such duality exists. Thus, the notion that all individuals are either wholly virtuous or entirely villainous is untenable. He suddenly recalled the rhetoric from Naruto regarding the absence of true villains, which merely reflects the superficial hypocrisy of bystanders, self-satisfied and pretentiously lofty. Only those like him, truly immersed in this world, can grasp the absurdity of such claims. Good is indeed good, and evil is unequivocally evil. If an individual acts with justifiable reasoning, if they possess a stance that merits understanding, and if they can rationalize inflicting harm upon others based on a coherent theoretical framework, then, from an extraterrestrial viewpoint, there would be no villains on Earth. Sanshou perceived Uhyou's attitude in his words, reflecting that she merely wished to avoid discomfort. Why must he present himself so profoundly? In any case, the current issues facing the village are not primarily linked to Shimizu. His influence is but a minor factor. The situation in Konoha is exceedingly dire, potentially leading to the village's disintegration. Therefore, at this juncture, there should be no hesitation. According to your assertion, our stance is virtuous, while that which obstructs us embodies malevolence. This declaration was made with utmost conviction. From this statement, Uhyou discerned two pieces of information. First, that the matter is indeed connected to Shimizu Danzo, and second, since Sanshou expressed such resolute words, it is likely that Konoha Hidden Village may soon descend into chaos. However, upon his arrival in the village, everything appeared stable, as Konoha had not been subjected to sudden assaults from Sunagakure or other villages. I have heard of your progress over the past fortnight. How shall I put it? As your mentor, I find great joy in your development. Just as Uhyou prepared to listen intently, Sanshou abruptly redirected the conversation towards personal matters. Uhyou was clearly taken aback, pondering why she would not elaborate on the reasoning for summoning such a lowly genin back to the village at this time. Why divert to herself? Sanshou-sensei, if one is to be emotional, this is hardly the moment for such sentimentality. It was merely a struggle to keep pace with the schedule set by teacher Mitsushino. According to her directives, I should have mastered the lightning release before departing the village for the battlefield, Uhyou remarked. Mitsushino nodded, fully aware that Uhyou's advancements extended far beyond mere lightning release. His development of ninjutsu and the application of various elemental techniques were equally noteworthy. Yet, it was a matter best left unspoken between them, acknowledged but not explicitly stated. Do you understand why you were summoned back to the village? She finally circled back to the main topic. However, her verbosity was not unwarranted. The gravity of the situation necessitated a careful preamble. Uhyou shook his head decisively. Teacher, what exactly has transpired? Without a direct response, Mitsushino continued at her own pace. Firstly, during your time at the front, your strength has experienced a remarkable leap, qualifying you as a combat-capable ninja. This commendation was far from trivial. Mitsushino had interacted with only the elite of ninjas throughout her life, and her acknowledgement of Uhyou as a capable warrior was significant. Secondly, your combat style, which employs a composite of multiple elemental techniques, proved effective against the Uchiha. Uchiha? Uhyou blinked in surprise. Having gone over 24 hours without sleep, his mind perhaps a bit clouded, leading him to believe he had misheard. Indeed, the Uchiha, Mitsushino reiterated. You participated in the Sand Village's surprise assault last night, did you not? How did we return to the front line? Uhyou nodded, responding, yes, but from my perspective, the gains for the Sand Village were limited. Although we sustained losses, they were not crippling, and we will soon regroup and recover. He recalled the state of the camp he had seen that morning. Despite the Sand Village's formidable display, he felt they had ultimately overreached. However, Mitsushino shook her head. Though she was in Konohagakure, the intelligence she received was far more comprehensive, detailed, and timely than what Uhyou, situated on the battlefield, was aware of. In fact, she was privy to critical information he did not possess. The assault last night had been carried out by the elite forces of the Sand Village, led by the second Kazekage. The second Kazekage? Uhyou mused, perplexed. He did not perceive the enemy he faced as particularly elite, wondering if those in the frontline hospitals were merely the dregs while the true elite fought elsewhere. So what of it? So, Uchiha Kagami is dead. This news rendered Uhyou momentarily speechless, an outcome he had never anticipated. In his recollection, the disciples of the second Hokage had generally met favorable fates, becoming steadfast pillars of Konohagakure. Regardless of their causes of death, they had all lived long lives by ninja standards. As for those who had transitioned to advisory roles, such as the nefarious Danzo, and even Akimichi Torafu, who fought alongside the third Hokage during the later Ninetales incident, their fates were exceptions. Everything seemed to be aside from Uchiha Kagami. Uhyou recalled that Uchiha Kagami indeed passed away at a tender age just beyond 20. However, in his memory, when an Uchiha engages the Susanoo, death should not befall them. It was only when Sanshou revealed this shocking truth that Uhyou realized all of this transpired before his very eyes. Clearly, his perception had faltered. When an Uchiha is compelled to summon the Susanoo in battle, the subsequent outcomes are likely limited to two possibilities. Either they wreak havoc upon their foes or meet their demise. Admittedly, this assertion is rather trivial. To Uhyou, Uchiha Kagami was barely an acquaintance, and thus the news of his death struck him as somewhat incredulous, yet nothing more. Moreover, he had already borne witness to the passing of the second Hokage and had always understood one fundamental truth. On the battlefield, anyone could perish. The death of Uchiha Kagami was not an inconceivable event. The camp had been ambushed, the highest commander on the front line slain, and the morale of Konoha would undoubtedly plummet once more, while the recently stabilized dynamics of Konoha would be thrown into turmoil again. The second Kazekage had indeed delivered a fatal blow. Although this incident was a grave setback for Konoha, Uhyou had to concede that the second Kazekage had astutely seized the moment for combat. Based on Sanshou's intelligence, Uhyou naturally presumed that Uchiha Kagami had fallen to the hands of the second Kazekage. However, Sanshou shook his head. According to the accounts relayed by the ninja who witnessed the operations at the frontline command center last night, it was a young ninja, likely of a similar age to Uhyou, who truly played a pivotal role in suppressing Uchiha Kagami, employing iron sand as his weapon to counter and even overpower Kagami's Susanoo. Uhyou opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. Another figure of renown. He instantly grasped who the sand ninja engaging Uchiha Kagami in battle last night was. Although Uhyou did not know the name of this young ninja, he was aware of his future identity and title, the third Kazekage, the most formidable Kazekage in history. No one decreed that genius could only emerge from Konoha, so when someone shines brilliantly, it is a boon for Sunagakure and a nightmare for Konoha. The third Kazekage, along with his magnet release bloodline limit, theoretically possessed the potential to rival the Susanoo. Considering that Uchiha Kagami's version of Susanoo was relatively immature, if the enemy had mastered magnet release, that future Kazekage might even hold the advantage in capability. Yet, Uhyou soon realized that there was a flaw in Sanshou's description. What did he mean by a ninja of similar age? Could his mentor truly expect him to possess abilities that could rival that of the third Kazekage? It was almost laughable, a thought he hesitated to entertain. He then inquired, was the frontline command center heavily damaged? Surely, they couldn't have been completely annihilated, including Uchiha Kagami. And even if Uchiha Kagami has perished, can the Uchiha clan still leap so fervently in such dire circumstances? Yuzuru had already heard from Sanshou that his techniques were particularly suited for countering the Sharingan. The implication was clear. The Uchiha clan was adopting an adversarial stance against the village, a direct consequence of Uchiha Kagami's demise. One could only lament the heavy losses Konoha suffered last night, and as for the Uchiha clan's predicament, it could be said that Kagami's death was ill-timed. Sanshou expressed her profound helplessness, stating that heavy losses was hardly an exaggeration, perhaps akin to total annihilation. Unlike Yuzuru, Sanshou had at least known Uchiha Kagami personally. Yet she displayed little sorrow. It was not indifference, but rather a testament to her numerous encounters with similar tragedies. At this moment, she was wholly focused on managing the Uchiha mess. Indeed, it was a matter of timing. Uchiha Kagami was the most integrated member of the Uchiha clan within Konoha. His status as a disciple of the second Hokage allowed him to forge a close connection between the Uchiha, who often felt estranged from the village, and Konoha itself. In Yuzuru's memory, even if Kagami was not the clan leader, he would certainly have been a prominent figure. Yet now he was gone. A bond formed by a single individual proved to be exceedingly fragile. Although Uchiha Kagami fell on the battlefield, even ordinary ninjas were now questioning the third Hokage's response and handling of the situation, let alone the Uchiha clan, who had far more to ponder. When the Hidden Leaf Village was established and the 5 great nations system solidified, peace reigned, and people longed for stability. However, at that moment, Uchiha Madara suddenly rebelled. Regretting his kinship with the Senju and deciding to lead the Uchiha away from Konoha, the Uchiha clan's reaction at that time was rather dismissive. "Oh, is that how you feel? Then go play by yourself." They would not entertain him. Later, when Uchiha Madara demonstrated hostility towards Konoha, he had effectively severed ties with the clan, so when the first Hokage eliminated him, though no Uchiha would openly declare that his death was deserved, their sentiments leaned towards the belief that Madara's demise was justified. Despite the Uchiha clan's acceptance of the established order, their weariness of chaotic times played a significant role. From the beginning, the Uchiha lacked the sense of belonging to the village that the Senju possessed, a quality deeply rooted in their leadership, tolerance, and clan characteristics, elements not easily altered. The Uchiha were reclusive and proud. Although they fought valiantly like the Senju, they remained distinctly separate from the village. This, coupled with Uchiha Madara's betrayal, fostered a lack of trust in the Uchiha among the villagers. In this context, Uchiha Kagami emerged. He was a rather unique individual. Born of the Uchiha yet becoming the disciple of the second Hokage, the very person most disdainful of the Uchiha. This was a striking political signal, clear to even the most oblivious observer. The cunning second Hokage was extending goodwill towards the Uchiha, and they had no reason to reject such benevolence. Even after the passing of the second Hokage, his ideals continued to resonate. As a disciple, Uchiha Kagami inherited a portion of his legacy. As long as he maintained a position within the upper echelons of Konoha, the Uchiha clan would invariably affect change. Such is the nature of human allegiance. However, with the untimely demise of Uchiha Kagami, all hopes for transformation faded. The world would no longer witness a second Hokage, and the Uchiha clan would not see another like Kagami, devoid of the camaraderie forged through shared struggles and battles. Who could expect the third Hokage to trust other Uchiha members, as he did Kagami? It is a trust that would not extend to any other. Subsequently, no members of the Uchiha clan attained the political stature that Kagami once held. To some extent, the tragic downfall of the Uchiha clan was sealed by Kagami's unexpected death. The wise members of the Uchiha clan, having weathered 2 generations of Hokage rule, should have been able to discern that their circumstances had drastically shifted. Thus, they found themselves anxious and compelled to act. Now, with a new leader at Konoha's helm, the third Hokage was neither the second nor the first. His position was precarious, and his authority lacking. Hypothetically speaking, had the second or first been in power, Kagami's death would merely have been another event, and the Uchiha clan would not have been able to rise again. In summary, the current situation involved the recall of a portion of the ninja forces from the front lines, not to engage in direct conflict with the Uchiha. for matters had not escalated to that extent. Rather, it was a precaution against the most unfavorable outcomes, as military confrontation is always the last resort. After elucidating the general situation, Misato led Uhyou deeper into the underground chambers. Indeed, her assertions were accurate. Konoha's actions were justifiable, and none desired an actual civil war. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that developments were beyond human control. From Konoha's perspective, the recall of ninjas was merely a preparatory measure. Yet the Uchiha clan would interpret this as suspicion towards their intentions, thereby exacerbating tensions. Such internal strife could prove fatal, Uhyou mused, and, as he had dreaded, he ultimately found himself ensnared in a web of intrigue. Misato guided Uhyou to an inner chamber within the underground space. Upon opening the door, aided by the dim light, Uhyou beheld walls adorned with masks. These were not the masks of the Uzumaki clan, but rather those of the Umbu. When a task necessitates that one dons a mask, it is invariably shrouded in secrecy and must remain concealed from the light of day. Choose one, Misato instructed. Uhyou casually scanned the wall and reached for the nearest mask, selecting one that was most convenient to grasp. He held no particular aesthetic preference. To him, the mask was merely superficial. What held greater significance was the identity of the Umbu. Misato took the mask, examining it closely. The pure white surface bore an exaggerated circular eye in its center, devoid of eye holes. As she attempted to place the mask over her face, she discovered that the supposed eye holes were actually embedded with two single-sided crystals matching the mask's exterior color. The wearer could see through the crystals while remaining hidden from the gaze of adversaries. Well chosen. San Shao placed the mask down and, upon the prepared materials regarding Hanyu, assigned him the codename Shengtianmu. She noted that such code names were of little consequence, yet Hanyu found a peculiar resonance in the name she chose for him, reminiscent of ascension. However, the notion of ascension here did not evoke images of soaring freedom, but rather the finality of death. His codename, Shengtian, bore no ominous implications. Indeed, he felt the need to reassure himself of this. Do you really insist on carrying two swords? San Shao inquired of Hanyu. Not necessarily. One can be considered merely a backup, he replied candidly, acknowledging his ineptitude with even a single sword, let alone two. Then perhaps you should temporarily remove the one from your back. As advised, Hanyu took down the short sword that hung inverted on his back, along with the special kunai that had been battered and flattened. He would not carry these identifiable tools during covert operations, and he knew he must exercise caution when engaging in combat using ninjutsu. Masks, codenames, and other such measures were all designed to conceal the true identities of those in the Dark Division, particularly when undertaking the village's more unsavory tasks. No one would willingly expose their true selves in such undertakings, driven by the desire to avoid retribution and mitigate public scrutiny, as well as personal psychological burdens. After completing the registration, Hanyu took back the mask and attempted to put it on. It felt unfamiliar. After all, it is not common for an ordinary person to obscure their face. Ultimately, San Shao lent a hand, assisting him in adjusting the mask properly. At that moment, Hanyu became acutely aware that his hair had grown somewhat long. The mask was not easy to secure on his head, and his unkempt hair had become a hallmark of his existence as a wanderer, leaving little room for expectations of neatness. For someone struggling to meet basic needs, concerns about appearance were far from his mind, perpetuating his untidy habits. Beneath that disheveled mane lay a youthful, handsome visage. While he might be accused of vanity for claiming good looks, anyone who deemed him unattractive would be lacking in discernment. Ninjas, in many respects, resemble workers in a factory filled with intricate machinery. If one did not wish for a long life, they would not maintain long hair. After all, in a confrontation, an adversary could easily grasp it. Based on this rationale, there exists a conventional belief that the stronger the ninja, the longer their hair, a notion validated by certain ninjas who possess the privilege to indulge in such extravagance, akin to figures like the first Hokage, Madara, or Kagaya. However, this does not extend to the Hyuga clan, as most of their ninjas sport straight, black hair. Yet, the majority lack the strength to justify their hairstyles. Aside from occasionally misleading opponents regarding their gender, such lengthy locks serve little practical purpose. Even on the battlefield, the Byakugan ninja must not only safeguard their precious ocular abilities, but also protect their hairline. Uhyou would rather not have his hair yanked and be forced into a disadvantageous position. Just imagine, a swift movement, a sudden dash to the enemy, only to be abruptly halted by a grip on his hair. such a demise would be rather foolish. In contemplating this, he mused that perhaps, in dire circumstances, he could indeed shave his head. The notion that a bald appearance could enhance one's strength holds validity, particularly for a profession like that of a ninja, which places extreme emphasis on speed and agility. Remarkably, the bald first Hokage is said to have outperformed his long-haired counterpart by a margin of 0.1%. Lost in these thoughts, Uhyou noticed Sanjo casually placing a stack of ANBU documents into a drawer. A fleeting glance revealed that the drawer was filled with identical items. Was the information pertaining to ANBU ninjas so carelessly stored here? Logically, such confidential data should be solely under the purview of the Hokage. Its casual placement suggests poor security. If Uhyou were a spy from another village, this would present an opportune moment to eliminate Sanjo and escape with the documents. The ANBU serves as the Hokage's closest protectors. Should their true identities fall into enemy hands, the consequences could be dire. Would you like to take a look? Sanjo asked with a smile. The methods of safeguarding ANBU information are, of course, exceedingly stringent, though this was unnecessary to explain to Uhyou. Her jest, however, was poorly timed. Uhyou quickly shook his head, reiterating that he had never wished for a longer life. In recent times, the ANBU had been rapidly expanding, with the Uchiha clan serving as a catalyst for this growth. Uhyou was merely an addition to this burgeoning force. The dynamics of war differ significantly from those of peace. The entirety of the ANBU only assembles during times of extreme urgency. Otherwise, they operate under the guise of ordinary ninjas on the battlefield. ANBU members dedicated solely to guarding the Hokage emerge only during periods of stability. That poses no issue. You may enter. I will provide you with detailed task assignments shortly. Sanjo instructed after ensuring that Uhyou bore no distinguishing features. Yes, sensei. By the way, how is Kai? He was at the frontline hospital last night, correct? Sanjo called out to him before he could leave, unable to suppress her concern. Huh. Uhyou paused, then replied honestly, I saw him this morning. He sustained a minor injury, but he should be fine. Kai, known as Koga, was the full name or alias Uhyou recalled. Upon hearing his assurance, Sanjo visibly relaxed. See, Sensei's aesthetic sensibilities are quite reasonable. The third Hokage was currently absent from the village, stationed at the front lines to assist the ninjas in regrouping. Although the situation in the village was urgent, his limited presence necessitated remote oversight. It was evident that the primary responsibility for matters in Konoha lay with Shimura Danzo. After departing from the vicinity of Sanshou, Uhyou convened with other members of the Umbu and subsequently met with Shimura Danzo. He accepted the duty roster assigned by the latter and commenced the surveillance of the Uchiha clan. Unlike several decades hence, the Uchiha were not confined to a specific area within Konoha. Rather, they resided scattered throughout the village. Consequently, to monitor the activities of the clan, it necessitated a greater allocation of manpower. Thus, that very night, Uhyou was dispatched to covertly observe a particular Uchiha residence. Through his observations of this household, Uhyou discerned that the Uchiha were on the verge of action, despite their current restraint. The residence remained aglow throughout the night, with its occupants awake and the comings and goings of individuals occurring intermittently. Apart from this, there were no other notable actions, yet such frequent interactions sufficiently indicated their intentions. Uhyou remained on high alert, diligently surveilling the location. When at long last someone arrived to relieve him of his duties, 2 days had elapsed. In practical terms, he had been on duty for a continuous 72 hours. At this point, Uhyou need not concern himself with the state of his hair, as it would soon begin to fall out naturally. A tragic irony, indeed. Perhaps ninjas possess a stark distinction in physical prowess compared to ordinary individuals. Yet in terms of anatomical structure, Uhyou was merely human, with but a single liver. Upon completing his inaugural surveillance task, Uhyou returned to his quarters and collapsed into a deep slumber. When he awoke, it was already the afternoon of the following day. The cumulative toll of the relentless battles, arduous journeys, and prolonged monitoring had left him fatigued, a state that a single night's rest could not remedy. Thus, even after regaining consciousness, he sat bewildered on his bed, taking a considerable time to fully restore his awareness. It was at this moment that he felt a pang of hunger in his belly. Such is the nature of youth. Had Uhyou been a middle-aged man, awakening from exhaustion would have only brought about a sense of aversion to food. However, he did not rush to partake in a meal. Once his senses returned, Uhyou instead retrieved a scroll from the ninja tool pouch beside him. This was an item given to him by Sanshao during their previous encounter. According to her, it was a reward for his performance and progress over the recent period. Yet, in Uhyou's view, this item was less a reward and more a trump card to navigate the current tense situation. Nevertheless, mastering such a formidable technique seemed far from simple. Fortunately, having attained a degree of self-preservation ability, Uhyou no longer felt the same urgency regarding such matters. He examined the technique cautiously for a brief period before storing it away with care. After donning his attire, he stepped out of his room. His next assignment would not commence for at least 2 or 3 days, granting him some respite. Additionally, he needed to take advantage of this time to address another matter. Though he was currently residing in the Konoha nursing home, now that he had become a ninja, it was no longer suitable for him to continue living there. Thus, he needed to seek alternative accommodation within the village. Financial concerns are not particularly pressing. During wartime, the ninjas engaged in battle receive corresponding remuneration, and special tasks come with their own payments. In a sense, Uhyou is not a man in want of money, as he has little need for it. Therefore, finding a place to reside is not a daunting task. Thus, Uhyou departed from the care facility and took the rare opportunity to meander through the village of Konoha. This was his inaugural experience wandering in a ninja village. The streets were bustling with life, as if the tense atmosphere of the village was only palpable among the ninjas, while the ordinary citizens remained blissfully unaware of the looming threats. Sometimes, ignorance can indeed be a blessing, a rather absurd thought that flitted through Uhyou's mind. Although relocating was not inherently difficult, the issue was that apart from Misa, Uhyou had no acquaintances in this village. Just as he began to feel somewhat awkward, someone suddenly called out his name. Uhyou? He turned to see who had summoned him. It was Jiraiya. Uhyou mused that this fellow, despite his demeanor, might prove useful, and thus inquired, "Are you free?" This marked their second encounter. Their previous meeting had been during combat training. The question, though perhaps lacking in politeness, elicited a frown from Jiraiya, who assumed a serious demeanor and replied, "At a time like this, which ninja in the village has the luxury of idleness? Yet, no tasks have been assigned to me at present." It was not surprising that the boy understood the village's situation. His intelligence may be even more timely and comprehensive than Uhyou's own. Uhyou nodded in acknowledgement, realizing that indeed, Jiraiya was quite free. "If you have no assignments, would you accompany me for a stroll? I am looking to change my residence. Do you have any insights regarding this matter?" Though they had only met once, Jiraiya was quite amicable and willing to assist. Uhyou's casual inquiry unexpectedly led him to an expert. "Oh, in that case, I happen to know of a splendid location," Jiraiya said while leading the way. "Have you been in the village for a while?" "I briefly ventured to the front lines, but due to certain missions, I have been reassigned back to the village," Jiraiya replied. "Will you be staying long?" "I should remain for a while," Uhyou responded thoughtfully, contemplating the village's strategies and the uncertain stability of the Uchiha clan. "Then we might have the opportunity to settle our score once more. This time, I shall not be defeated," Jiraiya declared with youthful bravado. Uhyou cast a sidelong glance at him, thinking it would be more prudent to discuss victory after returning from Mount Myaboku. As they chatted, Jiraiya soon led Uhyou to a street constructed along a riverbank. "What is this place?" Uhyou inquired. "This is the hot spring district, currently under development. If you're looking for a place to stay, this is the most convenient option. The area is indeed under construction, with numerous houses visible as far as the eye can see. The gentle flow of water and the quaint bridges create a picturesque scene, as hot springs cascade into the river, enveloping the surroundings in a delicate mist. Overall, the scenery is quite delightful, precisely the kind that appeals to Koharu." However, he mused, rather than a hot spring street, it could be more aptly described as a street of customs. "Do you dislike it?" he asked. "Not in the slightest. One must not be overly dismissive. How could one refuse the kindness exhibited by a well-meaning child? To honor a child's opinion is to nurture their innocent heart. All for the flourishing of the next generation of ninjas in Konoha." With Jiraiya's assistance, Koharu swiftly found a suitable dwelling on this street. After all, his requirements were not particularly demanding. To put it simply, the place he chose was quite similar to Naruto's future residence, elevated, somewhat secluded, and isolated enough to be spacious and comfortable for a single occupant. "Do you need help moving?" Jiraiya inquired after Koharu had secured his new abode. This independent living arrangement evoked a hint of envy in Jiraiya. Most children of Koharu's age yearned for autonomy. Currently, Jiraiya resided with the Sarutobi clan, and as a disciple of the third Hokage, he was subject to various forms of guidance and restrictions. That would be wonderful, Uhyou replied, pleased to accept the offer. His personal belongings were minimal, so much so that he and Jiraiya could transport them all in a single trip. Thus, they returned to Uhyou's room at the Konoha orphanage. And shortly thereafter, they returned to the hot spring street with 2 small bundles. After a bit of simple arrangement, this place became Uhyou's home. With such a private space, he finally felt a sense of belonging in Konoha. You know, I really like it here. The natural scenery from above is quite splendid, Jiraiya remarked, leaning against a window in Uhyou's room, gazing at the streets and river below. I understand, but what is even more captivating, with far greater depth, is the cultural landscape here, Uhyou replied. Jiraiya pondered this thoughtfully, then nodded vigorously. They exchanged a glance, and an unspoken understanding passed between them. In a different setting, their eyes could have conveyed a message of camaraderie. The crowd below was composed largely of youthful and attractive women. However, Uhyou did not share Jiraiya's fascination with the cultural aspects of the place. To some extent, he found the street undeniably beautiful. Through this encounter, Uhyou also discovered that Jiraiya was not quite as he had envisioned. He had anticipated a boisterous and overly energetic personality, but that was not the case. Perhaps the term sunny was most fitting for Jiraiya at this age, if one could overlook the gentlemanly habits and preferences that accompanied him. As Jiraiya earnestly gazed down upon the crowd below, a head suddenly poked in through the window, startling him. Jiraiya, is that you? What happened to the training we agreed upon for this afternoon? It was a mystery how Tsunade could pinpoint his location with such precision. Training? I completely forgot. Jiraiya slapped his forehead, realizing he had indeed neglected this matter. This meant that Orochimaru and Tsunade had been waiting for him all afternoon, which was rather unfortunate. Tsunade possessed a naturally volatile temperament, and she resolved to give this foolish boy a proper lesson. However, at that moment, Uhyou stepped in to intervene. Tsunade, given the current state of the village, you shouldn't be wandering around aimlessly at this hour. To avoid criticism and blame, it was essential to assert a moral high ground. On the other hand, Uhyou genuinely harbored concerns. During tumultuous times in the village, someone of Tsunade's stature should not be meandering about alone, especially as darkness had already fallen. While Jiraiya might be disregarded, Tsunade's status made her a potential target for manipulation. It was entirely plausible that numerous schemes aimed at her abduction were already in motion within the village. Tsunade cast a glance at Uhyou, fully aware of the village's situation, yet she felt confident in her ability to protect herself. How old do you think I am? What's the worst I could be, at most AA? Uhyou rolled his eyes, remarking on the excessive confidence often found in children of this age. Let me see this, AA. Jiraiya stood on his tiptoes, seeking a more advantageous angle to scrutinize Tsunade, muttering quietly to himself. In truth, this description was quite inaccurate. Tsunade was flat. Well, the two parties were not speaking of the same matter. In terms of age, Tsunade was merely 7 years old, and due to her youth and lack of self-taught development like Jiraiya, she did not comprehend the conversation between Uhyou and Jiraiya. Having spent considerable time with Mikasa, Uhyou was well aware of Tsunade's age. Tsunade shot Jiraiya a puzzled look, pondering whether to dwell on her lack of understanding. She then addressed Uhyou, stating, I am fully aware that I shouldn't be wandering alone in the village at this time, but if I stay close to you, it falls outside the prohibition and is permitted. Uhyou silently shook his head, realizing that if what Tsunade said were true, she was indeed quite trusted. Let us go. It's getting late. I'll treat you both to something as a token of gratitude for your assistance today, and then I'll escort you back. Jiraiya's eyes lit up immediately, and he exclaimed, Then we certainly can't eat on this street. We must find another place. Uhyou quickly interjected, having seen through Jiraiya's intentions. What are you thinking? Eating with Tsunade in a place on the red light district? If that were to happen, even if Mikasa were Uhyou's mother, he would face dire consequences. Jiraiya would surely follow suit within 3 seconds. Tsunade also wished to interject, but was similarly halted by Uhyou. After departing from Uhyou, the trio ventured out of the bustling hot spring street and found a modest stall along a quieter lane. This stall offered oden and various types of dango, fare suitable for children. They settled at the stall, indulging in the food without any pretense, as it was hardly something of great value. Meanwhile, Jiraiya continued to engage Uhyou in casual conversation about the current situation on the front lines. Although he possessed a wealth of information regarding the matter, he was aware that without first-hand experience, one could not draw definitive conclusions. Who knows? My time on the front was fleeting, and I returned to the village during the most critical moments. Now it is up to the third Hokage's crisis management skills. As he pondered, Uhyou gently tapped his fingers twice on the table before him, drawing the attention of Jiraiya and Tsunade. Although his words flowed freely, his hand began to discreetly convey a message in sign language. Someone is watching us. Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged glances, oblivious to any danger, but upon Uhyou's revelation, Jiraiya instinctively rose, only to be restrained by Uhyou's hand. "Oh, try this. I believe it is exquisite," he urged, pressing Jiraiya back into his seat. Continuing with his silent warning, "Do not act hastily, lest we alarm our observer." "Could it be the Umbu assigned to protect you?" he inquired of Tsunade, who subtly shook her head. Indeed, the one lurking was far too secretive to be a ninja on a protective detail. Uhyou sighed internally, realizing the irony of fearing what one wishes to avoid. Therefore, it is unwise for children to roam freely at night. At that moment, Uhyou felt grateful for his vigilance. After all, ninjas are adept at ambushes and assassinations. Regardless of their prowess, even the strongest can fall prey to their own kind when caught off guard. Particularly for someone like Uhyou, whose abilities do not reach an extraordinary level. Under Uhyou's restraint, Tsunade and Jiraiya remained composed, continuing to enjoy their hot pot and sing, appearing blissfully ignorant of their precarious situation. Not only was there the issue of prying eyes, but Uhyou had also identified the individual who was observing them. He was situated at another stall across the street, his figure obscured by a high-collared garment. However, judging by his physique, he appeared to be a robust middle-aged man. Uhyou contemplated the potential actions of this observer. If it were merely spying, that would be manageable. His true concern lay in whether the individual would take further action. The target was not difficult to ascertain. Was it Uhyou himself? Unlikely, as his notoriety had waned. The news of the second Hokage and Raikage's deaths had long spread throughout the ninja world. For other villages, the general sequence of events had been pieced together, leaving Uhyou as a mere inconspicuous genin, someone who would hardly attract malicious attention. As for Jiraiya, despite being a disciple of the third Hokage, he hails from humble beginnings. And to speak rather bluntly, he lacks the qualifications to be targeted. Therefore, as Uhyou had previously contemplated, only Tsunade's status holds significant value for intrigue. In terms of combat, Uhyou is unafraid. It appears the enemy consists of only one individual. However, under the condition that the adversary is entirely uninformed, Uhyou finds it challenging to ensure the protection of both Jiraiya and Tsunade while engaging in battle alone. Protecting others while fighting is an entirely different matter. And thus far, Uhyou has not undergone any formal training in security, rendering him inexperienced in this regard. As for who might be orchestrating such schemes, could it genuinely be the Uchiha? Although Uhyou had speculated on this possibility beforehand, such thoughts were merely reflective of a petty mindset. Undoubtedly, the Uchiha possessed the capacity to plan the abduction of the Senju princess. However, when faced with the reality of the situation, Uhyou found it difficult to believe that the proud Uchiha would stoop to the level of kidnapping a child. Yet, one must not underestimate their audacity. They have not shied away from bullying the vulnerable, such as pregnant women and infants. Thus, Uhyou ultimately placed the greatest suspicion upon the Uchiha, despite jesting that all misdeeds in Konoha bore Danzo's mark. Nevertheless, one cannot truly assign all blame to him. At the very least, Danzo is a shrewd individual. To act against Tsunade would signify a complete severance from his identity as a disciple of the second Hokage, a pure act of self-destruction. Looking 40 years into the future, he would need to exercise extreme caution in dealing with Tsunade, let alone the present. Currently, he lacks such intentions and has no rationale to engage in such actions. If we were to judge based on who stands to gain the most, it would invariably point to the Uchiha. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that if the Uchiha were to strike against Tsunade, it would equate to a full-scale war against the village, leaving no room for negotiation. Could the Uchiha truly be resolute enough to reach such an extreme? Either Konoha would falter, or they would meet their own demise. Is such a gamble one they would dare to undertake? Uhyou believed they would not. Thus he found the current situation perplexing. Shall we join forces to confront the adversary? Noticing Uhyou's silence, Jiraiya and Tsunade exchanged glances and subsequently communicated in hushed tones. These two seemed entirely unaware of the crisis at hand, instead brimming with eagerness for battle. How bold they are, while the youth are indifferent to life and death. Ready to fight at any challenge, Uhyou, growing older in the world, finds himself increasingly cautious. Observing their demeanor, he felt that his mental exertions were in vain. Uhyou had begun to sense that something was amiss. It appeared that the undercurrents of Konoha harbored more than just the Uchiha. Therefore, he aimed to capture the individual who was secretly observing them, to clarify the situation. If not, he should be seeking assistance from other Konoha ninjas at this moment. Uhyou knew he must not alarm the enemy. Thus, he smiled and remarked, "Have you finished your meal? Once you are done, we shall take our leave. It is time to return you safely." Following this, he rose to settle the bill with the vendor, then departed with Jiraiya and Tsunade. "Let us stroll for a while before we continue. I must ascertain that the adversary is indeed alone. If that individual harbors any intention of attacking, he is undoubtedly poised to strike. No one would relinquish such a prime opportunity," Uhyou remarked, bending down as if to tidy Tsunade and Jiraiya's attire, discreetly whispering to them. In this vicinity, aside from their target Tsunade, there were merely 2 children and a rather young, obscure ninja. Should a hidden enemy possess any ulterior motives, he would surely seize the moment when their forces were so scant. Hence, Uhyou was cautioning the two not to act in haste. Tsunade and Jiraiya had not yet cultivated a rapport with Uhyou sufficient for affectionate physical contact, so when he leaned in to explain, they could only suppress their instinctive discomfort. Afterward, Tsunade feigned a pure smile and said to Uhyou, "Thank you, big brother." This soft, tender expression caused both parties to involuntarily shudder. Ugh, somewhat nauseating, they simultaneously thought. As the trio proceeded along the street, Uhyou soon declared, "We are being followed. For now, it remains but one individual." However, 10 minutes later, another person joined their pursuit. Yet, this was no foe. "Tsunade, Jiraiya, where have you been? Why did you not wait for me?" It was Orochimaru, who, as he sprinted to Tsunade and Jiraiya's side, spoke in a hushed yet urgent tone, "Someone is tailing you, only one person." What Tsunade and Jiraiya failed to notice, Orochimaru discerned with ease. This exemplified the disparity between them. It was not a matter of intelligence, but rather that Orochimaru possessed a more vigilant, precocious, and profound character. He would never engage in calling Uhyou big brother, nor would Uhyou dare to respond affirmatively. "As we proceed, the crowd will dwindle, and soon the pursuer will be unable to contain himself," Uhyou commented. As night fell, the group had left the bustling commercial district, and with each step toward the residential area, the number of pedestrians diminished, facilitating a potential ambush. Orochimaru's presence introduced a variable for the hidden figure, yet it simultaneously urged him to act. If he wished to avoid further complications, he would ultimately be compelled to strike. Eventually, the 4 of them entered a deserted, dimly lit alley. The location was already scouted, and by now, the enemy ought to be ready to act. Uhyou mused while surveying his surroundings. This was indeed an optimal place to make a move. Were he in the adversary's position, he would undoubtedly choose to strike here. However, the hidden assailant seemed to possess an unexpected patience. As Uhyou and the others ambled on, nearing the end of the alley, the enemy still refrained from making a move. Could I have misjudged? Is the opponent merely a lowly enthusiast? It defies reason. With so many young girls in Konoha, why must one choose the most perilous among them? Just as Uhyou pondered this, the adversary he sensed suddenly accelerated, vanishing abruptly from sight. Seizing the opportune moment, the enemy could no longer restrain themselves from striking. Uhyou had already positioned his hands before his chest, and as the opponent launched their assault, the final seal he had been forming was completed, and faint arcs of electricity began to flicker incessantly in the dim alleyway. The enemy's primary target was Jiraiya, and the swift strike they had concocted was a lethal technique. Aside from their most crucial objective, it was evident that the assailant wished to leave no survivors. With a subtle motion of his right arm, a sharp sound cleaved through the air as he hurled a kunai directly towards Jiraiya's face. In the depths of the night, the metallic blade reflected no light, and the trajectory of the assassination was entirely concealed. However, Jiraiya was no ordinary child. By discerning the sound carried by the air, he accurately anticipated the direction of the attack and swiftly tilted his head, allowing the kunai to graze his cheek before embedding itself into the wall behind him. This life-and-death struggle invigorated Jiraiya's spirit, and the surge of adrenaline propelled him into a state of heightened exhilaration. Yet, just as he attempted to counterattack, he was unexpectedly caught off guard by a kick from behind, causing him to stumble. As a result of this kick, Jiraiya shifted from his original position, and simultaneously, the sound of another kunai embedding itself into the wall echoed from behind him. Shadow Shuriken. In that instant, Jiraiya comprehended the recent events. Although it appeared that the enemy had executed only a single strike, in reality, they had thrown 2 kunai, one after the other, targeting Jiraiya. While this method of attack did not resemble the technique of concealing one shuriken within another, it could still be considered a form of shadow shuriken, hidden within the cloak of night. The individual who had just kicked Jiraiya aside was, of course, Uhyou. The meticulously planned assassination had failed, and the enemy swiftly realized that they had been detected much earlier. However, having chosen to engage, retreat was no longer an option. Thus, they abandoned Jiraiya and charged directly towards Uhyou and Tsunade. Uhyou's reflexes were commendable. He had saved Jiraiya, yet the enemy still misjudged his strength. Such a feeble lightning technique could hardly be of significance. It is well known that true lightning techniques are accompanied by brilliant sparks and thunderous claps. This adversary evidently did not grasp the essence of restrained power. As the foe approached, Tsunade remained neither perturbed nor courteous. She had already formed her fist, ready for battle. In an instant, the enemy was upon them, wielding a kunai aimed at Uhyou's heart with one hand while the other, empty and claw-like, lunged towards Tsunade. With her fist clenched, Tsunade was resolute, her mind set on pulverizing the enemy's skull with a single blow. However, these two individuals seemed to regard the intermediary, Uhyou, as inconsequential. With a swift movement, he raised one arm to block the assailant's thrust, and with the other hand, he pressed gently on Tsunade's shoulder. In an instant, Tsunade felt the scenery before her shift as her body spun around, finding herself on the opposite side of Uhyou. On one hand, Uhyou was concerned for Tsunade's safety, fearing that she might be injured by the enemy, which would complicate matters with Mitsushino. On the other hand, he was somewhat apprehensive that Tsunade might inadvertently cause harm to someone with the very tongue he had strived to deliver. Who could ascertain the extent of this little girl's strength? Bound by his preconceived notions of Tsunade, Uhyou was reluctant to take any risks. When the enemy's attack failed once more, his brow furrowed as he readjusted his stance, continuing his assault on Uhyou while simultaneously attempting to seize Tsunade again. Uhyou promptly repositioned Tsunade's head with a firm grip. Again, the enemy lunged, and again, Uhyou adjusted her position. At that moment, Tsunade resembled a young student in a drill, with Uhyou acting as her teacher, persistently guiding her to new positions. From a closer vantage, it appeared as if she was merely circling around Uhyou's legs. Within a brief span, Tsunade's face flushed crimson. She longed to strike the enemy, but could not reach him, and her attempts to escape Uhyou's hold were futile, leaving her disoriented and frustrated. Thoughts raced through her mind. A simple knock would suffice. In the worst-case scenario, she might end up paralyzed, but what ninja fears such trivialities? In her mind, these notions consumed her. At this juncture, Uhyou recognized that the situation could not persist. With a sudden burst of strength, he flung aside the enemy's relentless assaults, raising his palm and delivering a resounding slap to the foe's face. As previously mentioned, Uhyou, being a ninja with 2 chakra pathways circulating within him, enjoyed enhanced physical prowess and strength. While his might may not rival Tsunade's extraordinary abilities, he could still be classified as a strength-oriented ninja. The impact of his strike disoriented the enemy, leaving him momentarily bewildered. How absurd it was to slap an opponent in the midst of battle. Uhyou then lifted one leg, finding a suitable angle, and delivered a powerful kick that sent the enemy flying. In the trajectory of the enemy's flight, Orochimaru awaited. With the technique of Serpent's Shadow, Orochimaru had already readied his jutsu, and from his sleeves emerged several slick, vibrant serpents that quickly ensnared the enemy in a tight grip. Simultaneously, one serpent opened its mouth, its fangs piercing the enemy's shoulder, injecting paralyzing venom that permeated his body, rendering him incapable of even contemplating self-destruction. Well executed, Uhyou commended Orochimaru. It became evident that he had been overly cautious. The enemy's strength was merely mediocre. It was no wonder that he chose to wait until Tsunade acted alone before seizing his chance to strike. One might expect a ninja bold enough to attack a prominent figure in Konoha to be of substantial caliber, yet what they encountered was merely a lesser foe. Once the enemy was thoroughly subdued, Uhyou and the others drew closer to observe. It does not seem like a ninja of the Uchiha clan. The aura is distinctly different, remarked Orochimaru. While his peers are still grappling with their own essence, this child has already begun to analyze the essence of others. Regardless of his identity, motives, or intentions, what follows is no longer our concern. Someone will ensure he speaks. Handing him over to Shimura Danzo would surely delight him with such a gift. After some contemplation, Uhyou expressed his thoughts. He was not particularly adept at interrogation, nor was he enthusiastic about it, but Konoha surely possessed specialized talents in that regard. For Uhyou, who had experienced frontline battles, the recent skirmish was hardly worth mentioning. The ninja's capabilities were severely limited. Nevertheless, he held a degree of admiration for the performance of the legendary Sanmin during the fight. In his recollection, when involving children of Jiraiya's generation in any endeavor, as long as they did not complicate matters, they were indeed a help, and they had proven to be so. After escorting Tsunade and Jiraiya back and summarizing the situation to the three Shino, Uhyou, alongside Orochimaru, brought the assailant, who had endured a rather extreme form of restraint, into the depths of Konoha's umbu. Due to the peculiar circumstances, they swiftly presented the individual before Danzo. Someone attempted to assault Tsunade. In any case, during such turbulent times, any threat to the granddaughter of the first Hokage was certainly a matter of grave concern. Danzo immediately summoned personnel to detain the enemy, and the interrogation would commence without delay. Uhyou, well done, although I find it somewhat perplexing that so many events transpire around you. After dispatching his capable subordinates to handle the questioning, Danzo turned to Uhyou. I am indeed a tad curious, but for us born in the 2000s, experiencing unusual occurrences is hardly surprising. Uhyou responded, noting that according to Konoha's calendar, he indeed belonged to the generation of the 2000s. However, this query could be elucidated. After all, Uhyou had initially been entangled with a figure like the second Hokage, thus naturally becoming embroiled in various events or conspiracies. Danzo cast a sidelong glance at Uhyou, pondering whether this young rascal was hinting at something. The latest intelligence regarding the frontline raid has been relayed by Sarutobi. I hope the individual you captured can corroborate the information I have received. Perhaps it could signal a significant turning point for the village. What do you mean by a turning point? Uhyou could not help but inquire. Danzo shot Uhyou a glance, a rare smile flickering across his face before he quickly resumed his stern demeanor. The precise location of the frontline command center, the defensive situation that night, the route of the intrusion, do you believe these can be easily ascertained? The sudden assault by Tsunade undoubtedly required plans formulated based on prior intelligence. And all intelligence must have a source. Spies? Uhyou questioned, puzzled. At first glance, Danzo's words seemed quite reasonable, yet the contradictions within them are self-evident. When Uhyou arrived in the village, most of the spies had already been eradicated. He found it hard to believe that there were still many spies lurking in Konoha. Stand by. I will soon summon all the Umbu ninjas for a significant operation, he commanded. Despite Danzo's usual stoic demeanor, Uhyou sensed a marked improvement in his mood compared to a few days prior, suggesting he had indeed found a method to accomplish his goals. Under Danzo's orders, the Umbu ninjas in the village were swiftly gathered. They conducted a surprise interrogation of the ninja captured by Uhyou. Although the interrogation was brief, Danzo seemed to obtain the intelligence he sought quite quickly. In the dead of night, Danzo set off alone to the Uchiha clan's ancestral shrine, where he appeared to engage in a detailed discussion with a prominent figure from the Uchiha clan. Subsequently, the Umbu ninjas were mobilized. It was not unusual for the Umbu to be deployed at such a time, but what was peculiar was that the Uchiha were moving alongside them. A multitude of ninjas maneuvered under the cloak of night, rapidly encircling a specific area of the village. So, this was the situation. Despite the tense standoff between the village and the Uchiha, with the village unable to retreat and the Uchiha caught in a dilemma, they sought to express their anger without genuinely clashing with the village. This indicated that the Uchiha needed a way to save face, and if that were the case, then perhaps a means to provide them such an opportunity could be arranged. On this night, Uhyou was not among the ninjas tasked with executing the mission. His role was merely to remain on the periphery, vigilant and protective, preventing the incident from escalating further. Intelligence had been relayed to Tsunade regarding the Konoha frontline camp, and should they incite turmoil from the rear, it could potentially lead to an Uchiha uprising, even threatening the annihilation of Konoha itself. For instance, if the Uchiha were to eliminate Tsunade of the Senju clan, it would serve as an ideal catalyst for chaos. Beside Uhyou stood another individual, an Umbu ninja codenamed Regu, who was teamed with Uhyou for this mission. For now, their acquaintance was limited to their code names, with neither aware of the other's true identity. But what could possibly motivate such actions? What benefit would the fall of Konoha bring them? setting aside the advantages they might gain from Senju. In the event of Konoha's disarray, there would be ample opportunity for someone to seize various confidential materials, ninjutsu, secret arts, forbidden techniques, sealing methods, and even bloodline limits. Konoha, being primarily founded upon the Senju clan, harbors immense value in its techniques. Can you fathom the worth of a single jutsu? Reigu remarked. Following the second Hokage, although Konoha faced turmoil, the foundation of the great ninja village remained intact. To entertain such thoughts and take reckless risks? High risk, high reward, perhaps. What is currently unfolding can be summarized as Konoha uncovering the true cause of the previous frontline attack, leading to a purge and ambition of sorts. In a brief exposition, it can be stated that a small ninja clan from Konoha disclosed vital information regarding the front lines to Senju, while simultaneously attempting to ignite the long-standing discord between the Uchiha and the village by abducting Tsunade. Logically, everything seems to align. However, one must question why they would dispatch such inept ninjas for such a monumental task. Yet, delving into these inconsistencies now serves little purpose. Uhyou comprehended that regardless of the truth of the situation, if both the Uchiha and the village desired its authenticity, it must be accepted as reality. Such scenarios are not uncommon. It resembles a situation where the second-in-command challenges the leader, only for the third to seize the moment, ultimately leading to the downfall of the third as the leader and second reconcile. Although this small clan may not precisely embody the role of the third, the current predicament in Konoha reflects this dynamic. The Uchiha clan, having lost Uchiha Kagami, seeks to quell their anger and distrust towards the village through the annihilation of this small clan, thereby securing a semblance of peace in Konoha. This indeed appears to be a shrewd bargain. Thus, whether it be an excuse or a fact, whether it is scapegoating or just deserts, the matter seems to be settled. Contemplating the authenticity is of little consequence. What matters is that the outcome is satisfactory for all parties involved. Individuals like you, as ninjas, should remain on the periphery. Venturing further may lead to revelations that could prove difficult for you to accept. Lingue continued. Indeed, yet I can envision the bloodshed concealed within the cloak of night. However, I cannot help but think that our relegation to the periphery is not born of benevolence. Those burdened with excessive compassion tend only to complicate such missions, Uhyou remarked. What, then, is the true identity of this clan? He inquired after a moment of contemplation. In an era of conflict, not all ninja clans can maintain unity. Fragmentation and disarray are often the norm. This clan exemplifies such a fate. When Konoha was established, some members allied with Konoha, others with different villages. And many chose to wander the ninja world, forsaking their lineage and becoming rootless drifters. Those within Konoha are tasked with the creation of ninja tools and weaponry. And to be precise, they have made significant strides and innovations in this regard. They serve as a logistical clan, yet they harbor a fascination for various secret techniques. This clan is known as the Casemat clan, Lingue explained. For reasons unknown, Uhyou was suddenly reminded of the logistical ninja who had prepared his weaponry only to perish that very night during the Senju assault. Yet, why the Casemat clan? Uhyou was uncertain whether he could remain composed were he tasked with executing such a slaughter. However, one thing remained unchanged after this night. A portion of Konoha's populace would likely be irrevocably erased. They were merely pawns in a political exchange, and such exchanges were not uncommon occurrences. One system may be deemed superior when juxtaposed with another, yet no form of governance can truly be considered pristine when compared to its counterparts. In the eyes of Uhyou, the Hidden Leaf Village has grown increasingly intricate and multifaceted. However, one sentiment expressed by the Umbu ninja accompanying Uhyou this evening rings true. Ninjutsu is indeed an enchanting art, captivating all who practice it. The distinction lies merely in the magnitude of this allure. In most cases, should a ninja find an opportunity to take a risk for a particular technique, they will undoubtedly seize it. Ninjutsu is forever a scarce resource for ninjas. Although the establishment of the Ninja Academy by the second Hokage was a groundbreaking initiative, enabling the dissemination of ninjutsu from the realm of shinobi to the common populace and affording ordinary individuals the possibility of becoming ninjas, the knowledge imparted throughout remained fundamentally rudimentary. The academy exists primarily for the proliferation of chakra, rather than the advancement of ninjutsu itself. To date, the transmission of ninjutsu remains a traditional and inefficient one-on-one oral tradition. For a ninja aspiring to wield multiple techniques and master an arsenal of potent jutsu, the first step is to find a mentor willing to impart such knowledge. Of course, this pertains solely to legitimate and lawful means. Should someone manage to unlawfully acquire forbidden scrolls or similar tomes, that would be an entirely different matter. Uhyou silently pressed his hand against his tool pouch. Were it not for fortuitous circumstances, the ninjutsu contained within would have been beyond his reach throughout his lifetime. With the completion of their mission, the Uhyou team could now disperse. As dawn approached, Lingwei remarked to Uhyou, the sounds of the night had long since quieted, and the metallic scent of blood had reached its zenith. Thus, Uhyou's temporary duty as an Uhyou had come to an end. I am truly exhausted. One must remember I was supposed to be on leave. Uhyou stretched his somewhat stiff neck from standing throughout the night and exchanged a glance with his temporary comrade before parting ways. Uhyou, of course, was indifferent to whether this was his designated rest period or if the village would compensate him for overtime. He simply felt weary. The mission had persisted from the depths of night until the break of dawn, after which the state of emergency in the hidden leaf was finally lifted. One cannot help but marvel at the efficiency of the village's operations. Consequently, the Uhyou's surveillance of the Uchiha clan had ostensibly concluded. Yet Uhyou surmised this was merely superficial. The village's trust in the Uchiha had always been limited, and now, with the fissures in that fragile trust laid bare, it would not be easily mended. Any semblance of reconciliation would be merely skin-deep. Nevertheless, such superficiality is a rare commodity. The Uchiha would once again dispatch their clansmen to the front lines. In summary, despite leaving underlying tensions in their wake, the immediate crisis facing the hidden leaf has been resolved, albeit at a significant cost. In order to confront the Uchiha Sharingan, Haben was summoned back to the village. Yet he ultimately did not encounter a situation that warranted such confrontation with the Uchiha, which could be regarded as a fortunate misfortune. In other words, if even Haben perceives this as a stroke of luck, then it is only natural for Danzo and the village to be more inclined to accept the current outcome. When the village persecuted the wind demon, Haben did not step forward. Had he done so, he would have met the same fate. Upon returning to his abode, he had breakfast, cleansed himself, cleared his mind, and then collapsed into slumber. It was precisely because he tended to overthink that he became easily fatigued. However, as a mere ordinary ninja, Haben only needed to fulfill his duties. There was no necessity for his mind to be overly active. The village aspired to cultivate ninjas into emotionless killing machines, which is certainly an extreme approach, but it is another kind of extremity for someone like Haben, a mere insignificant figure, to become preoccupied with matters that should concern the Hokage. However, before he could find solace in his sleep, the trio from the previous day returned yet again, and this time, they did not even bother to knock. They simply entered through the window. This fellow didn't he even look adorable while sleeping? Isn't this how boys sleep? Yet, Tsunade, you appear far cuter when asleep than you do when awake. Wait, how do you know what I look like while sleeping? That's right, I heard it from Orochimaru. Do you think anyone would believe such a feeble lie, Jiraiya? And continuing to feign sleep serves no purpose, does it? Reluctantly, Haben opened his eyes and spoke in an exasperated tone. First, when one intends to visit another's home, it is customary and polite to knock and seek permission. Do you consider Konoha to be your own residence? This statement, however, Haben swallowed back, for in a certain sense, Konoha was indeed like Tsunade's home. Secondly, when a sleep-deprived individual pretends to continue slumbering, you ought to leave so that I may rest. This level of social awareness shouldn't be too difficult to grasp, should it? Haben found himself at a loss with the unruly children who had trespassed. Sleep-deprived? Oh, it's indeed easy to be sleep-deprived on this street. Jiraiya nodded sagely, believing he had grasped the essence of Haben's words. This fellow understood a bit too much. Haben thought to himself, I reside at such a height. It is not so effortless to lose sleep over trifling disturbances. He sighed and continued. The reason for my sleep deprivation stems from an urgent mission last night. In fact, I returned home only recently. Yes, it pertains to yesterday's incident. Who exactly was the assailant, and what were their motives? Has the village's shift in attitude towards the Uchiha any relation to that attacker? Tsunade promptly abandoned her pursuit of trivial matters and turned her inquiries towards Haben regarding the events of yesterday. It was only natural for her to be concerned. After all, no one could simply disregard the fact that they had been attacked. However, given the intelligence capabilities of these three individuals, they ordinarily would not require information from Uhyou. Their presence indicates that they had not obtained relevant intelligence from other sources. This implies that there are matters that should remain unknown to them. Who could have foreseen that last night, alongside Orochimaru, I had delivered the assailant to the Umbu, presumably a spy from another village, and rather a foolish one at that. This incident concluded without peril. Nevertheless, individuals of your unique status ought to exercise greater caution. Uhyou remarked, choosing his words carefully in such matters. Tsunade sensed that Uhyou's response was somewhat perfunctory, yet she could not compel him to divulge what he wished to keep private. Indeed, what of the Uchiha? Last night, your task was to monitor them, correct? Will this mission persist? Will you remain in the village for an extended period? She prodded further. No. The situation concerning the Uchiha has reached a resolution. They have found their way back. As for myself, I shall likely return to the front lines soon, for that is where a ninja truly belongs. Currently, I have merely been temporarily reassigned to the village, Uhyou replied after a moment as contemplation. With the Uchiha's stance clarified, Konoha must respond accordingly. The village should recall the assembled Umbu ninjas, at least to outwardly demonstrate a willingness to cease hostilities. Sensei Sanshou, the Uchiha matter has been resolved, and we, the ninjas hastily summoned back to Konoha, will soon return to the front lines. Uhyou stated as he once again visited the Konoha medical facility to provide an update to Sanshou and bid farewell. Yes, I have heard of such arrangements. When do you intend to depart? Sanshou inquired, already aware of the village's plans but lacking detailed knowledge of Uhyou's personal itinerary. Within the next couple of days. As the situation at the front is ever-changing, the Hokage will likely wish to concentrate more forces at his disposal, Uhyou replied. Although he resided in Konoha, certain developments at the front could still be anticipated. The Sand Village had launched a surprise attack on the Konoha encampment, obliterating the command center and eliminating Uchiha Kagami. Thus, in order to restore balance to the war, and for the sake of its own prestige and the morale of the troops, the Hokage would undoubtedly take action. War continues, an unrelenting tide with no clear end in sight. Tsunade, despite her daily scrutiny of reports from the front, found war to be an experience both near and distant. Familiar yet foreign, simultaneously nebulous and starkly clear. She had never set foot on the battlefield, focusing primarily on her own protection while there. I understand, Sensei Sanshou, Uhyou acknowledged. Such admonitions and concerns bore little practical significance. On the front lines, who could ensure their absolute safety? Nevertheless, Uhyou bid a brief farewell to Sanshou and departed the village the following day, returning once more to the front lines of Konoha. After several days had passed, the third Hokage had successfully reorganized the frontline camp and reinstated the command structure. With a continuous influx of ninjas, the number of frontline warriors had surged to 6,000, fully preparing the Konoha camp for extensive military operations in terms of manpower, morale, and various other aspects. Dear comrades, it is indeed a rare piece of good news that we are all still alive. Upon returning to the front lines, Uhyou was reunited with the 3 members of his team. Fortunately, they had not perished during the previous raid, and after this separate undertaking, Uhyou felt a sense of familiarity with his comrades that had previously eluded him. Almost a nostalgic bond had developed among them. Uhyou, this is a sentiment we should express to you. That morning, when you vanished, we genuinely believed you had met your end in the Sand Village's assault. It was only a day later that we learned you were alive. Having been reassigned to the village for a special mission, Naranagi remarked, his joy evident at seeing Uhyou again. As for ninjas, a parting often signifies a farewell for eternity. Simply being alive and well together is a cause for celebration. What is the situation back in the village? Has your special mission concluded? Chika inquired further. Chika, since the captain mentioned a special mission, out of respect for confidentiality, we shouldn't pry further. Renjiro attempted to redirect Chika, yet his expression betrayed his curiosity about Uhyou's previous task. I apologize for inadvertently asking, Chika said, clarifying that she did not intend to overstep. It's nothing of great importance. My mission has concluded. It was merely an opportunity to witness a lesser-known facet of Konoha. The village has stabilized, and there is no need for further speculation, Uhyou replied, though he could divulge no more details. You have returned just in time. The Hokage has re-established the command structure at the front line, and the affiliations of the teams have been clarified. We have been incorporated into the Hokage's direct forces. Henceforth, this squad may directly heed the Hokage's orders, Nara interjected, steering the conversation away from Uhyou's confidential mission. What transpired? Please elaborate, someone urged. Due to past inaction during the assault, some had been criticized for indecision, while the newly devised counter-offensive plan faced reproach for being overly ambitious and seeking glory. When one desires to accuse another, they can always find justifications. Ultimately, individuals view issues solely from their own perspectives, which may be quite myopic. Higher-ups, with broader considerations, are often misunderstood. Is it true that the second Hokage believed the Hokage should deliberate thoroughly, weighing all pros and cons before making a decision? Or should they adhere to their convictions with resolute determination? In recent days, the newly appointed third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, has faced considerable scrutiny. In such a prominent position, the current events inevitably place him under immense pressure. As a young Hokage lacking experience in unifying the village from a position of power, he has, after assuming his role, found himself inadvertently emulating the approaches of the first and second Hokages, who hold an unparalleled reverence in his heart. However, at this juncture, he has come to grasp a fundamental truth. He is neither the first Hokage nor the second, thus imitation proves futile. He must forge his own path and conduct affairs in his unique manner. Regardless of the criticism or misunderstanding he faces, the Hokage must heed voices from all quarters. Yet he cannot allow these opinions to sway him easily. He must make decisive judgments, often ones that only he can undertake. The term Hokage itself is an intriguing dichotomy. Fire and shadow complement yet contrast with each other, leading one to ponder, what is a Hokage? Such contemplations once troubled Sarutobi, but could not persist indefinitely. On the following day after Hiruzen returned to the front lines, the entire Konoha camp stirred suddenly, as thousands of ninjas were mobilized, revealing Konoha's intent to attack. Following Suna's surprise assault, the Hokage opted for a counteroffensive strategy to press the Konoha front line forward. Hiruzen's resolute determination transformed the tides of war between Konoha and Suna. Isn't the third Hokage risking it all? Uhyou mused, as the pre-battle atmosphere thickened, meticulously inspecting his gear. Uhyou's squad was stationed in a tent, their resting place. Irrespective of gender, given the conditions on the front lines, minor inconveniences had to be overcome independently. Presently, Suna held the initiative on the battlefield. Rather than allowing their indecision to prolong the situation and permit Suna to convert their temporary advantage into an irreversible strategic one, it would be prudent to launch a vigorous counterattack before that could transpire. If a full-scale battle ensues, the outcome remains uncertain. Suna likely does not anticipate our swift recovery. Nara responded. Indeed, Uhyou concurred. Not only on the front lines, but Suna likely did not foresee Konoha resolving its internal conflicts so swiftly. If they had indeed plotted some scheme against Konoha, that conspiracy has now been thwarted. In a sense, the greatest achievement of Suna's surprise operation was the downfall of Uchiha Kagami. Not only due to his status as Konoha's frontline commander, but also because his identity as a member of the Uchiha clan held significant implications. Regardless of whether Konoha's subsequent plans were instigated by Suna, the death of Uchiha Kagami inherently carried the potential to fracture the relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha. Should such a reality transpire, Konoha would teeter on the brink of collapse, effectively ensuring that, irrespective of the course of the war, Suna would remain undefeated. The imminent threat has now been resolved, thereby diminishing the advantages previously held by Sunagakure. The third Hokage has firmly resolved to engage in combat, leading to the recall of all Konoha reconnaissance teams stationed within the Land of Rivers, except for a select few reconnaissance ninjas tasked with monitoring Sunagakure's movements. All frontline forces from Konoha have been consolidated back to their main camp. It is evident to all that this maneuver does not signify Konoha's relinquishment of the initiative on the battlefield or their previous accomplishments. Rather, it represents a strategic contraction, akin to retracting an outstretched hand into a clenched fist. Such a significant mobilization could hardly escape the notice of Sunagakure, nor did Konoha intend to conceal it. While subterfuge and unexpected strikes may yield some success, the only truly unavoidable and insurmountable threat on the battlefield is a forthcoming, unequivocal offensive. Once Konoha exhibits such intentions, Sunagakure can only muster equivalent forces to counteract. This grand strategic arrangement even earned the admiration of the second Kazekage for the young Hokage, who demonstrated remarkable speed and strength in response. Consequently, in order to counter Konoha's maneuvers, Sunagakure initiated its own mobilization. The strategic directives and tactical deployments cascaded down the chain of command, reaching team leaders like Koharu, who would then relay the operational details to every ninja on the front line. The subsequent battle plan and advanced strategy were established. Within 2 days, non-combat units would withdraw from the camp and temporarily relocate towards the Land of Fire. While on the 3rd day, Konoha would launch a comprehensive offensive against Senju. Does this mean that prior to the onset of battle, medical, supply, and other logistical support will be withdrawn? Qianqian inquired. Indeed, Uhyou affirmed. This is a consequence of our current troop composition. If all of Konoha's forces advance simultaneously, the non-combat units lacking protection will become exposed and vulnerable, easily susceptible to destruction. Thus, they must retreat unless medical ninjas can be assigned at the team level. Otherwise, such proactive operations would inevitably result in a deficiency of professional medical support. Note that once the battle commences, our team will operate alongside the Hokage, with the primary objective being the protection of the Hokage, while eliminating enemies will take a secondary priority. However, I anticipate that the Hokage will charge headlong into the fray, unless he opts out of the confrontation. Regardless of his timing or position on the battlefield, he will undoubtedly advance directly into enemy ranks. Thus, we must also be prepared for deep engagement within enemy territory, Uhyou added. Is this directive from the command center? No, this is merely my personal conjecture. The movements of the Hokage on the battlefield cannot possibly be disclosed in advance. Thus, what Uhyou just mentioned was merely his conjecture. Nonetheless, this speculation is undoubtedly highly probable. If Sarutobi Hiruzen were the 2nd Hokage, he could choose to command from the center or lead the charge. However, as the new Hokage, he is a youth who must forge ahead. A Hokage who dares to brave the front lines inspires the ninjas of Konohagakure far differently than one who merely hides in the rear. Therefore, although it is customary for ninjas tasked with protecting the Hokage to engage in combat during the later waves, a relatively safe position, the impending battle presents an entirely inverse scenario. The Hokage must don armor and wield weapons, charging forth, compelling the ninjas by his side to do likewise. Even if the 3rd Hokage were to face death, it would be on the path of valor. A commander can be replaced by the army, but a warrior's spirit is irreplaceable. People may find it difficult to trust the strategies of youth, yet they are readily inspired by their courage and audacity. The ensuing conflict will largely depend on the extent of the young 3rd Hokage's abilities. He must press on relentlessly. If he can pierce the heart of the Sand Village's forces and scatter the enemy ranks, then victory for Konohagakure will be assured. Conversely, failure to do so would lead to utter defeat. While this may sound like a desperate gamble, the 3rd Hokage must possess a certain level of confidence to make such a decision. Comparing the strength of the 2nd Kazekage with that of the 3rd Hokage, can age and experience truly outmatch the vigor of youth? All will be revealed on the battlefield. The current 3rd Hokage faces no issues of waning chakra. He is still in the ascendant phase of his ninja career, being the strongest among the disciples of the 2nd Hokage, capable of easily suppressing Uchiha Kagami. He is no novice to warfare, having endured many battles. Thus, what can Sarutobi Hiruzen achieve on the battlefield? Uhyou eagerly anticipates the outcome. Realizing the weight of their responsibilities, the members of Uhyou's team fell into silence. After a moment, Nara spoke again, inquiring, "How many of the Hokage's guards will be present at the onset of the battle?" "Who knows? Such intelligence would not be disclosed to me. However, I estimate there will be quite a few. Our team would likely serve merely as fillers," Uhyou replied. His team's overall capabilities were not particularly strong, and it was evident that they would only serve as supplementary forces. Besides their team, there would undoubtedly be others composed of numerous elite ninjas serving as the Hokage's protectors. Upon hearing that the Hokage's safety did not rest upon their shoulders, Uhyou's team collectively sighed in relief, for such a burden was beyond their capacity. If that is the case, then why would a team of low-ranking ninjas like ours accompany the Hokage? Is there any significance to it? Qianqian inquired. The guardians of the Hidden Leaf Village require formidable warriors, yet they seem to be rather inept, which leads to the questions posed by Qianqian and others. Nevertheless, their role holds significance, even if it is merely to deplete the enemy's chakra. Uhyou's response to this matter echoes a certain coldness. This is war. It disregards the value of human life, focusing solely on the merciless exchange of numbers. Truth be told, I find a peculiar fondness for such weather, Uhyou murmured. Raindrops fell gently from the sky, occasionally interspersed with delicate snowflakes. Spring had indeed arrived, yet the chill in the air lingered stubbornly. The low temperatures invigorated the senses. But Uhyou's mood was unaffected by the rain's energizing influence or his own state of mind. He simply relished the current weather. Rain, a name bestowed upon him, symbolized his very existence. Really? Yet in this weather, some ninjas can hardly keep their hands warm, remarked his companion, Renjiro. Currently, Uhyou and his team were stationed at the edge of a forest, though their movements were far from clandestine, as a multitude of leaf ninjas gathered densely in the vicinity. Gazing through the damp foliage, he could see the Sand Village's faction standing in opposition to the leaf ninjas. When would the battle commence? What purpose does this stalemate serve? Who knows? Perhaps both sides await a moment of weakness or a lapse in vigilance. The sentiment was mutual. Such a standoff would severely tax their patience. And the more anxious they became, the less they should act in haste. Uhyou fixated on the unfolding situation, and the tense atmosphere of war compelled him to lower his voice deliberately as he spoke. Captain, are you somewhat eager for the impending battle? Uhyou paused, realizing he had unwittingly revealed his emotions. Perhaps a little. I merely wish to test out a newly learned technique. The onset of combat was imminent. Once engaged, chaos would undoubtedly ensue, and the Leafs' formation would be disrupted. However, one crucial point must be emphasized. The team's movements must remain cohesive. Should they fail to maintain their formation, it would signify an inability to conduct organized combat, leading to defeat and death. In essence, regardless of how bloody or exhilarating the scene may become, tension is permissible, yet one must not become overly fervent or reckless, charging heedlessly into the fray. It is unwise to hesitate in the face of danger, and extreme aggression is equally inadvisable. The battle could commence at any moment. Thus Uhyou felt compelled to articulate these thoughts, despite having conveyed them before. They might soon charge into the enemy ranks alongside the Hokage. Yet such an advance does not imply that the team should become disconnected from the larger Leaf forces. Uhyou's gaze swept across his formation. Everything appeared reminiscent of students assembling for a break-time exercise, as though they were on a playground rather than a battlefield. Yet he comprehended that once the battle commenced, such formations would neither be feasible nor necessary to maintain. When would the fighting finally begin? The atmosphere was thick with impatience, as a voice nearby, laced with urgency, signified that its owner's patience had been entirely depleted. This remark did not originate from a member of the Uhyou squad, but rather from an unfamiliar ninja in the vicinity. Uhyou cast a fleeting glance at the individual, one who allowed the pre-battle atmosphere to disrupt their composure. If they could not endure the calm before the storm, what could be expected of them on the battlefield? Under normal circumstances, Flag Tree Sakumo would be amidst the Leaf Village's main forces. However, Uhyou was unaware of the specific divisions and deployments within Konoha's army. He only understood the commands he was to follow and the directives guiding his actions. A sharp cry of a hawk echoed from above as Uhyou looked skyward, witnessing 3 raptors briefly circle before diving into the woods, concealing Konoha's military strength. In an instant, both earth and sky fell into an eerie silence. Uhyou felt a sudden skip in his heartbeat, yet it quickly regained its rhythm, pulsating with vigor, albeit at a slightly accelerated pace. It was about to begin. Instinctively, Uhyou sensed that war was imminent. A series of rhythmic sounds filled his ears as smoke bombs detonated within the forest, and almost simultaneously, a thick cloud of white smoke enveloped all the Leaf ninjas, shrouding them from view. Following this, a piercing whistle reached Uhyou's ears. The eyes of his 3 squad members locked onto him in a moment of hesitation. The order to attack was undeniably clear, yet upon hearing it, doubt crept in. But what was there to discuss at this juncture? Whatever the preordained commands were, they were now bound to execute them. Charge! The short command erupted from Uhyou's lips as an explosive surge of chakra erupted from beneath him. The vibrant, life-filled tree beneath his feet splintered, revealing the intricate patterns of its growth rings. Yet, at that moment, who would pay heed to such details? In the blink of an eye, the potential energy stored within the ninja's body transformed into kinetic energy, propelling Uhyou forth with an indescribable initial velocity. However, he was not the swiftest. Leading the charge from the smoke of the forest were various summoning beasts, their forms diverse and menacing. The ground trembled violently beneath them. They were all mere instruments of war. Beyond the forest lay a vast, flat plain, having opted for an all-out engagement. Any tactical maneuvers concerning terrain or other advantages would bear little significance. Thus, upon choosing this battleground, Sunagakure was content to accept the terms. The white smoke obscured Uhyou's vision momentarily, but soon, his figure burst forth from the woods. The prominent Konoha squad indeed aligned with his prior expectations. as it was directly under the command of the Hokage. Positioned at the forefront of this elite unit, closest to the enemy, were speed-oriented ninjas like Uhyou. With remarkable velocity, they surged forth from the fog, their swift forms trailing elongated smoke lines, as they skillfully navigated through the shifting curtain of rain. By the time the enemy discerned their surroundings, the Konoha ninjas had already traversed half the distance. Uhyou's gaze scanned the area. His team followed closely behind him, flanked on either side by ninjas from different squads. Soon, his eyes were drawn to the diagonal front right, where he spotted the figure of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage himself. Approximately 50 meters away, it was precisely where he ought to be, and thus, he naturally occupied that position. With the Hokage leading the charge, Uhyou's squad was tasked with guarding his flanks. Countless ninjas surrounding them were similarly resolute, even willing to risk their lives. The Hokage, like an arrow, was visible to all Konoha ninjas, and it was his bold advance that infused the entire Konoha front with explosive energy. Once they commenced, they would not relent until either victory was achieved or they faced annihilation. However, contrary to Uhyou's initial assumptions, the Hokage, despite his bravery, did not plunge headlong into the Sand Ninjas' front line. Instead, he maneuvered towards the enemy's flank. This slight deviation in route caused Uhyou a moment of perplexity, but he quickly deduced that the Hokage was undoubtedly targeting the most critical objective. In this conflict, the primary distinction between Konoha and the Sand was Konoha's superior reconnaissance capabilities, primarily attributed to the Hyuga clan. The Hokage was surely accompanied by Byakugan users, enabling him to gather comprehensive intelligence on the enemy's formation. Even if the Sand could erect a shielding barrier, it could only protect specific vital points. It was impossible to cloak the entire front. Given that not all could be obscured, more intelligence could be extrapolated based on the Sand's formation. With an inherent advantage at hand, there was no reason not to leverage it. Hence, the Hokage's intentions extended beyond merely breaching the enemy lines. He aimed to penetrate directly into the enemy's heart. However, the question remained, could a decisive strike truly be achieved? Here it came. Despite the Hokage taking a few extra steps, for the ninjas sprinting with full force, this would not significantly delay them. Within Uhyou's line of sight, the faces of the enemy began to crystallize. Konoha ninjas and Sand ninjas were on the verge of collision. Preliminary assaults swiftly followed. Uhyou drew the short sword from his waist with one hand, parrying the shurikens hurled by the enemy while deftly casting a kunai towards them. This was merely a most elementary probe, and just as Uhyou prepared to form seals and employ ninjutsu, a searing fire style danced chaotically in the air directly before him, spreading forth and swiftly eliminating the advancing enemies in unison. Subsequently, Uhyou felt the ground beneath his feet rise rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself atop a semicircular elevated wall, the earth-style, earthen wall technique. The technique itself was fundamentally defensive, yet the scale of its application transformed the entire battlefield's terrain with such simplicity. Could this be the jutsu of the Hokage? Uhyou surmised it must be, and he wondered if he would soon witness the Hokage's ultimate multi-style technique. Engaging with a formidable technique upon their first encounter seemed quite apt for the present scenario. Sarutobi Hiruzen, undeterred, leaped from the pinnacle of the earthen wall with his direct troops, granting Konoha's forces a strategic high ground over the Sunigakure unit. Thereafter, wind, fire, water, and lightning styles, a plethora of intricate and dazzling area ninjutsu, cascaded down upon the enemies. Yet, just as the third Hokage charged forth before anyone else, his assault was the first to be unleashed, reaching the enemy with unparalleled swiftness, whether in ninjutsu, taijutsu, or the sheer volume and potency of chakra. Sarutobi Hiruzen showcased the full extent of his lethal prowess. He produced a scroll, unsealing it to summon a colossal shuriken, its diameter far surpassing that of an average human. He then hefted it upon his shoulder and hurled it down at the foes below. In swift succession, he completed the hand seals for the technique, Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. This was a signature technique of the third Hokage, and within an instant, countless massive shuriken filled the sky above the Sunigakure lines, a terrifying display that, from the enemy's perspective, was quite daunting. However, just as the majority of Sunigakure ninjas stood in bewilderment, a pitch-black iron cloud abruptly intercepted the airspace above their ranks, swiftly spreading out. Iron sand. Indeed, it was iron sand. Upon collision, the resounding clamor of metal striking metal reverberated through the air. Their defense held firm against this onslaught, which was truly remarkable. Nonetheless, the ranges of techniques differ, and the third Hokage's Shadow Shuriken offered a saturating assault. While the Iron Sand's defense could not possibly encompass every ninja. Consequently, as the Shuriken descended, they blossomed into a crimson spray. Although this Iron Sand effectively mitigated much of the Hokage's onslaught, it simultaneously indicated that Konoha had discerned the right location. The appearance of the ninja capable of manipulating Iron Sand suggested that Konoha's incursion point was likely at the very heart of the Sunigakure lines. Seizing the opportunity presented by the various aerial assaults, the Konoha ninjas commenced a full-scale infiltration into the Sunigakure formation, where the clashing of metal resounded and ninjutsu soared, igniting the chaos of battle. As Uhyou leaped forward, poised to penetrate the Sunigakure lines, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of something on the battlefield. He deftly tapped the precipice created by the earthen wall, propelled by inertia, and in a few strides, he found himself momentarily suspended in midair. At such a lofty vantage point, he could almost survey the entirety of the battlefield, thus reaffirming the situation he had just witnessed. "Uhyou, what is the matter?" Naranagisa inquired from behind him. The sudden halt of their captain caused the members of his squad to also come to an abrupt stop. "I'll be right back." Yet Uhyou paid no heed to his question. With swift precision, he formed hand seals, and soon his distinctive lightning release shimmered around him, propelling him forward with the speed of a thunderbolt as he abruptly vanished from sight, piercing directly into the enemy ranks. Goodness, what happened to maintaining formation? Was that stringent directive merely a farce? Startled by Uhyou's sudden actions, his 3 squad members were momentarily taken aback. They found themselves at a loss for words, unable to voice their concerns, as their captain had already surged ahead. Even as they struggled to keep up with Uhyou's fleeting form, they soon realized he was nearly impossible to track. The 3 of them focused intently on the battlefield below, with Qianqian and Gu already knocking their bows. "I found him." It was Qianqian who first spotted Uhyou. As her words echoed, she swiftly adjusted her aim and released an arrow. Amidst the enemy ranks, Uhyou's figure flickered with lightning as he weaved through foes. A particularly menacing adversary stood in his path, yet he did not falter, merely tilting his head slightly. A lightning-infused arrow appeared abruptly, soaring past him to strike the enemy squarely in the forehead. This was the support from his comrades, yet Uhyou did not glance back. He simply stepped over the fallen foe and plunged headlong into another fierce clash ahead. It was only here that his footsteps finally ceased. Shadows danced above, blades glinted all around, and the eerie presence of toxins wafted through the air, accompanied by the distinctive sounds of puppetry. Suddenly, an enemy with whom Uhyou had crossed paths appeared before him. "Long time no see, Monzaemon." "Oh, I remember you, the flame of Naruto from Konoha. I never expected to encounter you again." Initially taken aback by the sudden appearance of an enemy, Monzaemon paused, but upon recognizing Uhyou's face, he broke into a smile. He certainly remembered Uhyou. After all, he had not only failed to eliminate that squad of young Konoha ninjas, but had also been forced into a hasty retreat from the front lines. A significant reason for that failure was the prolonged engagement with this young ninja. Moreover, Monzaemon recalled Uhyou's distinctive hand-signing technique and the astonishing speed at which he unleashed jutsu. Thus, when engaging with this young man, he must not allow him too much time to form seals. Therefore, their exchange on the battlefield was brief. After all, they were adversaries, and there was little to discuss. With a flick of his arms, Monzaemon activated his prized creation, the Hunin of Kinshou, all 10 of whom charged directly at Uhyou. Yet, in the face of such an onslaught, Uhyou remained steadfast, showing no sign of retreat. Monzaemon's ability to recall his fabricated titles left Uhyou in awe of his memory. However, the puppeteer was oblivious to the fact that beneath each layer of Naruto's flames, the true titles held by the ninjas were merely referred to as the outcast thorn. Every technique possesses its own merits and flaws, and the art of puppetry is no exception. With a modest understanding of this combat style, one can profoundly grasp its inherent limitations. A puppet is merely a puppet, incapable of replacing those with flesh and blood, endowed with cognitive abilities and agile offensive maneuvers. Consider this. Why would the most gifted puppeteer in history create a puppet of the third Kazekage? Was it merely a fleeting whim? Furthermore, could the most formidable puppet fashioned from the corpse of the third Kazekage ever rival the Kazekage himself? The likelihood is nearly non-existent. The more Uhyou pondered, the more he perceived that the so-called puppetry merely manipulated exquisite toys. The heights a ninja can attain fundamentally hinge upon their innate talent. Conversely, A ninja who employs puppetry is not only constrained by their own abilities, but also by the narrow confines of the technique itself. The strongest puppeteer cannot ascend to become the strongest ninja. Old man, one cannot rely on their toys to function indefinitely. Nor can one expect them to perform as effectively as they did previously. Menzaemon's elite 10-man squad surged towards Uhyou with unparalleled speed. As they approached within striking distance, the fully armed puppets sprang into action. Spears, swords, poison needles, knives, hooks, and axes. The array of sharp blades threatened to reduce Uhyou to mere pulp in an instant. Facing life and death, Uhyou appeared unfazed. Just as the lethal weapons, tainted with deadly toxins, were about to pierce his skin, arcs of electricity surged from Uhyou, and the lightning chakra even coursed through the weapons extended by the puppets. In the blink of an eye, Uhyou spun and maneuvered, rapidly completing the hand seals in his grasp. Menzaemon could never have anticipated the transformation in Uhyou's combat style since their initial encounter. Perhaps at the beginning, Uhyou could only be regarded as a ninja who needed to maintain distance from his adversaries to unleash his ninjutsu. Despite his unique approach, his combat prowess was rather unremarkable. However, now, although his close-quarters combat techniques remained somewhat unrefined, his explosive speed was sufficient to mitigate those shortcomings to a degree. Menzaemon, being an old-school ninja, may have forgotten the monumental changes that could occur within a young ninja in a short span of time. Yet even if he were to recall those transformations now, it would hold little significance, for there would not be a third encounter between them. Uhyou inhaled sharply, then parted his lips, releasing a slender stream of water that flowed like a searing beam of light. Water release. Water, severing wave. It was not extravagant, but it was exceedingly lethal. This is one of the most representative and powerful water-style jutsu, known as the God of Water Escape, belonging to the second Hokage. It was also the so-called reward given to Uhyou by Sanshou upon his return to the village. The slender, high-pressure water stream slices through gold and breaks stone as effortlessly as a knife through butter, having once been struck head-on by this technique. And perhaps the only survivor of such an encounter, Uhyou's understanding of it is profoundly deep, an experience that begins with a sharp sting, transcending mere discomfort, evolving into pain that is far more than just pain. Of course, the same technique wields varying potency in different hands. No one can expect Uhyou to master it to the same degree as the second Hokage. Nevertheless, Water Disruption Wave remains Water Disruption Wave, more than adequate to address the current situation. The slender stream of water swept across all the puppets surrounding Uhyou, and after nearly completing a circle, the elite of Jinsong were severed at the waist. If these puppets could still be used, they would henceforth be limited to the ranks of the 20 of Jinsong. Mizukawa's chakra line suddenly slackened. Strangely, rather than lamenting the sudden destruction of his puppets, his mind was preoccupied with a different question. Who would teach such a high-level jutsu to a young ninja? Water Disruption Wave was a technique bestowed by Sanshou to ensure Uhyou's survival. And what does it mean to possess a technique for survival? It is self-evident. It must be an S-rank, ultra-advanced jutsu. Furthermore, in terms of lethality, it possesses the capacity to kill rather than merely injure. It is also the technique Uhyou previously expressed a desire to test on the battlefield. With all the puppets destroyed, the puppeteer stands before an open gateway. How formidable could Mizukawa's taijutsu combat ability be? Perhaps different puppeteers have varied capabilities, but when confronted by a ninja like Uhyou, who employs lightning-style ninjutsu and taijutsu, even those puppeteers with significant physical prowess may find it challenging to unleash their full potential. Uhyou radiated with blue lightning, his form transforming into a swirling stream of light, vanishing from the position where he had just been besieged by puppets, only to reappear abruptly before Mizukawa, gripping his sword in his left hand. He swung it in a gleaming arc down towards Mizukawa's shoulder, though Mizukawa's gaze could hardly keep up with Uhyou's movements. His decades of combat experience prompted him to instinctively raise an arm in defense. Clang! Uhyou's short sword struck his arm, producing a sound entirely unlike that of a blade meeting flesh, as the sword failed to penetrate. Instead, the tremendous recoil caused Uhyou's arm to be forced upwards, throwing off the balance of half his body. However, Mizukawa did not revel in this moment of defense. Even against the off-balance Uhyou, he found no opportunity for a counterattack. The nature of a ninja's battle is not a turn-based game. He could now see the flickering lightning on Uhyou's right hand, poised for a lethal strike. Well done, young man, Mizukawa remarked. For an aged ninja, Meeting death at the hands of a promising young adversary may serve as a bittersweet solace, signifying that he remained a warrior until his final breath. Unlike ordinary individuals, the manner of a ninja's demise assumes profound significance, as they exist in a perpetual dance with mortality. With a casual demeanor, Uhyou extended his right palm, channeling the stored lightning release that swiftly transformed into a blade of radiant energy. It pierced the heart of his opponent before slicing through the chest cavity as his arm ascended, ultimately emerging from the shoulder. This act was not born of cruelty. Rather, a puppeteer often manipulates their own form, and Uhyou needed to ensure that Monzaemon would perish with this strike. He lifted his arm high, the blade of lightning striking towards the heavens. This was the second technique he had executed without necessity, yet felt compelled to test. Lightning release. Uhyou. The suddenness of this occurrence rendered a corner of the battlefield seemingly suspended in time. Monzaemon, along with his iconic puppet, the Ten of Kinkaku, was a renowned figure among both the Sand and Leaf ninjas. The former awaited the hero of their village to make his mark on the battlefield, while the latter remained vigilant against this formidable and ruthless foe. Yet, no one anticipated that he would fall to such a young Leaf ninja. At that moment, all eyes on the battlefield, friend and foe alike, converged upon Uhyou. However, he appeared oblivious to the gravity of his actions, as the intense lightning aura gradually dissipated until it returned to its original subtlety. The cacophony of the battlefield rekindled the shock-stricken ninjas from both sides, and the brief pause in combat reignited once more. The fight must persist, regardless of who was missing. Yet, unlike before, Uhyou did not charge recklessly into the fray. Instead, he retreated, rejoining the ranks of his comrades. A swift strike might have proved a prudent strategy, catching the enemy off guard, but with their heightened awareness of his presence, further audacity would be folly. Thus, Uhyou concealed himself once more, biding his time to orchestrate another thunderous assault. Seeking glory on the battlefield was never his intent. Rather, it was merely a byproduct of achieving his objectives. Uhyou, you pushed too far ahead. Our team has become completely disconnected. Nara Nagisa admonished him with a warning tone. As Uhyou withdrew, his squad members finally caught up, regrouping at his side. They believed his reckless advance stemmed from an emotional response to his previous grievances with Monzaemon. Yet the truth was far from that. Even after vanquishing Monzaemon, Uhyou remained remarkably composed. Even as the other members of the squad were astounded by his ability to vanquish Monzaemon, Uhyou remained remarkably composed, as if he had failed to grasp the profound significance of a lower-ranked ninja defeating Monzaemon. I apologize. I merely happened to see him and felt that this time I could succeed, so I acted, Uhyou expressed to his comrades, his demeanor imbued with a promise not to repeat such an act. However, it was likely that trust in his words would not easily be restored among the squad. He had been the one to maintain their formation, yet he was also the first to disrupt it. The three squad members exchanged glances, recognizing the sincerity in Uhyou's explanation regarding his assault on Monzaemon. In truth, there was no animosity between Uhyou and Monzaemon. Their conflict stemmed solely from their respective positions within their village. It was precisely this detachment that allowed Uhyou to approach the confrontation with a tranquil mind. Yet, this candid honesty rendered his sentiments almost incomprehensible. Who could elucidate what it meant to feel capable of killing and then simply act upon that impulse? In that moment, even Renjiro had begun to formulate a narrative for future generations. Back in my youth, I had a ninja friend. Do you know how he mastered ninjutsu and entered the battlefield? His descendants would undoubtedly prefer not to know, highlighting the shock that enveloped this ancestor. Uhyou, the ninjutsu you just employed. Before Naranagi could voice his inquiry, Uhyou interjected, yes, it was the jutsu I mentioned wanting to experiment with before the battle. It seems to have achieved its intended effect. It possesses considerable power. However, it is best not to place too much reliance on it, as the technique is exceedingly taxing on chakra and its execution is rather challenging. At my current level, I cannot wield it proficiently. Uhyou feared that his comrades, having witnessed the might of Swedambo, might become overly dependent on this technique in dire situations. Thus he had to temper their expectations. It is an advanced water release ninjutsu. One cannot expect me to produce it as effortlessly as spitting. Understood. Naranagi nodded promptly upon hearing Uhyou's explanation. High-level, powerful ninjutsu invariably comes with corresponding risks. One cannot anticipate its reliable use in routine circumstances. This simple truth was clear to any ninja. Satisfied that his comrades comprehended this, Uhyou nodded. And once the squad had re-established their formation, he continued, "Let us maintain our position on the front line, remain vigilant for the Hokage's movements, and be prepared to provide support at a moment's notice. Rest assured, I am constantly monitoring that area. The Hokage's movements will not escape my notice," Renjiro assured them. Uhyou cast a glance at him, almost forgetting that he was the reconnaissance ninja of the squad, though his phrasing seemed somewhat peculiar, not quite befitting the role of a scout. Just as Uhyou was preparing to articulate his thoughts, a series of mournful wails from the ninjas ahead pierced the air, and simultaneously, the surrounding stench of blood intensified to an unbearable degree. The Konoha ninjas pressed forward, clearing the obstruction from Uhyou's line of sight. It was then that Uhyou beheld the very puppets from the Jinmatsu 10, which he had just dismantled, now soaring through the air once more. Despite many of them being severely damaged and only capable of limited movement, their lethality remained undiminished. The ludicrous thought struck Uhyou: was Monzoman still alive? Even after his upper body had been cleaved by lightning and his heart pierced? He swiftly dismissed this notion. Following the trail of the damaged puppets, Uhyou's gaze fell upon a trio from Sunigakure. One of them was clearly manipulating the puppets. This small team, consisting of 2 men and a woman, bore a resemblance that suggested a sibling connection. They appeared to be in their 20s. The broken Jinmatsu 10 were likely under the control of the female ninja. The remaining member of their team was considerably younger, feigning readiness with outstretched hands, as if poised to command something. In the words of Sanshao, this enemy ninja was likely around Uhyou's age. Uhyou's eyes descended, and indeed, he noticed a layer of finely granulated iron sand at the trio's feet. Though he could not deduce their identities from appearance alone, instinct and these characteristics led Uhyou to surmise that they were likely composed of Chiyo, Izo, and an unnamed future Kazekage from Sunigakure. Amidst the throng of adversary and ally ninjas, Uhyou locked eyes with Chiyo. Their gazes met, devoid of any warmth. Only the chilling aura of impending death radiated between them. Could he kill? Nara whispered from behind Uhyou. It was precarious. In truth, Uhyou wanted to express that they stood no chance. If his assumptions regarding their identities were correct, this trio constituted the most formidable combat unit from Sunigakure. Izo's situation remained unclear, but while Chiyo's poison was treacherous yet manageable, Uhyou held no confidence against the magnetic jutsu of the third Kazekage. As Uhyou pondered how to confront the enemy, he noticed the youthful adversary stretch out his arm towards them, then suddenly clench his fist. This was dire, Uhyou exclaimed. But it was too late. At that moment, a dark curtain surged from the ground beneath them, unfurling like a carnivorous flower, intent on enveloping Uhyou's team. The magnetic jutsu had the power to pulverize flesh and bone. While Uhyou's speed might afford him the possibility of escape, his teammates found themselves in a perilous predicament. Uhyou yanked Chien and Chien closer to him. In such a moment, there was no room for hesitation. Saving even one person was paramount. However, just as the iron wall formed by magnetic repulsion was about to crush down, an even larger and swifter steel staff, imbued with immense power, swept through the air, shattering the magnetic force into fragments. The ape demon, the creature of the third Hokage? To be precise, that iron staff was the golden staff transformed from the third Hokage's summoning beast, the ape demon. At this moment, it was the Hokage who saved Uhyou and his companions. While Uhyou's team could not withstand the sand-hidden ninja squad, the third Hokage, on the other hand, could certainly contend with them. Although it would be an exaggeration to claim that defeating such adversaries was trivial for the third Hokage, it could be considered a moderate challenge, albeit a formidable one. Oh, so it is Uhyou. The third Hokage swung the weapon in his hand mid-air, directly interrupting the enemy's offensive. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the ones he had just rescued were indeed Uhyou's team, where Uhyou was currently hoisting Chihiro onto his shoulder. Following this, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his gaze toward the opposing sand ninjas, a troublesome lot indeed. The Hokage descended from the sky, positioning himself between the Leaf squad and their adversaries from the sand, transforming the colossal iron pillar into a stout iron staff. After extending it to an appropriate length, he swung it forward with vigor, the blunt instrument forcing the enemies before him to retreat. The weapon wielded by the third Hokage was one that most would not dare to use without proper authorization. The support from the Hokage? How did he arrive at this position? Witnessing Sarutobi Hiruzen descending from above, Uhyou felt a tinge of surprise. It must be a shadow clone, he conjectured. The previously confident Renjiro, who claimed to have kept track of the third Hokage's whereabouts, now spoke with a tone of uncertainty, indicating that his judgment may not be reliable. However, regardless of whether it was a clone or not, the combat prowess demonstrated by the third Hokage was indisputable. After slightly pushing the enemies back, he formed hand seals and executed his ninjutsu, Earth Release, Earth Flow River. Next, he followed with Earth Release, Earth Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. First, he softened the ground, transforming the enemy's foothold into a quagmire, thereby restricting their movements, and then unleashed a barrage of flame projectiles. Under such a combination, ordinary ninjas had little capacity to resist. However, after the third Hokage unleashed these techniques in succession, his figure vanished as if he had dissipated into thin air, confirming Renjiro's earlier assertion that this supporting Hokage was indeed merely a shadow clone. Was this clone called back, or had it simply exhausted its chakra? Just as Uhyou pondered the unfolding situation, an abrupt commotion erupted on the other side of the Leaf's front line. The noise so overwhelming that it drowned out all other sounds on the battlefield. It originated from the direction where the Hokage had been. The suddenness of this noise compelled Uhyou to pay heed. Let us move. Without hesitation, Uhyou led his team swiftly toward the source of the sound. Feeling a pang of concern that perhaps something had gone awry with the third Hokage's true self. However, it did not take long for Uhyou to realize that his concerns were somewhat unfounded. The clamor had not yet subsided when the distant shouts of the Leaf Ninja began to filter through. He halted in his tracks, furrowing his brow as he strained to listen, but the cacophony rendered the precise words indecipherable. What were they shouting? Uhyou turned to his comrades and inquired. For the frantic cries of ninjas on the battlefield constituted an extraordinary occurrence. It seemed they were chanting victory. Qianqian and Zai meticulously sifted through the tumultuous sounds, eventually providing an answer to Uhyou's question. Is it our people calling out? It should be, right? It sounds like the Leaf Ninja. Yet, amid the chaos of the battlefield, no one could assert this with certainty. Nevertheless, it was soon confirmed, as the volume and unity of their shouts intensified. What transpired over there was beyond Uhyou's immediate discernment. But the escalating fervor of the Leaf Ninja brought him a measure of reassurance. Such an event, which bolstered the morale and spirit of their ranks, was likely advantageous for the Leaf. Thus, Uhyou hesitated no longer. He urged his teammates towards the heart of the uproar. Upon their arrival, they were met with a peculiar sight. Although a multitude of Leaf and Sand Ninja were concentrated in this area, they merely faced each other in a standoff, without engaging in combat. The only confrontation taking place was between the third Hokage and another adversary. Is that the Wind Shadow? Uhyou questioned his team members. From the enemy's appearance and physical traits, he could not distinguish whether it was indeed the Wind Shadow, for throughout the ages, none of the Wind Shadows had left a lasting impression. In Uhyou's recollection, the narrative of this world devoted scant attention to the Wind Shadow, and historically, the successive Wind Shadows bore no remarkable external characteristics. Nevertheless, it stood to reason that a figure capable of contending with the Hokage would indeed be the Wind Shadow. As anticipated, Nara nodded affirmatively, confirming, it is the second Wind Shadow. The third Hokage was engaged in a one-on-one duel with the second Wind Shadow. This was certainly not a pursuit of a fair duel. After all, this was a battlefield, and no one would indulge in such frivolity. Yet, as the Hokage and Wind Shadow clashed, perhaps due to the general ninjas being unable to intervene in a contest between two elite powers, the scene gradually evolved into a singular battle. Once this delicate balance was established, it became nearly impossible to disrupt. Both Leaf and Sand Ninja, though deeply anxious to assist their leaders, found themselves ensnared in mutual vigilance, rendering any rash moves perilous. They were torn between the urgency of safeguarding their leaders and the necessity of maintaining their standoff, which bred considerable agitation among both factions. The cheers of the Leaf Ninja erupted because the third Hokage had seized the initiative in the unfolding drama. In terms of physical appearance, the second Wind Shadow does not appear aged, yet he has undoubtedly surpassed his prime. In contrast, the third Fire Shadow seems remarkably youthful. At this moment, the Fire Shadow has indeed gained the upper hand. The battleground is strewn with remnants of various ninjutsu and elemental techniques, swamps of water, blazing flames, and dazzling lightning. To name a few, the title of Fire Shadow may not aptly suit Sarutobi Hiruzen. He could more fittingly be regarded as a grand elementalist. Observing the spectacular effects he conjures, one might even imagine him declaring, "In the name of the moon, I shall vanquish you," perfectly aligning with his distant yet formidable aura. However, in reality, Sarutobi stands with his hair and beard tousled, exuding fierce combat intent as he subdues the old-school shadow-level powerhouse, who shares his generation. At this juncture, it is undeniable on this battlefield that, in terms of sheer strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen has proven himself a worthy successor to the second Fire Shadow. The third Fire Shadow stands resolutely, while the second Wind Shadow is crouched, gasping for breath, one hand pressed against his thigh, where a kunai is embedded. Blood flows steadily from the wound. Will the future world be a stage for the younger generation? Yet, an old fellow like me is not inclined to exit so gracefully. As he muses this, the second Wind Shadow extracts the kunai from his leg with a metallic clang, casting it aside. However, as he attempts to rise, he finds his body unresponsive, rooted in place. His gaze falls, revealing dark marks spreading from his leg. Is this a binding technique? In an instant, he comprehends that his act of withdrawing the kunai has triggered some form of restraint. The third Fire Shadow inhales deeply and proclaims, Wind Shadow. My recent battle was not merely a circular conflict. It is time for this war to end, and your demise will serve as a pivotal step toward peace. At this moment, the Sand Village ninjas notice the Wind Shadow's distress and can no longer restrain themselves. They rush toward the battlefield to rescue their entangled leader. Yet, it is too late, for the third Fire Shadow is poised to present a grand farewell to his comrade and predecessor. For shadow clones appear simultaneously at Sarutobi Hiruzen's sides, and together they unleash a formidable, ultimate composite ninjutsu. This is the unique technique that Uhyou has longed to witness since the battle began. 5 elements, 5 great barges, explosive flames, torrential waves, thundering storms, gusting winds, and earthen tides. The unimaginable power and vast range of this ninjutsu instantly enveloped the enemies before them, including the second Wind Shadow at the forefront and the Sand Village ninjas rushing in for a rescue. Witnessing this stunning spectacle, Uhyou cannot help but murmur softly, inaudible to others. Curious, Qianqian leans closer to hear, catching Uhyou's whispered words. No harm amidst the smoke. No harm amidst the smoke. The words elicited a roll of the eyes from Qianqian and Uhyou. The battlefield ahead had already been swept away by a tempest of raging energy, and the aftermath appeared remarkably unscathed. Could those who were scorched or carbonized truly be considered wounded? In the fierce clash between shadows, only one remained. Henceforth, the ninjas of Konoha needed no external commands to dictate their actions. Victory! Attack! Countless Konoha ninjas surged past the third Hokage, propelled by boundless courage and fervent bloodlust, charging once more towards the Sand Village's lines. Conversely, the Sand ninjas, having witnessed the death of their Kazekage, may not have been entirely demoralized. Yet their fighting spirit had significantly waned. The Kazekage has fallen. Our second Kazekage has perished. The Sand Village's ranks began to falter. Although the demise of the Kazekage would not lead to an immediate collapse of their command structure, the shock of losing their supreme leader was a blow that could not be easily assuaged. The second Kazekage had been a stalwart figure for many years. His esteemed reputation now rendered his loss all the more devastating. Other high-ranking Sand officials attempted to regain control of the situation. Under different circumstances, such a feat might have been achievable. However, with the Konoha ninjas advancing, it was clear that they would not squander this opportunity to press the attack. Thus, the battle raged on, increasingly lopsided and brutal. The gentle rain in the sky finally transformed into a torrential downpour, washing away the bloodstains from the earth. Though the fighting would persist, the outcome of this conflict had been sealed the moment the second Kazekage fell. Hokage-sama, we must, yes, continue the pursuit. We must aim to inflict further casualties upon the Sand's remaining forces in the Land of Rivers, but do so cautiously. Avoid any reckless incursions into the Land of Wind to prevent the Sand from mounting a desperate counterattack. The third Hokage spoke to the messenger ninjas at his side. His directives reasonable and prudent. Konoha had already achieved sufficient victories. There was no need to incur unnecessary losses out of insatiable greed. One matter weighed heavily on Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. At least in this battle, the Sand had not deployed the one-tail, Shikaku. The third Hokage was not indecisive. Through this victory, Konoha could render the Sand incapable of invading the Fire Country for the foreseeable future. Yet, he could not expect that such a triumph would lead directly to the annihilation of the Sand Village. Such a feat was unattainable. A great ninja village could not be extinguished so easily, he reflected, shaking his head. He gazed up at the overcast sky, even having vanquished the second Kazekage. He felt it was not a commendable achievement. Were the first Hokage to lead this war, there would be no need to deliberate over such trivial matters. Assembling forces? Preparing logistics? Focusing on medical care? If the first Hokage himself were to set foot on the border, all these issues would be resolved effortlessly. Tailed beasts, what were they? Could they be consumed? Were they even palatable? Compared to my predecessors, I find myself still lacking in many aspects, mused the third Hokage. While victory is undoubtedly a source of joy, the act of combat ultimately leaves one feeling hollow. It is indeed a folly of Sarutobi Hiruzen himself to engage in such futile comparisons. As a living being, he ought to refrain from measuring himself against the past, for it only invites discontent. From morning until dusk, following the sacrifice of the second Kazekage, the Sand Village found itself unable to withstand the overwhelming onslaught of Konoha's ninja. After enduring for most of the day, they finally sought to withdraw from the battlefield. Initially, the retreat was somewhat orderly, but upon Konoha's realization of their intention, they pressed forward with renewed vigor, leading to a swift collapse of the sand forces. On one side stood the emboldened and well-organized ninjas of Konoha, while on the other, the retreating enemies were in disarray. The ensuing skirmish could hardly be deemed a battle. It was a one-sided massacre. The conflict unfolded within the borders of the Land of Rivers, a narrow country that stretches from north to south and constricts from east to west. Thus, the battlefield was not far from the Wind Country's border. Yet, that seemingly short distance became an insurmountable barrier for many sand ninjas, who, despite being so close to their homeland, could never return. Konoha's assault was relentless and ferocious. And soon, Yuma's team found themselves embroiled in the fray. As day turned to night, and 3 days passed, the few sand ninjas capable of fleeing had returned to the Wind Country, while those remaining within the Land of Rivers faced near total annihilation. It was at this juncture that the Hokage finally declared the victory and conclusion of this campaign. In this conflict, Konoha deployed 6,000 ninjas, while the overall number of ninjas from the Sand Village was comparable. However, subsequent assessments revealed that their losses, including that of their supreme leader, the Kazekage, amounted to nearly half of their forces. This stark statistic indicated that the Sand Village had suffered grievously and would be unable to mount a counteroffensive in the near future. They would also have to contend with the possibility of incursions from both Konoha and Iwagakure into the Wind Country. The arid terrain of the Wind Country, where one could taste the sand with every step, might not concern the bountiful Land of Fire, home to Konoha. However, Iwagakure would not be so indifferent. In the initial phases of combat, the exchanges between Konoha and the Sand Village were relatively balanced. The Ninja World War had raged for several years, and at this point, the average individual prowess of ninjas from each village had converged. Most of Konoha's achievements occurred during the subsequent pursuit, culminating in a final tally where Konoha's losses were merely 1/5 of those suffered by the Sand Village. Undeniably, this was a resounding victory, albeit at the cost of intense, continuous battles that left many Konoha ninjas utterly exhausted. 3 days later, Yuma, weary and disheveled, sprawled beneath a tree, indifferent to the damp earth and puddles below. At that moment, Rinjiro approached him with a broad grin, a look of mystery upon his face as he exclaimed, "Captain, did you know? Your thunderous defeat of the Sand's Manzawamitsu has already led some on the front lines to sing your praises." Yuzuru cast a sidelong glance at the individual, pondering why he felt utterly exhausted while the other appeared so invigorated. He was indifferent to titles. However, he felt compelled to consider his teammates' feelings. Thus, he slightly lifted his eyelids and inquired, "Oh, what title?" In general, despite having once referred to himself as the Flame of Naraku, possessing a title was not necessarily advantageous. It would attract the attention of the enemy's intelligence apparatus, leading to the collection of pertinent information and prioritization for elimination on the battlefield. Yet, for certain ninjas, being assigned a title was an unavoidable reality, independent of their personal desires. Renjuro, not one to keep secrets, readily replied, "They call you Reverse Feather." Yuzuru abruptly opened his eyes, instantly rejuvenated, and exclaimed in exasperation, "Who is the fool spreading such nonsensical rumors?" His agitation stemmed not from the title making him sound like a Vastea, but rather from its implication of him resembling a traitor ninja. In ancient times, there was a general who commanded an army and was tasked with invading enemy territory. He achieved numerous victories along the way, conquering countless cities, until, weary and beleaguered, they finally reached the enemy's capital. Yet, Having ventured deep into hostile lands, they found themselves ensnared in a vast net of siege as they arrived at the city walls. Retreat was not an option. To withdraw would mean a plunge into an abyss. The general's sole choice was to launch a desperate assault on the city in hopes of securing a slender chance of survival. The siege was undoubtedly brutal, and soon, the general's forces were decimated. Ultimately, the general himself had to don armor and personally lead the charge, following the last siege tower to the city gates. As he cast aside his armor and sword, standing beside the siege tower and urging his soldiers onward, he found himself at the precipice of life and death. With every ounce of strength, he rallied the troops, shouting, "Push, push." Yet, the soldiers had already lost their will to fight. They yearned to retreat and return home. At that moment, the general's deputy remarked, "General, perhaps we should withdraw." "Yes, you're right. We should collect as well." The deputy's face darkened as he thought to himself, "We can no longer contend with the enemy, General. Surely you do not wish to receive a reward. That would be rather shameless." "General, indeed, one must retain some dignity. Let us expedite the recommendations and collections." Once, there was a ninja who fought valiantly in battle, bravely slaying foes. Countless adversaries and allies witnessed his prowess, leading to accolades bestowed upon him, and his renown spread like wildfire. Subsequently, the ninja felt a swell of pride, as if the position of Hokage awaited him in the future. However, in the next encounter, he was mercilessly beaten to death by a horde of enemies who had set their sights on him, meeting a fate akin to those he had previously vanquished. Such tales are all too common among ninjas, and at this moment, Yuzuru felt as though that doomed future was beckoning him. Nevertheless, at the very least, his mentality remains unblemished. Overcoming the aging ninja, Manzawa, does not lead him to indulge in arrogance. The predicament that Uhyou now faces bears resemblance to that of the third Hokage, even though they have vanquished foes of considerable worth. They do not regard this as a remarkable achievement, for they comprehend how truly formidable individuals engage in genuinely extraordinary endeavors. In a certain sense, this reflects the notion that once one has traversed the vast ocean, one cannot be easily swayed by mere water. At this juncture, having witnessed the valiant battle of Sarutobi Hiruzen against the second Kazekage, the trust and admiration of the Konoha ninjas towards the new Hokage have ascended to unprecedented heights. Yet, would the Hokage himself take pride in the ability to slay the second Kazekage? He would not, for his mind remains lucid. The opinions of others are merely that, opinions. External voices are insufficient to instigate significant changes in those who possess a clear sense of self-awareness. If Sarutobi feels this way, then Uhyou, who cannot even be compared to the former Hokage, finds himself in a position that pales in comparison even when measured against the Sand Village's magnetic release ninjas. Currently, Uhyou does not stand out among his peers. Thus, he would not engage in the folly of comparing himself to those who have achieved greater heights. Of course, while Uhyou can maintain a calm and objective perspective on the events unfolding around him, keeping one's composure is one matter, and harboring emotions is another. Should he discover who first spread the embellished tales of his titles, he would undoubtedly seek to deliver a severe beating to that individual, utilizing a frenzied lightning release technique. With a speed so extraordinary that it eludes the grasp of ordinary individuals, he executed invincible maneuvers akin to blades of light. First swiftly dismantling the elite 10 of the Konoha, and then effortlessly assassinating the sand ninja, Manzawa. This striking figure of defiance firmly etched itself in the memories of the Konoha ninjas present at that moment, leaving an indelible impression. Renjiro continued to elucidate to Uhyou the origins of the title Reverse Feather. "I was clearly employing lightning release, and everyone witnessed it. Why is it that they do not call me Furious Heart, but instead refer to me as Reverse Feather? Frankly, the term reverse feels somewhat unsavory. It gives the impression of a rogue ninja." Uhyou expressed with a hint of grievance. Objectively speaking, his complaint holds merit. After all, he employs techniques of the lightning god, so why should he not be dubbed Furious Heart? From a conspiratorial viewpoint, Uhyou might even ponder whether someone is deliberately steering public opinion about him in an unfavorable direction. Upon reflection, according to Renjiro's explanation, the reverse in Reverse Feather does indeed have origins, but what about Uhyou? How could the Konoha ninjas identify the assassin of Manzawa as Uhyou? It is implausible that many Konoha ninjas could recognize his unfamiliar face, let alone accurately name him. However, in that moment, Uhyou did not dwell on such thoughts. The fatigue from consecutive battles momentarily dulled his mental acuity, rendering his grievances mere expressions of discontent. Uhyou's reaction left Renjiro somewhat awkward. Should not a ninja who has made a name for himself feel elated? Captain, are you dissatisfied with your title? Not really, Koharu remarked. I mean, this is hardly a matter of significance. I've had ample rest. Let us proceed with our work. Overall, he did not place much importance on what Renjiro was currently explaining to him. Even if it sounded like treachery, Koharu was not truly a traitor. Surely, the village would not harbor doubts about him over mere idle gossip. The third Hokage was not idly concerned with such trivialities. The grand battle between the two villages had concluded, and the large-scale formations established during combat had been disbanded. Koharu's team was no longer tasked with accompanying the Hokage's actions. If one were to inquire about the Hokage's whereabouts on the battlefield, Koharu would be at a loss. However, the end of the battle did not imply that ninjas like Koharu could completely relax. Temporary rest was permissible, yet they could not be permitted to act freely. At the very least, the ninjas of Konoha were responsible for clearing the battlefield, a privilege reserved for the victors. Koharu, raise your arm, said Chikage as she approached Koharu, bending down to gesture for him to lift his arm. Thank you, he replied, glancing at the bandages in her hand before raising one arm and rolling up his sleeve. In the chaos of battle, no one could escape unscathed. It mattered not how swift one's techniques were. Chaos was chaos. Consequently, Koharu bore a few injuries, though they were merely superficial wounds inflicted by projectiles and were not severe. Chikage meticulously tended to the wounds on his arm, wrapping them in clean gauze. Although she was not a medical ninja, her feminine sensibilities lent her a delicate touch, and her emergency treatment was commendable. The medical ninjas should have been redeployed by now. I hope the severely injured receive timely and effective care, Chikage said, noticing Koharu's gaze fixated upon her hands, focused solely on her bandaging. Assuming he was concerned about the medical ninjas, she spoke up. Yes, I hope so too. There's no need for excessive worry, as the victors. Konoha possesses the capability for prompt damage control, Koharu replied, following her train of thought. Though he had not been contemplating that matter, he had merely been momentarily distracted. Nonetheless, he did believe that Konoha had likely reassigned the frontline medical units that had been temporarily withdrawn. After assisting one another and attending to their injuries, the team members began to clear the battlefield according to higher-ups' directives. Countless teams were engaged in similar tasks, with their primary objectives being to search for survivors from Konoha, to eliminate the enemy combatants who, though not yet deceased, were barely clinging to life, to recover the bodies of their fallen comrades, and, for reasons of environmental protection and disease prevention, to incinerate and bury the enemy corpses. Though it sounded straightforward, it was far from a simple task, primarily due to the sheer volume of work involved. Although the initial battlefield for both sides was set upon the flat plains, as the Sand Village's forces began to disperse and the pursuit commenced, the enemy retreated into the complex terrains of the mountainous forests. Therefore, in the aftermath of the battle, the ninjas of Konohagakure found themselves tasked with searching vast expanses of obscure corners, uncertain of where they might discover either living or deceased foes, or even their own comrades. Johanna, over here. After the Johanna team resumed their activities in the woodland, Nara Nagisa swiftly discerned a peculiar situation ahead and called out to Johanna. Johanna hurried forward, and what greeted his eyes was a sand ninja, barely in his pre-adolescence, lying under a tree and emitting pain moans, with all four limbs severed. Nara quickly assessed the situation. There is no value in capturing him, Renjiro added. A ninja of such tender age is merely a consumable on the battlefield, devoid of any potential for intelligence extraction. Johanna nodded in agreement, approached the wounded enemy, squatted beside him, and covered the boy's mouth and nose, stating, I am sorry, but a painless death is the greatest mercy we, as executioners, can offer you. Thereafter, he drew a kunai, deftly inserting it into the boy's throat. With that motion, the young life's lament and the life itself faded into oblivion. In the recent large-scale confrontation between Konohagakure and Sunagakure, the most intense and fierce clashes lasted merely half a day, followed by 3 days of pursuit, during which Konohagakure achieved its most significant victories. The subsequent battlefield cleanup, however, continued intermittently for half a month before it was fully declared concluded. For Konohagakure, the paramount significance of this battle lay not in their victory over Sunagakure, but rather in their considerable ability to extricate themselves from the fervent turmoil of the Great Ninja War. Konohagakure had previously established an alliance with Kumogakure, and now, having severely weakened Sunagakure, They faced little direct threat from Kumogakure due to the extended front lines of Kumogakure. As for Kumogakure, they had not yet engaged in direct battle with Konohagakure during this great ninja war, indicating that despite mutual vigilance, both sides maintained a precarious peace. Furthermore, even if the end of the Great Ninja War remains a distant prospect, at the very least, Konohagakure could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Following this conflict, the likelihood of another large-scale engagement for Konohagakure in this war had diminished significantly, barring any breach of the alliance by Kumogakure. Konohagakure had dispelled the despondency wrought by the death of the second Hokage, and even if minor skirmishes with other villages were to occur thereafter, emboldened by newfound confidence and momentum, the ninjas of Konohagakure would be able to endure. In the First Great Ninja War, Konohagakure had at least secured the assurance of their invincibility. The victory in the battle also conferred significant advantages upon the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Firstly, his triumph over the second Kazekage, which resulted in the latter's demise, swiftly elevated his reputation and authority. Although some may still refer to him as young, such remarks now carry a tone of reverence rather than skepticism. It is believed that in the near future, the title of acting Hokage will be stripped away. The turbulence following Uchiha Kagami's death will be swiftly quelled in light of this resounding victory, and the various clans of Konoha will once again unite, pooling their strength beneath the banner of the new Hokage. While it is fundamentally true that all of this was established by the second Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen's performance as a hasty successor deserves commendation. Military achievements are the swiftest means to silence dissenting voices, and the current circumstances are inextricably linked to Hiruzen's own valorous efforts. Setting aside personal bravery, it is his resolute decision to strike against Sunagakure amidst uncertainty and wavering from the Uchiha that merits recognition for a Hokage. Unlike ordinary ninjas like Uchiha who hold little regard for titles, the role of Hokage necessitates a formidable reputation. If the restoration of the alliance with Kumogakure can be deemed a legacy of the second Hokage, then the orchestration of a large-scale offensive against Sunagakure is undoubtedly a victory earned by the third Hokage, thus he is deserving of acknowledgement. Conversely, for Sunagakure, the repercussions of the battle are akin to an unbearable weight of existence. Following this conflict, they can no longer launch significant offensives against Konoha and must adopt a comprehensive defensive strategy, especially in light of their loss of the second Kazekage. Were Uchiha to comment, he might say, "The village leader dies daily, today at my doorstep. The second Hokage, the second Raikage, and the second Kazekage have all perished in this ninja world war. Although the second Tsuchikage and the second Mizukage remain alive, their longevity appears uncertain." In Uchiha's memory, both the second Mizukage and Tsuchikage perished together during this conflict. However, upon securing victory in this battle, the third Hokage did not advance into the Land of Wind with the momentum of triumph. Instead, his first post-battle command was to divide Konoha's frontline ninjas, returning 3,000 to the village for rest, an amount that coincidentally matched the number of ninjas lost by Sunagakure in this battle. This implies that even with Konoha's frontline strength halved, they can still maintain parity with Sunagakure. Although this decision may appear somewhat hesitant, it is, in fact, a necessity imposed by reality. A significant portion of Konoha's frontline ninjas had been engaged for an extended period, leaving them physically and mentally exhausted. They had reached a point where rest was imperative. Not all ninjas are like Uchiha, who had just recently deployed to the front lines. Many had not returned to the village since the commencement of the Ninja World War. In a sense, allowing ninjas to recuperate is a strategic move aimed at achieving longer-term and sustained combat capability, reflecting a vision that extends beyond the immediate horizon. Simultaneously, the act of withdrawing troops serves as a signal from the Hokage to Sunagakure, indicating a disinterest in the invasion of the Land of Wind. As long as the latter refrains from further provocations, we are content to maintain our silence. If the current rulers of Sunagakure possess even a modicum of political acumen, they would undoubtedly welcome this state of affairs. Following the loss of the second Kazekage, internal turmoil is inevitable in all villages. Kumogakure relies on Konohagakure to stabilize its unrest, while Konohagakure looks to Sunagakure for the same. As for Sunagakure, regardless of their dependencies, they must prioritize resolving internal issues, at the very least by determining the successor to the new Kazekage. At this juncture in the war, irrespective of the initial aspirations of each village when hostilities commenced, it is evident that their plans have all but unraveled. No one can dictate the course of a world war, the once ambitious dreams have now dissipated into the ether. Yet, despite the fading hope of realizing their original objectives, the war must continue, as all parties are now engaged in combat merely for the sake of combat. From a broader, more historical perspective, the significance of the First Shinobi World War is profound. Although the myriad intentions behind its initiation were ultimately unfulfilled, the consequences it wrought were monumental. This conflict irrevocably delineated two distinct eras. Throughout the course of the First Shinobi World War, the remnants of the Warring States period vanished, and the system of ninja villages was firmly established. All second Hokages emerging from the tumultuous era met their demise on the battlefield, while the new leaders of the villages were nurtured within the framework of the ninja villages. Even those who experienced the chaos of war bore the indelible marks of the village system, far overshadowing the previous era. As the older generation of shinobi perished on the battlefield, a new breed of ninja, cultivated by the villages, returned to combat. In this cycle of succession, the village system has become unassailable. Although the clans still exert considerable influence, the possibility of returning to a state of autonomy and independent governance has become untenable. Regrettably, even decades later, some clans remain oblivious to this overwhelming trend. War is a direct catalyst, compounded by various objective factors, that has led to such outcomes. The adage "the peach and plum do not speak, yet a path is naturally formed" reflects the naivete of the first Hokage, who likely did not foresee the brutal consolidation of the ninja village system. The flames of Konoha endure, fueled by the blood of its ninja. Once blood and blood intertwine, they can never be separated. In the Land of Rivers, 20 days after the large-scale military engagement between Konoha and Sunigakure, at the lakeside where Uhyou last performed a ninjutsu demonstration, the newly re-established frontline headquarters of Konoha is situated. Compared to the location of Konoha's main camp prior to the battle, it has been relocated here following their victory, indicating that Konoha is not adopting an aggressive stance, but, rather, has deliberately repositioned its operational center further back. After withdrawing half of the frontline troops for rest and rotation, the main camp of Konoha has become notably more streamlined. Concurrently, the Hokage has abandoned the previous dense troop formations, instead of gathering all ninjas into a battle line. Some have been concentrated at the main camp, while the remaining ninjas are dispersed into small, point-like teams throughout the Land of Rivers. This has created an extensive, intricate structure that comprehensively monitors the movements of Sunigakure. Even in the event of renewed conflict, the nature of the battles will revert to traditional, smaller-scale confrontations among ninja squads, rather than large-scale warfare. The complete strategic advantage and the clarity of future war expectations have endowed Konoha with a psychological edge. In contrast, the tension of impending battle at the Konoha frontline has somewhat dissipated, allowing the spirits of the ninja to relax. As long as their mental state remains vigilant and does not slip into complacency, this change can be deemed beneficial. No one can maintain a state of constant tension indefinitely. A balance of relaxation and alertness is a reasonable approach. Moreover, the location of the Konoha camp is picturesque, with neat rows of simple tents strategically arranged along the lakeshore. This serene setting makes the Konoha ninjas appear less like soldiers preparing for combat and more like vacationers enjoying a retreat, with no combat tasks at hand. Uhyou is currently resting at the camp. His tent is situated on slightly elevated ground, allowing him a clear view of the lake through a makeshift window. Initially, he had concerns about the wisdom of establishing a camp in such a location, pondering whether the proximity to water might facilitate enemy incursions. However, this worry did not linger, as he quickly realized that such apprehensions were unfounded. After all, even away from the water's edge, the enemy could still infiltrate the camp underground. While the water may benefit those skilled in water techniques, the land also provides advantages for Earth-style ninjas. Therefore, physical defenses are not the crux of the matter. The protection of the camp relies primarily on the ninjas' reconnaissance, surveillance, and barrier techniques. Hence, Uhyou is free to enjoy the scenery. His gaze drifted toward the distance, where the lake mirrored the sunlight, creating a shimmering spectacle of dancing reflections that was momentarily blinding. Instinctively, he raised his arm to shield his eyes, and at that moment, he noticed a figure emerging from the sunlight, reflecting off the lake. She appeared serene, dressed not in the standard, monotonous ninja attire, but in casual clothing befitting a typical girl, her graceful curves naturally accentuated. It was Chika returning from a stroll by the lakeside. In the absence of missions, the life of a ninja can be rather monotonous, Even during a break, what can they do in such a frontline location? Their activities are limited to chakra refinement, ninjutsu training, physical conditioning, and the occasional idle daydreaming. A simple walk can be considered a significant leisure activity. As he watched the other person approach him step by step, Uhyou could not help but inquire, "Chika, why have you chosen to become a ninja?" This question slipped from his lips, prompted by the stark contrast of her current appearance and demeanor, which radiated the vibrant youthfulness typical of an ordinary girl. "Oh, it's nothing. Just forget I said anything," she replied, quickly realizing that such a personal query might have been inappropriate. The abruptness of his question caught Chika off guard. It was not that she was unwilling to answer, but rather, who could say why she initially chose the path of a ninja? Now, that reason was lost to her, and the relevance of such inquiries seemed futile. Chika herself was uncertain of her motivations for embracing the life of a ninja. Indeed, it had lost its significance. Uhyou nodded in agreement. Regardless of her reasons, she was a ninja now. Uhyou had little experience with female ninjas, particularly those without the usual obscuring masks. Generally speaking, it was believed that women should not find themselves on the battlefield. In terms of physical strength, mental resilience, and other facets, they faced inherent disadvantages compared to their more robust male counterparts. "And what about you, Captain?" she asked. "Honestly, I'm not quite sure how to respond." Uhyou shook his head. Although his time as a ninja had been brief, he reflected on how he had embarked on this path, by chance, through external pressures, and with some subjective desire. It could be described as a half-hearted acceptance. To what extent is a person's life trajectory determined solely by their own choices? This topic was indeed complex and perhaps devoid of meaningful discourse. Thus, Chika shifted the conversation, asking, "Has the meeting between the Hokage and the important guests not yet concluded?" "Not yet, but I suspect it is one of those meetings that bear little practical significance, more display than anything else," Uhyou replied, glancing toward the center of the camp. The reason for the esteemed status of the visitors was that the Hokage was currently meeting with the daimyo of the Land of Rivers, who, in name, was the head of that nation. However, such titles held little weight in the context of the formidable machine that was Konoha. Regardless of how dominant the great ninja villages may be at their core, they still felt compelled to present a facade of cordiality, conveying, "Though we engage in conflict on your territory, it is a matter of necessity, and I still maintain a friendly demeanor towards you." After this display of civility, the inevitable clashes would proceed, reflecting the humanitarian concerns inherent to ninjas. Following this, the Hokage had a series of ceremonial activities lined up. Firstly, he would return to the village to attend the funeral of Uchiha Kagami, then hold a cordial meeting with the Uchiha clan, striving to clarify past misunderstandings and conflicts, and attempting to achieve reconciliation, thereby demonstrating to all that Konoha remained a thriving and united community. Subsequently, he would depart from Konoha to meet with the daimyo of the Land of Fire. If one were to assert that the feudal lord of the Land of Rivers holds no significance for Konoha, it must be acknowledged that the feudal lord of the Land of Fire possesses at least a weight equivalent to that of gaseous substances. Only upon receiving the appointment from the feudal lord of the Land of Fire can the third Hokage truly assume the title of Hokage in a legitimate manner, at least in terms of legal principles. This notion should pose no contention. Historically, the feudal lords of the Land of Fire have been remarkably benevolent, amiable, and as refreshing as a spring breeze. To date, they have never voiced opposition regarding the succession of the Hokage. Of course, aside from the kind-hearted nature passed down through generations, there exists a trivial but noteworthy reason for their lack of dissent. Whenever they contemplate opposing Konoha's decisions regarding the Hokage succession, unforeseen and unspeakable calamities tend to befall them, including but not limited to untimely and gruesome deaths. The Hokage acquires the feudal lord's appointment in accordance with legal principles, while the feudal lord dutifully plays the role of a mere rubber stamp. Is this not a mutually beneficial arrangement? This entire sequence of events underscores that the current wartime situation in Konoha has indeed eased, and the burdens on the shinobi have lessened considerably. Thus, Uhyou finds himself engaged in light-hearted banter with his companions. At that moment, an unexpected acquaintance approached him, Kogakai from the medical department. He approached Uhyou, seemingly indifferent to Chihiro's presence, and bluntly stated, "Uhyou, there are certain matters I must clarify. I sense that you are unwell." "What do you mean?" Uhyou furrowed his brow, taken aback by the unprovoked insult from someone of Kai's age. "Renjuru, let us call it a day for now. Too much of a good thing can be counterproductive. Nara Nagisa interjected, addressing Renjiro, who was training with him in a makeshift training ground outside the Konoha encampment. Given the duration of their training, which had persisted for an entire day, both were now thoroughly exhausted. Understood, Renjiro replied, wiping the sweat from his brow before assisting Nagisa in tidying up the disheveled training area. After utilizing the communal facilities, it is essential to restore order, a fundamental ethical responsibility and quality expected of a shinobi. You are progressing far too swiftly. I must exert myself more diligently. Otherwise, if I fall too far behind, I will be unable to remain in the same squad, Renjiro remarked, lowering his head. He was enjoying his time in this squad immensely, and for various reasons, he wished to avoid being cast aside. Is it not Yushin who is advancing too rapidly? Nagisa chuckled, understanding the urgency felt by his teammate. Yushin's progress naturally exerted pressure on the others. We have already submitted our application for the Chunin promotion. It would be prudent to take advantage of this break to return to the village and finalize this matter. This is my second time, and I hope there will be no further complications. Nara subtly reminded Renjiro not to underestimate himself. The fact that they were eligible for promotion to Chunin indicated significant progress. It was unnecessary to compare themselves to certain exceptional cases. Although Nara should have been promoted to Chunin last time, his temporary assignment to Habun's team delayed this advancement. He bore no resentment, yet he certainly hoped to attain the rank of Chunin soon, hence his wish for no unforeseen circumstances to arise. Under normal circumstances, they were undoubtedly qualified to become Chunin. Even the relatively inexperienced Habun possessed considerable capability, and the achievements of figures like Jinshiman Zawayman were sufficient for him to make strides forward. The outcomes achieved in battle against adversaries epitomized a ninja's true strength. All other evaluative methods seemed somewhat biased in comparison. Habun had managed to eliminate an elite jonin in one-on-one combat, a particularly renowned jonin at that. While there were elements of elemental advantage involved, it was fair to assert that he had already demonstrated the prowess of a chunin. Habun's genuine growth in strength was rapid. However, his pace in attaining the rank of chunin was relatively average. During such extraordinary times, some ninjas could ascend to chunin status merely by spending a few days on the battlefield, having participated in several skirmishes. War expedited the emergence of an individual's talents. Moreover, the promotion system for ninjas during wartime diverged significantly from that in peacetime. For those who had endured the trials of battle, the notion of examinations seemed rather incongruous. Subsequent ninja exams were merely a formality for practical application. Conversely, one had never heard of practical experience serving merely as a precursor to an exam, as that would indeed be a reversal of priorities. Nevertheless, while wartime promotions were straightforward and based on merits achieved in combat, this did not imply that such advancements could be determined in a single utterance. Whether ascending from genin to chunin or from chunin to jonin, one was required to return to the village to undergo this process. This was not only a procedural requirement, as alterations to a ninja's records could only be executed within the village. Even the Hokage had to follow protocol with the daimyo of the Land of Fire. How could ordinary ninjas expect to receive exceptions? Furthermore, this procedure held a sense of ceremonial significance. Certain matters could not be adequately expressed through mere words. Only when the genin experienced the solemnity of the chunin promotion process would they grasp that the responsibilities borne by chunins were markedly different from those of genins. Becoming a chunin signified their emergence as a vital force on the battlefield, thus necessitating greater regard for their identities and a commitment to exemplary conduct in combat. Upon Nara and Renjiro's return from the training grounds, they discovered that only Chika and one other person remained. Habun was conspicuously absent. "Where is Habun?" Nara inquired casually, only to receive an unexpected reply. "He was taken away by the medical ninja. Apparently, he is unwell," Chika responded. "Unwell? Who?" "Of course, it's Habun. Who else would it be, the medical ninja?" Chika retorted, bemused by the question's lack of depth. "Is he all right?" At first glance, everything appeared to be as usual, without any discernible issues. However, the medical ninja exuded an air of unwavering certainty. Uhyou remarked that if the individual did not return by the following day, they should not concern themselves with him any longer. The three of them could simply proceed back to the village to attend to the chunin affairs. Qianqian recalled Uhyou's instructions before his departure and thus added a supplementary comment. Nara Nagisa and Renjiro exchanged glances. Without their captain, was it truly prudent to return to the village? It felt as if a flag had been raised in an instant, encountering unforeseen circumstances so swiftly. When a physician utters the words "you are unwell," the likelihood of casual banter is significantly diminished. Following such a warning, Uhyou accompanied Koga to the frontline hospital in Konoha. "Koga-sensei, have you not returned to Konoha since the conclusion of the battle?" Uhyou inquired, feeling no physical abnormalities. He was even in the mood for casual conversation. Thus far, he did not perceive any significant issues, despite Koga's serious demeanor. Not at the moment. After all, medical resources are perpetually scarce at the front lines, and we must remain here as much as possible. However, I do have plans to return to Konoha soon. It is about time I reunite with my family. Koga replied as he settled into a chair and began discussing Uhyou's condition. Given his age, Koga indeed ought to have a family, and he possessed a certain charm as a distinguished gentleman. To put it bluntly, your chakra growth index and rate exhibit some abnormalities. I noticed this aspect about you earlier, but at that time, you had just become a ninja, and I mistakenly assumed it was merely the chakra surge typical of a novice. I anticipated that the growth rate would stabilize with time, yet your chakra's development has accelerated beyond my expectations. Setting aside the difficulty of mastering certain advanced ninjutsu, the chakra consumption associated with them is beyond the capacity of an ordinary ninja. Yet Uhyou, having only recently become a ninja, was already capable of employing multiple high-level techniques. His instructor, Misesa, had overlooked Uhyou's irregularities, likely because he did not seem extraordinary compared to her reference point. Considering Misesa's developmental environment, Uhyou could be deemed quite inexperienced. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that he was neither a Uzumaki nor a Senju. Where did he acquire such an abundance of chakra? Is it not the effect of the secret medicine? I feel as though the medicine is quite effective, leading to a rapid increase in chakra, which should be a positive development, should it not? Uhyou pondered aloud. After some reflection, he recognized that, as a civilian, it appeared he possessed an excessive amount of chakra. Previously, he had not been entirely oblivious to this, but he had attributed the change solely to the Senju pills. How could the secret medicine have such remarkable effects? If that were the case, then all Konoha ninjas would possess chakra levels akin to that of Jonin. Regarding the question of whether what you mentioned is indeed a good thing, it should normally be considered so. However, the issue lies in the rapid acceleration of your chakra, which has reached a point of excess that, if one were to continuously inflate without restraint, could lead to a catastrophic rupture. The energy constituting chakra is extracted from each individual cell. In your case, it has escalated beyond mere extraction to an almost voracious consumption. I fear that, if this continues, it may lead to bodily complications. Of course, this is merely a matter of personal experience and somewhat subjective. I have yet to ascertain the specific causes of your condition. Moreover, such rapid growth also drains your mental fortitude. Have you not felt an overwhelming sense of mental strain lately? No, not at all, replied Uhyou, asserting that he felt neither physical ailments nor any mental pressure. Kakashi's gaze flickered towards Uhyou, seemingly reflecting the notion that since he had become somewhat unhinged, his mental clarity appeared to be improving. From what I understand of my lineage, my late parents and ancestors were quite ordinary individuals, devoid of any exceptional traits. My experiences throughout life have been similarly mundane, with the only pivotal moment that transitioned me from the ordinary to the somewhat unique being my encounter with the second Hokage. Uhyou is certain that he has no connection whatsoever to the prominent clans of the Uchiha or the Senju. At that time, not only did I endure the second Hokage's ninjutsu, but I also wielded a special ninja tool from the hidden cloud. When the second Hokage's water wave technique shattered those tools, fragments penetrated my body. Based on knowledge I acquired later, it is said that the ninja tools possessed by the rogue ninjas, Kinkaku and Ginkaku, were crafted by the legendary sage of six paths. Although such legends may seem ethereal and far-fetched, if they hold any truth, it is possible that my current bodily transformations are influenced by that very legacy. After some reflection, Uhyou decided to share his hypothesis with Kakashi. Upon hearing Kakashi's description of his current condition, Uhyou increasingly believed that his conjecture held a degree of validity. Despite expressing skepticism regarding the claim that Kinkaku and Ginkaku's tools were inherited from the legendary sage of six paths, this was merely a reflection of a rational viewpoint, as the legend of the sage is exceedingly ancient. Though his name still resonates within the ninja world, most ninjas regard him as a myth rather than a genuine progenitor of ninjutsu. However, Uhyou is aware that this is not mere legend but indeed fact. The weapons in Kinkaku and Ginkaku's possession not only possess tremendous power, but also can execute exceptionally unique sealing techniques. They were indeed created by the Sage of Six Paths. Thus, Uhyou suspects that he was not solely subjected to the second Hokage's water release technique, but also to a cross-contamination from the relics of the Sage of Six Paths. Who knows if the unique ninja tools crafted and utilized by the sage still harbor remnants of his chakra? Upon reflection, though his two sons had long since passed away, the chakra they left behind continued to stir tumult through the ages. In comparison, if even his sons could have such an impact, it stands to reason that any chakra left by the Sage of Six Paths would be even more commonplace. Have you ever encountered the tools of the golden and silver horns? Kakashi inquired with a furrowed brow. If the truth aligns with what Uhyou has described, then his conjecture certainly bears merit. Indeed, it could be described as a negative distance contact, Uhyou remarked, recalling how he had been showered with fragments, an experience more intimate than mere proximity. Judging by Kakashi's reaction, it appeared he was privy to more information than the average ninja. He did not outright dismiss Uhyou's fanciful notions and absurd claims. I seem to have encountered a peculiar issue. I suspect it may be the work of celestial beings, which would elicit laughter from any ordinary ninja. However, that does not quite hold, for you possess no second chakra reaction. The excessive growth is solely your own chakra. If we were to interpret your earlier statement as the catalyst, it could be considered plausible, yet it does not address the core issue, Kakashi pondered before continuing. He was certain that Uhyou possessed only his own chakra, with no presence of a second type or any attachment of foreign chakra. Dr. Kakashi, do you not find my assertion perplexing? Do you genuinely believe that the Sage of Six Paths was a real person? Given Kakashi's calm demeanor, Uhyou could not restrain his curiosity, feeling that this matter warranted more attention than his current ailment. I believe he must have existed, but his era is simply too distant. Kakashi replied with a smile, leaving Uhyou uncertain whether he was being entirely sincere or merely jesting. If that is your belief, then let me pose this to you. Dr. Kakashi, have you heard of rabies? It has an extensive incubation period, yet once it manifests, it becomes lethal. Kakashi found himself momentarily speechless, and after a few moments of contemplation, he finally grasped Uhyou's implication. Indeed, it was his first encounter with someone portraying the Sage of Six Paths in such a refreshing light. Nonetheless, by all accounts, Uhyou's perspective on the sage had been sufficiently amicable, particularly so. Do you believe that the chakra carried by those tools could potentially lie dormant within you? I must say, that notion seems rather far-fetched. Frankly, it is nearly impossible. Kakashi stated. For instance, the fourth Hokage and his wife sealed their chakra within Naruto's body, though it was not easily discernible. The issue lies in the fact that it was intentionally sealed and concealed. In Uhyou's case, if it were merely an accidental intrusion without any applied techniques, how could it possibly remain hidden? Very well then, I will defer to expert opinion, as I have merely entertained some conjectures. Returning to the matter at hand, has my condition escalated to a level that demands resolution? If so, what steps should we take next? If we continue to follow the current trend, it may lead to complications. However, it has not yet reached a critical level. Therefore, in response to your concern, a temporary remedy is quite straightforward. It is advisable to release the chakra within you daily until your overall physical condition improves, as overexerting yourself with excessive chakra is unwise. The human body is a fragile vessel, and subjecting it to excessive force will inevitably result in fractures, as Kuga remarked. Simply releasing chakra is quite easy. I can generate several explosive water waves each day. However, according to your reasoning, if I frequently release chakra, the frequency at which I extract chakra will inevitably increase alongside it. Over time, would this not lead to an enhanced capacity for chakra production? In the end, wouldn't this yield counterproductive results? Uhyou felt that Kuga's proposed solution was overly simplistic, akin to reminding him to wake up for a midnight restroom visit. Problems must be addressed step by step. Resolving your current physical burden takes precedence over future concerns, and I am merely suggesting a temporary measure. In a few days, I will present a new approach. I already have some ideas in mind, Kuga continued. After clarifying the situation, he reminded Uhyou not to be overly anxious. After all, he is not the type to disregard the aftermath, but rather the kind who assists patients in progressively resolving their issues. Furthermore, Uhyou holds a somewhat unique status as a patient in his care. Uhyou nodded, understanding, and conceded, I will defer to your judgment. In truth, regardless of Kuga's serious demeanor, He viewed the matter solely from a physician's perspective. Conversely, Uhyou, as the individual concerned, did not require consolation, for he did not perceive his issues as urgent. Firstly, he had yet to feel the physical and mental pressure Kuga spoke of. Secondly, the concerns he mentioned currently presented Uhyou with positive benefits. He was enjoying the dividends of rapid chakra growth, and any potential future problems were matters for another day. As for what the future holds, who can truly predict? It remains far too distant, and for a ninja, the uncertainty of survival in the next battle looms large. A team of Konoha ninjas returning from a mission reached the Konoha camp on schedule. Just as they prepared to enter the camp, a heavy, muffled rumble echoed from the nearby lake, followed by a noticeable bulge rising from the water's center, resembling a turtle's back. An enemy attack? The fatigued ninjas instantly regained the alertness characteristic of the battlefield, a sense of foreboding creeping into their minds. Would the previous camp attack incident repeat itself? Do not worry. Someone is merely practicing water release, one of the passing ninjas remarked with a knowing glance toward the lake. We've grown accustomed to it during this time. At this hour each day, he tends to stir up such commotion. As they remained on high alert, the ninja explained to them with a look of affirmation. His demeanor was remarkably relaxed, exuding an air of nonchalance. Practicing ninjutsu in such a locale, at this scale? The newly returned ninjas found it incomprehensible that anyone could be so daft as to squander chakra in such a manner, let alone on a daily basis, and astonishingly, be permitted to generate such a commotion near the camp. Was there someone pulling strings behind the scenes? Well, the one frolicking upon the surface of the lake was, of course, Uhyou. Although he did not suffer from a life-threatening illness that necessitated confinement to intensive care, he nonetheless missed the opportunity to return to the village with his comrades and had to embark on the detoxification regimen arranged by Koga alone. For the past few days, his routine had been consistent. First, he would timely unleash water-style techniques upon the lake, expending his chakra substantially before engaging in other training endeavors. Once he sensed his chakra had dwindled to a notably low level, Uhyou departed from the lake's surface, making his way to the opposite shore of the camp. Here lay an array of training equipment he had set up, where he intended to engage in fundamental physical conditioning and martial arts training, striving to cultivate a more robust physique without relying heavily on chakra. This was not a demand from Koga. Rather, it was a self-imposed training regimen that Uhyou adopted after absorbing Koga's previous explanations. Even in the face of challenges, the pursuit of strength was commendable and worthy of admiration. Chakra is undoubtedly of paramount importance to ninjas, a unique and irreplaceable force. However, this does not diminish the significance of physical prowess. For instance, when comparing ninjas who wield lightning techniques, such as Kakashi from Konoha and the Reikage from Kumogakure, the two represent starkly different archetypes. Kakashi's physique evokes a sense of sharpness and fragility, while the Reikage embodies the ideal of resilience and robustness. Deep down, if faced with the choice between these two paths, Uhyou would aspire to be like the Reikage, for he is undeniably formidable. Yet, in reality, such a physique and resistance to lightning techniques must stem from specialized training methods. The journey of cultivation would undoubtedly be arduous and painful, akin to that of the most devout ascetic. And one might even speculate that special lineage might be required to achieve such feats. Nevertheless, while Uhyou may never attain the level of a berserker, he at least wished for a sturdier frame, one that would not be so easily broken. Take Naruto, for instance. Despite his initial lack of strength, he was notoriously difficult to defeat, which is yet another extreme to be envied. Regardless of the circumstances, there is no detriment to a ninja possessing a bit of muscle. Uhyou's perspective, however, seemed somewhat counter to the prevailing wind. Ninjas, akin to characters in certain RPG games, often prioritize damage output and the thrill of swift eliminations, while also being susceptible to rapid defeat. This extreme mindset has become the mainstream ethos within the shinobi world. Every day, a regimen of 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run. Yet, it is evident that Uhyou's training intensity far surpasses such rudimentary standards. He could not possibly believe that engaging in such exercises would transform him into a formidable ninja within 3 years. If his aspirations were truly so naive, he would likely meet his demise within 3 days. This is not merely about refining chakra. Rather, it emphasizes the cultivation of physical strength. Uhyou's current training methods verge on the overly simplistic, returning to the basics to an extreme degree. As he diligently trained, he suddenly sensed the approach of another presence. Who could it be? Uhyou extended his right arm forward, sword in hand, while his left hand gripped a kunai, palm inward, instinctively striking a pose reminiscent of a breakdancer. When the figure emerged from the shadows of the woods, he promptly lowered his weapon. It was Miss Sanxiao, though her appearance brought him joy. She was not one meant to be on the front lines. "Teacher, why are you here?" he inquired, hastening towards her. Miss Sanxiao appeared somewhat pale, and Uhyou noticed a large scroll, seemingly beyond her capacity, strapped to her back. Under normal circumstances, given her physical condition, she should not be bearing such a heavy burden. On one hand, I am here to escort the 3 disciples of the 3rd Hokage to the front lines. On the other, I have heard about your situation, Sanxiao explained, releasing the scroll and propping it against a tree. After catching her breath, she addressed Uhyou. During this time, her complexion shifted from ashen to an unusual flush, suggesting that her own issues were far more serious than his. "Dr. Koga may be overreacting. My condition is not quite that severe," Uhyou remarked. Regardless of whether Miss Sanxiao's primary purpose was to bring Jiraiya and the others to the front or to assist him, Uhyou felt that had he known this, he should have returned to Konoha instead. Sanxiao smiled gently, saying nothing more, merely gesturing for Uhyou to unfurl the scroll. "You are familiar with the summoning technique, I presume?" "I have heard of it." Once Uhyou unfurled the scroll, coupled with Sanxiao's words, he understood that it was indeed a summoning contract scroll, likely the very one he had conjectured about. The summoning technique is broadly classified as a space-time ninjutsu, allowing one to summon a contracted creature to assist in battle by forming a blood pact with it. However, the primary purpose of the summoned creature prepared for you is not for combat, but rather to address the issues you are facing. After the contract is exchanged, you will comprehend its specifics, Sanxiao elucidated. At this juncture, Uhyou had a strong inclination that this summoning contract scroll was indeed what he had anticipated. Nevertheless, he hesitated. "Teacher Sanxiao, is it appropriate for me to sign such a contract scroll?" After all, this scroll appeared to be a public artifact of the Senju clan. Was it suitable for an outsider like Uhyou to utilize it for personal purposes? Despite having heard whispers of the return of the Thousand Hands clan, Uhyou was acutely aware that even if they chose to retreat into seclusion, their influence on Konoha during this period was vastly different from the waning power they would possess later. Sanxiao merely smiled, alleviating Uhyou's concerns with a simple assurance. "As long as I deem it fine, there shall be no issue." With her words echoing in his mind, Uhyou felt no need for further hesitation. Under her guidance, he pricked his fingertip and inscribed his name, Uhyou, upon the scroll with his own blood. A straightforward task accomplished in mere strokes. Subsequently, Sanxiao imparted the summoning technique to him. She advised him to refrain from infusing excessive chakra into the technique, emphasizing that it was unnecessary to summon a creature of grand proportions. She reiterated, in essence, that this was merely Uhyou's initial attempt at summoning, devoid of any tactical mission or urgent circumstance. Thus, there was no need for a grand spectacle. In terms of difficulty, the summoning technique was not on par with the incomprehensible temporal ninjutsu, but rather rated a mere C level, allowing for its mastery without significant investment of learning resources. The true rarity of this technique lay in 2 aspects. Firstly, the formidable chakra beasts it summoned were rare treasures, typically inaccessible to ordinary ninjas. Secondly, the act of opening a summoning portal to draw forth these colossal creatures from distant realms required an immense amount of chakra, a burden most ninjas could not bear. Consider, for instance, the embarrassment of certain tailed beasts, which, in their incomplete forms, could be subdued by the 4th Hokage's summoning frog, a testament to the latter's prowess. With his hands clasped together, Uhyou began to weave the seals. Hai, Su, Yu, Shun, Wei, Ninjutsu, summoning technique. In response, a small yet distinct creature emerged from the summoning array, revealing itself to be a blue and white striped slug, known as the living slug. This creature's true form was said to reach unimaginable proportions, surpassing biological limits, confined only within the depths of the 3 great secret realms. And each summoning merely represented a minuscule fraction of its essence. The slug Uhyou had called forth stood half a person's height and did not exceed his own stature in length. However, the successful summoning led to an awkward silence. As Uhyou had never engaged in dialogue with a sentient non-human entity, the slug, unfamiliar with Uhyou, soon perked its antennae and recognized Sanxiao standing nearby. "Lady Sanxiao, what command do you have for me?" It inquired, its voice distinctly feminine, resonant with a rich bass, clear mid-tones, and precise treble, ethereal and transparent. Such a voice left little room for dissatisfaction. The slug, summoned by my disciple, whose name is Uhyou, shall henceforth become your contract holder. With that, Sanshao briefly displayed the summoning contract scroll to the slug before rolling it back up. I understand, Lord Sanshao. And you, Lord Uhyou? Hello, Uhyou replied hurriedly. Such a summoning beast, possessing intellect not inferior to that of humans, requires mutual consent to become a contracted ninja. They will not respond to summons that contravene their own will. However, in the case of the slug, despite its formidable strength and wisdom, it imposed no trials upon its new contracted ninja, instead fully obeying Sanxiao's commands. The slug's temperament was as gentle and serene as its voice. Although it was an ancient elder devoid of peers, it was the kind of summoning beast that would wholly obey its master. Unlike the two from the three horrors who indulged in smoking, drinking, and flamboyant hairstyles, if one were to describe it, its character resembled that of a nurturing figure. Sanshao continued, currently, Uhyou faces a dilemma. His chakra is growing beyond his capacity to bear. Slug, your task is to absorb the excess chakra from him, ensuring that Uhyou's chakra remains within a safe range, preventing it from spiraling out of control. This approach indeed proved to be a viable solution, far more reliable than Uhyou attempting to expend chakra through ninjutsu. Furthermore, the slug could temporarily absorb and store Uhyou's chakra for an extended period, even returning it when necessary, which was far superior to Uhyou's potential wastefulness. In essence, until Uhyou's body can fully adapt to the surge of chakra, the slug's clone will remain by your side, Sanshao added to Uhyou. Is this feasible? I have heard that summoning beasts cannot remain in a summoned state for extended periods. Theoretically, there should be a time limit to summoning, right? Treating the slug as a rechargeable battery, Uhyou found no inconvenience in its presence, particularly as it would provide significant assistance. Yet, his concern lay in whether the slug could sustain its stay. If I maintain this form, I could remain here for several days, even up to 10, and then return the portion of my body residing here to the wet-bone forest, replacing it with a new clone, the slug stated, splitting off a part the size of a forearm, which then climbed onto Uhyou's shoulder. It whispered softly in his ear. This size indeed made things more convenient. This was the unique trait of the slug, capable of infinite division. It existed as one, yet in essence, it could manifest as countless. Given the slug's massive capacity, it could easily accommodate not only Uhyou's surplus chakra, but even chakra at the level of tailed beasts. Thus, this aspect posed no issues, and according to its own assertion, endurance would not be a problem either. So it seems, has the issue been resolved? As Sanshao spoke, it became evident that the spirit beast was exceptionally suited to Yuxing's current predicament. Her decision was indeed most appropriate. Yet, almost immediately, she handed the meticulously organized summoning contract scroll back to Yuxing. What could this mean? Thought Yuxing, puzzled by her intent. Keep it with you. It serves no purpose remaining here with me. There is no suitable heir among the Senju, and soon, there may not even be a Senju left in Konoha. Sanxiao's act of transferring the entire scroll to Yuxing was something he had never anticipated. It was no wonder she had previously asserted that having Yuxing sign the scroll posed no issue. She had evidently planned to bestow upon him not just the ownership, but at least custodianship of the scroll. Teacher Sanshao, this is an enormous responsibility. What of Tsunade? She seems perfectly fitting as the heir. Though Tsunade is still quite young, the decision to entrust the scroll to you is mine to make. Whether it returns to its rightful owner, Tsunade, is a matter for you to decide. With a gentle pat on Yuxing's shoulder, Sanshao seemed entirely unfazed by the significance of what the scroll represented. She nudged it into his embrace and, disregarding his reaction, turned to leave the forest. Yuxing stood there for a moment, somewhat dazed, then awkwardly rubbed the back of his head. It was, indeed, a bewildering gift. Accompanying this unexpected boon was an equally perplexing weight of responsibility and the boundless expectations of a teacher for her disciple. Sanshao had nonchalantly placed such an important item into Yuxing's hands and then departed the glade with a smile, holding the summoning contract scroll like a sack. Yuxing eventually came to realize that he had accepted a rather burdensome item. Remaining stationary was not a viable option. He needed to contemplate how best to manage this scroll. The dilemma lay in his utter uncertainty regarding its care and placement. First and foremost, Yuxing surely could not traipse about the battlefield carrying such a monumental scroll. That privilege belonged solely to the more powerful. He could not guarantee that he would safeguard the scroll in any circumstance, ensuring it remained unlost, untaken, and undamaged. As for leaving it at the frontline camp or returning it to the Hidden Leaf Village, he found both options equally insecure. Any place where he could not maintain vigilant watch over it, especially one that lacked complete protective measures, was ill-suited for safeguarding such a rare scroll. My essence resides within the Whetbone Forest, one of the 3 great secret realms, as a giant slug, with a lifespan so extensive that I can scarcely recall it. By remaining at your side, I can absorb your excess chakra, and should the need for battle arise, I can be summoned forth. Regarding the summoning ritual, the quantity of chakra you infuse into the summoning array determines the size of my summoned form. Essentially, my capacity for summoning is virtually limitless. After Sanxiao's departure, the slug began to introduce itself to its new contract ninja. Regardless of the strength of an individual's chakra, the summoning of the entire existence of a slug from the Whetbone Forest remains an impossibility. Such an event has never occurred. Even if there were someone whose chakra could reach such extraordinary heights, capable of summoning the slug in its entirety, would such a formidable individual still require the slug in battle? Thus, their assertion stands correct. The Whetbone Forest. Prompted by the slug's reminder, Uhyou suddenly came to a realization. He addressed the slug, which was resting on his shoulder. Can I venture to the Whetbone Forest? Through the reverse summoning technique, Uhyou could indeed reach the Whetbone Forest. However, the underlying implication of his inquiry pertained to whether he would be granted permission to enter. Despite holding the contract scroll, the approval to access such a secret realm ultimately depended on the disposition of its master. Fear not, Master Uhyou. You are certainly permitted to travel to the Whetbone Forest, since you have inscribed your name upon the scroll and acquired its custodial rights. You are recognized as the designated heir of Lord Sanxiao, which signifies that the Whetbone Forest is entirely accessible to you. However, what compels you to seek immediate passage to the Whetbone Forest? Is it out of curiosity or merely for sightseeing? Despite the abruptness of Uhyou's question, the slug exhibited no signs of reluctance. Its sole curiosity lay in understanding the reason behind Uhyou's desire to visit the Whetbone Forest. As for the so-called secret realm, it is indeed one of the most enigmatic corners of the world, and I certainly harbor an interest in exploring it. However, encountering the Whetbone Forest will eventually present itself as an opportunity, and there is no need for haste. Uhyou's inquiry was merely a casual remark. He was not one to be easily driven by curiosity, and thus he would not be venturing into the Whetbone Forest just yet. He then patted the summoning scroll cradled in his arm, and continued, I merely wish to temporarily place this scroll within the Whetbone Forest. Storing it within the secret realm would undoubtedly provide greater security than any other location I can conceive. While Uhyou certainly wished to experience the so-called secret realm, the present moment was not suitable for indulging his curiosity. After all, he was neither a member of the Senju clan nor a seasoned ninja. He had just recently forged a summoning contract with the slug. The trust between them was fundamentally rooted in the bond bestowed by Lord Sanxiao, and thus remained exceedingly limited. Were Uhyou to express a desire to thoroughly explore the Whetbone Forest, uncovering the secrets of the realm, the slug, given its nature, would likely not impede him. However, there was no necessity for such actions. This would naturally evolve as their acquaintance deepened. Uhyou was in no rush and had no intention of jeopardizing his rapport with the summoning beast. So that is your reasoning. Indeed, placing the scroll within the essence of the Whetbone Forest would be far more secure than leaving it outside. The slug comprehended Uhyou's intentions and once more divided its form, with one half descending from Uhyou's shoulder to press against the summoning contract scroll. In an instant, it vanished along with the scroll. The remaining slug's antennae quivered momentarily before it declared, the scroll has been returned to its origin, and it will be kept in proper custody. After securing the scroll within the Whetbone Forest, Uhyou no longer needed to worry about its safekeeping. Entrusting the summoning contract scroll to the summoned beast ensured its protection. What could possibly be amiss? Subsequently, Uhyou departed from the woodland, making his way back to the Konoha camp. The slug that clung to him would assist in regulating his chakra levels, preventing any excess leakage. Yet, it was likely that this peculiar arrangement was a first for the slug. It had encountered many beings with abundant chakra, but never one whose chakra growth surpassed their physical development. Even the ancient summoned beasts had never witnessed such an anomaly, as if afflicted by the most bizarre of ailments. Upon returning to the camp with a slug draped over him, Uhyou attracted curious glances from passing ninjas, their gazes suggesting he had engaged in something both immoral and grotesque. Fools, can you not appreciate this generous physique? Are you unaware of how melodious the slug's voice can be? Alas, they could not comprehend. Upon entering his tent, Uhyou rummaged about until he unearthed a loose, light gray haori. He donned this garment over his standard ninja attire, concealing the slug that had been clinging to him. Exposing his summoned beast to the public would be quite impractical. Even disregarding societal judgment, Uhyou had to consider the confidentiality of the summoning technique. Ninjas preferred to shroud their secrets, and not all such concealment was voluntary. Like Uhyou, he too was compelled to wear such an incongruous outfit. Senju was not merely devoid of combat prowess. Strictly speaking, she was not a ninja at all, if one were to assess priorities. Her primary purpose in coming to the front lines was to deliver the summoning scroll to Uhyou. Bringing Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade along was merely a secondary objective. After all, even without her guidance, those three could still reach the front lines under adequate protection. After parting ways with Uhyou, Senju first sought out Koga Kai. Kai, I truly appreciate your timely intervention regarding Uhyou's situation. Without your keen observation, I would have overlooked that issue. Being a teacher for the first time feels somewhat overwhelming. Perhaps I should learn from Sarutobi. Senju addressed Koga, maintaining a facade of experience before Uhyou, appearing adept and proficient in her teachings, yet this was merely a guise. Just as it was Uhyou's inaugural experience as a disciple, it was equally Senju's first endeavor in assuming the role of a teacher. Despite her extensive knowledge of the Senju and Konoha, instructing a novice ninja like Uhyou proved to be a formidable challenge, and she exerted considerable effort behind the scenes, unseen by him. Jaha shook his head, dismissing Senju's gratitude with indifference. After all, he was your disciple, and naturally, I would be more concerned. However, Senju, why do you hold such lofty expectations for that child? This has always been a perplexing matter for Jaha, and even he could not fully comprehend Senju's actions. Why? It is futile for me to elaborate now. In due time, you will undoubtedly grasp my sentiments. For the moment, the issues surrounding him have been contained, which brings me some solace. Yet, do you genuinely believe in the existence of the chakra erosion problem he mentioned? If it does exist, could it potentially lead to more severe consequences? Senju remained deeply concerned about Uhyou's situation, yet she still failed to clarify why she placed such immense hopes upon him. I feel she may be overthinking it. The situation is not as dire as she perceives. Moreover, do not let him mislead you. While those ninja tools indeed originated from the Sage of Six Paths, by now, there is no trace of any sage's chakra as a mentor. You must remain steadfast, Jaha reassured. Nevertheless, these are relics passed down since the inception of the ninja sect. Who knows to what extent they could become troublesome. Therefore, do not dwell too much on it. I will keep a vigilant watch over him, Jaha said with resignation. Very well, I have brought Tsunade and Jiraiya with me. Have you encountered them yet? Senju shifted the conversation from Uhyou's predicament to the third Hokage's disciples. Yes, I just met them. How should I put it? They seem a bit overly exuberant. Isn't that typical of young ninjas newly arrived at the front lines? I find it rather charming, Jaha mused. However, he thought to himself, Uhyou is not like that. Yet, compared to Jiraiya and the others, one could hardly classify Uhyou as a young ninja. As they exchanged casual banter, they made their way toward the location of the third Hokage. Since they had arrived at the front lines, Senju had several matters to discuss with the Hokage, including recent circumstances and the atmosphere within the village. Having gone to see the Hokage, Uhyou, after setting up the summoning contract scroll and returning to the camp, did not encounter his teacher again for the time being. She was not suited for the tumult of the battlefield, and Uhyou was uncertain how long she would remain there. If possible, he hoped for her swift return to Konoha. Thus, Uhyou sought to find Senju again to inquire about her plans at the front line and the timing of her return to Konoha. However, as he stepped out of the tent, he had barely taken a few steps when he unexpectedly spotted Jiraiya wandering about the camp. Ah, Uhyou, Jiraiya exclaimed, seemingly thrilled to have finally found a familiar face in the camp. He quickly took a few strides to reach Uhyou's side. When did you adopt this style of dress? He remarked, eyeing Uhyou's mismatched attire. Uhyou thought to himself, what style of dress do I even have? I merely wish to conceal my secret weapon within my clothing. I could even make my clothes bulge dramatically. Would you like to see? He shook his head, subtly shifting the topic. Is it just you? Tsunade and Orochimaru. Have the experiences from our last encounter not imparted sufficient lessons? As members of a squad, How can you recklessly disperse, especially during frontline operations? It is imperative that you safeguard Tsunade when necessary. Uhyou, please, there is no need to exaggerate the situation to frighten me. I am well aware that the front line has stabilized. Otherwise, we would not have been granted permission to be here. Besides, someone as fierce as Tsunade can certainly defend herself. Jiraiya remarked with a smirk, fully cognizant of the relative safety of their camp. In fact, he wanted to assert that Tsunade was even stronger than he. And if anyone were to protect, it would be her looking out for him. However, he refrained from voicing this, as it would be too humiliating. It was evident that the Hokage was quite concerned about the safety of his disciples. Yet he also understood that Jiraiya and the others had reached the stage where they needed to witness the battlefield and participate in genuine combat, which was why he chose to bring them to the front lines at this juncture. Nevertheless, Jiraiya remained somewhat dissatisfied, his eagerness to engage in real battle evident, as he sought to prove his capabilities. Such a mindset is common among novice ninjas, yet it is not to be encouraged. A lesson must be imparted. Thus, Uhyou promptly drew a short sword from behind him, extending a finger horizontally upon which the blade rested, perfectly balanced. Do you comprehend? What a nonsensical riddle this is. Are you unable to grasp the importance of balance? Balance exists within all things. A ninja must not be overly aggressive. One must maintain a calm and rational demeanor at all times. When undertaking a task, it is crucial to uphold impartiality and to strike the right measure. Extremes lead to imbalance. Do you know what the highest spiritual realm of a ninja is? What? Jiraiya was taken aback, instinctively responding. He had not anticipated receiving a philosophical discourse from Uhyou. Uhyou continued solemnly, his eyes devoid of fear, hatred, or love, unshaken by anything that disrupts balance. Once you fully comprehend and attain this philosophical realm, you shall be regarded as the three ninjas of balance. Haha, well, what you say is quite reasonable. But I suddenly recall that the third Hokage has some matters to discuss with me. I must take my leave now. We shall converse another time. Having heard enough of such rhetoric from the third, Jiraiya turned to depart, eager to avoid further philosophical instruction. Young people truly lack patience. Uhyou shook his head, clicking his tongue, feeling that he had more to articulate. Just as Jiraiya hurriedly exited, Orochimaru emerged from behind a nearby tent, having stood close by. Do you truly believe what you just said? Orochimaru inquired of Uhyou, one hand holding a pen while the other scribbled notes in a notebook. Was he tracking Jiraiya? What was he documenting? An observation log on Jiraiya? Given Orochimaru's character, he certainly does not appreciate Uhyou's recent ideological viewpoints. Uhyou, well aware of the principle of tailoring his words to his audience, opted for an alternative expression. He shook his head at Orochimaru and, with a deft flick of his wrist, caused the short sword balanced on his fingers to teeter precariously, before it could plummet to the ground. Uhyou's other hand swiftly grasped the hilt. This was merely an exploration of Jiraiya's thoughts. In truth, balance is fragile. Balance serves as the fool's mentor. Thus, balance is but a deception lurking in the shadows. We, who hunt our foes with utmost efficiency, embody the true essence of a ninja. Orochimaru was utterly astonished. How could one individual present two diametrically opposed viewpoints within mere minutes? Can he not speak in a coherent manner? Who can discern the veracity of his statements? Was it truly necessary to be so grave? It was merely a jest. However, Uhyou's tailored remarks, spoken in the presence of others, seemed less than human. After imparting some thoughts to a few youngsters, Uhyou felt a refreshing lift in his spirits. Yet, as he himself stated, regardless of whether his words bore truth, they were ultimately just a jest. The formation of an individual's thoughts, actions, worldview, and values cannot be so easily swayed by external influences, especially for individuals like Orochimaru and Jiraiya, who possess inherently strong character inclinations. This phenomenon is unrelated to their age. Throughout their upbringing, did not the third Hokage incessantly whisper the will of fire into Orochimaru's ear? Yet, the latter never truly emerged as Konoha's successor. Rather, he delved deeper into his own realm. Therefore, what the third Hokage could not accomplish, Uhyou also could not hope to achieve. He lacked even the slightest inclination for such change. His jest was merely a jest, and the power of his words held no significance or effect. Though that may seem somewhat inaccurate, at least Uhyou understood that his utterances lacked any profound persuasive capacity. Presently, he could hardly tend to his own affairs, let alone concern himself with others. Originally, Uhyou intended to seek out Sanshou for some inquiries, but after this slight delay, time had grown late. Moreover, Sanshou was preoccupied with briefing the third Hokage on some village matters. Thus Uhyou's intentions came to naught for the time being. After a bout of idle chatter, having accomplished nothing of substance, Uhyou's actions bore an uncanny resemblance to those of a housewife. The following day, his comrades finally returned to Konoha. "Have you all successfully been promoted to Chunin?" Uhyou inquired of his teammates. From these individuals, he gleaned the significance of the third Hokage's decision to rotate frontline ninjas back to the village for rest. After several days in Konoha, Narashika and the others exhibited a markedly improved mental state, and this was merely due to their return for the promotion process, not an actual vacation. Indeed, this matter had long been established at the forefront. Returning to the village was merely a formality. Concerning this issue, how is your physical condition? It seemed that the medical ninja previously had a rather serious demeanor towards you. Nara Nagisa provided a reassuring response, suggesting that rather than viewing their endeavors as successful, it was more accurate to say that failure was never an option. After all, they did not encounter any influential connections like they did with Johanna during their last endeavor, which facilitated a smooth upgrade process. Subsequently, Nagisa and the others began to express concern for Johanna's health. It was precisely due to his alleged ailment that he did not accompany them back to Konoha. However, since they returned before receiving Johanna's diagnosis, they were left in the dark regarding the specifics. Nonetheless, based on the demeanor of the medical ninja relayed by Chiki and others, it could be inferred that Johanna's condition was likely quite serious. "I am not facing any significant issues. The doctor has issued an effective prescription for my situation, primarily advising me to engage in regular exercise. My concern lies in my rather frail constitution." As he spoke, Johanna discreetly supported his back, as the slug was resting atop the horizontal sheath of his sword at his waist. With the addition of a summoning beast module, Johanna momentarily need not fret over his physical ailments. Yet, since people often labeled such actions as cheating, it was not something Johanna considered honorable. Thus he refrained from elaborating to his teammates. "Is that so? How splendid," Nara replied somewhat dryly. While it was indeed a cause for celebration that Johanna's condition was not as dire, the others exchanged glances of uncertainty. Before returning to the front lines, they had all mentally prepared themselves for any eventuality. Whether Johanna's ailment was something as minor as a cold or something grave, they were ready to accept it. However, now Johanna had informed them that his so-called illness merely stemmed from a lack of physical strength. This sounded akin to anemia or malnutrition. The image of Johanna charging into the ranks of the Sand Village Ninja, swiftly dispatching Monzawa, flashed through the minds of his teammates. Was this truly a sign of weakness? For reasons unknown, the joy of their promotion to Chunin dissipated in an instant. Johanna's description of his health concerns was not inherently flawed. He merely lacked precision in his expression. The more accurate depiction would be that his chakra was so potent that it rendered his physical form comparatively frail. Yet, Johanna did not elaborate to such an extent, leaving his teammates with a plethora of unspoken grievances. Setting aside Johanna's personal matters, a somewhat awkward situation arose with the return of his teammates. Although Johanna was the captain, he remained a genin, while the other three had ascended to Chunin, now merely his subordinates. However, this is not a grave issue. At the inception of this small team, the members were unfamiliar with one another and held little trust in their leader, Koharu. Consequently, the hidden hand, Sanshou, forcibly suppressed the ninja ranks of two members. Yet, the situation has since transformed. Koharu has proven his capabilities on the battlefield, thereby earning the trust of his comrades. Although there are discrepancies in their ranks, these differences no longer pose significant challenges. Due to certain ideological influences, Koharu, in essence, prefers the role of a lower-ranked ninja over that of a chunin. Even though he has found a solution to his physical issues, he feels no urgency to elevate his rank as long as it does not hinder him. The distinction between chunin and genin is merely nominal. An individual does not become stronger simply by attaining the rank of chunin. Rather, they achieve that rank because they have indeed grown stronger. This is not a matter to be misconstrued. Thus, unless these teammates surpass Koharu in strength, battlefield judgment, or tactical decision-making, they will harbor no dissatisfaction towards him. They are all tools for one another, and as long as each fulfills their respective roles, there will be no further discourse. Upon the team's return, Koharu and his comrades resumed their surveillance and inspection duties. However, after several repetitive tasks, Koharu identified a new concern. Their surveillance routes and points were gradually deviating northwest from the direction of Sunigakure. In this new direction, The enemy is not a great nation or major ninja village, but rather the Land of Rain, specifically Amigakure. After resolving the conflicts in the Land of Lightning and the Land of Wind, the Hokage has finally turned his attention to the last adversary accessible within the Land of Fire. It appears that the third Hokage has resolutely decided to bring this war in the ninja world to a decisive conclusion. Is there any specific intelligence regarding Sunigakure? Such information is beyond the reach of ninjas of our rank. However, considering the abrupt loss of the second Kazekage, they are likely embroiled in internal turmoil. Yet, external pressures combined with their own crises may prompt them to swiftly reorganize and unite. It is said that, weakened by their defeat against Konoha, Sunigakure has dispatched a large contingent of ninjas northward to reinforce their position, indicating an intention to encroach upon the Land of Wind. On their return journey from the surveillance mission, Uhyou engaged in casual conversation with his team members. As witnesses to the war, they are acutely aware of the evolving dynamics of the battlefield. However, even with a modicum of backing, Uhyou cannot access such significant strategic intelligence. According to official statements, teams like Uhyou's from Konoha operate in the northern regions of the Land of Rivers. Yet, in reality, they have begun to tentatively infiltrate the Land of Rain, and crossing borders has become a commonplace occurrence. Though they have not encountered any particular incidents, Uhyou's team is currently returning from the Land of Rain. Shifting the focus towards the Land of Rain, the strategic intentions of the third Hokage have become exceedingly apparent. The other villages may engage in conflict as they please, nonetheless. Once Konoha has dealt with the Hidden Rain, it intends to extricate itself entirely from this protracted war among the ninja world. The renewed aggression of Awagakure towards Sunigakure inadvertently provides substantial assistance to Konoha, as it allows for a reduction in troop deployment along the borders of the Wind Country, thereby alleviating pressure on Sunigakure. In response, Sunigakure is compelled to concentrate its primary forces on defending against Awagakure. Although emotionally, Sunigakure harbors greater animosity towards Konoha, national strategy cannot be swayed by personal sentiments. Paradoxically, the more they despise Konoha, the less likely they are to provoke it. After assuming the mantle of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, despite an initial period of confusion, has demonstrated remarkable capability. Though he has not devised any extraordinary tactics, his strategies are grounded in a solid, methodical approach that reflects his character, steady and mature. At this juncture, Konoha stands as the most advantageous among the 5 great ninja villages. It is now evident that Hiruzen lives up to the esteem in which he is held by the first and second Hokages. This broadening perspective within Konoha is perceptible to its shinobi, yet as the war approaches its conclusion, they must remain vigilant and resolute, lest they fall short of success and live with regret for eternity. A single misstep could lead to a complete downfall. And while this conflict may not yield a clear victor, Konoha must not falter. Consequently, there exists a palpable sense of urgency within Konoha at the tactical level, particularly among ninjas like Ubi, who have recently stepped onto the battlefield. Ubi harbors doubts that the confrontation between Konoha and the Hidden Rain will unfold as objectively as anticipated. He faintly recalls that during the subsequent Second Great Ninja War, under the leadership of Hanzo of the Salamander, the Hidden Rain boldly declared war against the Land of Earth, Wind, and Fire, withstanding their assaults for a considerable duration. A small ninja village achieving such prominence amidst a grand conflict is unfathomable given the current state of the ninja world. Although at that time, the 3 great ninja villages were waging war against the Hidden Rain, which defended itself utilizing its unique geography and climate. The aftermath saw the Hidden Rain ravaged and plunged into prolonged internal strife. Nevertheless, that war solidified Hanzo's formidable reputation. Presently, the Hidden Rain is not nearly as powerful as it would later become. However, with Hanzo's resurgence on the battlefield, Ubi approaches the impending confrontation between Konoha and the Hidden Rain with considerable caution. Yet, he realizes that his concerns are of little consequence. He cannot possibly recommend that the third Hokage seize the moment to eliminate Hanzo before he gains momentum. Such a proposition is utterly implausible. However, upon the return of Uhyou's team to the Konoha camp, he received word that the Hokage had summoned him for an audience immediately after his mission. This directive left Uhyou somewhat perplexed. He could not fathom why the Hokage wished to see him. Nevertheless, orders must be adhered to, and without further contemplation, he was escorted to the Hokage's quarters. "Lord Hokage, what brings me here?" Uhyou inquired. The The tent of the third Hokage appeared no different from the other camps at first glance. Upon entering, Uhyou observed the Hokage engrossed in a myriad of documents, and he hesitated to interrupt, recognizing that it might not be appropriate to intrude. Indeed, it would be unwise, so he directly posed his question, given Sanxiao's demeanor towards him. Uhyou honestly did not believe that the third Hokage would pursue any detrimental actions against him. After all, the reputation of the Senju clan warranted consideration. Reflecting on this, Uhyou realized that he and the third Hokage were, after all, bound by a shared lineage. However, it must be noted that they did not belong to the same generation. Noticing Uhyou's arrival, the third Hokage gestured for him to wait. After half an hour spent addressing his paperwork, he finally had the opportunity to discuss matters with Uhyou. In my youth, I always perceived the Hokage as a figure of immense authority, yet upon assuming the role myself, I have come to realize that much of the work revolves around administrative duties, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, setting down his pen and organizing the papers on his desk. You see, this is the manner in which the Hokage engages in conversation, he continued. Unlike Uhyou's direct approach, the third Hokage took his time to broach the subject of why he had summoned Uhyou. He often began discussions with trivial matters, particularly when addressing younger ninjas, endeavoring to connect with them, fostering understanding, and extending his care like a gentle breeze that nourishes without overt presence. This was not mere indoctrination. He genuinely aspired to cultivate the youth into the talents that Konoha so desperately needed. Due to his limited interactions with Sarutobi, Uhyou was unaware if this tendency was a quirk developed after his ascension to Hokage or a trait he had always possessed. Nevertheless, Uhyou nodded, signifying his comprehension of the Hokage's sentiments. As the supreme leader of a military organization, the Hokage's immersion in paperwork certainly outweighed the time spent on the battlefield. Was the first Hokage likewise consumed by such duties? Uhyou could not restrain his curiosity, as he found it difficult to envision a person of such stature engaged in the mundane tasks befitting the Hokage. Indeed, the third Hokage's expression immediately stiffened. Oh, the first Hokage was, after all, a singular character. During his tenure, such responsibilities were primarily delegated to the second Hokage. His jovial and carefree disposition would hardly inspire confidence in handling sensitive documents, nor did he possess any desire to undertake such tasks. In summary, apart from the minor vexations associated with the Uchiha clan, the first Hokage found his position to be remarkably comfortable, as he was solely responsible for decisive matters, delegating all arduous tasks to his younger brother. Frankly speaking, despite the second Hokage's somber disposition, this brother was indeed a delightful presence for the first. When Habane mentioned the first Hokage, the third Hokage seemed to momentarily drift into nostalgia, only to quickly regain his composure and inquire of Habane about his recent reconnaissance mission in the Land of Rain. Nothing unusual. Everything in the Land of Rain appears normal. We encountered no significant discoveries or enemies along the way, Habane responded, shaking his head. Is that so? The Hokage fell silent again, seemingly contemplating the current state of affairs. When he finally gathered his thoughts, he revealed the purpose of summoning Habane. The reason I called you here is not of particular significance. Rather, I intend to assign your team as my personal guard for the foreseeable future. Habane was taken aback, questioning the feasibility of their inexperienced team acting as the Hokage's protectors. If danger were to arise, would they be safeguarding the Hokage, or would the Hokage be shielding them? Only the four of us from Habane's team? He promptly queried. The Hokage smiled, conveying a sense of trust that implied his unwavering confidence in their ability to fulfill such a responsibility. Inspired by the Hokage's smile, Habane couldn't help but return the gesture, feeling a warm breeze of reassurance from the trust bestowed upon him by such an esteemed figure. Of course, it is not just you, the Hokage continued. As the clouds dispersed momentarily, Habane chastised himself silently, wondering why he had been grinning foolishly. Given that the third Hokage was poised to engage in a series of politically symbolic activities, all taking place in the heart of the Land of Fire, the formation of his guard was not solely predicated on strength and protective capability, but rather carried its own symbolic significance. The Hokage himself was to be a figurehead, so it was only natural for those around him to reflect that role. Eventually, upon learning about the composition of the guard, Habane realized how redundant his earlier inquiries had been. The guard consisted of a total of 16 individuals, including the Hokage himself, accompanied by his 3 disciples, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade. Following them was Habane's team, a temporary assembly of 2 Uchiha and 2 Hyuga ninjas, complemented by a squad of 4 Anbu operatives. Each team bore distinct representation: the Hokage's direct heirs, civilian ninjas, clan ninjas, and the most steadfast support in the form of the Anbu. In truth, the only reliable members capable of being deployed in any circumstance were the 4 Anbu ninjas. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans were dependable, yet could not be completely trusted, particularly the former. As for Habane and Jiraiya, they were merely along for the ride. The Uhyou team is evidently composed of commoners, among whom Nara Nagisa, despite being a member of the Nara clan, does not enjoy the esteemed status that the Nara clan would later attain in Konoha. They find themselves in a somewhat awkward position. Compared to true commoners, they can be classified as shinobi, yet when juxtaposed with prominent clans like the Hyuga and Uchiha, they are merely regarded as civilian ninjas. Uhyou's previous commendable performance on the battlefield has garnered him a modicum of fame, thus allowing him and his team, as representatives of civilian ninjas, to join the Hokage's guard. This move underscores the new Hokage's appreciation for this segment of the power hierarchy in Konoha. It is likely that this was also facilitated by the recommendation of their mentor, teacher Sanshou. So, although there was a fleeting moment when Uhyou felt the Hokage genuinely intended for them to assume protective duties, it was merely an illusion. He could probably discern the Hokage's forthcoming intentions. Thus, he naturally would not resist such a task, as aligning with the Hokage would significantly broaden his horizons, which is certainly not a negative outcome. After discussing serious matters, the third Hokage turned to Uhyou and inquired about personal matters. By the way, it seems you previously offered some advice to Jiraiya, advising him not to be overly aggressive on the battlefield. That is commendable. However, could you elaborate on your thoughts in detail? The Hokage was genuinely concerned about the mental state of his disciples and was vigilant against any external ideological contamination. Even though such precautions were somewhat futile, as his 3 disciples were inherently more likely to influence others rather than be influenced themselves. Nonetheless, a teacher's feelings deserve understanding and respect. The Hokage's words startled Uhyou. He was surprised that the Hokage was aware of his half-hearted counsel to Jiraiya and seemed to place importance on it. This was rather concerning. If the Hokage perceived Uhyou as harboring thoughts divergent from Konoha's ideals, it could pose a genuine threat. Master Hokage, I was merely jesting with Jiraiya, Uhyou replied. Is that so? I find your perspective intriguing. Ninjas are inherently extreme warriors. Instilling in them a more balanced mindset could indeed be beneficial, the Hokage continued. Yet, such a statement lacked warmth, as he unconsciously elevated Uhyou's thoughts to a philosophical level that contradicted the mainstream ideology of the shinobi world. In that moment, Uhyou realized he needed to articulate more of his thoughts. Taking a deep breath, he explained to the Hokage, let me put it this way. One day, a person will lead the world through profound transformation, much like the first Hokage did 20 years ago. This individual will achieve success. However, prior to the triumph of this revolutionary figure, countless others will encounter failure and death, a reality that is visible to many. What remains unseen by most is that before these revolutionaries meet their demise, there will be others who experience the horror of death even before them. Master Hokage, do you know who those individuals might be? He is a thinker who guides transformation. Often, the thoughts of such thinkers endure long after their physical existence has ceased. As the third Hokage, I am someone who deeply values life. Do you believe I harbor any superfluous thoughts? Change is an inevitable occurrence, with thinkers directing the changemakers, and the changemakers innovating the world. Yet, this is a realm in which Koharu wishes not to partake. A ninja should not entertain unnecessary thoughts. It is not a matter of whether one should or should not, but rather whether one can or cannot. Currently, there is no necessity for alteration within Konoha. Thus, any thoughts, whether beneficial or detrimental, merely serve as disruptive noise in an otherwise stable environment. It is evident that Koharu does not wish to contribute to such noise, nor does he desire the Hokage to perceive him as someone inclined to create it. The third Hokage gazed deeply at Koharu, recognizing that this child, if one may call him so, possesses a comprehensive philosophy of life, coupled with unique and intricate thoughts, much like the words he had just articulated. Such reflections are rarely entertained by the average ninja. Sarutobi felt that he had not spoken excessively, yet Koharu had discerned the most insidious implications embedded within the dialogue, revealing his reluctance to be branded a thought criminal. No wonder he caught the eye of the second Hokage, Sarutobi mused. Whether he is treacherous or not is another matter. At the very least, Uhyou is a person of profound contemplation, keeping his innermost thoughts to himself. However, in this instance, since the Hokage had ventured into such territory, Uhyou felt it necessary to be somewhat forthright. In truth, my aspirations hold little significance. Whether I wish to become Hokage and lead Konoha to conquer the ninja world, or harbor malicious intentions to subvert Konoha from within, such notions are fundamentally inconsequential. As an outsider to Konoha, Uhyou cannot ascend to the position of Hokage. And given his capabilities, how could he even consider overturning Konoha? Thus, he surmised that, in comparison to ability, thoughts are of little importance. Yet, for a ruler like the Hokage, it is preferable for an average ninja to possess no thoughts at all, which is an impossibility, as everyone harbors thoughts. Therefore, the nature of those thoughts becomes crucial. So, in the most direct manner, the third Hokage queried, "Uhyou, what does Konoha mean to you?" This was a question he needed to clarify. The third Hokage could not comprehend why Mikasa valued Uhyou so highly. At the very least, he must ensure that Uhyou poses no threat to Konoha. This creates a chain reaction, with the Senju clan no longer in existence. Mikasa's attitude might swiftly tilt the legacy of the Senju towards Uhyou. Thus, despite Uhyou's self-perception as a minor ninja, the Hokage foresaw that his power would ultimately expand. Such expansion must be advantageous to Konoha or, at the very least, harmless. Uhyou smiled, acknowledging that the Hokage would indeed be concerned with this matter. Then, he composed his expression and stated, "Konoha, to me, is essentially nothing. Nothing. Indeed, nothing. However, in this world, it is perhaps the only refuge I have." Uhyou's words may have lacked eloquence, but they bore a profound sincerity. In contrast to his proclamations about sacrificing his life for the village of Konoha, the Hokage was far more inclined to trust the words he spoke in the present moment, even finding them sufficiently credible. It is only natural for individuals to consider matters from their own perspective. Thus, while one may demand greatness from others, it is unreasonable to expect selflessness devoid of egoism. During times of war, each ninja village adheres to similarly cold and unforgiving regulations, such as prioritizing missions and, when necessary, sacrificing the lives of comrades. Frankly, Uhyou found no fault in such decrees. The ninja village operates as a brutal machine, and to eschew such ironclad principles would be to expect ninjas to exhibit tenderness. Subsequently, White Fang forsook a mission to save his comrades, an act that is undoubtedly commendable on an emotional level. His later misfortunes warrant sympathy. However, when it comes to a judgment of right and wrong, it is indisputable that Hatake Tsukumo's actions were misguided. Ninjas are expected to eliminate their own when the situation demands, let alone their teammates. Overall, for the time being, at least temporarily, Uhyou had no intention of rebelling against the ninja code. 2 days after Uhyou's exchange with the Hokage, his team began to genuinely undertake the role of temporary guardians for the Hokage. Their first task involved escorting him back to Konoha alongside 3 other teams. At that moment, the urgency of the front lines was not pressing, and the Hokage's return to the village posed no complications. Concurrently, the long-stationed Sanshou also returned to the village. The Hokage intended to remain in the village for a period to address the previous issues concerning the Uchiha clan. Certainly, he did not seek to exact retribution. Given Sarutobi's capabilities and stature, he lacked the power to confront a formidable entity like the Uchiha. Therefore, his strategy remained primarily one of appeasement and reassurance. In comparison to the oppressive rule of the second Hokage, the third Hokage's demeanor towards the Uchiha was markedly more conciliatory. He endeavored to treat the Uchiha fairly across various aspects, hence his attempts at reassurance were likely to yield positive results. However, whether the third Hokage genuinely favored the Uchiha is questionable, for if one were to place themselves in his shoes, it is improbable that he would appreciate a clan so idiosyncratic, one that stood in stark contrast to the village at large, valuing blood ties to an extreme degree while exhibiting pronounced exclusivity. A ninja clan maintaining such a high degree of autonomy within the village, to the extent that the Hokage's directives often fell on deaf ears, would hardly be favored by any leader. Should the Uchiha fail to evolve, any incoming Hokage would instinctively seek to eliminate them at the earliest opportunity. The only reason for refraining from such actions would be a wariness of their formidable strength. Upon Uhyou and his companions' return to Konoha, the Hokage promptly proceeded to the Uchiha clan. In this context, Uhyou's team and Jiraiya were not required to accompany him. Thus, they were granted the liberty to act freely upon returning to the village. The atmosphere was notably pleasant for Uhyou's companions, who, having recently departed the village, were now afforded another opportunity for respite. As for Uhyou, he was taken away by Sanshou. As the two individuals traversed the winding streets, they ultimately arrived at a sparsely populated area, a place that Uhyou had never before visited. Ahead stood a grand mansion, albeit one that exuded an air of desolation. In that fleeting moment, Uhyou comprehended the significance of this place. It was the residence of the Senju clan, a symbol of their former glory. Recently, few had ventured here, and in the absence of a thriving populace, the more magnificent the structure, the swifter its decay. Sanshou pointed toward the mansion, her gaze imbued with a complex mixture of emotions. There was a hint of solace, yet overshadowing it was a profound sense of melancholy. Uhyou could empathize with Sanshou's sentiments. Was this not the essence of the once mighty aristocracy? This abode was likely where Sanshou had spent her formative years, and while she may not have grown up here entirely, a significant chapter of her life was undoubtedly written within these walls. Sanshou's emotions flitted away as she approached the grand entrance and pushed the door open, leading Uhyou deeper into the estate. Soon, they arrived at a chamber nestled within the depths of the mansion. Lady Sanshou, several masked ninjas stood guard, revealing themselves as she entered. Some cast furtive glances at Uhyou, yet they refrained from addressing him, the outsider. Despite their concealed faces, Uhyou sensed that their demeanor was not that of Umbu ninjas. They were likely members of the Senju clan. Esteemed ones, your efforts have been commendable these past days. As of today, the final task of the Senju clan can come to an end. Sanshou addressed the ninjas. Indeed, Lady Sanshou, they acknowledged. After an eerie silence lingered, the ninjas ultimately acquiesced to Sanshou's command, silently turning and departing. Sanshou quietly settled onto the steps at the entrance of the room, and after a considerable pause, she spoke to Uhyou. Uhyou, do you know? For a long time, I have harbored fears of being assassinated by those zealous clansmen. Even those who just departed could have turned upon me without warning. Yet, in truth, I have not encountered such threats thus far. The restraint shown by the Senju clan towards me, a sinner, is not solely due to the protective legacy of my predecessors. It stems from their capacity to endure unimaginable anguish. Even amidst their resentment for my actions, they recognize the righteousness of my path. This restraint, far more painful than a fury-fueled assassination, is something you can comprehend, can't you? Sanshou had eradicated the illustrious name of Senju, branding herself a sinner, fearing retribution from her kin. Nevertheless, the essence of her concealment lay in the collective resolve of the Senju. The burdens she bore were but superficial. The Senju had faded, but one could argue that they had merely adopted a new name, Konoha. I believe I can grasp your sentiments, Teacher Sanshou. Hanyu comprehended the anguish that Sanshou endured, yet he was not a member of the Senju clan. Thus, he could not fully empathize with her plight. Setting aside these futile complaints, he urged her to follow him. Although Hanyu's understanding and consolation seemed ineffectual, Sanshou mustered her strength once more, rising to her feet and opening the large door of the chamber. Before Hanyu's eyes appeared 5 or 6 enormous boxes, repositories of the Senju clan's myriad esoteric techniques, ninjutsu, and extensive research materials, all entrusted to the village as part of their legacy. These items represented merely a fraction of the backups that were originally slated for destruction. However, he had ultimately lacked the resolve to carry out such a decision. You placed the contract summoning scroll in the Wetbone Forest, did you not? Thus, these items must also be sealed within that secret realm, Sanshou remarked as she approached, her hand resting upon one of the large boxes. Understanding dawned upon Hanyu. Had he not sent the contract summoning scroll to the Wetbone Forest, these invaluable backup materials would have likely been obliterated. While Sanshou's trust in him was one matter, Hanyu realized that he must demonstrate himself as a worthy recipient of that trust. Compared to the vast legacy the Senju had bequeathed to Konoha, what lay before him was but a mere fragment. Yet, since these had been preserved as backups, they undoubtedly constituted the most significant portion. Let us take these items to the Wetbone Forest. You are quite curious about it, are you not? It would be an opportune moment to explore this so-called secret realm. In the future, we could arrange for Tsunade or another suitable individual to witness the Senju heritage. Ultimately, Sanshou withdrew her hand from atop the box, no longer casting a glance at the Senju's hidden secrets. I understand, Teacher Sanshou, Hanyu articulated. his lips parting in an attempt to convey more. Yet all that escaped were these simple words of affirmation.